Beichuan leaned against the fence of the ninja academy, his fingers tapping the railing unconsciously with a slightly impatient rhythm. As soon as he spotted the spiral clan crest of the Uzumaki clan and the spiky golden hair of its wearer, he broke into a wide grin and quickly walked over. "Hey, kid, want to be friends?" he asked, deliberately bumping into the blonde-haired boy. The boy, surprised by the collision, blinked in shock. Beichuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at Naruto. "Senpai, are you saying that you want to be my friend?" "That's right," Beichuan confirmed with a nod. Naruto immediately became animated, introducing himself eagerly. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to..." Before he could finish, Beichuan interrupted him. "Alright, I'll admit it. You're officially my friend now, Uzumaki Naruto." With that, he pulled a small notebook out of his pocket and carefully wrote down the name Uzumaki Naruto. "Don't forget to pay the Friendship Mutual Aid Fund," he added. "You need to pay 66 Ryo today just for good luck." "Friendship Mutual Aid Fund?" Naruto repeated, his brain taking a moment to process. He didn't immediately grasp the implication. "Think of it as a friendship fee," Beichuan explained casually. Naruto's eyes briefly clouded with confusion, followed by disappointment. So being friends meant you had to pay? But he quickly cheered up. After all, even if he had to pay for it, it still counted as having a friend, didn't it? For Naruto, this was already a huge blessing. Someone was finally willing to accept him. Beichuan felt the 66 Ryo in his hand and smirked. Then, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind, causing his eyes to widen. "You have received a thank you letter from Uzumaki Naruto. I've never felt the warmth of friendship before, not even from a friend who charges for it. You're my very first friend. Thank you, and I hope we'll be friends forever. Attached, a jutsu I developed while trying to impress Pervy Sage. Hope you like it." "A jutsu?" Beichuan muttered in excitement. The technique turned out to be a variant of the transformation jutsu, a sophisticated art requiring an advanced understanding of chakra. Later, it could even evolve into the reverse harem jutsu. But the rewards weren't the main reason he chose to befriend Naruto. After all, Beichuan was a transmigrator equipped with a system. His system was given to him by an old man after he died of exhaustion at 2 a.m. playing Stardew Valley. The system shared the same name, Stardew Valley, but was designed for the Naruto universe. The system had two primary functions, the inbox and the 5 skills mastery. The inbox was deceptively simple and acted like a unique goodwill system. The rewards would be unlocked once his relationship with a villager reached a certain level of favorability. Beichuan had deliberately approached Naruto just now to establish a friendship. Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, held a politically sensitive identity. Any normal interaction could easily attract suspicion, even accusations of ulterior motives. However, if Beichuan openly displayed his so-called ulterior motives from the start, becoming Naruto's genuine friend, certain members of Konoha's higher-ups, especially the third Hokage, might actually be pleased. Seeing a civilian child forming a bond with Naruto would demonstrate emotional integration. For Beichuan it was the perfect scenario. He could improve his relationship with Naruto while boosting his plans. The year was Konoha year 58, the year of the Uchiha massacre. There were still 6 years before Naruto and Sasuke would unleash their powers and 10 years until the Fourth Great Ninja War. Time was of the essence, and Beichuan couldn't afford to place all his hopes on Naruto and Sasuke alone. With his expertise as a seasoned gamer in Minecraft, Terraria, Don't Starve, and Stardew Valley, he was determined to speedrun the game of salvation. This bold strategy was mainly because the Stardew Valley system possessed one overpowered feature: if villagers reached 12 hearts of goodwill, he could gain a starfruit. When consumed, this fruit permanently increased the chakra reserves of the villagers' prime years by 1/10. Naruto, with his Uzumaki bloodline and abundant chakra reserves, combined with the Nine-Tails power, could immediately reach Kage-level strength or beyond with the addition of a single starfruit. To fast-track Naruto's goodwill, Beichuan had chosen to ambush him on his first day at the Ninja Academy. At that time, Naruto had no friends, making it the perfect opportunity to bond. However, the plan didn't go entirely smoothly. A figure appeared, with black hair naturally falling to the sides and spiking at the back, a red and white Uchiha fan emblem emblazoned on his clothing. It was an Uchiha, but not Sasuke. It was Uchiha Itachi. What is he doing here? Beichuan narrowed his eyes at Itachi, instantly on guard. He had no particular desire to get involved with Itachi. As tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership were nearing a breaking point, any social interactions with the Uchiha could set off alarm bells. He wasn't about to court disaster, especially from someone as formidable as an ANBU operative. Itachi was there simply to check on his younger brother, Sasuke, who had just started school. However, as he searched for Sasuke, he came across a scene that seemed suspiciously like bullying. To his surprise, the victim appeared to be the village's Jinchuriki, Naruto. As an ANBU squad leader, Itachi immediately intervened. His cold eyes narrowed as he reached for Beichuan Feng, lifting him effortlessly by the collar. "Give the money back," he ordered icily, making a clear show of his strength. Before Beichuan Feng could respond, Naruto panicked. "This is my friendship fee. I don't need it back," Naruto shouted hurriedly. Having spent so much time in the shadows of the ANBU, Itachi paused for a moment, being extorted and still considering the other person a friend? Not only did Naruto think Kitagawa Kid was a good person, but he also believed paying a friendship fee was completely reasonable. As a demon fox, ostracized by the villagers, Naruto felt that just by paying a friendship fee, he could gain someone who was willing to interact with him, a friend. To him, this was something he had always longed for. At the time, Naruto had just enrolled in school and hadn't yet formed a bond with Sasuke, let alone teamed up with the Ino Shikacho trio to cause trouble. Naruto had no friends. None of his peers were willing to get close to him. He was terribly lonely. And that was precisely why Kitagawa Kid had chosen this moment to collect his friendship fee. Standing in front of Kitagawa Kid, Naruto suddenly swatted away Itachi's hand and shouted, "He's my friend. What's wrong with giving my friend some money?" Naruto's resolute tone made Itachi laugh unintentionally. Itachi thought it was necessary to teach this Jinchuriki what true friendship meant. "You mean to say someone is blatantly asking for your money, and you still think they're a good person? Or are you suggesting you interpret someone else's bad intentions as goodwill and then believe they're a great person?" Seeing Naruto's young age and naivety, Itachi rephrased his words. Yet Naruto firmly defended Kitagawa Kid. "That's right. He's a great guy, someone I, Uzumaki Naruto, have acknowledged. He's my first friend." Itachi smiled assertively and pointed at Kitagawa Kid. "Do you even know him? Do you even know his name? Why are you so sure he sees you as a friend too?" That series of three logical and sharp questions left Naruto simple-minded as he was speechless. In truth, Naruto had unilaterally considered Kitagawa Kid his friend without even knowing his name. But Naruto was still unwavering. "No matter what you ask, I think he's my friend. Even if he takes my money or anything else, he's still my friend." Those words made Kitagawa Kid feel a tinge of guilt, and he was subtly moved. Patting Naruto's shoulder naturally, Kitagawa Kid declared, "That's right. Naruto and I are friends, we hit it off at first sight." Then, with a boldness, he introduced himself. "My name's Kitagawa Kid, 3rd year Class A. From now on, if you run into trouble at school, come to me. I'll help you." Although the whole friendship fee deal was initially a misunderstanding, the outcome was unexpectedly heartwarming. As a member of the Umbu, Itachi was accustomed to observing situations coldly. He couldn't completely ascertain whether Kitagawa Kid's feelings were genuine, nor did he have the time to dig deeper into the matter. He silently filed this event in his memory, intending to report it to the Hokage. Whatever followed was not his concern. Suddenly, Kitagawa Kid tugged at Itachi, as if he had a personal matter to discuss. "Naruto, I seem to have some sort of misunderstanding with this friend of yours. Let me have a private word with him." Saying that, Kitagawa Kid pulled Itachi aside for a private chat. Out of courtesy, Itachi did not refuse. In the Umbu, Itachi was known for being unapproachable. But outside the Umbu, as a practitioner of the will of fire, he showed goodwill toward villagers. Kitagawa Kid had predicted that Itachi wouldn't decline because, at this moment, Itachi was Uchiha Itachi, not Umbu Itachi. With a serious demeanor, Kitagawa Kid spoke. "I know you want to help Naruto, but do you truly understand what he feels inside? You're hurting him." "Me? I've become the bad guy now?" The prematurely mature Itachi frowned and retorted, "How am I hurting him?" Kitagawa Kid explained, "At first, I did collect the friendship fee just to make a little spending money. But later, I realized Naruto is someone worth befriending. And Naruto holds the friendship fee in high regard. He believes I'm willing to associate with him because of that money. Now, if you make me give the money back, what do you think he'll feel?" Calmly, Itachi replied, "Naruto will think you don't want to be his friend anymore." Kitagawa Kid pressed on. "Initially, I just wanted money, but now I sincerely want to be Naruto's friend. If I gave the money back because of you, wouldn't that make you the bad guy?" Itachi felt himself getting caught up in the logic. He was aware this was sophistry but couldn't suppress a smile. "You think that charging a friendship fee is entirely reasonable? Something other than extortion?" Kitagawa Kid countered, "Do you even understand Naruto? Itachi shook his head. And you do? I don't fully understand him either, but I can see he's very lonely and has no friends. Itachi glanced at Kid and then at Naruto, who looked anxious in the distance. Adjusting his forehead protector, he muttered to himself, a wrong form of behavior has paradoxically led to a right result. His tone took on an edge. If I ever catch you deliberately taking friendship fees again. Crows scattered from Itachi's body, and Kitagawa Kid's vision was suddenly awash with crimson. In an instant, Itachi appeared before him, his emotionless eyes projecting a sense of imminent threat. Cold sweat poured from Kitagawa Kid's brow. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before his vision returned to clarity. Back in the schoolyard, he realized only a split second had passed. That was Itachi's genjutsu warning. Kitagawa Kid understood one thing clearly: Itachi would never. Having nothing better to do, he chose not to meddle with the situation, nor would he ever kill this non-Uchiha kid without reason. But the oppressive tension lingered, and there was no doubt the Hokage would be informed of this incident. Uchiha Itachi. One day, I'll take back the favor you owe me. Kitagawa Kid kicked the wall with a touch of irritation, then silently added to himself. Once you're all happy as a dutiful father and son, I can afford to wait. Patience is the farmer's virtue. Once Itachi was out of sight, Naruto ran over. Kitagawa Kid was Naruto's first true friend, someone the blonde deeply treasured. He was even slightly dependent on the bond they shared. Are you okay, Kid? Naruto asked, his concern evident. Nothing to worry about. Just had a talk with him, Kitagawa Kid waved dismissively. He figured this might be the only time in years he'd get a chance to meet Itachi, but he wasn't about to spend too much energy thinking about him. Changing the subject, he said, by the way, Naruto, you mentioned your dream before, didn't you? Naruto initially wanted to retort, didn't you say you weren't interested before? Instead, seeing how Kid's attitude toward him had worn, he felt a comforting sense of connection. Kid was the first person to show genuine concern for his dream, his first real friend. Pushing aside his earlier sadness, Naruto's face lit up with confidence as he declared loudly, my dream is, of course, to become Hokage. Kitagawa Kid laughed. Hokage, huh? That's definitely cool. Everyone's dream, right? But Naruto, why do you want to be Hokage? Naruto replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, so I can get everyone in the village to acknowledge me. The third Hokage, Old Man Hiruzen, is widely respected by everybody. I want that too. Kitagawa Kid knew this was the perfect moment. He dared to bet someone was secretly observing them, be it the ANBU, or perhaps even the supposedly departed Itachi. Without hesitation, he delivered the words he'd long prepared. Naruto, you're wrong. Becoming Hokage doesn't make people acknowledge you. Only someone who has already earned everyone's recognition can become Hokage. A Hokage isn't a tool. It's not about gaining benefits. Instead, it's a responsibility, a willingness to sacrifice for the sake of the village. That's what a true Hokage is. These words align seamlessly with Konoha's political ideals and the will of fire, leaving Naruto stunned. He didn't entirely understand, but he was profoundly moved. With an innocent curiosity, he asked, Kid, if I ever run for Hokage one day, would you support me? Without hesitation, Kitagawa Kid responded, of course. After all, you're my friend. Then he added with a playful grin, but first, Naruto, you'll have to earn the recognition of a lot of people, like you have mine. Only then will your title be truly deserved. On the other side of the hallway, Itachi hadn't left after all. He was quietly observing, wary of the possibility that Kitagawa Kid might suddenly turn hostile. To his surprise, the boy had just delivered a speech so perfectly aligned with the will of fire that Itachi couldn't help but resonate with it. It was as though he had discovered a kindred spirit. It's not becoming Hokage that earns recognition, it's the one who earns recognition that becomes Hokage. Itachi repeated the line softly to himself. Suddenly, an exuberant voice interrupted him, Nisan. Sasuke, who usually played it cool at school, lit up with excitement the moment he saw Itachi. He darted toward his brother and clung to him affectionately. Nisan, I heard you mumbling earlier. Was it something about one of your secret ANBU missions? Itachi shook his head. No, it was something a student said. Something wise. I find myself agreeing with it. Sasuke leaned on the railing, following Itachi's gaze across the corridor where his eyes met Naruto's distant figure. It wasn't he, that idiot, was it? Sasuke said skeptically. No. The one who said it is Kitagawa Kid. An interesting person, Itachi remarked with a contemplative look. Seeing how even his brother had acknowledged the boy, Sasuke silently etched the name Kitagawa Kid into his memory. Kid must be a genius if he can impress my brother, Sasuke thought to himself. At the school gates, under the shade of a tree, a swing swayed softly. The setting sun stretched a lonely shadow across the ground. Naruto sat on the swing, swaying back and forth as he often did, alone. From time to time, his gaze would drift toward children his own age. It was the first day of school, and many parents had come to ensure their kids were safely picked up. Most were there, concerned for their little one's first steps into the larger world. "What are you looking at, Naruto?" Kid's voice cut through the quiet as he suddenly jumped down from the tree above, startling Naruto. "Where did you even come from? You scared the life out of me." Naruto yelped, catching his breath. Kid simply chuckled, already aware of Naruto's habit of sitting here and watching the other kids. He had come to give the boy a surprise. Jumping down from the tree, Kid joined Naruto's, watching the other children being greeted by their parents. With a light-hearted smile, Kid said, "You envy them, don't you?" Before Naruto could respond, Kid abruptly asked, "Is it because you don't have parents?" Naruto froze in place, stunned by the bluntness of the question. Was that really something someone should say so directly? Kid smiled. "I don't have parents either, you know. So yeah, I envy them too." Naruto was startled to hear that Kitagawa Kid was also an orphan. He stared at him in surprise and then suddenly smiled. "So, you don't have parents either?" Kid replied, "Yeah, but being alone gives you freedom. No restrictions, like right now." He grabbed Naruto by the hand. Naruto wasn't sure what Kid was planning, but he trusted him and instinctively followed. "What are you doing? Where are we going?" Naruto asked as they ran. Kid grinned and kept running. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Who cares about their happiness? Eating my fill is my source of happiness," he declared. "Really?" Naruto felt an unexpected sense of relief. Why should someone else's happiness matter to him? Might as well focus on eating. Ah, food really is the best. Kid, taking advantage of Naruto's stature and reputation, dashed through the streets at breakneck speed, almost recklessly. In no time, they arrived at a ramen shop. Of course, it was Ichirako Ramen, Naruto's favorite place. Naruto stared at the shop, swallowed hard, and then shot a resentful look at Kid. "I just spent all my money on friendship dues. I can't afford ramen." "No worries. I'll treat you. 66 Rio should cover a big bowl of wide noodles," Kid said with a mischievous laugh. Hearing that Kid intended to use Naruto's friendship dues to treat him, Naruto's expression grew increasingly conflicted. "I spend my money, and somehow I'm paying for myself? Real or fake?" But since Kid was his friend, Naruto shrugged it off. With a cheerful stride, Naruto entered the ramen shop and shouted, "Old man Tucci. One large pork bone chashu ramen, please." Kid quietly glanced at the menu's prices, feeling it was a bit steep. But he didn't mind he hadn't befriended Naruto for money. Once the two sat down, Naruto's naturally sociable nature kicked in. No sooner had he taken a seat than he started chatting with Kid. "Kid, this place has the best ramen ever. You really get me, I love it here." "Is that so?" "I think it's because old man Tucci is such a great guy. That's what makes the ramen taste even better." Kid smiled. "That's true. But you're great too, Kid. Honestly, this is the first time a friend has treated me to a meal." "Really? Old man Tucci has treated me before, and the third Hokage too." "You're good to me, Kid," Naruto said, his eyes dimming and his tone softening. Kid noticed and thought of Naruto's situation in the village, his heart burning with injustice. Why should a Jinchuriki be treated like this? Why should a hero's child be denied respect? Taking a deep breath, Kid smiled and said encouragingly, "Naruto, this is just the beginning. You're going to be the Hokage one day. You'll definitely make lots of friends then." Naruto lowered his head, glancing up at Kid. "Really? But I'm not sure I even want to be Hokage." Before he could finish his sentence, a group of kids interrupted, jeering maliciously. "Never gonna happen. You damn fox. You're a curse to the whole village, and no one will ever be your friend." "That's right. My dad died 6 years ago because of you, you demon fox." Wham! Kid's anger flared instantly. He glared at the kids mocking Naruto. "I just consoled him, and now this? How dare they?" Kid stormed toward them, elbowing the most obnoxious boy to the ground. He then picked up a stick from the ground. In mere seconds, he had knocked all the kids down. Naruto, whose face had been clouded with sadness, now looked on in shock at Kid's fierceness. Kid's fighting was so intense that Naruto's jaw dropped open. You think you can just hurl insults without consequences? Apologize. Keed demanded. Clutching the sniveling troublemakers, Keed tightened his grip when they showed no signs of remorse. Apologize, he repeated. Before anyone could be forced to apologize, Naruto stepped in. Forget it, Keed. I'm used to it. But Keed squeezed the stick harder, as if silently warning the boys that if they didn't apologize soon, they'd really face his wrath. Under pressure, the boys finally hung their heads and mumbled apologies like frightened little chicks. The spectacle over, the crowd of onlookers began to disperse. Keed and Naruto returned to Ichiraku Ramen just as the steaming bowls were being served. Naruto deliberately slurped his noodles loudly, trying to distract Keed from the incident. He commended the shop owner's skills repeatedly. Keed couldn't help but ask, Naruto, why do you just endure their insults? Brats like that deserve a good beating. Naruto casually shrugged it off. Didn't you say you wanted to be Hokage? To win everyone's approval, you need them too. Keed looked at Naruto and realized he was too kind-hearted an embodiment of Ajura's soul. Helpless, he sighed and said, some things can't be resolved through words. Fists are the only answer sometimes. Never mind, let us eat. Keed knew he couldn't change Naruto's nature. It was who he was. As they ate, Naruto. The crowd cheered him on. Kei, how are you so strong? You can take on so many people by yourself. They're all students from the Ninja Academy too. Kitagawa Kei smiled and said, that's because I've been working hard and never giving up. Naruto rolled his eyes. Judging by Kei's tone, it was obvious he was bragging. In truth, Kei wasn't entirely wrong. The Stardew Valley system he had was indeed a grind-heavy system. Making friends required grinding, and mastering the 5 paths demanded even more effort. The 5 paths included ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques. Only by reaching elite Jonin level in all 5 paths could he unlock their mastery and gain unimaginably overpowered abilities. The system hinted at skills like Perfect Sage Mode, Time-Space Visual Jutsu, Death Gate from the 8 Gates, and 80 Gods Vacuum Fists. Each path had its own unique features, but mastering even one would guarantee Kei a spot as a Super Kage-level ninja. And yet, these godly abilities, there were 5 of them. Kei grinded all 5 paths every day, striving to unlock their mastery as soon as possible. But it was an exhausting endeavor, requiring not just effort but also talent. Fortunately, the Stardew Valley system was highly realistic, with hidden mechanics that helped him along. For instance, as long as Kei went to bed before midnight, he would always wake up at 6 in the morning fully refreshed. Waking up restored his mental energy and chakra completely, essentially giving him a full heal. Thanks to this mechanic, Kei could grind for nearly 18 hours a day. This relentless effort had already pushed him to Genin-level strength. He was the epitome of a hard-working genius. However, to speed things up, finding shortcuts was crucial. Kei decided to target Naruto and the others. Instead of relying on pure talent and grinding endlessly, wasn't it smarter to leverage the storyline and original characters? Why not make friends and build relationships instead? Kei lacked natural talent and a special bloodline. His only reliance was the divine power of the system. His expedited plan was clear: make friends, collect rewards, and elevate the 5 paths. For ninjutsu, he sought Naruto and Sasuke. For medical ninjutsu, Sakura. For genjutsu, Sasuke and Ino Yamanaka. For taijutsu, Rock Lee and Might Guy. Everyone but Sasuke was relatively easy to approach. As for Sasuke, Kei had a plan. He de-act after the Uchiha clan massacre. At that time, Sasuke would be emotionally shattered and deeply desperate for power. If Kei showed his strength and expressed a willingness to become a partner in growth, the chances of success were very high. Before acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke was devoted to his teammates and not yet consumed by obsession. With careful, calculated interactions, Sasuke was actually quite straightforward. Apart from shortcuts, Kei also intended to keep grinding and concocted a bold idea. His current mentor was Ebisu. Ebisu was a Tokubetsu Jonin, known for his excellence in teaching, endorsed by the 3rd Hokage himself, and even served as Konohamaru's personal tutor. Ebisu's strength and teaching skills were solid. But Ebisu had one glaring flaw: he was a notorious pervert. For those in the know, Kei's plan was obvious. On the road to strength, one would inevitably have to sacrifice a bit of dignity. Tonight, Ebisu was scheduled for a home visit. As an orphan, Kei, like Naruto, received special care from his mentors, and these visits were routine. To avoid misunderstandings, Kei and Naruto went straight home after dinner. Kei was a civilian-born ninja. Both his parents were Chunin. His house wasn't located in the heart of the village but closer to the Uchiha district and training grounds. Shortly after returning home, Ebisu arrived with a box of packaged milk. The village's subsidies have come through. Here, collect them, Ebisu said, entering casually. He was a regular visitor and quite familiar with K's place by now. He placed the milk and subsidy rewards on the table, turning his attention to K, who was lifting weights. Smiling, Ebisu asked, "Been training hard lately? How's it going?" K replied without hesitation, "Not bad. I've been running around the village every morning. Consistent effort makes up for my shortcomings. I'm making progress every day. By the way, Ebisu-sensei, I just learned this super cool ninjutsu." Before K could finish, Ebisu suddenly sensed a familiar danger and interrupted, waving his hand nervously. "Then you must have run into a green tight-suited man jogging around the village, am I right?" K nodded. Naturally, he had. He deliberately run laps around the village to catch Might Guy's attention. Ebisu chuckled and asked, "What do you think of him?" K pondered the question. While it seemed harmless on the surface, it was actually quite tricky. Ebisu and Might Guy were old comrades who had risked their lives together. K carefully replied, "He is a taijutsu prodigy, completely dedicated to the art of physical combat." Ebisu nodded approvingly. "Exactly. That's Might Guy, a jonin in Konoha and a master of taijutsu. K, would you like to learn from him?" K's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. This was Guy, the taijutsu king, a living legend in the Naruto world. Who wouldn't he become his apprentice? In the ninja world, no one can rival his taijutsu. Even Lord Madara acknowledged him as the strongest. Even if I can't master the 8 gates, training taijutsu under his guidance would be enough. Kitagawa Kid had always dreamed of following Might Guy, but he'd never managed to catch his attention. This time, however, he unexpectedly got a chance through Ebisu-sensei. Ebisu was willing to help because he knew Kid was very diligent in his taijutsu training. Every time Ebisu checked on him, Kid was deep in practice. At first, Ebisu thought Kid was putting on a show, but after observing him secretly a few times, he realized the boy's effort was genuinely sincere. As a civilian ninja himself, Ebisu understood Kid's struggles. Effort without proper guidance doesn't yield results, and as a ninja specializing in teaching, Ebisu knew this well. Coincidentally, Ebisu was very familiar with Might Guy, who was known to appreciate hard workers. Thus, Ebisu decided to give Kid a chance. Of course, whether Might Guy would accept him or not was out of his hands. After discussing taijutsu training, Ebisu suddenly smiled and asked, "Kid, you mentioned you've been working on a cool new jutsu. Why don't you demonstrate it for me?" Kitagawa Kid froze in embarrassment. He had planned to use this new jutsu to gain some leverage, but Ebisu-sensei had been so kind to him that he couldn't bring himself to. Seeing Kid's hesitant expression, Ebisu mistook it for shyness and encouraged him, "Don't worry, I believe in you. Give it a try." Kid mumbled, "Sensei, it might not be appropriate." Ebisu continued to coax him, "It's fine. Failure is a part of learning, and life is all about trying. I won't blame you." Hearing the reassurance, Kid's eyes lit up. "Sensei, you really won't blame me?" Ebisu chuckled kindly. How could a teacher blame his student? That was utterly impossible. Waving his hand, Ebisu reassured him, "Come on, do you think I'd lie to you? Adults don't lie to children." Then, he eagerly urged, "Quick, show me. I want to witness your progress." Alright, Kid took a deep breath and began forming hand signs. "This is a jutsu I developed by modifying the transformation jutsu. It's incredibly effective for gathering intelligence and infiltrating enemy ranks." Bang! With a puff of smoke, a dainty twin-tailed beauty appeared in front of Ebisu. She fluttered her lashes and threw him a coquettish wink. Thud! Blood spurted from Ebisu's nose as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Sensei? Are you okay?" Although Kid had mentally prepared himself, he didn't expect Ebisu to be so fragile just like in the original story. He quickly pulled out a blood-replenishing potion he had prepared beforehand and forced it down Ebisu's throat. Before long, Ebisu suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Kid with a dazed, resentful look. Kid scratched his head awkwardly. Sensei, you said you wouldn't blame me. I didn't expect you to react like that." "Shut up." Ebisu took a deep breath, wishing he could bury himself into the ground. His reputation as a respectable teacher had been utterly destroyed at Kid's hands. There'd be no way to hold his head high before students from now on. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Ebisu lowered his voice and asked gravely, "Kid, you're not planning to spread this around, are you?" Kid vigorously shook his head. "Don't worry, Sensei. I promise this one tea reached the academy. It wouldn't be good. When Ebisu heard the words reach the academy, his face instantly darkened. As an educator, his very professional integrity was on the verge of collapse. Sealing Keed's lips was now his top priority. Putting on the most genuine smile he could muster, he asked, Keed, how would you say I usually treat you? Oh, you're the best, sensei. You're always so kind to me. Keed replied without hesitation. The words had barely left his mouth when Keed sheepishly added, but, sensei, I've hit a bit of a roadblock in my training lately. Testing the waters, are we? This kid. Ebisu knew Keed had ulterior motives, but the fact he was asking for help reassured Ebisu. After all, people who received favors were less likely to break trust. Kindly, Ebisu asked, what's the trouble? Speak freely, and I'll assist you. A spark of excitement flashed in Keed's eyes as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Sensei, I want to learn more advanced jutsu. I've already mastered the 3 basic techniques. You just saw one of them. Stop. After coughing awkwardly to regain composure, Ebisu motioned for him to continue. Ahem, go on. I'll help however I can. I want to learn a C-rank jutsu, the fire release, great fireball technique. Keed declared. Ebisu immediately frowned. You're not ready yet. Your chakra control still isn't strong enough. I can teach you later, but... Sensei, are you sure my chakra control isn't good enough? Keed interjected with a sly grin. Oh? Ebisu raised an intrigued brow. Some doubts arose. Beichuan Feng was only 19 years old. Did he really think everyone could be as strong as Kakashi or Itachi? Beichuan Feng explained, I started practicing tree climbing and water walking a month ago. I can even hang upside down on a tree. Ebisu was surprised. Where did you learn these training methods? Kakashi. Of course, Beichuan Feng knew these techniques from the original story. Tree climbing and water walking were among the few effective training methods available. After crossing into this world, these were the first things he thought of. But he couldn't reveal the truth directly, so he muttered, I heard about them from my parents a long time ago. His voice dropped to a somber tone. Ebisu quickly realized he had asked a foolish question and tried to comfort him. The fact that you thought of this and carried it out shows you're already exceptional among your peers in school. The great fireball technique, huh? I'll teach you that later. Don't rush home after school tomorrow. Wait for me in the classroom. I'll take you to see my guy, and in the meantime, teach you this technique. At the center of the Hidden Leaf Village, inside the Hokage's office, Itachi Uchiha, both a spy for his clan and for the village, had come to report after seeing Sasuke home from school. The third Hokage, watching as Itachi removed his mask to reveal his face, asked with genuine concern, yesterday's mission didn't compromise your standing within the Uchiha clan, did it? Usually cold and reserved, Itachi's demeanor softened upon entering the office. The Uchiha faction pushing for a coup remains as resolute as ever. My father continues to mediate, but Danzo. His words trailed off there. In truth, the Uchiha clan had been planning a coup for some time. It had been a frequent topic at clan meetings. If not for his father's firm suppression of these sentiments, the consequences would have been catastrophic. What Itachi feared most, however, was his father. Within the clan, emotions were boiling over, and his father's grip on the situation was weakening. The third Hokage took a deep puff of his pipe, fully aware of Danzo's animosity toward the Uchiha. But for now, there was nothing to do but tacitly permit things as they were. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to discuss the matter with Danzo later. But for the moment, stabilizing Itachi was his priority. The third Hokage maintained a kindly smile and addressed Itachi as if he were a family elder. I'll speak to Danzo. The Uchiha will always be a part of the Hidden Leaf. I believe this, Itachi, and I believe in you. Hearing this recognition from the Hokage, Itachi was visibly moved. Seeing the effect of his words, the Hokage pressed further. Even in precarious times, you're still a ninja of the leaf. Keep a watchful eye on the Uchiha for us. Understood, Itachi replied in a deep, steady voice. Satisfied with Itachi's response, the third Hokage shifted to a lighter topic. So, you took leave today to visit your younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha? At the mention of Sasuke, a rare smile crossed Itachi's face. But in the Hokage's office, everything revolved around official business. Itachi nodded and then brought up another issue. Hokage-sama, while at the Ninja Academy, I noticed an incident involving the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. He was being deliberately extorted by someone. The third Hokage, whose tacit approval of Naruto's ostracization had been his policy thus far, reacted with a trace of anger. This was different now. It couldn't simply be ignored. Whose child is responsible for this? Itachi responded, Beichuan Feng, an unusual student. Hearing the words unusual, the third Hokage sensed a possible opportunity and took note of the name. What had first sounded like a disciplinary issue became a matter of interest. Initially planning only to reprimand this boy, the Hokage later made a point to check on Naruto as well. Itachi then explained the incident to the Hokage in detail, holding nothing back. When he learned that Naruto, even while being extorted, still spoke up on the other person's behalf, the third Hokage felt a pang of discomfort. He knew Naruto well. The boy was too lonely, with no peers willing to be genuine friends with him. Even if someone feigned interest in exchange for money, Naruto would cling to them like a moth to a flame, chasing that single flicker of light. This realization made the Hokage wary of Beichuan Feng. He had allowed Naruto to gradually make friends at the academy, but the influence of a first friendship would be significant. If this boy turned out to be a radical, the ramifications would be disastrous. Recalling Itachi's description, the Hokage guessed that Beichuan Feng must have something remarkable about him to have drawn Itachi's attention. This Beichuan Feng, is he truly that extraordinary? Itachi nodded. After dealing with the extortion incident, I observed him in secret for about 15 minutes. Beichuan Feng proactively took an interest in Naruto's dreams. Naruto mentioned that he wanted to be Hokage so that everyone would acknowledge him. But Beichuan Feng disagreed. He told Naruto that his way of thinking was wrong. He said that it's not by becoming Hokage that one earns others' recognition, rather, someone who has earned everyone's recognition can become Hokage. The Hokage, visibly struck by those words, fell deep into thought. This sentiment precisely captured the essence of his own philosophy, the will of fire. Beichuan Feng, this child from an ordinary family, had inadvertently revealed a profound understanding. To speak such words, he surely must be a steadfast believer in the will of fire. His political alignment was impeccable. The Hokage's expression brightened again, a confident smile returning to his face. Beichuan Feng is indeed an interesting, outstanding student. He is 9 years old this year, isn't? Just 3 more years until graduation. The Hokage turned back to Itachi. Suddenly, someone asked, how is Kakashi doing now? Hearing the Hokage suddenly showing interest in Kakashi, Itachi speculated silently. Could the third Hokage have special plans for Kitagawa Kid, intending to assign Kakashi as his teacher after he graduates? However, Itachi wasn't certain if the third Hokage was just acting on a whim, and besides, it wasn't something that concerned him much. He replied frankly, Kakashi-senpai is pretty much the same as always, though he is a bit colder than before. Itachi refrained from using dark to describe Kakashi. The third, who was well aware of Kakashi's condition, let out a sigh, beginning to form some new plans for Kakashi's future. The next day, just as dawn broke, Kitagawa Kid woke up promptly at 6 o'clock. He had a habit of turning on the TV first thing, watching the weather forecast, and then tuning into Stardew Valley's unique fortune-telling segment. In Stardew Valley, there was a hidden mechanism where fortune-telling on TV could predict one's luck for the day. The color raised by the fortune teller, Welwick, determined the luck. Purple meant exceptional luck, yellow meant good luck, blue was average, black indicated bad luck, and red signaled extremely bad luck. Today, the spirits are in a great mood and will do their utmost to bring you good fortune. Kitagawa Kid smiled. Exceptional luck. Emperor Kai is bound to shine today. After the fortune-telling, he opened his mailbox and found an exclamation mark. You've received a greeting letter from Uzumaki Naruto. Dear Kid, you're my first and best friend. I don't really know how to interact with friends, so I might come off as a bit rude. Please bear with me. Here is a jutsu I learned from Pervy Sage. I hope you like it. Attachment, Rasengan Training Manual and Naruto's Beginner Notes. The villagers had also sent him some local specialties, moving Kitagawa Kid deeply. While he had already known how to train for the Rasengan, Naruto's shared notes were undoubtedly going to help him progress faster. The Rasengan was an A-rank, seal-less ninjutsu and Naruto's signature move, accompanying him throughout his growth. Later on, it could be developed into S-rank moves like the Rasen Shuriken, or even combined with various chakra natures to create powerful techniques. Its potential was limitless. Kitagawa Kid had already planned to practice the Rasengan once his chakra reserves improved, but Naruto's gesture had given him an early boost. He couldn't help but check Naruto's friendship level, which had increased by a full star. In just one day, their relationship deepened significantly. It seemed that meeting Naruto at just the right moment had an instant impact. The timing and setting of Kitagawa Kid's interactions were nearly perfect. So much so that even a simple gesture of paying for a meal, such as treating him to a bowl of ramen, could swiftly increase their bond, reaching a bond level of 1 star in just one day. If he had waited a few more days until Naruto became closer to Shikamaru and Choji or formed bonds with Sasuke, achieving a one-star bond in a single day would have been almost impossible. In Naruto's eyes, the value of his first friend was like a white moonlight, something sacred. I don't have nearly enough chakra right now to support training for an A-rank jutsu. I'll have to take it one step at a time. Slow is fast, fast is slow. I need to go at my own pace. After some thought, Kitagawa Kid decided to hold off on practicing the Rasengan for now. Instead, he planned to learn the Great Fireball Jutsu from Ebisu-sensei first. The Great Fireball Jutsu was a C-rank technique, not too difficult and requiring relatively little chakra, making it perfect at his current level. Once his chakra reserves were sufficient, he could slowly work on the Rasengan. With Naruto's notes from his earlier training, future progress would definitely be faster, so there was no need to rush. After breakfast, Kitagawa Kid began his daily training by jogging around the village of Konoha. When it was time for school, he stopped by Naruto's house early, intending to go to class together with him. Knock, knock, knock. Knocks sounded at the door. Naruto was still lazily asleep, wearing a nightcap and pajamas. He stumbled groggily to the door, yawning, "Who is it? So early?" When he saw it was Kitagawa Kid, he immediately lit up with joy. But glancing down at his pajamas, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, afraid it might look like he didn't take him seriously. Bracing himself, Naruto chuckled nervously. "Kid, it's you. Up this early, huh? Ha ha." Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "Of course. Today's a school day. Did you forget? School?" Naruto shouted, slapping his forehead. He had completely forgotten. "No way. No way. I'm gonna be late." He rushed back inside to change his clothes. When he came out and saw Kitagawa Kid still waiting for him, Naruto was a little embarrassed but said apologetically, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Kid." "No big deal." Kitagawa Kid handed him a freshly bought breakfast. "You probably haven't eaten yet. Eat it on the way." Naruto looked at the steaming hot breakfast and felt his heart warm. And then came the twist. "Remember to pay me back." "It's 56 Ryo," Kitagawa Kid said suddenly. Without hesitation, Naruto pulled out a 100 Ryo bill. "Here, take it." Kitagawa Kid glanced at it. "That's too much." Naruto, ever the generous one, grinned. "I'm not short on cash. Keep the change." Kitagawa Kid. He wanted to refuse, he wasn't befriending Naruto for money. But Naruto pressed the money into his hands, insisting, "I have plenty of money. It's fine. Just take it." Kawakami Kitagawa didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, so he reluctantly accepted it. He knew very well that Naruto really was loaded. With all the allowances and subsidies the village offered, it wasn't hard to guess that Naruto had the highest bracket. And, on top of that, the third Hokage occasionally sent Naruto extra living expenses. Although Naruto's home appeared to be poverty-stricken, eating nothing but expired milk and instant ramen. In reality, Naruto was swimming in wealth. The thing was, he couldn't find a way to spend that much money and tended to buy piles of milk and ramen all at once. This resulted in his household looking incredibly poor. "I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late," Naruto shouted anxiously as he dashed down the corridor. Kawakami Kitagawa, however, remained utterly unhurried. Being late wasn't that big of a deal. As long as you showed up, that was enough. "I'll head on first." "See you later," Kawakami said, casually turning a corner to walk into the classroom ahead of him. Inside, Ebisu, wearing his usual dark sunglasses, stood stoically as he conducted the lesson. When Kawakami strolled in nonchalantly, Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses and was just about to say something. But remembering last night's events, Ebisu hesitated. Kawakami was only a little late, and it wasn't anything significant. Just as Ebisu was about to let it slide, Kawakami unexpectedly offered a serious apology. "I'm sorry, sensei. I was late today because I was helping an elderly lady cross the street." The whole class exchanged knowing looks. They all saw through the excuse. Some of them waited eagerly for the teacher to punish him, while others chuckled in schadenfreude. But no one could have anticipated what happened next. Ebisu smiled slightly and said, Kawakami, assisting an elderly woman to cross the street aligns perfectly with our Leaf Village's values of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Well done. You should all learn from his example, understood?" The class looked at each other, confused. Something wasn't adding up. Usually, students who arrived late had to stand in the corner or get their hands smacked, oftentimes needing their parents to be called. Did Ebisu suddenly turn into a kinderman? Kawakami, unconcerned with what others thought, took his seat calmly. Of course, he could have gone straight into the classroom without saying a word. But apologizing? Respecting the teacher? That's strategy at work. When you have a small hold over a teacher, you don't misuse it indiscriminately, save it for moments that count. For example, like what happened last night. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was also late, wasn't nearly as lucky as Kawakami. He was currently standing outside the classroom as punishment, shivering in the cool breeze, feeling utterly dejected. If I had known, I wouldn't have stopped to eat breakfast on the way here, but breakfast was so good. No, Naruto shook his head to clear it, thoughts trailing off to Kawakami. His lips curled into a smile. Heh, at least I have a partner in crime. Standing around as punishment alone is boring, having a buddy makes it the stuff of brotherly bonds. Naruto made up his mind, forget standing as punishment. Time to find his buddy Kawakami and join him. However, when Naruto hurried to the classroom door and saw no one in the hallway, he felt disappointed. But at the same time, he was pleased his friend hadn't been punished alongside him. Then, when he leaned against the window to sneak a peek into the classroom, he couldn't hold back his shock. Kawakami Kitagawa was sitting comfortably in his seat without a trace of being reprimanded for being late. It's fine for brothers to share sufferings, but they absolutely cannot enjoy peace alone. Naruto felt envious. So he stayed leaning against the wall, letting the chilly wind brush over him, pondering deeply about life. He didn't blame Kawakami after all. Kawakami always looked out for him, reminded him to go to school, and even sometimes bought him breakfast. But why was there such a huge difference between their teachers? Just then, a hand landed on Naruto's shoulder. Why are you standing at my classroom door? Were you punished and came here just to see me? Naruto, since when do you care about people so much? A familiar, gentle voice rang out. Naruto turned his head to see Kawakami's warm smile. In that moment, Naruto felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Hey, why are you out? Naruto asked, touched but confused. You've been looking at me from the window for so long. So I came out to keep you company, Kawakami replied with a smile. It doesn't feel right seeing a friend standing out here all alone. Really? Naruto froze. It was the first time he experienced such direct concern from a friend. He realized that Kawakami's actions would probably get him in trouble with the teacher. But he couldn't figure out how to respond to such heartfelt thoughtfulness. At that moment, Irika-sensei came sprinting over, looking visibly anxious. Seeing that Naruto was fine, Irika let out a relieved sigh. Naruto, what are you doing in front of someone else's classroom? Do you know how worried I was about you? Irika's tone was full of the exasperation and concern of a parent. Kawakami chuckled and remarked, All right, Naruto, you'd better head back. Your teacher seems pretty concerned about you. Make sure you don't wander off next time. Got it. Naruto nodded submissively, completely taken in by Kawakami's words. He obediently followed Irika away. Two glanced at Kitagawa Kid's gradually receding figure, feeling a bit downhearted. Gotcha. Kitagawa Kid did it on purpose, though he hadn't expected Naruto to be punished with standing in place and then come looking for him. He felt someone sneaking peeks at him. Once he realized it was Naruto, he displayed a friendly concern for him. Providing emotional support to friends at the right time to increase favorability, this was his instinct. Afterward, Kitagawa Kid's school life returned to normal. This state lasted until the end of class. Ebisu-sensei, where are we going to train? Kitagawa Kid quickly stood up and asked when he saw the teacher arrive. To the training field. Guy will arrive a bit later. For now, I'll teach you the fire release, great fireball technique, Ebisu replied. Kitagawa Kid acknowledged with a nod, and Ebisu took the lead, running ahead. Seemingly intent on testing his student, Ebisu's speed was incredible. He leaped across rooftops, getting faster and faster, already surpassing the speed of a standard genin. For the majority of students in the academy, let alone keeping up, even staying within sight of him would be a challenge. Perhaps realizing he'd gone overboard, Ebisu glanced back, worried that Kitagawa Kid couldn't keep up. When he looked back, he saw Kid sweating but evidently still far from his limit. Ebisu's eyes revealed a flash of astonishment. Initially intending only to test his student's limits and settle a minor grudge from the night before, he hadn't expected Kitagawa Kid to be this capable. He recalled how, just 3 months ago, Kid had started diligently training after a history of lackluster performance and average combat ability, ranking in the lower middle of his class. In a mere 3 months, Kitagawa Kid had made remarkable progress. Is he one of those hard-working prodigies, like Guy? Ebisu wondered to himself, his admiration for Kid growing stronger by the second. He suddenly became quite eager to see Kitagawa Kid meet and train with Guy. Upon arriving at the training field, Ebisu came to a halt, adjusted his sunglasses, and said, "Kid, your taijutsu foundation is solid, and your performance is commendable. But the ninjutsu training we'll be doing next isn't something that hard work alone can accomplish. You must focus and concentrate fully." Understood. Kitagawa Kid was well aware of the importance of innate talent. The great Itachi Uchiha had mastered the fire release, great fireball technique in just one glance, a genius among geniuses. Even Sasuke, driven by jealousy, trained hard for several days. Although he couldn't match his brother, his innate talent was still stunning. For ordinary folk like himself, who lacked bloodline limits or overwhelming natural gifts, mastering a practical C-rank ninjutsu often required a year or even longer. This wasn't something effort alone could overcome. "Alright, I'll demonstrate the fire release, great fireball technique now. Watch closely," Ebisu reminded him. Equals 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 equals. The correct hand seal sequence for the great fireball technique is snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Ebisu made the seals slowly, at a paced speed of 1 per second, so that Kid could observe them clearly. While forming the seals, he simultaneously explained the critical release points. "Kid, you need to concentrate your chakra precisely between your chest and throat. After finishing the seals, open your mouth to release the flames. Like this." After forming the final seal, Ebisu slightly contracted his abdomen. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, striking the lake's surface and sending up clouds of steam. He adjusted his sunglasses with a smile and asked, "The key points are what I just explained. Got it?" Just a teeny bit difficult. Kitagawa Kid felt thoroughly confused. He understood the hand seals and had processed the directions, but when it came to chakra manipulation, he was clueless. Kitagawa Kid decided to give it a try. After all, practice is the true path to discovering the truth. "I'll give it a shot, sensei," he said. Ebisu could tell that Kid only half understood the process. However, one-on-one teaching is all about personalized training. Observe mistakes during practice and then work on targeted corrections. This was a principle Ebisu had grasped after years of teaching experience. With a smile, he said, "Alright, go ahead. I'll observe your movements and chakra flow to help correct you in a moment." What? Ebisu was left utterly dumbfounded by what he saw. He couldn't help lifting his sunglasses, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Before him, an enormous fireball, identical to the one he had just demonstrated, burst forth from Kitagawa Kid's mouth. It was as precise and powerful as his own, utterly astonishing. Even Kid himself was stunned by his incredible performance. "So, I'm the genius all along?" Ebisu, finally snapping out of it, praised him with excitement. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be a once-in-a-decade genius of Konoha. I've heard that the genius who graduated early 2 years ago, Uchiha Itachi, learned the great fireball technique after seeing it performed just once. I never imagined you'd possess such extraordinary talent in ninjutsu as well." Kitagawa Kaze humbly said, "It was just luck. I never thought it would turn out this way." Ebisu chuckled and replied, "Humility is a virtue, but you're being too humble." With that, he walked over to Kitagawa Kaze, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You're something. Hiding your abilities so well." Inwardly, Kitagawa Kaze thought, "Teacher, you might have misunderstood." Ebisu, as if suddenly remembering something, quickly reminded him, "Kaze, this is only your first time using it. You're not familiar with it yet. Hurry up while you still have the feeling and solidify it." Got it. Kitagawa Kaze knew how important it was to stabilize his technique, so he immediately resumed forming hand seals. However, this time he failed. The flame sputtered back into his mouth, choking him into a fit of coughing. He tried a third time, then a fourth, still the same. Subsequent attempts barely amounted to him spitting. Ebisu was astonished by what he saw and quickly stepped in to give guidance. But all their efforts only proved that Kitagawa Kaze's earlier claim of just luck wasn't false. What incredible luck! Both Kitagawa Kaze and Ebisu thought the same thing. Still, if it worked once, could a second success be that far away? In the mastery of the 5 paths in Stardew Valley, every step forward builds on the last, and no progress is ever lost. As long as Kitagawa Kaze improved, he wouldn't backslide. And if he could recapture the sensation of that first success, his progress would accelerate even further. His experience was completely unique compared to others. Clearly, one moment of success for him had a much greater impact than external instruction from someone else. Kitagawa Kaze had both. It wasn't hard to foresee if he kept this up, in just 10 days to 2 weeks, he would undoubtedly master the great fireball technique. This was the golden value of top-notch natural luck combined with 5-path mastery. Just as Kitagawa Kaze and Ebisu were immersed in their one-on-one tutoring. A flash of green spandex, a bowl haircut as bright as a watermelon, and thick eyebrows suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The unmistakable outfit, it could only be the legendary Might Guy. Yo! Ebisu, diving into youthful training so early, huh? Yes. Youth waits for no one. Charge forward with all your might. Might Guy struck a thumbs-up pose, flashing his dazzling white teeth, which nearly blinded Kitagawa Kaze. Ebisu whispered quietly into Kitagawa Kaze's ear, "Kaze, Might Guy here is a big-hearted loudmouth kind of a headcase. Just bear with him. You'll get used to it. He is actually incredibly passionate and very sincere." Kitagawa Kaze nodded repeatedly. He already knew about Might Guy's fiery energy and unique personality. After instructing his student, Ebisu stepped forward to greet Guy. "Guy, still the same energetic self, huh? Long time no see." Guy beamed and said, "Ebisu, I heard you've been doing great at the academy. This must be the student you mentioned earlier, Kitagawa Kaze, right?" Once Kitagawa Kaze realized that Might Guy was a straightforward kind of person, he decided to engage boldly rather than timidly. "Yes, Guy-senpai. I often see you embodying the spirit of youth in the mornings. Senpai, you've always been such an inspiration to me." At this point, Kitagawa Kaze's expression grew dramatically enthusiastic. "Senpai, every time I set a goal for myself, it's like running around the entire village 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. Every time I felt like giving up, I would see you charging ahead of me, never giving up, never stopping. I was so moved by your youthful spirit that I gritted my teeth and persevered. I never imagined that, under your inspiration, I would manage to meet one impossible goal after another. This is what it means to be youthful, senpai." Tears streamed down Kitagawa Kaze's face as he delivered this impassioned speech. Moved to tears as well, Guy embraced him tightly, and the two of them shouted, "Youth!" Ebisu was left dumbstruck by the sight. What the heck just happened? When did my student become so fiery? Something wasn't right. Something wasn't adding up. Why did he suddenly feel like a third wheel in some over-dramatized movie scene? The awkwardness was overwhelming. Kitagawa Kaze was supposed to be his student, the one he introduced to Guy. Forcing a polite smile, Ebisu cleared his throat and said, "Guy, Kitagawa Kaze has been having some trouble with certain aspects of his taijutsu. Could you take a look at his progress and give him some pointers? I don't know much about taijutsu myself, so I'm counting on you to guide him." "No problem." Guy readily agreed. He and Kitagawa Kaze hit it off instantly. Young Kitagawa Kaze reminded Guy so much of himself when he was younger, always stubbornly setting what seemed like impossible goals and pushing himself to achieve them. To push himself further, a younger Guy had even considered Kakashi as a rival, chasing his ambitions one step at a time. And wasn't that almost exactly how Kitagawa Kaze had looked up to him for motivation? It's no wonder Guy felt a particular fondness for the earnestness in Kaze's demeanor. The truth was, Kitagawa Kaze had already thought carefully about how to present himself to Guy. By highlighting Guy's own youthful determination from his younger years, paired with their shared sense of relentless perseverance, Kaze knew Guy would warm to him quickly. It was only natural for kindred spirits to bond. Wasn't this precisely what had brought Rock Lee and Guy together in the first place? Rock Lee's stubbornness and fiery passion were a perfect match for Guy's own values, making him almost like Guy's doppelganger in certain ways. Guy was so moved by Lee's unyielding spirit that he once vowed to die alongside him if it came to that. This detail was at the heart of Kitagawa Kaze's plan. A practical and achievable action plan embark on the promising path of following Guy Sensei's methods. Good. We'll start training right away. Youth can't be wasted. Guy issued the order resolutely. Since he decided to guide Beichuan Foam under Ebisu's suggestion, action needed to start immediately. Foam, warm up with 1,000 weighted jump ropes. Then do 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 sit-ups. Beichuan Foam was utterly dumbfounded. This was considered a warm-up? Jumping rope was manageable, sit-ups were still acceptable, but 1,000 push-ups? He knew that at most, he could barely manage 20 or 30 in one go. This wasn't training, it was pure torture. As a self-proclaimed emperor of grind, Beichuan Foam believed in scientific training. He pushed himself hard, but never to the point of being utterly drained. After all, the system mechanics he relied on had limitations. If he overworked himself on the first day, his strength would only recover halfway by the next. But Gaia's training methods clashed completely with the system's mechanics, making Feng hesitate. Just then, a set of heavy weights was tossed in his direction. On instinct, Beichuan Feng caught them. "This is for your pre-warm-up set. Strap them onto your legs and get moving. Youth waits for no one," Gai shouted. Clenching his teeth, Beichuan Feng decided to trust Gai. After all, Gai Sensei's teaching was the true golden path to the summit. The system's mechanics? That would take decades of relentless grinding to reach the peak. Besides, if Li could eventually open the 8 gates to assist him, it meant Gai's training methods must have some profound secrets. Alright, let us go all out and feel some fiery passion for once. Beichuan Feng strapped on the weights, shifted around a bit, and felt the tremendous burden bearing down on him. Excellent! The warm-up for taijutsu training is officially starting now. Gai, whistling enthusiastically as though he were a referee announcing a sporting event, made sure the session felt ceremonious. But he wasn't just a referee. He was also a participant. Gai began jumping rope with weights as well, deliberately matching his pace with Beichuan Feng's. This was Gai's teaching philosophy: train alongside his students, serve as their role model, and inspire them to keep striding forward. Standing beside Beichuan Feng, Gai occasionally called out words of encouragement filled with youth and passion. Hard work is the strongest form of ninjutsu. Perseverance is the ultimate path. Feng, youth means fighting and enduring. Keep up this momentum, charge forward. Although Beichuan Feng was regarded as the king of pretending, someone with occasional hints of social awkwardness, that was just a facade. Deep down, he had an underlying fear of social interactions. He didn't particularly enjoy that uncle-like overzealous motivation style. But for some reason, Gai's words always felt trustworthy, comforting, and brimming with strength. During the warm-up, Feng's initial hesitance was gradually swept away by Gai's relentless encouragement. To his surprise, Beichuan Feng found himself able to finish the warm-up plan Gai had laid out. Previously, he would exhaust himself completely, switch to studying ninjutsu or medical arts for recovery, and then continue training. This time, after finishing the warm-up, his body was tired, and his mind was a little wobbly. But before he could fully catch his breath, Gai's booming voice jolted him awake. "I knew it, Feng, you're amazing. Youth is exactly like this. As long as you work hard and persist, you'll succeed." Even though Beichuan Feng was still gasping for air, Gai pulled him right into the main training session. Excitedly laying out the customized training plan, Gai exclaimed, "Alright. Now that the warm-up is over, let us celebrate our youth by running 100 laps around the village before sunset." 100 laps? Beichuan Feng was startled by the number. At his most intense, he only managed 10 laps, and that was already his limit. Having burned through so much energy during the warm-up, he estimated that a few laps were all he managed now. But Gai just laughed heartily, giving Feng a big thumbs up. "That's absolutely right. 100 laps. This is to celebrate our very first training session together. Isn't it romantic? Isn't it youthful, Feng?" "Ah, of course. The Gai kind of romance." Feng glanced up at the sky. At his current pace, he figured that finishing 10 laps by sunset would be an incredible achievement. And that wasn't even accounting for how much the exertion would drain his stamina. But now that he was on this path, there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth and resolved to see it through. What were 10 laps anyway? By the first lap, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Beichuan Feng wanted to pause for some water. But Gai conveniently handed him a 20-pound barrel of salt water, leaving Feng no choice but to keep going. By the second lap, his stomach began cramping. Feng felt it might be time to take his poor body to a medic. But Gai reassured him, saying he knew several doctors, so there was nothing to worry about. By the third lap, Feng was staggering. Gai never left his side, constantly cheering him on with high-energy enthusiasm and youth-filled slogans. Feng realized by then that there was no possible way to turn back. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and tough it out. The only thing keeping him going was the thought of receiving a letter from Gai tomorrow morning, filled with recognition and admiration, to lift his spirits. Maybe his perseverance would earn Gai's heartfelt approval one day, granting him the chance to master the 8 gates technique and soar to the top. Even if that thought was just wishful thinking, it was motivation enough to keep him running. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden light on Kitagawa Keat and drawing out a long shadow. He walked step by step, seemingly tireless, until the sky turned completely dark and he collapsed to the ground. Kitagawa Kid had succeeded. At the very least, he had persevered until sunset. This was an outcome his rational mind had never anticipated. Initially, his intention had been purely utilitarian, a casual attempt to match Guy's enthusiastic energy. Kid. Youth is about never giving up. This is the power of effort. Kitagawa Kid glanced sideways at Guy's impassioned and fervent expression. He initially wanted to retort but ended up smiling instead. Reflecting on himself, he realized he had plenty of rationality but lacked something crucial: youth. It was a kind of unrelenting drive, a will to stop at nothing until a goal was achieved. And Guy had filled that void of youth in his heart. Ding dong! The sudden chime of the system echoed. You have received an encouragement letter from Might Guy in your inbox. Kid. Keep pushing forward. Youth cannot afford to slack off. Might Guy. Attachment: a handbook of taijutsu techniques my father taught me as a child to help correct your training movements. A flow of training experience surged into his mind, containing a complete and scientific training methodology. How to run correctly, proper push-up techniques, scientifically sound sit-ups. The madness of Guy's training routine was shockingly scientific. Simultaneously, his taijutsu skill level advanced. Among the 5 principal abilities, the taijutsu column leveled up. Each of the 5 skills had 10 levels in total. Level 0 was the unranked tier. Levels 1-3 marked Genin, 4-6 Chunin, 7-9 Jonin, and level 10 symbolized an elite Jonin. Kitagawa Kid's taijutsu progressed from level 1 to level 2. The world of Stardew's ranking system tier leveling brought hidden perks. No matter how utterly exhausted he was on any given day, he would wake up fully rejuvenated the next day. To Kitagawa Kid, this was monumental news. He could confirm with absolute certainty that after enduring Guy's devilish training regimen, his current condition was guaranteed to be utterly drained. But tomorrow, he would unquestionably wake up in full health. Additionally, Stardew's sleep mechanics ran up to 2 a.m. at the latest. This meant Kitagawa Kid could grind 2 extra hours each night compared to his usual schedule. Hard work doesn't go unrewarded. This unexpected bonus is a real surprise. Lying on the ground, Kitagawa Kid let a faint smile creep up at the corners of his mouth. Guy's training this time had indeed been highly rewarding. On one hand, he had earned Guy's recognition and greatly improved his chances of becoming his apprentice, which could lead to learning the 8 gates technique. On the other, his taijutsu had advanced a level, bringing him closer to mastering all 5 disciplines. Guy squatted beside him, helping remove his training weights. While massaging Kid's sore muscles, he remarked, "This massage technique has been passed down in my family. It's very effective, so remember it." He added, "Later, I'll also prepare a medicinal bath for you. That way, your legs will still work tomorrow." Guy grinned, giving him a big thumbs up. "I didn't expect your determination to last until sunset, Kid. I acknowledge your youth." Kitagawa Kid hesitated slightly. "But I didn't complete the goal you set, sensei." Guy exclaimed enthusiastically, "That doesn't matter. The 500 laps I mentioned were impossible anyway. That goal was there to challenge you, to spur you on. As long as you gave it your all, that's already something to be proud of. Youth is about effort, Kid." Kitagawa Kid nodded quietly. He had long known the truth: genius equals 99% effort and 1% talent. The system's divine interventions could make up for talent, but effort had to come from himself. Suddenly, he saw Naruto running toward him in a hurry, holding a bento box in his hands. When Naruto spotted Kitagawa Kid, he slowed his pace, looking a little bashful as he handed over the meal. Kitagawa Kid felt the warmth of the bento box and asked, surprised, "Naruto, how did you know I hadn't eaten dinner?" Naruto chuckled awkwardly. "Didn't you say you'd have special training with your teacher this afternoon? I was wandering around the village, saw you training, and thought I'd help you out. You treated me to dinner last night, so tonight it's my turn. Now we're even." Looking at the bento box, Kid noticed how meticulously it was prepared, with a balanced mix of vegetables and meat. Clearly, Naruto had put his heart into preparing it. Then it hit him: Naruto, infamous as the village demon fox, was shunned by both villagers and shopkeepers. The main reason Naruto was so devoted to Ichiraku ramen was that no other restaurant in the village would serve him. And yet, he had somehow managed to procure this bento for Kid. Thank you, Kid murmured softly in gratitude. Naruto simply waved it off, smiling brightly. "Eat it quickly while it's hot, or else it won't taste good. I ran all the way over to bring it to you." "Really? You've got such a good heart." "Well, we're friends, aren't we?" Naruto replied, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Kitagawa Kid gazed at Naruto, momentarily silent. At first, he had thought of their bond as a practical, mutually beneficial friendship, but Naruto was different. Naruto possessed a unique warmth about him that made being around him especially comforting. His clumsy yet sincere way of expressing emotions felt so genuine. Yeah, we're friends. Oh, by the way, don't forget to pay your friend fee for today's 66 Rio, non-negotiable. Kid teased with a grin. What? Naruto exclaimed, stunned. Stunned on the spot. Kitagawa Kid seemed much more relaxed as he climbed to his feet, patted the dust off his clothes, and quipped, just joking with you, Naruto. You believe that? Don't trust your friends at all? Naruto thought silently to himself, you definitely seem like the type who'd charge a friend fee. He wanted to say it out loud but, recalling Kitagawa Kid's terrifying triple staff strike from the night before, he wisely held his tongue. After the little episode, the bond between Kitagawa Kid and Naruto visibly strengthened. Patting Naruto on the shoulder, Kitagawa introduced him to Might Guy, Sr., this is my friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Just like me, he's brimming with youthfulness. Oh, really? Hearing that Naruto was full of energy, Guy's face lit up with a smile. Still, the name seemed familiar to him as if it had been mentioned by Kakashi. At that moment, Kitagawa Kid added, Naruto, this is Might Guy, a jonin of the village, a taijutsu expert, and an incredible senior. As he spoke, Kitagawa subtly hinted at Naruto. Guy is right in front of you. With such a great teacher, there is no way Naruto should waste 6 years like in the original storyline. Moreover, this was also a chance to connect with Kakashi. With Naruto and Kakashi's unique relationship, if word of today's events reached him, Might Guy would surely take Naruto's training seriously. Kakashi might even consider taking him as a disciple early. This would be hugely beneficial to Naruto's growth. More importantly, with Kakashi's influence backing him, Naruto would definitely enjoy a smoother life in the village. Unfortunately, at this stage, Naruto had a strange sense of fear toward strangers. He especially worried that his identity would negatively affect how Guy viewed Kitagawa Kid. But Kid's warm hand on his shoulder and his encouraging gaze strengthened Naruto's resolve. He wanted to grow stronger so he could protect his only friend. Well then, Bushy-brow senpai, I'd like to train alongside Kid. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto shed his usual shyness. His gaze grew firm with determination. Guy scrutinized Naruto carefully and suddenly remembered who he was. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of the fourth Hokage, and Kakashi's younger peer. He really wanted to take this energetic, determined child under his wing. But Naruto's special status made the decision complicated for him. This left him caught in a dilemma. Kitagawa Kid noticed Guy's hesitation and smiled, remarking, Naruto, our senior here is a jonin. He usually handles significant missions assigned by the village, so finding the time for tutoring is understandably difficult. Today's guidance from our senior was only possible thanks to Ebisu Sensei's introduction. Taijutsu isn't something we can't learn on our own. As long as we put in the effort, we'll always improve. Naruto mistakenly thought Guy shared the villagers' disdain for him but was just too polite to spell it out. Hearing Kitagawa Kid's words, Naruto felt greatly relieved. At that moment, Guy made his decision. Youth shouldn't be wasted. Kid, your taijutsu skills are at a level where I believe you can learn that move. Meet me here tomorrow morning. As for Naruto, I'll speak with Kakashi. He is my friend, stronger than I am. Perhaps he'd be willing to train you. Kitagawa Kid felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Could that move be the 8 gates released formation? Or some other practical taijutsu technique? Regardless, this was a massive opportunity. Not only had he come under Guy's notice, but he would also receive personalized instruction and perhaps even learn a valuable taijutsu move. Most importantly, with a bond as a disciple, learning the 8 gates formation from him in the future would no longer be a distant dream. Guy's final words carried hidden meaning. It held the possibility of helping Naruto connect with Kakashi earlier than in the original story. On their way back, Kitagawa Kid couldn't contain his excitement. Clutching the medicinal pouch in his hand, he planned to soak in a medicinal bath to recover his strength, then try out Guy's training regimen to see how well it worked. After soaking for 30 minutes, his fatigued muscles regained vitality, leaving him free from soreness. Kitagawa Kid thought to himself, Guy's training method is so scientific it even includes a post-workout recovery plan. No wonder Guy and Lee can train so hard every day and stay in perfect condition, completely fired up. I made the right call choosing this path. If I keep going like this, the results will definitely multiply exponentially. Despite the lingering effects of the medicinal bath, Kitagawa Kid eagerly dove back into training. Starting with weighted jump rope, it already felt much easier than the previous time. His body had clearly adapted to the extra load. Then, he powered through 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups, breaking only a light sweat. The sense of overwhelming fatigue he felt before was entirely gone. He could distinctly feel that after upgrading his taijutsu, it was as though his entire body had been reborn. Not only had he mastered the key aspects of Gai's training, but he had also surpassed his previous physical limits. A smile emerged at the corner of Kitagawa Kid's lips as he mimicked Gai's tone, full of enthusiasm. Yash. Let us keep this up, another 1,000 squats and a 10-kilometer run with weights. Youth cannot afford to slacken. At the same time, Gai, as always, proactively sought out Kakashi. Sensing an intense gaze directed at him, Kakashi immediately took off running. In the forest of death, the two were engaged in a humorous game of chase. Stop running, Kakashi. I'm not here to challenge you this time. Kakashi rolled his eyes but eventually came to a stop. Alright, Gai, what do you need me for? Gai got straight to the point. Would you teach Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi murmured. That name brought back painful memories. Naruto was the son of his teacher, someone Kakashi had once sworn to protect. In the past, he might have agreed without hesitation. But now, he had become distant and reserved, no longer offering his concerns so easily. Especially because of the guilt he harbored towards Naruto, who might ask him, why don't I have parents? Kakashi felt he had failed to protect Naruto and had indirectly caused the death of his teacher. I'm still carrying out missions for the Umbu. The village needs me, Kakashi replied, neither explicitly refusing nor agreeing. Gai seemed puzzled. Kakashi, have you forgotten that Naruto is Lord Minato's son? Kakashi fell silent for a long moment before stammering, I'm performing confidential missions under the third Hokage, related to the Uchiha clan. He even revealed secrets about Konoha's surveillance of the Uchiha, though he avoided mentioning anything about suppressing the coup at its core. Gai didn't fully grasp the implications, but he knew it was a mission entrusted by the Hokage. Naruto's situation is important. I'll report this to the third Hokage, Kakashi redirected before earnestly continuing. For now, Gai, I'm entrusting Naruto to you. You'll take care of him. Gai hesitated, but Kakashi quickly cut him off. I have faith in you, Gai. You're the blue beast of Konoha, my eternal rival. Fired up by Kakashi's words, Gai agreed immediately. Fine. Don't worry, Kakashi, I'll take good care of Naruto. As Kakashi left, a faint smile played on his lips. His words had served two purposes: to temporarily escape Gai's persistence and, at the same time, entrust Naruto to someone trustworthy. The next morning, the sky was overcast. An energetic, booming voice echoed in Kitagawa Kid's bedroom, nearly shattering his eardrums. Young man, can your body withstand the passionate flames of youth? Let us take on today's challenge. Kitagawa glanced at the time. It was 3 minutes before 6 in the morning. Meditatively, he buried his head back into his pillow. 3 minutes, sensei. Give me enough time to finish a song. Gai froze for a moment, but instead of feeling awkward, he became even more excited. 3 minutes is still youth. Youth must not falter. Kid. This morning, we need to finish 100 laps of weighted running, 100 laps of handstand walking, and 100 laps of. Before he could finish, Kitagawa's faint breathing could be heard, sounding tired. Sigh, forget it. Even young people need proper rest. He must have been exhausted from yesterday. Gai could only console himself, realizing he hadn't given advance notice. 3 minutes later, Kitagawa Kid was re-energized. First, he turned on the TV to check his daily fortune. Nothing special today. Then, he opened his email and found an unread message with the subject line, Greetings from Ebisu. The content read, Kid, I corrected your training mistakes from last night, and attached files included Great Fireball Jutsu training notes and Ebisu's training reflections. A true mentor. A true mentor indeed. Sensei Ebisu, I, Kitagawa Kid, am willing to declare you the strongest teacher. Seeing the attachments, Kitagawa smiled broadly. Who wouldn't love a teacher whose lessons were so effective? This email was just what he needed to address the embarrassing fact that he didn't know a single offensive ninjutsu. Having already mastered the body replacement technique, the cloak of invisibility, and the transformation jutsu, the successful mastery of this C-rank ninjutsu greatly boosted his confidence. With one more practical C or B rank ninjutsu, his level of mastery would rise to tier 2. That would save him at least half a month of hard training. Kid glanced at the favorability stats. Ebisu's was now showing 3 stars. This must have been a reward for reaching 3-star favorability. Reflecting on this, Kid realized he had been overly focused on heavyweights like Naruto, Sasuke, and Guy. Figures like Ebisu, often overlooked, actually had great potential. With Ebisu's status and the secrets Kid knew, there were sure to be more benefits to come. Instinctively, he glanced at Guy, whose favorability displayed 2 large, golden stars indicating 2-star favorability. 2 stars in one day. Looking at Guy, Kid's gaze seemed even more fervent, making Guy happy. Kid, I recognize your passionate youth. It's time to face new challenges. Senior, could you lend me some coins? Kitagawa Kid silently muttered in his heart. After completing his daily tasks, he naturally slipped into hardcore mode. He vividly recalled what Guy had said last night. That move, what exactly was it? Equals 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 equals. Contrary to Kitagawa Kid's expectation of jumping straight into training, Guy first took him to find Naruto. This decision greatly pleased Kitagawa Kid. On the surface, it appeared that Guy was merely bringing Naruto along while instructing him. However, the hidden implications were significant. First, it meant Naruto had already entered Kakashi's radar. Regardless of whether Kakashi wanted to interact with Naruto, he would no longer ignore Naruto as he did in the original storyline. Most importantly, this was a clear signal sent by Konoha's higher-ups. For Guy to train Naruto, he must have received the 3rd Hokage's approval. And since Naruto was recommended by Kitagawa Kid, it signified that the 3rd Hokage tacitly allowed and even supported Kitagawa Kid to get closer to Naruto, perhaps even encouraging their friendship. This piece of information was incredibly important. Kitagawa Kid becoming friends with Naruto was always contingent upon the 3rd Hokage's approval. If the Hokage disapproved, Kitagawa Kid would likely find himself being interrogated by the Umbu or experiencing Danzo's persistent scheming. Kitagawa Kid's plan of staking out and collecting friendship fees had succeeded spectacularly. As he considered this, a slight smile appeared on his face while he looked at Naruto's house. The sun rose amidst the cheerful chirping of birds. With his hearty voice, Guy enthusiastically called Naruto to wake up. However, it had no effect. Just as Guy was about to resort to his usual methods, Kitagawa Kid stepped in first. Kitagawa Kid entered Naruto's bedroom, attached chakra to the ceiling, and hung upside down over Naruto's head. Then, he turned the alarm clock to its maximum volume and watched over Naruto. When the alarm rang, Naruto woke with a start. As he opened his eyes, a familiar large face appeared before him. Thinking he was still dreaming, Naruto rubbed his eyes instinctively. Suddenly, Kitagawa Kid's face leaned in closer, an expressionless mask that startled Naruto so badly he jumped. "Why you? What kind of monster are you?" Naruto yelped, bolting out of bed without even putting on his shoes. Having succeeded in his prank, Kitagawa Kid jumped off the ceiling and burst out laughing. "Oh? Now you know pranks aren't always fun? Ha! Do I need to remind you of how you used to go around painting graffiti everywhere, even on my house?" Naruto sighed helplessly, pointing outside as he yawned. "Do you even know what time it is?" "Kid, relax, I won't be late." "I'm here to get you started with morning training," Kitagawa Kid replied, gesturing behind Naruto. Naruto turned and saw Guy standing silently right behind him. When did you get here?" "Thick brows senpai, you scared me." Startled by this unexpected back-to-back shock, Naruto felt like he'd just experienced a little bit of how Kakashi felt. "Young man," Guy's voice boomed with energy. "Now that your spirit is awake, it's time to embark on the journey of youth." Hearing the word training, Naruto cheered up immediately. Last night, he'd assumed Guy wouldn't train him, thinking he was simply making excuses. But now, here he was. Though the process had started with a bit of fright, it was ultimately a pleasant surprise. "Alright then, let us begin. This is my first time receiving ninja training." Naruto's excited face flushed a faint shade of pink. Becoming Hokage starts with thick brows senpai's training. But contrary to Naruto's bright imagination, Guy shattered his fantasy immediately. "Let us start things off with a simple warm-up. Let us say 800 jump ropes. And then, how about adding another 800 push-ups and sit-ups for good measure?" "8 what?" Naruto spread his fingers wide in disbelief. His mind was blank with shock. He had done push-ups before. 10 in a row was already his limit. But 800? That wasn't a warm-up, it was pure torture. Guy scoffed lightly. Naruto quickly protested, "No way. Absolutely not. I still have to go to school, I can't end up in the hospital. Guy dismissed Naruto's complaints. Naruto, in youth, there is no room for laziness. Kid runs 3 full laps while wearing weights, his warm-up is twice as intense as yours. Guy added, do you mean to say you can't even match half of what Kitagawa Kid can do? Kitagawa Kid seized the moment and chimed in, Naruto, you want to become Hokage, don't you? Your will shouldn't be this week. Their words made Naruto blush furiously, his pride breaking through his hesitation. Fine. 800 it is. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, I never go back on my word. When the real training started, however, Naruto's legs were trembling. Meanwhile, Guy's gaze shifted to Kitagawa Kid. Kid, your taijutsu has already reached the level of a genin. I'm going to teach you a practical technique. Watch closely, this move is called the leaf whirlwind. Kai's leg lashed out like lightning, leaving behind a blur, and 3 towering trees immediately fell with a crash. Sawdust scattered in the air like rain. Kitagawa Kid initially thought this was just a basic move from Kai. However, the aftermath of the leaf whirlwind caused an entire patch of trees to collapse one after the other. Holy crap! Kid couldn't help but exclaim in his hometown dialect, utterly stunned. He knew that Kai was extraordinarily powerful, the undeniable master of taijutsu. But this was his first time witnessing such overwhelming strength in person. The scene of Kai using the 8 gates was even more awe-inspiring. Kid dropped to his knees on the spot. Coach, I want to learn this. Naruto also knelt, shouting, me too. Yo, so full of youthful passion. But learning the leaf whirlwind comes at the cost of blood and sweat. Kai's words were a challenge, yet his spirit burned with fervor. Simultaneously, the two proclaimed, yes, sir. Very well. Kai nodded, handing a roll of prepared bandages to Kid. Wrap them around your legs. And next, deliver 3,000 horizontal kicks around the stumps I just knocked down. Kid looked at the bandages, recalling Lee's relentless training. He remembered how Lee often had similar bandages wrapped around his body, clearly prepared for grueling sessions. After tying on the bandages, Kid made an unexpected discovery. These special bandages seemed to protect his legs and reduce injuries during high-intensity training. As expected, Kai's training methods were highly scientific. After giving Kid his task, Kai turned to Naruto. Once you've warmed up, run around the training field for 100 laps. What? Naruto's dreams of mastering the leaf whirlwind were instantly dashed, and he protested loudly, demanding the same training treatment as Kid. Coach, I want to train with Kid. Naruto shouted. Kai chuckled, encouraging him, alright, Naruto, your youthful spirit is truly burning bright. But your physical condition is nowhere near Kid's. If you train alongside him, you might not be able to keep up. Naruto refused to give up. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Coach, if I prove that I'm as capable as Kid, can I learn the leaf whirlwind too? Kai hesitated for a moment, considering Naruto's determination. Even though Naruto was the child of the Hokage, Kid's talent and effort were difficult to surpass in a short period. However, if Naruto managed to succeed, it would show that he was truly capable. Kai nodded. All right. Youth is about challenging the impossible. Naruto, you're great. Naruto leaped excitedly and gave Kid a big hug. Kid, just wait. I'll catch up to you soon, and we'll train together. Kid smiled, but deep inside, he felt a rising sense of crisis. Naruto was the protagonist for a reason, the child of prophecy, blessed with the Uzumaki bloodline and half of the Nine Tails chakra. His natural advantages far surpassed Kid's. As a ninja, Kid knew that bloodlines and innate talent mattered greatly. Watching Naruto storm past one prodigy after another, like Sasuke, left Kid deeply unsettled. Kid trusted in his own abilities, but he also understood the sheer pressure of keeping up with someone like Naruto. And sure enough, during the warm-up exercises, Naruto demonstrated an astonishing level of stamina and power. He skipped rope 500 times, rested briefly, and regained his energy almost immediately. Push-ups and sit-ups were effortlessly completed. Whenever Naruto got tired, as long as he rested, his Uzumaki bloodline's remarkable recovery ability would restore him to full strength in no time. In stark contrast, Kid's training on the logs drew real sweat and blood, and his body required an entire day to recover. Naruto might lack Kid's precision and form, but his endurance, recovery speed, and unyielding determination were undeniably astonishing. Even Kid, armed with his own system perks, couldn't help but be amazed. He sighed to himself, even among extraordinary powers, there are levels of difference. At the same time, he started reflecting. According to Coach Kai, mastering the leaf whirlwind takes at least a month. If I stubbornly force my way through just by grinding day after day, by the time the 4th grade ninja war arrives, I might end up as just another Rock Lee. And if I'm unlucky, I might even turn into another Neji. Keed was keenly aware that breaking through his limits wouldn't just rely on grueling, repetitive training. The keys lay in people like Naruto and Sasuke, in powerhouses like Kai, and even approachable teachers like Ebisu. Keed was a ninja with a unique skill. By increasing someone's level of affection toward him, he could unlock advanced techniques. If I manage it, I'll obtain the star fruit and guarantee my chakra reserves. Max level taijutsu combined with Kai's bonuses will make me unstoppable. But time is limited, 10 years at most, maybe even less. I can't waste it grinding 5 different mastery paths. This goes against my goal of speedrunning. With a surge of frustration, Keed lashed out at a log, his kick sending wood chips flying and causing a burning pain where the bandages rubbed against his skin. The sting coursed through his nerves, sharpening his focus. The Uchiha massacre is approaching. Can I meet Sasuke in advance? Only if I can make contact with him before the tragedy unfolds will I stand to gain the most benefits from the situation. Keed realized he was growing impatient and took a deep breath to calm down. Naruto's incredible talents had put him under immense pressure, pushing Keed to measure himself against the destined child of prophecy. But as clarity returned, Keed allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. He had been overthinking. Approaching Sasuke wasn't difficult at all. How had he forgotten his own identity? He was just a regular student at the Ninja Academy, loosely affiliated with the Hokage faction. He knew nothing about the intricacies of the Uchiha coup d'etat. Plus, Sasuke had close ties with Sakura and Ino, both of whom were Keed's classmates. Why would befriending Sasuke be remotely complicated? Why can't he interact with him? Moreover, he was a friend of Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, and even the 3rd Hokage had tacitly allowed it. This carried minimal political risk. Hesitating too much will only cause missed opportunities. With this thought, he suddenly felt enlightened. The Ninja Academy had a tradition where senior students were organized by teachers to mentor the younger ones. It not only fostered mutual aid but also helped newcomers integrate quickly and set goals. If he could convince Ebisu-sensei to let the entire class mentor Naruto and Sasuke's class, he could openly interact with Sasuke while also making moves on Sakura and Ino. Kitagawa Keed genuinely asked Naruto, who had just finished warming up, "Naruto, do you think I look good?" Naruto stared at him in confusion. After the morning training session, Might Guy took Kitagawa Keed to the hospital for minor wound treatment. The scrapes on his legs weren't serious and just required keeping them dry. After that, Keed returned home. But the first thing Keed did upon arriving home was to take a shower and change into a stylish and flamboyant outfit. He needed to appear in front of Sakura and Ino for the first time looking incredibly impressive. Both of them were big on appearances, and looking attractive would create a strong first impression, a significant advantage. If he could also demonstrate his academic excellence and strong abilities, well, the second Sasuke would be born. Yes, he was determined to replicate Sasuke's path to attract Sakura and Ino's attention, reversed pursuits this time. But he intended to be more proactive than Sasuke. Considering Sakura's love-struck tendencies and Ino's obsession with good looks, spending some time could definitely increase their affection. Keed knew where Ebisu lived, but Might Guy's training schedule was tight. At this time, Ebisu was likely in his office. Keed walked much faster than usual. He needed to convince Ebisu-sensei before class. Ebisu was a seasoned jonin with high status, having his own office. After knocking on the door, Kitagawa Keed entered nonchalantly. "Sensei, I need a favor from you." Ebisu was sipping health tea while organizing teaching materials. The last time he drained a lot of blood due to a nosebleed, he had been taking supplements to replenish his energy and had become the butt of jokes among colleagues for being weak. Recalling this, Ebisu couldn't help but glare at Keed. "What do you want? Have you mastered the great fireball jutsu I taught you last time?" Keed gave a pitiful look and said, "It's not about training, this is personal, sensei." "Personal? I'd like to ask you to help convince Irika-sensei to organize a freshman orientation activity to surprise Naruto." As a jonin, Ebisu knew quite a few of Naruto's secrets. The 3rd Hokage had also specially instructed him concerning Naruto's enrollment. But that didn't mean he'd bend the rules for Keed. "Maintaining a clear boundary between public and private matters," he said. "No. Such activities need advance agreement from other teachers. It's admirable that you want to surprise Naruto, but I'm the class teacher, and I have to consider everyone. Organizing activities disrupts others' studies." Keed resorted to throwing a childish tantrum, pleading, "Sensei, Naruto is my closest friend, my only friend. You don't want him to feel lonely, do you?" "No means no." Ebisu refused firmly. Naruto wasn't even his student, so he wasn't interested in getting involved. Sensei. I'm working. Call me class teacher and act properly. Ebisu said sternly, not leaving room for negotiation. You're forcing my hand here, sensei. What do you want now? Ebisu thought Kid might use something to blackmail him, feeling a bit uneasy. What he saw next shocked him: a stunning beauty clinging to his pant leg, lying in his arms and acting coquettishly. Sensei, you wouldn't want to see your student upset, would you? The beauty's pitiful gaze shot straight through Ebisu, rendering him completely helpless. His eyes glazed over, and his mouth practically watered. Ahem, Foam, don't think that just because you used this trick, I, the teacher, will fall for it again. I, Ebisu, have already resolved to quit my bad habits and enter the great sage state. You absolutely won't succeed. Kitagawa Foam sneered coldly. Faced with all kinds of tempting beauties like mature women, sweet girls, and Lolas appearing one after another, Ebisu simply couldn't hold out. Which official could resist such temptation? Bastard! This is the last time. If you dare do this again next time, no, there won't be a next time. I will definitely quit. After promising, Ebisu walked toward Iraka's office, reflecting repeatedly in his heart. At ninja school in the morning, before the first class started, Ebisu had already arranged with Iraka to do activities during the second class. Kitagawa Fong only relaxed after hearing Ebisu publicly announce this. He began thinking about how to maximize his own benefits. The first target is to attract the attention of the second Hokage, followed by Sakura and Ino. Kitagawa Kid understands that the Uchiha value strength to gain their respect. You must be stronger than them. Just like Sasuke, Naruto talks big, but it's useless against Sasuke. Only by defeating the second Hokage will he acknowledge you. And then there's Madara. Hashirama is as good with words as Naruto, and many attempts to negotiate peace with Madara have failed. But if Madara is defeated, he will actually let go. So Kitagawa Kid believes the key to beating Sasuke is to defeat him first. If you win, the power to speak is in your hands. If you lose, you will always be inferior. The same logic applies to Sakura and Ino. They, like most girls, like handsome and outstanding boys. As long as Beichuan Fong can defeat Sasuke, he will naturally appear more excellent. Coupled with being handsome and having a good personality, attracting them is not difficult. But the premise is to defeat Sasuke. The most classic event in the novice navigation activity is the ninja duel. You fool, Erjuzi. Forgive me, I absolutely cannot lose this battle. Beichuan Feng's mouth curled up slightly. After this period of training, his strength has greatly increased. The duel with Sasuke is just the right test of his achievements. A class period passed quickly, yet felt very long. With an excited heart, Beichuan Feng followed the class and arrived at the training ground outside the teaching building. At this moment, Naruto's class, led by Iraka, also arrived. It seemed that Naruto was suddenly surprised to see a friend, winking at Beichuan Feng. Beichuan Feng smiled in response, his gaze sweeping across Naruto's class and precisely locking onto Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was expressionless, constantly maintaining the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi? What an impressive family. Sasuke's eyes grew even more determined upon hearing this. That's right, I am Uchiha Sasuke. Since you know my brother, don't hold back, let's have a match. Kitagawa Kid smiled slightly, a flicker of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Alright, let me see your strength. The two stood in the center of the playground, with the surrounding freshmen and upperclassmen holding their breath in anticipation. The match began. Sasuke displayed astonishing speed and skill, while Kitagawa Kid responded with agility and intelligence. Their duel captured everyone's attention, the atmosphere tense and intense. This battle was not only a contest of strength but also an opportunity for Sasuke to prove himself. He wanted to use this fight to earn his brother's recognition and gain Kitagawa Kid's respect. In the end, although the outcome was not clear, both felt each other's strength and potential. Sasuke silently vowed in his heart to become stronger and never disappoint his brother's expectations. That man? Graduated early at 7, became a Chunin at 10, and joined the Umbu at 11, Uchiha Itachi. The Konoha recognized, once-in-a-decade genius ninja? Upon hearing Kitagawa Kid praise his brother, Sasuke felt proud and very happy. That's right, Uchiha Itachi is my brother, but I will. Better than his performance at the Ninja Academy. I will defeat you here with honor. Erjuzi, you're pretty arrogant, no wonder you're asking for a beating. Beichuan Feng sneered, I'd really like to see how you perform. Unlike Beichuan Feng's gentle demeanor, the moment Naruto heard Sasuke's arrogant tone, he immediately shouted at Sasuke. What Uchiha Itachi? Phone, you're the strongest, you must defeat Sasuke. Hearing the voice, Sasuke immediately recognized it as Naruto and cursed in his heart. This idiot, not supporting his own classmate, but cheering for the opponent instead. Forget it, why care so much about him? He is just a 0 IQ fool anyway. Although he said so with his mouth, Sasuke was very concerned about Naruto's words in his heart. He was full of confidence and vowed to use the power of the Uchiha to teach Naruto a harsh lesson. At the same time, Sakura and Ino also started chatting. Sakura, between Sasuke and the senior, who do you think will win? Of course Sasuke, the Uchiha are famous for being strong in the ninja academy, and his brother is even Uchiha Itachi. Ino said naturally. Sakura, a child from a commoner family, did not understand the weight behind the three characters Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, except for Uchiha Obito, has always been top students in the Ninja Academy, consistently ranking in the top 10 of their grade, and has produced many renowned strong figures in the ninja world. With limited perspective, Sakura instead thought Kitagawa Kid had a better chance and smiled, saying, I actually think it's Senior Kid, after all, the senior is a few years older than Sasuke. Ino smiled, the Uchiha clan has long been beating up commoner seniors, and Kitagawa is just an ordinary surname. She admitted that Kitagawa Kid was handsome, interesting, and quite to her taste, but what about his skills? Not just anyone can become the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The two chatted and laughed for a while, then their eyes focused back on the duel arena. At this moment, Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke were forming the duel hand seal. Third-year Class A Kitagawa Kid versus first-year Class A Uchiha Sasuke, ninja duel begins. Ebisu announced, and Sasuke immediately sprang into action. He gripped his kunai and performed the hereditary Uchiha throwing technique, testing Kitagawa Kid. The kunai flew with great precision under Sasuke's throw. This was the skill he had honed through long-term training. Even upperclassmen could only react. Coming over, but it's hard to dodge. As your senior, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Beichuan Feng wore a confident smile, he turned sideways. To dodge the first kunai, while catching the second fast-flying one with his hand. Your throwing technique is pretty good, but just pretty good. After saying that, Beichuan Feng returned the kunai. The thrown kunai just blocked the third kunai thrown by Sasuke. This scene was extremely cool, shocking many lower-grade students, and even quite a few upper-grade ones were surprised. Catching kunai like that requires immense confidence and skill. Sasuke was not angry, he was just testing earlier, but he felt annoyed that Beichuan Feng was even more pretentious than him. You better be careful next, I won't lose to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke's real killer move appeared. When he threw the kunai, he used the clone technique to switch his real body with a clone, then used the transformation technique to become the shadow of the third kunai. At this moment, Sasuke had already appeared less than 2 meters away from Kitagawa Kid. For a ninja, this distance was a matter of life and death, the enemy had no time to dodge. Everyone was stunned when they saw Sasuke suddenly appear. Irika smiled and said, he used the transformation technique to become a shadow at the moment of throwing the kunai, overcoming the clone technique's inability to attack proactively, making it hard for the opponent to predict. Truly worthy of being a child of the Uchiha clan. Although Ebisu saw through Sasuke's strategy, he also knew the student's experience was still insufficient. Sasuke had the Uchiha heritage and rich combat experience, while Kitagawa Kid, he had only taught ninjutsu and never trained Kid's strength individually. For this, Ebisu secretly felt anxious for his student. However, no one expected Kitagawa Kid to confidently say, this is the second move. He grabbed the kunai that Sasuke thrust forward with his backhand, using Sasuke's momentum to push him back 2 meters, creating a 5-meter distance. Sasuke cursed inwardly, not expecting Kid to not only see through his plan but also turn it against him. This was a deadly technique he had learned from his brother Itachi. He wanted to ask Kid how he did it, but Uchiha pride made him swallow the words. Kitagawa Kid seemed to see through his thoughts and explained, your tactics are worthy of the Uchiha, but your transformation technique has a flaw. The shadow isn't necessarily directly beneath the object it depends on. He pointed to the morning sun, where nowadays is a shadow directly beneath an object. Sasuke instinctively looked up at the sun. The sun, he instantly realized the flaw in his transformation technique. In the morning, shadows should be slanted. This is also the biggest drawback of the transformation technique. The transformation technique. It is a mimicry disguised by relying on chakra. His true form remains unchanged. Sasuke is still moving quickly below the kunai. The shadow of the kunai, under normal circumstances, should be on Sasuke. He deceived Kitagawa Kid's eyes through the transformation technique. But Kitagawa Kid has received professional guidance from Naruto. He has long seen through the key to the transformation technique. The shadow is the hardest to disguise. 2 days ago, Kitagawa Kid still couldn't avoid Sasuke's trick. Now, he has completely mastered the secret of the transformation technique. Sasuke's little trick can fool beginners, but it can't fool him. Last move, Junior Sasuke, show your true skills. Kitagawa Kid crossed his arms, a breeze brushing his face, his stray hair dancing in the wind. This handsome and confident appearance perfectly captured Sakura's heart. Sakura exclaimed, "Ino, look quickly, senpai is really handsome." Ino was also shocked, originally thinking the duel was decided, but unexpectedly Kitagawa Kid had the strength to counterattack. Young Sasuke, seeing himself as bearing the honor of the Uchiha, cared deeply about others' gazes. Seeing all the attention stolen by Kitagawa Kid, his heart grew more unwilling and eager to win. A dangerous thought flashed through his mind: should I use that move? No, it's too risky. What if senpai can't dodge? Seeing Irika and Ebisu-sensei right beside him, Sasuke finally mustered his courage. I only used it out of respect for my senior. Sorry, bearing the name Uchiha, I cannot lose. He decisively formed the hand seals, his breath-condensing chakra. Snake, goat, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. This is a C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly noticed the area was open with no cover, narrow and hard to dodge. Once unleashed, Kitagawa Kid would have nowhere to escape. However, Kitagawa Kid saw the sequence of hand seals and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Knowing this move right after entering the academy, Sasuke, you really are a genius, but... The moment the word "but" was spoken, Sasuke felt a tightness in his chest. The arrow was knocked, no turning back. Chakra gathered in the lungs, he prepared to spit out a fireball. But, sorry, I will too. Before Kitagawa Kid finished speaking, the hand seals in his hand were already formed. 2 fireballs collided fiercely in the air, exploding with a bang. Strong winds stirred up dust all around, and the dazzling flames made it hard to look directly. After the wind died down, everyone's gaze focused again on the duel arena, only to see Sasuke had already fallen. And Kitagawa Kid stood before him, locking his hand. With the power of good teachers and friends, victory is inevitable. Ebisu lifted his sunglasses, looking excitedly ahead. This is the great fireball technique he taught. But he clearly remembered, Kitagawa Kid hadn't learned this move? Could it be his own student is also a genius? You kid, you're really hiding it well. You deliberately fooled me yesterday afternoon, didn't you? Naruto shouted loudly, Kid. Weren't you practicing taijutsu recently? How do you have such a cool ninjutsu? Sakura and Ino were dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Finally, the two used the same ninjutsu to duel. But the victim was a bit miserable. Sasuke was suppressed and felt frustrated, thinking that Senior Kid was deliberately making things difficult for him. In this final taijutsu duel, even though both limited themselves, he was still knocked to the ground. Sasuke didn't understand, but he respected the strong. Senior must have a reason for doing this, he just hadn't thought of it. At this moment, Kitagawa Kid said to Sasuke, it seems you really want to prove something to your brother. If you want his approval, then defeat me first. I also admire Uchiha Itachi at your age, he had already defeated everyone in the ninja academy. After saying this, Kitagawa Kid made the reconciliation seal. Sasuke also made the reconciliation seal, but his eyes were full of defiance and fighting spirit. I will definitely defeat you, Kitagawa Kid. I will definitely, like my brother, defeat everyone at the ninja school and graduate early. Hearing Sasuke's declaration, Kitagawa Kid smiled. This was exactly what he wanted, to establish a connection with Sasuke, whether as an opponent or a friend. With this connection, he could passively get close to Sasuke and avoid arousing suspicion from the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups. Kitagawa Kid's plan achieved the expected result. Good luck, I'll be waiting for your challenge anytime, Kitagawa Kid said, then returned to the classroom. After Kitagawa Kid stepped down, Naruto immediately ran over. Kitagawa Kid was puzzled, you want to challenge me too? Naruto shook his head and smiled, I'm here to celebrate your victory over your opponent. Saying this, Naruto asked somewhat embarrassedly, that fire-breathing ninjutsu of yours is really cool. Did the teacher teach you? Kitagawa Kid nodded, do you want to learn? Naruto nodded repeatedly, yes. Yes. Kitagawa Kid broke the illusion, it's not that I don't want to teach you, Naruto, you're not suitable. Naruto was about to argue, but Kitagawa Kid interrupted him, you don't even know the three-body technique yet, Kara's control is very limited, learning this kind of ninjutsu is very dangerous. The real reason, Kitagawa Kid didn't say, but he hinted at it. Naruto's body is influenced by the Nine Tails chakra. Even possessing the Uzumaki bloodline, the chakra amount is enormous. He is countless times that of an ordinary person. But he simply cannot make use of it. This is also the main reason why Naruto is always at the bottom. After sending Naruto off, Kitagawa Kid looked at Naruto's back. And the other 12 strong young ninjas of Konoha, falling into deep thought. On the surface, he was 6 years ahead, having reached the Genin standard early, with the system's support giving him every advantage. But in reality, Kitagawa Kid felt a stronger sense of crisis through his battle with Sasuke. He could defeat Sasuke only thanks to the system's power and his own efforts. By timing his moves to gain Naruto's favor, he obtained an advanced transformation skill and saw through Sasuke's disguise at a glance. He also threatened Ebisu with a technique, and with the system's help, learned his first offensive ninjutsu. Otherwise, with his strength from 2 days ago, he would only be utterly defeated by Sasuke. How dare he show weakness easily and say, let Sasuke have 3 moves first. Someone like Sasuke, who gets hit repeatedly but grows stronger with each fight, must never be underestimated. What made Kitagawa Kid even more alert was that someone like Sasuke could suddenly turn hostile no matter how good their relationship was. Only by becoming stronger than him could one continuously gain benefits from him. Thinking of this, Kitagawa Kid made a firm decision: next time we fight, I must be stronger. Right now, there are only 3 ways to quickly improve my strength. Senior Guy's Konoha Whirlwind, although it takes time to grind, is effective and even offers a chance to unlock the 8 gates. Consulting teacher Ebisu, the new ninjutsu is unknown but worth trying. And training the Rasengan, though unfortunately it can't be made public. The first 2 paths can proceed simultaneously. Mastering all 5 skills will take time, better to build relationships with more villagers. This sense of planning and effort made Baichuan Feng feel as if he had returned to the state he was in when farming in Stardew Valley. Just as he finished thinking, the second goal came knocking on his door. It was Sakura and Ino. Young Sakura was nothing like the strong-willed person she became as an adult. Instead, she was introverted and shy, always hiding behind Ino. Ino had a bold personality and took the initiative to greet Baichuan Feng. Senpai Feng, do you have a moment? Sakura and I want to ask you some questions about studying. Studying, really? Baichuan Feng knew very well that they were here to talk about feelings. But this was exactly the opportunity he wanted. He smiled and nodded. Of course, I really like it when people come to ask me questions. It gives me a sense of accomplishment. Seemingly wanting to take special care of Sakura, Kitagawa Kid added, Sakura, don't be afraid to bother me. Be braver like Ino. We're all students. If you don't understand something, just ask. It's no big deal. After hearing this, Sakura felt even more embarrassed. She and Ino were looking for trouble where there was none, although Senior Kid was very understanding and gentle, but deliberately bothering others is not good. Ino, however, didn't have the same embarrassment as Sakura. She was already preparing to start a relationship. If she didn't take the initiative, how could it be possible? Ino said very enthusiastically, isn't it exciting to watch the duel between Senpai and Sasuke? When Sasuke suddenly appeared just now, and Senpai saw through the transformation technique at a glance, it was really cool. I was completely stunned. I didn't expect Senpai to have seen through it so early and even deliberately used that weakness. Ino's words were full of admiration. She understood that being too proactive could actually push people away and easily arouse suspicion. Senpai, how did you see through the transformation technique just now? What is the principle of judging by the shadow? Ino leaned in close, her eyes focused, as if she really wanted to learn. Kitagawa Kid smiled and pretended to be confused, seriously explaining, the transformation technique covers the whole body with chakra to create an illusion the body itself doesn't actually change. Shadows change according to the light source, so it's hard to perfectly imitate them. You can also use detection techniques to sense chakra and identify it. Ino listened very attentively, her face almost pressed against Kitagawa Kid's shoulder, her breathing audible. Her eyes lit up immediately as she said, Senpai, I thought only detection techniques could identify transformation techniques. I didn't expect you could also judge by shadows. If I could master multiple methods, I could handle things as calmly as you do. Then, Ino boldly asked, Senpai, can I come to your house to learn some shadow techniques? Kitagawa Kid's mind was full of question marks. Ino, is it okay to be this proactive? The Nara family is much stronger than me in shadow research, why not go to them? Isn't it inappropriate to come to me? But on second thought, it made sense. Ino was just a student who loved studying, that was true. Kitagawa Kida's gaze shifted to Sakura, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Sakura, your best friend is already so proactive, if you're not brave now, the opportunity will be gone. Sakura gritted her teeth and mustered up the courage to ask, Senpai, I also want to ask, where do you live? After school, could I come to you for some guidance? Equals 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 equals. You have received a greeting letter from Yamanaka Ino in your email. Senpai, when are you free? After school. Could we discuss the topic of shadows? Attachment, Magic Naruto Vision Technique. Naruto Vision Technique, a D-rank close-range illusion, allows the enemy to see the thing they fear most in their heart. Overall, the effect is average, with little impact on the brave and strong-willed. But it can raise the illusion rank, so that's not bad. Kitagawa Kid ignored the hint in the letter, happily thinking to himself while checking the affection levels of Ino and Sakura. A brief conversation with Ino quickly raised the favorability by 2 stars. Sakura was not to be outdone, but only gained 1 star. As expected, excellence is the key to attracting the opposite sex. Unfortunately, my looks are slightly inferior to Sasuke's. Kitagawa Kid regretted silently. Dear readers, looks are important, but only for the first impression. Kitagawa Kid's appearance is also good, and his strength is enough to make up for any shortcomings. He has already connected with Ino and Sakura, and with more interaction in the future, he could very well become the second Sasuke. The prospects are very bright. The new student orientation event ended shortly after the showdown between Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke. The uneventful school day ended with the ringing of the dismissal bell. Like yesterday afternoon, Kitagawa Kid sat in the classroom waiting for teacher Ebisu. Teacher, I did pretty well this morning, right? Kitagawa Kid greeted with a smile. Ebisu patted his shoulder and smiled, not bad, I didn't expect you to learn the great fireball technique in just one day. Thanks to your guidance last night during practice, my mind suddenly clicked. Kitagawa Kid was humble yet flattering, which made Ebisu very happy. But thinking about how his resolve was broken this morning, he couldn't help but ruffle Kitagawa Kid's hair in a playful revenge. Kitagawa Kid tried to dodge but was held still, his hair messed up before Ebisu finally let go. Seeing the smile on his student's face, Ebisu knew he liked to take advantage of him, and said grumpily, Why don't you go find Kai instead of waiting for me? What's the matter? Kitagawa Kid chuckled, out of respect for the teacher, how could a student forget the most beloved homeroom teacher? Though knowing he was teasing, Ebisu still felt very pleased, and the morning's gloom was completely swept away. And swept everything away. He imitated Kitagawa Kid's tone a little, teasingly saying, My most adorable student, first say it, what kind of scheme are you trying to pull again? Kitagawa Kid's expression immediately turned serious, quite solemnly saying, Teacher, I want to learn a new ninjutsu. Ebisu instinctively refused. No, how long have you mastered the great fireball technique? You should know the principle of biting off more than you can chew. Kitagawa Kid said. Precisely because I know, that's why I came to find you. Kitagawa Kid doesn't follow the usual path, and Ebisu was a bit puzzled, only able to remain silent and wait for him to explain. He probably also knew that his request was a bit much for the teacher, so he continued. Others don't know that I learned the great fireball technique in just one day, but you do. Others don't believe in my talent, only you have witnessed my growth firsthand. You are the person I trust the most. After saying this, Kitagawa Kid winked at Ebisu, trying to get by with a cute gesture. But it didn't work. He had to resort to a psychological tactic. This morning, Teacher Kai taught me the leaf whirlwind. You wouldn't distrust me more than Teacher Kai, would you? As soon as he said this, Ebisu almost couldn't help but laugh. Just said you trust the most, then immediately doubted do you really have no respect for the homeroom teacher? However, Teacher Kai is already starting to teach the leaf whirlwind this early? This uncut jade in my hand must never be taken away by others. Ebisu cleared his throat and said casually. Of course, the teacher knows your talent, you can be considered a genius. I've seen quite a few. I remember Uchiha Itachi also learned the great fireball early, even using Shadow Clone to study. At this point, his expression became a bit awkward. Kitagawa Kid responded eagerly, "That's right. How could your student be worse than Itachi? Teacher, please teach me Shadow Clone. I'll have my Shadow Clone substitute teach at school from now on." Smack! Ebisu tapped his head and said with a stern face, "Shadow clones aren't good for teaching, don't pick up Itachi's bad habits." Kitagawa Kid scratched his head and apologized deliberately, "Don't worry, teacher. I promise that after I learn shadow cloning, I definitely won't skip class on purpose." Ebisu nodded in satisfaction, not bad. Kitagawa Kid secretly added in his heart, "Promising not to skip class on purpose doesn't mean I can't skip intentionally. Mori-sensei, tight-eye, telling a little lie is inevitable, this definitely won't be the last time. As a student, I need to grow quickly. If my learning efficiency is low, please don't stop me from improving." Thinking of this, Kitagawa Kid's lips curved into a smile. But before Kitagawa Kid could enjoy it for long, Ebisu added another sentence. "The shadow clone technique is AB rank ninjutsu, involving significant matters, so you need to report to the Hokage. I'll first teach you a more practical body flicker technique." The smile on Kitagawa Kid's lips stiffened. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. The shadow clone technique is considered a relatively advanced ninjutsu, and in the original work, it seems like everyone can do it. But most of them are jonin. I'm not from the Uchiha clan, nor am I like Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Ebisu secretly teaching students like this is simply unrealistic. However, it's not impossible. Kitagawa Kid is truly a genius and Naruto's only friend. Meanwhile, Sasuke was walking home. He was worried that the morning's failure would embarrass his father and disgrace the Uchiha name. He also wanted his brother to teach him a few more moves so that next time he could decisively defeat Kitagawa Kid and wash away the shame. "You look troubled. Is something wrong?" Itachi suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. Hearing the familiar voice, Sasuke looked up, a look of surprise on his face. "Nizan, is your mission over? Can you train with me? I want to." Smack! Itachi flicked Sasuke's forehead with his finger and smiled apologetically, "Sorry, there's an urgent matter. Maybe next time." "Another secret mission for the village? Nizan, you really are." Sasuke pouted, feeling gloomy. Itachi listened, feeling troubled inside as well. The conflict between the village and the Uchiha was growing deeper. Especially Danzo of Root, who was extremely hostile toward the Uchiha, leaving Itachi caught in a dilemma. He not only had to control the Uchiha's illegal activities to avoid villagers' resentment but also had to carry out Umbu missions. He had less and less time to spend with Sasuke. The only reason he could return to the clan was because of the mission to monitor the Uchiha. How ironic. Sasuke noticed Itachi's rare silence and felt he had said something wrong. "Nisan, it's okay if you don't have time, I can defeat Kitagawa Kid on my own." Kitagawa Kid? Itachi heard this familiar name and recalled that child. That eloquent kid seemed to have caught the Hokage's attention. It seems Sasuke also has some connection with him. Itachi asked, "By the way, Sasuke, do you know what kind of relationship he has with Naruto?" Mentioning Naruto, Sasuke was somewhat displeased. "That guy. That traitor, he doesn't help me, his classmate. Cheering him on would be one thing, but he even cheers for the opponent. Kitagawa Kid. He even deliberately slanders Nisan. Next time I will defeat Kitagawa Kid and strike back hard." Itachi automatically ignored Sasuke's anger and grabbed the key information, smiling in surprise. "Looks like those two get along well. So, you fought Kitagawa Kid today and lost?" Sasuke wanted to retort a few words, but he felt embarrassed. And after speaking, held his breath. With a round face and blushing cheeks, he nodded and said, "I lost, but next time I will definitely win and protect the honor of the Uchiha." Itachi heard the honor of the Uchiha, looked at the sunset, and sighed. An arrogant clan, so what if they have honor? Images of Danzo and the mysterious masked man flashed through his mind. "Brother Shursui, what should I choose?" "What would you do?" Konoha 404 Training Ground. Kitagawa Kid stood on the rock wall, looking at the mountain peak, sweat dripping from his chin. Shunshin no Jutsu refers to all ninjutsu that enable instantaneous movement. Teacher Ebisu taught using chakra to cover the feet, combined with taijutsu to achieve Shunshin. In Konoha's ninjutsu ranking, it is classified as D rank. It seems simple, but without long-term training, it is impossible to achieve. Kitagawa Kid is currently training his leg strength and chakra control through jumping and rock climbing. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he fell from a 100-meter high slope. "Kid, a ninja must always stay focused. Ebisu held onto Kitagawa Kid, walking easily along the edge of the cliff. At the foot of the mountain, he pushed up Kid's small sunglasses. Is your leg injured? Kitagawa Kid nodded. His constitution wasn't as strong as Naruto's. Injured in the morning, still not healed by the afternoon. His leg was wrapped in thick bandages. Ebisu glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set, and they had been training for almost 3 hours. Let's rest for today. Kid, if you want to become an excellent ninja, you have to take care of your body and not overdo it. Kitagawa Kid nodded. He knew his teacher cared about him. But he was a workaholic. He planned to train until 11:30 at night, leaving half an hour to wash up. He felt like he had found the key to the Shunshin no Jutsu. The technique is somewhat like Konoha whirlwinds, yet different. This feeling is hard to grasp. At this moment, Naruto walked over. Teacher Guy was called away by the Hokage grandpa this afternoon, said it was a secret mission. He said this while handing a scroll to Kitagawa Kid. Teacher Guy specifically left this for you. Didn't he even give me a copy, really? Kitagawa Kid took the scroll but didn't he open it immediately. Instead of opening it, he smiled and asked, "Is Senior Guy planning to take the two of us as his students?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded. He didn't he really care much about who Teacher Guy's students were. To him, it just meant having one more teacher, nothing special. But seeing Kitagawa Kid so happy, he himself also became happy. Naruto was unclear about the value of Guy's endorsement, but Kitagawa Kid knew. Guy personally admitted that Kitagawa Kid was his student, so in the future, the possibility of accessing the 8 gates technique would be very high. And it was Guy himself who passed it down. Kitagawa Kid specifically checked Guy's favorability rating, and it was still 2 stars, unchanged. It seemed that Guy had indeed encountered an unexpected situation, leaving comforting words before leaving to stabilize both himself and Naruto's hearts. Kitagawa Kid excitedly unrolled the scroll, on which large characters were written. Youth must not slack off. Familiar youth again. Kita River Maple muttered to himself and continued reading. Inside was a detailed training plan tailored specifically for him by Kai. It included the key points for performing the leaf whirlwind, along with diagrams of human body movements and chakra flow paths. Obviously, this wasn't something drawn up on the spot, but specially prepared teaching material. Kita River Maple remembered mentioning during morning training that he wanted study materials to learn on his own at night. He hadn't expected Kai to remember. With this material, even if Teacher Kai isn't around, I can still practice the basics properly and try the leaf whirlwind. More importantly, I finally have an official status with Teacher Kai. Kita River Maple put away the scroll, feeling great. His stomach was growling, so he asked Naruto, "Shall we go eat Ichirako ramen tonight?" Naruto's eyes lit up at the mention of ramen. But he had originally planned to treat Kita River Maple to a meal, wanting to cook one himself. "Let's go have grilled fish instead. It's been a long time since we grilled fish by the river." Grilled fish? Beichuan Feng heard this and thought of Naruto's bitter childhood. "Are you going to make it for me?" Naruto was surprised. "How did you know?" "I was going to give you a surprise." Beichuan Feng smiled. "Just a guess. How about we make it together?" When we didn't have money to eat out before, but craved something tasty, we would catch fish by the river to eat. Hearing this, Naruto felt a deep connection. But unlike Beichuan Feng, he had money but no restaurant willing to serve him. The two then walked to a nearby small river. Naruto had just finished baiting his hook, ready to fish, while Beichuan Feng held a small stone in his hand. He covered it with chakra, aimed, and threw it forcefully. Bang! A pebble precisely hit a big fish. Naruto hadn't even started fishing, yet the fish was already hooked. Kitagawa Kid held up a 5-pound fish, teasing. "Who fishes seriously?" "Naruto, are you going to fish?" Naruto equals 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 equals. The big fish was skewered on a branch, roasting over the campfire, its fat sizzling under the flames. The aroma of the fish mixed with the scent of charcoal filled the air, making everyone swallow hard. Kitagawa Kid stared at the grill in Naruto's hand, eyes wide, and said, "Can we eat now? Can we eat now, please?" Naruto said firmly, "No, it's not cooked yet. You can't eat fish from the river raw." Although he could only eat Ichirako ramen in the village, Naruto had developed decent cooking skills outside. At least his grilled fish was passable. He thought to himself, wondering if his grilled fish could compare to Kakashi's pan-seared fish. Kita River Kid smelled the aroma and grew even more impatient. Just as Naruto was about to hand over the grilled fish, the fish suddenly disappeared, and someone appeared behind Kita River Kid. Kita River Kid sensed it too and quickly turned around. He was about to speak, but when he saw the newcomer, his words caught in his throat. The Hokage robe, it was the third Hokage coming to join the meal. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto was very happy to see the third Hokage. The third Hokage sat down familiarly. How's school going, little Naruto? Naruto smiled and said, with Kid by my side, I don't feel lonely. The third Hokage naturally knew what Naruto had been through these days through the telescope technique and Umbu reports. He was clear about Naruto's daily activities and the people he came into contact with. The third Hokage looked at Kid Kitagawa. You must be Kid Kitagawa, right? Teacher Ebisu often mentioned you, saying you are very outstanding. Kid Kitagawa humbly said, You're flattering me, Grandpa Hokage. I'm not that outstanding. Seeing the third Hokage's still kind smile, Kid Kitagawa breathed a sigh of relief. He had just tested the third Hokage's attitude towards him and felt that the other party appreciated him. This sudden visit should have no ill intentions. The third Hokage didn't say much to Kid Kitagawa and instead turned to care about Naruto's studies. Naruto, have you been studying hard at the Ninja Academy? Naruto hesitated for a moment and honestly said, I have been trying, but the ninjutsu the teacher teaches is very difficult, especially the shadow clone technique. It's too hard. The third Hokage still smiled gently and comforted him. The clone technique is something you must master by graduation. You still have 6 years, no need to rush. Little Naruto is starting to worry about studying too, no longer the village's little rascal, he's growing up. Naruto smiled and said, Yes. Grandpa Hokage, I want to become stronger, to protect my friends like Kitagawa Kid. I have a dream, to be recognized by the whole village and become Hokage. Kid, tell me, the Hokage needs to have enough power to protect the village. 3 sentences, 2 of them about Kitagawa Kid. The third Hokage frowned. It seems Kitagawa Kid has a great influence on Naruto. But it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. The third Hokage glanced faintly at Kitagawa Kid, making Kid nervous. This old man appears kind and gentle on the surface. But when it comes to killing, he is ruthless. Among the Uchiha, only Sasuke, a child, remains. It's impossible for Itachi to harm a child, right? How could he possibly wipe out the entire clan in one night alone? Without the third Hokage's tacit approval, Root Woon T dare collect resurrection coins for Danzo. Kitagawa Kid was truly afraid of the third Hokage's control over Naruto, deeply yearning, even tacitly allowing someone to secretly harm him. Root desperately needed ninja school geniuses like Kitagawa Kid. Time seemed to speed up, but it was actually only a few seconds. The third Hokage's gentle voice sounded again. I heard from Ebisu that you want to learn the shadow clone technique? Kitagawa Kid nodded firmly. Grandpa Hokage, like Naruto, I want to become stronger and protect Konoha. The third Hokage looked at him with satisfaction. Although this child was close to Naruto, second only to himself, he was also passing on the will of fire to Naruto. This was a good thing. The third Hokage pondered for a moment and said, The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu and quite difficult. Your current chakra amount isn't enough to support it, so you should learn other ninjutsu first. Kitagawa Kid said, Teacher Ebisu just taught me the body flicker technique, but I still want to learn the shadow clone technique. The third Hokage looked at him curiously. I want to learn the shadow clone technique for Naruto. Kitagawa Kid almost risked everything to say this. The third Hokage was shocked. How does this relate to Naruto? You've only known each other for a few days. Naruto's face was full of confusion. What does this have to do with me? Seeing this, Kitagawa Kid quickly took out his prepared explanation. This morning after I fought Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto really wanted to learn the great fireball technique. Like the third Hokage, I advised him it wasn't suitable. Seeing Naruto disappointed, I thought maybe I should teach him something simpler. Later, I heard from Ino and others that Naruto struggles a lot with learning the clone technique. So I plan to master a more advanced clone technique first, then teach it to Naruto. This statement makes some sense, but it is not sufficient. The third Hokage said in a deep voice, more haste, less speed. You should understand this principle, Kitagawa Kid. Kitagawa Kid nodded and continued, when I practiced reconnaissance techniques, I found that Naruto has a huge amount of chakra inside him. If I compare my chakra to a small river, then Naruto's is like an ocean. When I was a child, I heard my parents say that the shadow clone technique is suitable for ninjas with a large amount of chakra. Even if chakra control is not precise, with a huge amount of chakra, it can still be used very well. The principle of the shadow clone technique is to divide the chakra, isn't it? As long as there is enough chakra, no matter how much is divided off, whether a lot or a little, it is still a shadow clone. I think the shadow clone technique is definitely a ninjutsu specially made for Naruto. I must learn this ninjutsu. Kitagawa Kid spoke firmly, and the third Hokage couldn't help but cast a watchful glance. This was sincere friendship, not impulsiveness, but a decision made after careful consideration. The third Hokage even recalled the story between himself and Danzo from years ago. Naruto listened to Kitagawa Kid's dedication to him, feeling both touched and a little embarrassed. He didn't want to trouble his friend, fearing he might lose Kitagawa Kid, his only companion. Suddenly, a stomach growled. It was Kitagawa Kid's. He smiled awkwardly and urged Naruto to continue grilling the fish to ease the atmosphere. Soon, the third Hokage made a decision. Back when Itachi was still in the Ninja Academy, he used Shadow Clone Jutsu to substitute for classes. Shadow Clone Jutsu is not a secret to ninjas, but ordinary ninjas find it difficult to learn. The third Hokage decided to teach Kitagawa Kid the Shadow Clone technique, also allowing Naruto's strength to reach a new level. After all, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki needs great power to control the tailed beast. The third Hokage said, "Kid, tell Ebisu tomorrow morning that I agree to let you learn the Shadow Clone technique. If he thinks it's appropriate, he will teach you." After saying this, he took a few bites of grilled fish and reminded before leaving, "Don't go near the Uchiha lately." Uchiha? When Kitagawa Kid heard these three words, a mix of nervousness and excitement flashed in his eyes. The third Hokage inadvertently hinted that the night of the clan's annihilation was just ahead. Kitagawa Kid clearly understood the meaning behind the third Hokage's words. First, his home was very close to the Uchiha clan's territory, and he occasionally went to investigate the progress of the clan's destruction incident. Secondly, the third generation also felt that he couldn't see through all the secrets of the future. After all, not everyone can understand the future plot like a time traveler. Kitagawa Kid watched the third generation's departing figure and took several deep breaths. The night of the clan's extermination was right before him, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, or perhaps later, but the time was definitely not far off. So how should he seek the greatest benefit? Should he wait until after the event to comfort Sasuke immediately, or should the strategist personally get involved? The former was obviously safer and had good returns, but the latter. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. To experience the night of the clan's extermination together with Sasuke, from an emotional standpoint. In terms of identity recognition, Sasuke's favorability will rapidly increase. This increase might even surpass Naruto. Kitagawa Kid's expression was unsettled, his mind constantly weighing the pros and cons. He leaned towards caution, but the temptation of huge profits made it hard for him to let go. Naruto noticed his odd behavior and asked, "Kid, do you have something on your mind?" Kitagawa Kid remained silent, and Naruto smiled, encouraging him, "If you have something, just say it. Keeping it in is uncomfortable. When I have worries, I find a corner to talk to myself. Saying it out loud makes me feel much better." Kitagawa Kid hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Naruto, do you know what a gambler is?" A gambler seems to risk everything, losing their home and fortune just to get rich overnight, but 9 times out of 10, they lose. A few gamblers know how to weigh things. They win most of the time but won't get rich overnight. These kinds of people lack the courage to go all in, especially when life itself is at stake. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you have a coin?" Although Naruto didn't understand why, he could tell it was important to Kitagawa Kid, so he took out a 10 ryo coin. Kitagawa Kid tossed it lightly. The silver coin gleamed under the moonlight, landed in his palm, was tightly clenched, and then disappeared into the darkness. Curious, Naruto asked, "Aren't you going to look at the result?" Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "Actually, the answer is clear the moment the coin lands." He added, "This coin is mine now, consider it a friend's fee for today." Naruto sighed, "If I had known, I wouldn't have given it." Greedy for 10 ryo too? 10 ryo is about 5 yuan, which converts to roughly 1 yuan in daily prices. Not much. The next morning at 6, Kitagawa Kid got up on time, removed the bandage to check his leg injury, which had fully healed. Although the system recovery is not as good as the Uzumaki constitution, it is enough to cope with the pain from morning and evening training. He kept his habit. The first thing he did after getting up was to check his mailbox. Contrary to expectations, there was still an exclamation mark in the mailbox today. Received a letter of consolation from Uzumaki Naruto. Maple, from today we are senior and junior brothers. Attached, one small starfruit. Starfruit? Kitagawa Maple stared excitedly at the purple fruit shining like a star. This thing can restore a certain amount of chakra to villagers at no cost, and it is quite valuable. although it is only small, according to the system's description. After eating it, you can immediately receive a villager. 1% of chakra. The ratio seems small, but the target is Naruto. As everyone knows, the chakra measurement unit in Naruto is Ka. 1 Ka equals the amount of chakra of 1 Kakashi, approximately the amount of chakra of an average jonin. According to the original story, Naruto's own chakra is equivalent to 100 Ka. In other words, Kitagawa Kid immediately received a jonin level amount of chakra. However, I'm not sure if this includes the Nine Tails chakra. The starfruit definitely brought an increase in chakra, but the part from the Nine Tails is uncertain. Kita River Kid swallowed the starfruit excitedly. The taste was extremely delicious, very much like his favorite potato. After swallowing it in one bite, he immediately felt a significant increase in his chakra amount. Without the blessing of bloodline or Kekii Genkai, his 9-year-old body's chakra could barely reach the genin level. But after eating the starfruit, it immediately rose to the jonin standard. The only regret was not inheriting the Nine Tails chakra, but this was already a surprise. With the power of one card, I finally qualify to learn the shadow clone technique. Training in ninjutsu can also be greatly increased, and the speed of my path as a ninja will improve even faster. Kitagawa Kid was in a great mood, but he was not arrogant or complacent. Although chakra amount is important, it is not the only standard for measuring a ninja's strength. Just like how Naruto could summon Gamabunta at the age of 12 and had top-tier chakra in Konoha, his strength at that time was still only that of a chunin. Combat experience, ninjutsu proficiency, chakra control, and the use of various elemental chakras are what truly determine a ninja's strength. Although Kitagawa Kid possessed the power of a card, he was still only a genin. However, his potential had greatly increased, and the future was full of possibilities. He took the opportunity to check Naruto's favorability. After these past few days together, plus last night's experience, Naruto's favorability had risen to 5 stars. Hard work always pays off, Kitagawa Kid said with feeling, then returned to his old farmer life and turned on the TV. The elves are in a great mood today, you will have good luck. Velvic raised the yellow pyramid. Today is a lucky day. Double happiness. Beichuan Feng silently looked forward to today's good luck, progress in cultivation, and strategy advancement. His enthusiasm for cultivation also greatly increased because of this. But practice in the instant body technique and leaf whirlwind still stagnated, with no progress made. He could only comfort himself by thinking that luck is conserved if cultivation hits a setback, good luck must come in other areas. Just as he reached the school gate, he saw someone wearing a black stand collar long sleeve shirt and black shorts. Isn't that foolish Air Juzi? Beichuan Feng's lips curled slightly, he already guessed that Sasuke had arrived. Because he was squatting at the school gate. Sure enough, the moment Sasuke saw Kitagawa Kid appear, he couldn't wait. And quickly walked over. Kitagawa Kid. I want to challenge you. Equals 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 equals. My good luck has arrived. Kitagawa Kid thought to himself, but he didn't immediately accept Sasuke's challenge. Instead, he directly refused. I just finished training, and I still have things to do at school. Sorry, Sasuke, maybe next time. These words and tone made Sasuke very unhappy. Who do you think you are? Sasuke blocked Kitagawa Kid and started provoking him, also showing off a bit, afraid to lose. Kitagawa Kid? Are you scared of the Uchiha name? Kitagawa Kid retorted, I don't want to waste time with losers, and I really have things to do. Besides, we don't even know each other well. Although he said this, Kitagawa Kid's feet felt like they were bound by a restless spirit, not wanting to leave at all. Although Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan and always talks about the honor of the Uchiha, he never forces others. He kept thinking about how to make Kitagawa Kid willingly accept the challenge. Suddenly, Sasuke had a bright idea, and the usually serious expression on his face broke into a radiant smile. Kitagawa Kid, actually, I recognized you yesterday. Kitagawa Kid pretended to be mysterious. Recognized what? Of course, that you admire my brother. As Itachi's younger brother, I recognize you. Hearing such childish words, Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but want to laugh. Trying to build connections can't be so casual. He says he admires Itachi, but who knows what's really in his heart. Sasuke is really too self-indulgent. But Kitagawa Kid just happened to need a reason, so he agreed. Alright, you're Itachi's brother, I recognize you too. Then aren't we friends? Sasuke spread his hands, eyes fixed on Kitagawa Kid. Yes, friends. Kitagawa Kid nodded. Sasuke thought his plan had succeeded and smiled even more sincerely. But soon, a sentence from Kitagawa Kid stunned him. Since we're friends now, today's friend fee needs to be paid. Not much, 66 Ryo, Kitagawa Kid said with a smile. Hearing that a friend fee was required, Sasuke's smile stiffened. Charging friends? What a joke! Are you trying to extort me? Seeing through Kitagawa Kid's scheme, Sasuke snorted a few times but still paid. 66 Ryo, I hope our friendship boat won't capsize today. Kitagawa Kid smiled in response. I trained this morning, and my chakra was heavily consumed. That's about enough, let's have a simple taijutsu spar. How about it? Before Sasuke could answer, Kitagawa Kid added. The pride of Uchiha shouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable moment, right? Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately agreed, of course. Taijutsu is just taijutsu. Uchiha would never take advantage of someone's weakness. After saying this, Sasuke immediately regretted it. He had witnessed Kitagawa Kid's powerful taijutsu yesterday and originally planned to rely on ninjutsu and tactics to win, but now Sasuke's upcoming sparring was truly unfortunate. Not only did he pay a friend fee, but he also got thoroughly beaten. Looking at the fallen Sasuke, Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but smirk. Foolish challenger, come back and challenge me again once you've mastered new power. With that, he turned and left without a second thought. Sasuke on the ground gritted his teeth and vowed, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will never give up until I defeat you, Kitagawa Kid. Walking to Teacher Ebisu's office, Kitagawa Kid touched the 66 Ryo in paper money he had received, feeling a bittersweet satisfaction. Finally got Sasuke's friend fee. 1 against 7, can I really blame you? This was your little brother's voluntary choice. Unexpectedly, after beating Sasuke, there was a surprise. An email arrived with a friendly greeting from Uchiha Sasuke. Just you wait, Kitagawa Kid. Attached was the Uchiha throwing technique he mastered at age 12. Kitagawa Kid glanced at Sasuke's favorability rating, which had surprisingly risen to 2 stars. Sasuke really considered him a friend. As expected, the Uchiha admire the strong. The harder you hit, the higher the favor, he thought proudly. In Kitagawa Kid's mind, Sasuke had been upgraded from a mere second rate to a money-spitting machine. Every strike caused coins to burst out. After mastering the Uchiha throwing technique, he gained a whole new understanding of kunai and shuriken. By combining the fire release Phoenix Sage fire technique, he advanced to the Phoenix Flower Claw Red. Using rubber bands and steel wires to change direction, he achieved long-range precise strikes, mastering the art of shuriken control. There was also the Wind Demon Shuriken Shadow Windmill that once saved Kakashi, all extremely practical ninjutsu. The Uchiha really have come up with some tricks for shuriken, Kitagawa Kid remarked. Unfortunately, this throwing technique relies heavily on the Sharingan's dynamic vision, and Kitagawa Kid doesn't have the Sharingan, so many techniques were unusable for him. However, he could easily crush opponents at the Chunin level and had no problem facing Jonin. At the very least, it improved his taijutsu rank, and he was happy to accept all of that. He walked to the door of Ebisu's office and knocked. Teacher Ebisu, I'm back again. Kitagawa Kid walked in as if he were very familiar with the place, and at a glance he saw Ebisu brewing goji berries and mulberries. Seeing those red and black berries, Kitagawa Kid's conscience felt uneasy. So wet. You're still so young, how could you not make it? However, Beichuan Feng would never say such words out loud. Looking at his student laughing all the way, Ebisu was sure that nothing good was coming. He prepared the blood-nourishing and virility-enhancing medicine himself before speaking, offering help for no reason. Speak, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Beichuan Feng smiled and walked up to Ebisu, using his age advantage to act cute. Teacher, I want to learn a new ninjutsu. What? Ebisu was startled and hurriedly asked, did you master the body flicker technique I taught you yesterday? Beichuan Feng shook his head. Ebisu frowned, sat down again, and stared at him fiercely. Why learn new ninjutsu for no reason? Master the body flicker technique first. While saying this, Beichuan Feng suddenly blurted out, Teacher, I want to learn the shadow clone technique. Ebisu said grumpily, learn shadow clone jutsu? I'm not teaching you. The Hokage didn't agree to it yesterday, so give up for now and focus on learning the body flicker technique. Once you learn it, I'll teach you a new C-rank ninjutsu, Ebisu said. Kitagawa Kid had expected this, but hearing the last sentence still made him a bit hopeful. He quickly straightened up and said seriously, "Teacher, what if I get permission from the Hokage grandpa?" Hmm. Ebisu instinctively felt that Kitagawa Kid was lying. After all, even he, a special jonin, couldn't get that permission. How could Kid? But seeing Kid's serious expression, he couldn't help but ask. Kitagawa Kid explained, "Hokage grandpa thinks I'm elegant and talented, unwilling to see such a prodigy go to waste." Speak plainly. Ebisu couldn't help but tap Kid's little head. Kid rubbed his head and said honestly, "I told Hokage grandpa that as long as I learn the shadow clone jutsu, I'll teach it to Naruto. The Hokage grandpa has already agreed. If you don't believe it, you can go ask." Hearing him call Hokage grandpa repeatedly, Ebisu understood a bit and saw the envy in Kitagawa Kid's eyes. At that time, he didn't have as good conditions as Kitagawa Kid. From being admired by the Hokage himself, to being personally taught by him. He hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet, but was almost receiving the treatment of the fourth Hokage. Alright, I'll ask the Hokage later, and once confirmed, I'll teach you." Ebisu dismissed Kitagawa Kid. He was afraid that if his student stayed any longer, he would have to drink 10 complete great tonic again. Even the soup tastes sour. When Kitagawa Kid successfully performed the shadow clone technique, he didn't tea leave immediately, but suddenly took out a gift box. With both hands, he presented the gift and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. "Ebisu sensei, thank you for your help these past few days. This is a gift I bought on the way. I'm sure you'll like it." Ebisu looked at the tightly wrapped gift, his eyes suddenly moist, as if sand had gotten in them. He hadn't received a gift from a student in a long time. He remembered only special occasions warranted such treatment. "Kitagawa Kid, you truly are the disciple I personally trained." He eagerly tore open the gift box, and inside was a book, a very familiar book. "Intimate Paradise." Kitagawa Kid. Where did you buy this? Look me in the eye and answer." Ebisu started off fiercely, but his voice grew softer and softer, finally whispering weakly, "Kid, I really like this gift, but please don't tell anyone else, okay?" Kitagawa Kid immediately promised, "Don't worry, sensei. I absolutely won't tell a third person your little secret. Our revolutionary friendship between master and disciple is unbreakable." Ebisu felt something was off while listening, but just wanted to quickly get rid of this rebellious disciple. Although he really liked the gift, after all, he was cultivating at the sage stage. How could he? Maybe sneak a few glances to strengthen his Tao heart? Kitagawa Kid left the office and headed straight towards Naruto's class. Just as he reached the classroom door, he ran into Najushi. "I'm the school challenger, have you seen Naruto?" Najushi snorted, "Haven't seen him, go find him yourself." Sasuke added, "I didn't see him when I came, probably late again, late on the first day." Najushi was really tsundere. Kitagawa Kid was not in a hurry, standing in the corridor waiting. Ino and Sakura greeted him as they passed by. Sasuke looked at him waiting for so long and said strangely, "What's the point of waiting for that idiot Naruto? It's better to read and improve yourself." Kitagawa Kid said, "He's my friend, I'm willing to wait. Wasting time, you'll be surpassed by me sooner or later." Sasuke was frustrated. Kitagawa Kid was the opponent he had set his sights on. How could he waste time like this? Even if he won, it wouldn't feel rewarding. But for some reason, Sasuke felt a strange feeling in his heart. He and Kitagawa Kid were also friends, although they had been taken as friends. Fee. Just then, Naruto hurriedly ran over, Sasuke silently walked away. However, he was suddenly grabbed by Kitagawa Kid. "Yo! Naruto, looks like you're going to be late, huh?" "So hurried, and there are still 2.5 minutes left." Kitagawa Kid pulled Sasuke along and introduced him. "This is my defeated opponent. And also my new friend Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto stared at Sasuke with wide eyes. He always felt a strange attraction from Sasuke that he couldn't ignore. Sasuke himself found it odd. This feeling made his heart tighten. Naruto spoke first, scratching the back of his head and smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become Hokage and gain everyone's recognition." Sasuke responded briefly, maintaining the usual calmness of the Uchiha clan. "Hello." Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke and said, "You both know each other now, so from now on, you're friends. It's normal for friends to help each other, right?" Sasuke nodded somewhat awkwardly. Kitagawa Kid continued, "I heard Naruto is often mocked and bullied by his peers. Sasuke, how about helping me get back at them?" Sasuke thought to himself, "Why don't you help Naruto?" But his strength was limited, and he simply couldn't fight against Kitagawa Kid, so he reluctantly agreed. After talking with Sasuke, Kitagawa Kid said to Naruto, "In the afternoon, ask Irika sensei for leave and say that Ebisu sensei has something to teach you." Hearing this, Naruto immediately jumped up excitedly. Kid, are you talking about the shadow clone technique? Kitagawa Kid nodded. He knew that Ebisu-sensei had no classes in the afternoon, so it was a perfect opportunity to practice the shadow clone technique with Naruto. Having just gained the power of one card, Kitagawa Kid wanted to see if he could learn it in one afternoon. After all, when Naruto first learned the shadow clone technique, he could create over 1,000 shadow clones. Kitagawa Kid only had 1% of the chakra Naruto had, so being able to create 10 shadow clones was already quite good. He was eager to learn the shadow clone technique because it had an incredible feature. After a shadow clone disappears, it returns the memories of the training to the original body. In other words, training simultaneously with shadow clones means the upgrade speed multiplies. This was extremely important for Kitagawa Kid, who needed to master the 5 paths. His ninjutsu and taijutsu were only level 2, genjutsu level 1, and medical and sealing techniques were still at 0. Learning the shadow clone technique would be far more efficient than blindly fighting. Of course, Kitagawa Kid had even more important things to prepare for. He only planned to spend one afternoon learning the shadow clone technique. If it didn't go well, he would go back to focus on the body flicker technique and the leaf whirlwind. Kitagawa Kid had to continuously build up his strength for the night of the clan S annihilation. Time flew by quickly, and after lunch, the sun hung high overhead. When Kitagawa Kid delivered the leave note to teacher Ebisu's office, Ebisu had already guessed what he wanted to do. The afternoon class time would be used for special training in the shadow clone technique. Equals 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 equals. At the Ninja Academy training ground, Kitagawa Kid and Naruto stood properly on the left and right, and Ebisu wore a stern face, putting on the appearance of a strict teacher. A 9-year-old who isn't even a genin yet, and a 6-year-old who just enrolled, want to learn AB rank ninjutsu? His opening words were full of mockery. Kitagawa Kid held back. Ebisu waved the ruler in his hand, walked over to Kitagawa Kid, and sternly criticized him by name. Don't think that just because I joke with you usually, you can do whatever you want. If you can't learn it today, then obediently practice the instant movement technique. He got close to Kitagawa Kid and mercilessly mocked him. Kitagawa Kid still held back. But Naruto, basking in the sun, couldn't hold it in any longer and directly asked, "Perverted teacher, when will the official training start?" Perverted teacher? Ebisu's serious face finally broke down, and he instinctively glared at Kitagawa Kid, his look practically deadly. Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but laugh. "Teacher, let me explain." "Forget it, I can't protect you anymore. Take this." After a bout of roughhousing, the originally serious teaching atmosphere completely changed. Kita Kawakaze didn't expect that the secret he revealed to Naruto would be thrown out like that and become a teaching accident. Fortunately, Ebisu was a special grade teacher with strong professional qualities, so Kita Kawakaze didn't mess around anymore, and the teaching continued. The shadow clone technique was created by the second Hokage. It can generate physical clones, and the clones have independent consciousness. The clones evenly share the chakra of the original, so the basis of shadow clones is the amount of chakra. If you don't have enough chakra, you simply can't perform it. This is completely different from the ordinary clone technique. After explaining the background and characteristics, Ebisu began the demonstration. Gene. He crossed his hands, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and an identical Ebisu immediately appeared on the training ground. Kita River Kid momentarily couldn't tell which one was real. Ebisu continued, "If the chakra distribution is even, not even the Byakugan can reveal the original. Stop guessing, it's pointless. The quickest way to identify a shadow clone on the battlefield is that the most dangerous one is often the clone." Without saying more, Ebisu let Kita River Kid give it a try. Kita River Kid used the reconnaissance technique to observe and basically understood the chakra changes. He also deepened his understanding based on the chakra flow diagram drawn by the teacher. He took a deep breath and formed the water release seal. Poof! After a burst of smoke, a wisp of smoke drifted by. There was nothing at all. As expected, my talent is really poor. It's impossible to master AB level ninjutsu right from the start. Kitagawa Kid was mentally prepared for this. He had performed smoothly before, completely relying on the system's divine power. Now that true talent was needed, this so-called genius immediately showed his flaws. Ebisu had also predicted this outcome and stood silently smiling in front of Kitagawa Kid. In the morning, he agreed to teach Kitagawa Kid the shadow clone technique, though he knew deep down that this kid wouldn't learn it easily. This way, it would dampen his sharpness and prevent him from trying to do too many things at once, which would result in learning nothing well. However, Ebisu still personally gave one-on-one guidance to Kitagawa Kid. Only by teaching earnestly could it be said that if he still couldn't learn, it was a matter of refining his character. After teaching his top disciple, Ebisu turned to look at Naruto. To be honest, he didn't want to deal with this troublesome guy, but since the third Hokage specifically mentioned Naruto in the morning report, Ebisu had no choice but to switch to teaching mode. He took out a hand-drawn chakra flow diagram, pushed up his sunglasses, and prepared to explain in detail. But Naruto couldn't wait any longer. Perverted teacher, stop babbling and just start already. Bang! Bang! One Naruto after another appeared in the training ground. Ebisu took off his sunglasses and widened his eyes. This was truly a genius on par with Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Yeah. Kid, you didn't lie to me. The shadow clone technique is tailor-made for me. Several Narutos excitedly surrounded Kitagawa Kid. Ebisu felt squeezed and uncomfortable, forcing a smile. Teaching a genius gave him no sense of accomplishment. That troublemaker was better annoying as he was, at least he showed obvious progress. Kitagawa Kid was mentally prepared and waved his hand with a smile that was created by the second Hokage. I just know the technique. Teacher Ebisu teaches well. Ebisu's face flushed slightly, thinking Naruto truly was exceptionally gifted. If I taught well, Kitagawa Kid would have learned it long ago. Luckily, Kitagawa Kid was saving face for him, since that bastard was usually unreliable. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Kitagawa Kid's ear. You have received a thank you letter from Ebisu. Kid, thank you for today's gift. This is my favorite. Of course, don't tell anyone, or you'll be in trouble. Attached, this is my lifelong insight body flicker technique. Shunshin technique? Kitagawa Kid stared at the attachment in surprise, originally thinking it would be the shadow clone technique. However, the Shunshin technique is also quite good, especially in combat. Many times it's more useful than the clone technique. And this is the lifelong insight of teacher Ebisu on the Shunshin technique. Although, sensei is a bit weak. A large wave of memories poured into Kitagawa Kid's brain, in just a few seconds. He immediately understood the key to that feeling before being able to sense it but not touch it. He even applied this understanding to the leaf whirlwind, gaining new insights. The Shunshin technique mastered by teacher Ebisu is from Konoha. This is a conventional skill and does not involve changes in chakra nature. By covering the legs with chakra and combining it with physical strength for rapid movement, the effect of the Shunshin technique is achieved. The explosive power of the Konoha whirlwind is similar to the Shunshin technique. Both involve simultaneous force from the waist and legs, mobilizing the entire body's strength to achieve powerful bursts. Kita River Kid took a deep breath, his eyes clearing, and decided to change his previous plan. From giving up temporarily after not learning the shadow clone technique all afternoon, to now going all out, vowing never to give up. He had completely mastered the Shunshin technique and gained a deeper understanding of the Konoha whirlwind. He freed up more time to focus on learning the shadow clone technique. Naruto truly is a child of destiny, possessing the Uzumaki bloodline and half of the 9 tails, with extraordinary talent. But my system's power is by no means weak. After an entire afternoon of hard training, the shadow clone technique showed no progress at all. It was far more difficult than the great fireball technique. Kita River Maple was not impatient with limited talent, he could only rely on time and the system to make up for it. He would most likely learn this technique from Naruto or Ebisu. On the way home from school, preparing to continue training with Naruto, they ran into Sasuke waiting at the school gate. Kita River Maple. I challenge you. Sasuke rushed up impatiently. It was the first time Naruto had seen Sasuke so excited. He usually seemed very cold. I used up a lot of chakra during the special training this afternoon. Sasuke, maybe another day. Kita River Maple looked at Naruto, and Naruto also said, yeah, Maple and I trained Shadow Clone with the pervy teacher all afternoon. Maple is exhausted. Hearing this, Sasuke thought it didn't sound like a lie, but why was it never the right time? He also wanted to try a different way to challenge, but after being badly beaten in the morning, he thought better of it. Just as Sasuke was feeling down, Kitagawa Kid said, your chakra is used up, so let's try a different way to challenge. What way? Sasuke's eyes filled with anticipation. Shuriken duel. Shuriken? Sasuke became even more excited. When it comes to Shuriken, who can compare to the Uchiha? Besides the Sharingan and Fire style, the Uchiha are most famous for their Shuriken. Isn't it obvious that the advantage is mine? Sasuke felt that deciding the winner by Shuriken was too unfair. People, I feel a bit guilty, so a kind reminder. Uchiha Shuriken is the best in the ninja world, but forget it, Uchiha Sasuke, disdain winning by unfair means. The second guy still didn't realize how serious the situation was. Kitagawa Kid immediately started to pretend to disappear. Foolish challenger, defeating you in my strongest field is to make you fully recognize the gap between us. Fine. Don't blame me for being ruthless if I lose. Sasuke couldn't hold back anymore and decided to teach Kitagawa Kid a good lesson, to show him the true Uchiha power. The three of them went to a small forest as a training ground to simulate a real ninja battle. Targets were set up all over the forest. Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke stood on opposite sides. Naruto temporarily acted as the referee and announced the rules. This is my first time being a referee, let's follow what the teacher taught us. Each takes 10 shuriken, and we count the number of hits and rings. No objections? Naruto asked. Fair, but unoriginal. Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke. How about adding a new rule? Both throw at the same time and can interfere with each other. Sasuke immediately realized this new rule greatly increased his advantage. He was too lazy to argue further, just wanted to severely punish Kitagawa Kid, then challenge him head on once more. Naruto tossed a coin in his hand. The moment the coin hit the ground, Sasuke released 3 shurikens from his hand. He didn't look at the result, confidently believing all 3 hit the target, proudly staring at Kitagawa Kid. Unexpectedly, Kitagawa Kid also had 3 shurikens in his hand, but instead of flying toward the bullseye, they headed straight for Sasuke's shurikens. You want to interfere with me? I'll counterattack. At first, Sasuke didn't take it seriously, but soon he was stunned. Those 3 shurikens not only interfered with his, but were connected by thin iron wires. Kitagawa Kid gave a sharp pull, and all 6 kunai fell to the ground. At that moment, the 3 shurikens thrown by Kitagawa Kid suddenly changed direction, heading straight for the bullseye. This is the art of controlling shurikens. Sasuke recognized it at a glance, looking at Kitagawa Kid in disbelief. This technique was clearly the Uchiha's specialty, so why was Kitagawa Kid using it so skillfully against him? Sasuke knew he had lost. He could hit all 10 shots, and even manage 1 or 2 hits under interference, but he couldn't be as effortlessly skilled as Kitagawa Kid. This sense of frustration from being defeated in his strongest field made him extremely depressed. Feeling this way, Sasuke kept his head down, his eyes reddened. I lost. Won't you try again? Kitagawa Kid comforted him. Sasuke said softly, it would only be self-humiliation. I have already seen the gap between you and me. I want to ask you, why are you so outstanding? Kitagawa Kid looked at the downcast Sasuke and silently apologized. Forgive me, the one who defeated you has been training for 6 years. The me from the past, I only used your strength. Kitagawa Kid said very sincerely, the reason I'm stronger than you is because I've been working hard for a long time. Sasuke, have you ever seen the moon at midnight and the sun at 6 in the morning? Sasuke shook his head. He was still lying in bed sleeping. Kitagawa Kid continued, I close my eyes at midnight and open them at 6 in the morning. Only 6 hours of sleep a day, 17 hours of training. When you're sleeping, I'm working hard. When you're resting, I'm still fighting. What right do you have to catch up with me? Listening to Kitagawa Kid's hard work, Sasuke secretly admired him and felt he was defeated wholeheartedly. But he firmly refused to admit defeat. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will work hard to catch up with you, even if it's unreachable, even if I can't see your back. The most encouraging words reignited Sasuke's fighting spirit. Kitagawa Kid smiled, but he didn't believe that effort could surpass genius. True geniuses work even harder than those who rely on effort. Besides, in the world of Naruto, talent, bloodline, and cheats are the most important. Doesn't Lee work hard? After being sealed for 3 years, he could open at most 6 gates and never even reach the Umbu level. Doesn't Neji work hard? With his genius bloodline and effort, he still ended up like a hedgehog, unable to break through to the Umbu level. Kitagawa Kid could only say that relying on the system's divine power temporarily put him ahead of the young Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, Naruto will grow faster and will surpass them at some unknown time. He must work desperately hard and also use the system's divine power to keep up with the speedrunning pace. That said, the motivational talk still had to be given. Kitagawa Kid comforted him, come on, Sasuke, I'm looking forward to your challenge. I hope you can become stronger from setbacks. Sasuke silently made up his mind to train harder than before from now on. He felt he relied too much on his brother and wanted to see how Kitagawa Kid, who was stronger than him, trained. So, he put aside the pride of the Uchiha and earnestly said, "Kitagawa Kid, I want to train with you." Afraid of being rejected, Sasuke blushed and added, I can also pay some friend fees. Equals 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 equals. Friend fees? Nijushi, is this still you? You're so humble now. Kitagawa Kid wanted to laugh a little. He never expected Sasuke to even take the initiative to pay friend fees one day. But to improve oneself, that's understandable. Kitagawa Kid waved his hand. We're friends. Friends helping each other is no problem, right? Friendship fee? What do you take me, Kitagawa Kid, for? I refuse. Don't bring this up again. Hearing his resolute tone, Sasuke felt quite touched. Kitagawa Kid really considered him a friend. It wasn't about money at all. Sasuke was so moved he almost cried, while Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth. Before he could react, Kitagawa Kid's expression changed. Remember to pay the guidance fee every day, 66 taels, for good luck. Sasuke. Naruto, so it really is like that. Sasuke pouted, complaining softly, you said you wouldn't mention money, but in the end, you still want to charge. Kitagawa Kid cleared his throat and said confidently, not charging friends doesn't mean I don't charge for guidance. I'm an orphan, I still need to eat. That said, his real purpose was the same as staking out and getting close to Naruto, first collecting a small amount of money to cover his true intentions. The Uchiha clan all understood that those who don't care about money usually have ulterior motives. Anyway, this money won't be collected for long. Sasuke, having heard that Kitagawa Kid was an orphan, was less resistant to the idea of paying. After all, he was kind-hearted. Before awakening the Mangekyo, Sasuke really was a good kid. The three walked and talked, growing closer and closer. Sasuke was naturally admiring of the strong and had a good impression of Kitagawa Kid. Naruto had a Shura chakra inside him, and Sasuke had the Indra brother complex trait. Gradually, Sasuke integrated into this team. Arriving at the training ground, Naruto eagerly asked, Teacher Guy is gone, Kid, what are we training today? Tree climbing. What's tree climbing? Naruto and Sasuke asked in unison. A training to improve chakra control, Kitagawa Kid said mysteriously without elaborating. He walked to a big tree over 10 meters tall, chakra flowing into his feet and shoes. Like scaling walls and eaves, he easily climbed up the trunk. This scene amazed Naruto. Sasuke, having seen Itachi's skills before, wasn't he surprised and instead actively gave it a try. I'll give it a try. Sasuke roughly understood it was the technique of using chakra to control the body to climb trees. Using the adhesive power of chakra to achieve wall walking. Sasuke closed his eyes, raised his finger, and as the chakra covered his feet, he immediately rushed toward the big tree. Like Kitagawa Kid, it was as if walking on flat ground. But he soon failed and had to jump down to avoid injury. Damn it! If the chakra is too strong, it rebounds. If the chakra is too weak, it can't adhere. Climbing trees is far from looks so simple. Seeing Sasuke fail, Naruto pointed at him and laughed loudly. You can't do it, you still have to watch me, Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes and injected chakra into the soles of his feet. But he was no match for Sasuke. He had just climbed up when he fell flat on his face. Kawakami Kid had long anticipated this. Sasuke is a genius, and he would quickly learn this technique. What about Naruto? With the Nine Tails chakra interference, learning to climb trees was harder for him than for ordinary people. But once he mastered it, Naruto would definitely achieve great things. Seeing their progress, Kawakami Kid also dared not slack off. He had already mastered tree climbing and water walking techniques and no longer needed to practice them. What he needed to practice was the Konoha whirlwind. I couldn't learn it before, mainly because I lacked strength and my technique was poor. The leaf whirlwind requires explosive power, and my legs aren't strong enough. Teacher Kai has always told me to train my legs, and this is the reason why. He bent over like a bow, his legs shooting out like an arrow using leverage. Bang! The wooden stake made a crisp sound and began to crack. This wooden stake is harder and wider than a brick. Before, even kicking thousands of times only caused scratches. Now, one kick broke it. If strength isn't enough, then train technique. This move really works. Beichuan Feng looked at himself excitedly. After 2 days, he finally learned it. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his leg. He clutched his thigh, his face twisted in pain. Checking his calf, it was bruised and purple. The cost of rushing was high. No wonder teacher Kai didn't teach me this move. It turns out it can't be used for training. Although he had learned it, the leg injury forced him to pause physical training and switch to practicing shadow clones. His chakra could still support shadow clone training, but achieving the same effect as Naruto was still difficult. Kitagawa Kid was prepared for long-term effort and hoped to rely on the goodwill rewards from Naruto and Ebisu. Time flew by quickly, and the sunset dyed the sky red. Sasuke and Naruto collapsed on the ground, one on the left and the other on the right. Both were exhausted but still bickering. Baikawa Feng silently watched them, not knowing why. The two of them, while arguing, actually started walking towards him. Feng was drawn in, even starting to compete out of jealousy. Naruto shouted, "Feng, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen tonight. My treat." Sasuke was unwilling to be outdone. "How about coming to my house? My mom's cooking is really good." Naruto immediately shot back, "Are you mocking that Feng and I don't have parents?" Sasuke was momentarily silent, not knowing how to respond. He really meant well. For some inexplicable reason, he felt for a moment that he himself. In the orphan group, Sasuke seemed somewhat out of place. Unexpectedly, Kitagawa Kid actually agreed to his request. "I still have things to do at home, and it's on the way with you anyway," Kitagawa Kid said. "Sorry about that, I'll definitely make it up to you next time. Tomorrow I'll treat you to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, as a friend's fee," Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke wanted to laugh but couldn't. The reason Kitagawa Kid agreed was simple: he wasn't sure which day would be the night of the clan's destruction. So he decided to go home with Sasuke every night. After all, it was on the way, and it was normal among friends. "Let us go." Kitagawa Kid pulled up Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, and also grabbed Naruto along. "Remember to train hard. Wanting to be Hokage isn't just talk, Naruto." Naruto nodded, watching the two walk away, then suddenly broke into a bright smile. "Uchiha Sasuke, my second friend. One day, I'll make everyone in the village my friend. Just like Kid said, I will definitely become Hokage." The closer he got to the Uchiha territory, the more uneasy Kitagawa Kid felt. It wasn't until he saw those red-eyed patients on the street that he slightly relaxed. "Looks like tonight isn't the night of the clan's annihilation." He sighed in relief, though there was a hint of regret. Sasuke, still unaware of the disaster awaiting the Uchiha, introduced himself like a little master. "Since the Uchiha moved to this remote place, no one has visited for a long time. Kid, you're the first guest to visit in the past half-month." Hearing this, Kitagawa Kid caught the key point: the Uchiha had been severely ostracized by the village. No wonder on the night of the clan's annihilation, Konoha only cut off an arm but didn't damage the foundation. As he walked and observed, he felt this might be the Uchiha's last moment of prosperity, so he needed to see more and keep it as a memento. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Looking back, it was a dim alley, empty and deserted. Is it the root? Or the dark side? Beichuan Feng was puzzled in his heart, but pretended to be calm and continued forward with Sasuke. But he always felt as if someone was vaguely watching him from behind. Is this ever going to end? What kind of ninja is so unprofessional that they can be seen through by a genin like me? Beichuan Feng couldn't help it and glanced again in the direction of the spying, only to discover a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and a green tight suit. Isn't that my teacher Might Guy? As expected of my teacher, deliberately leaving a flaw to attract my attention. Kitagawa Kid also noticed that there seemed to be someone next to teacher Kai. White hair covering the eyes, could it be Kakashi? Sasuke noticed something unusual about Kitagawa Kid and asked him, "What's wrong? Is your leg hurting?" Kitagawa Kid replied, "I'm going to the restroom, wait for me." Sasuke thought he really needed to go to the restroom and was about to accompany him, but Kitagawa Kid hurriedly ran off. Sasuke felt something was off and did not follow. In the dim alley, Kakashi looked at Kai helplessly, and Kai blinked innocently and said, "Kid is my student, don't worry, Kakashi, I will never expose you. Use code names during the mission, call me Hakenshi." "Alright, Kakashi." Kai made an okay gesture. Kakashi thought to himself, why did the Hokage send you? You're not suited for a secret mission at all. At this moment, Kitagawa Kid arrived, smiling as he greeted Kai. "Teacher Kai, didn't you say you were on a mission? Why are you still in the village?" Kakashi said coldly, adult matters, children shouldn't ask. Kai, let's go. Kai complained, Kakashi, you didn't even call me by my codename. Kakashi was speechless, feeling like his intelligence was being led astray. Kakashi still wore a cold expression. Alright, Kai, take your student away. We still have a mission. Kai ignored him. By the way, Kid, how's Naruto? Still young and energetic, right? Kitagawa Kid glanced at Kakashi, seeing his deadpan eyes, knowing that he actually cared about Naruto. Today, Naruto and I learned Shadow Clone Jutsu from teacher Ebisu. I didn't master it, but Naruto picked it up immediately. Kai sighed, I didn't expect Naruto to be such a genius, inheriting his father's excellent genes. After speaking, he looked at Kakashi, what do you think of Naruto? Kakashi was silent for a moment, then replied, he has the demeanor of his father. Kai was happy, Kakashi, you finally care about others. Kakashi was helpless, can you be quiet? He deliberately said coldly, Kai, stop talking nonsense, we still have a mission. He emphasized the word mission. Kai still didn't take it seriously, I think you're more important than the mission, Kakashi. Obito said, those who break the rules are trash. But are those who abandon their comrades even worse than trash? Kakashi covered his left eye and remained silent. This guy, the thug, is about to transform into a red-eyed killer. Kitagawa Kid felt a bit tense upon hearing the name Obito. However, he also knew that teacher Kai was trying to guide Kakashi towards the path of light. And why were teacher Kai and Kakashi on the Uchiha side? Isn't this just a guard against an Uchiha coup? Ever since Jiraiya and Tsunade left Konoha, the village has been short on talent. Everyone who could be sent has been sent. Although teacher Kai could easily take down the Uchiha alone, no one knew. Alright, enough reminiscing. Little guy, stay away from that Uchiha brat, don't go looking for trouble. Kakashi took Kai away in a tone that brooked no refusal, and before leaving, he also warned Kitagawa Kid. Kitagawa Kid stared at their backs, lost in thought. Konoha seems to be waiting for Itachi's choice. If Itachi finds out I took a Eurobean fee from his friend, will he come after me? I'm visiting his house tonight, how exciting. Walking out of the alley back onto the street, Sasuke didn't ask where Kitagawa Kid was going, and Kitagawa Kid didn't say. The two tacitly crossed the street and arrived at the clan leader's house. Big brother. I'm back. Sasuke dragged his shoes, just in time to meet Itachi, who thoughtfully helped him put away his shoes. You came back late today, are you okay? Your mama's cooking has gone cold. Sasuke quickly looked at Kitagawa Kid, didn't he say he was going to treat his friend to a meal? Itachi keenly noticed and asked with a smile, is this your friend? Yes. Sasuke nodded firmly. Kitagawa Kid behaved properly in front of Itachi, no tricks. Senior Itachi, long time no see. Itachi smiled faintly, haven't been charging friends fees randomly lately, have you? Kitagawa Kid responded with a smile, absolutely not, it's all voluntary. Sasuke also agreed, that's right. I paid voluntarily. Kitagawa Kid muttered in his heart, Najushi, are you deliberately picking a fight? Itachi still smiled kindly, but Kitagawa Kid felt a bit uneasy. Fortunately, Itachi didn't pay much attention to the friend fee matter. He told Sasuke he was going to cook and then walked away. Sasuke pulled Kitagawa Kid to the dining table, proudly saying, Nizin's cooking is really delicious. The fried eggs he makes are always perfect. If you saw them, you'd definitely find it fascinating. Your brother is really gentle, Kitagawa Kid said with a smile. Of course, Nizin is the best brother in the whole world. Sasuke said matter-of-factly. Hearing these words, Kitagawa Kid looked toward the kitchen. Itachi was indeed cooking for Sasuke, so focused it was almost like he had activated the Sharingan. Too bad he couldn't eat the fried eggs cooked by Amaterasu. However, what Kitagawa Kid cared about more was Itachi's current mental state. On one side, a gentle and considerate older brother, on the other, a ruthless captain of the covert squad who kills without blinking. Trying to save the entire clan on one hand, while remaining loyal to Konoha on the other. Itachi is a very complex person, and the only one who can grasp his weakness is Sasuke. The impending night of the clan's annihilation can only be seized by Sasuke. After a while, Itachi placed two plates in front of Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke. The plates held steak with pasta, topped with a perfect fried egg. Kitagawa Kid was looking for a knife and fork when Itachi thoughtfully handed them to him. Being personally served by Itachi made Kitagawa Kid feel honored. He glanced at Sasuke, who looked very natural, and accepted it without hesitation. equals 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 equals. So annoying, a brother complex. How great it would be if I had a brother like this. No, Itachi before the clan's destruction. Kitagawa Kid's eyes were full of envy. Eat quickly, it won't taste good once it gets cold, Itachi said gently. Kitagawa Kid eagerly cut into the steak crispy on the outside and tender inside, perfectly medium rare. Wow, this is so delicious. He took a bite, and the steak melted on his tongue. No wonder the chef under the Sharingan is so amazing. Kitagawa Kid asked, does your brother cook like this for you every day? Sasuke said strangely, isn't that normal? Then nervously asked, not to your taste? Kitagawa Kid felt like Sasuke was showing off, but thinking about the upcoming night of clan extermination, his envy faded. Itachi handed over 2 bottles of drink, which looked like orange juice. Kitagawa Kid took a sip. It was a bit sweet. His mental age made him not like sweet drinks much, but Sasuke drank happily. Officially, Sasuke doesn't like sweets, maybe because Itachi loves sweets. Sasuke followed suit. When the father-son bond deepens, the situation might reverse. Silly Sasuke, this might be the last time you enjoy sweets, so savor it well. After the meal, Sasuke immediately changed his expression and complained to Itachi, Nisan, why didn't you teach me to climb trees earlier? The techniques you taught before are all outdated. Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Forgive me, you were still too young, and learning then would have made you prone to falling from the tree. Sasuke pouted, clearly unhappy with this answer. Couldn't you just catch me under the tree, Nisan? You just don't want to train with me. Humph. Itachi tried to ease the awkwardness with a smile. Sasuke said again, forget it, Nisan, you're just too busy to spend time with me, I know. Suddenly, Sasuke showed a hopeful look in his small eyes and looked at Itachi. Then, can Nisan train with me today? This is the first time I've brought a friend home. Itachi hesitated for a moment, recalled recently seeing the 3rd Hokage in Danzo, and nodded. Kitagawa Kid took the opportunity to ask, Senpai, I heard your genjutsu is very powerful, can you teach me? Itachi had a good impression of Kitagawa Kid but knew he had taken Odu's friend fee. He originally wanted to refuse, but Sasuke interrupted, Nisan, I want to learn genjutsu too, teach us together. Itachi suspected this was Oduduo's idea, but still agreed. Perhaps this was the last time he would train with Sasuke. The 3 of them arrived at the Uchiha exclusive training ground. Itachi had many genjutsu he wanted to teach, but most required the Sharingan to perform. He sighed helplessly and said to Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke, next, I'll teach you a C-rank genjutsu, the Fox Mine technique. The Sharingan lit up, and the 3 tomo slowly rotated. Just as Kitagawa Kid was focusing intently, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. They were spinning in circles inside the room, not taking a single step away. Sasuke exclaimed, Nisan, when did you cast this genjutsu? Itachi smiled and said, when you just said you wanted to learn genjutsu. Think carefully, when you step out of the illusion, you will understand the true essence of genjutsu. As soon as the words fell, the scene changed again, returning to the training ground. It's impossible to tell real from fake. Beichuan Feng knew there were 2 ways to break genjutsu, one was to disrupt the chakra, the other was through willpower. He tried to mobilize his chakra, and after succeeding, the scene returned to the room. But when he looked at Itachi, he only saw him smile faintly, look more carefully. Itachi's figure transformed into a flock of crows and flew away, and Beichuan Feng was back at the training ground. A true master casting genjutsu, even if you realize it, you won't know how to break it. But you are powerless. Beichuan Feng froze in place, knowing that moving was useless, repeatedly trying to disrupt his chakra. Besides wasting chakra, it had no effect. Chakra was almost depleted, he was nearly unconscious, and his vision suddenly cleared. What greeted him was a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. It was Itachi who actively dispelled the genjutsu, not Kitagawa. Kid dispelled the genjutsu. From beginning to end, Kitagawa Kid was toyed with by Itachi like a mouse. Remember everything just now, when you truly see through it, you will understand what genjutsu is. Itachi said to Kitagawa Kid calmly. Mangekyo Sharingan activated, regarding everything just now. The chakra flow trajectory is fully restored. Kitagawa Kid realized that Itachi was using the fastest way to try to teach him. Although he wasn't very talented and didn't understand it immediately, he could later recall and accurately replicate Itachi's chakra flow trajectory, learning the Fox S Mine technique. This way, he could also understand how to quickly dispel genjutsu. Itachi's genjutsu is absolutely top tier in the ninja world. Although this time he used a C-rank genjutsu, once seen through and understood, facing a B-rank genjutsu would be no problem. Once Kitagawa Kid masters this genjutsu, his genjutsu rank will rise from level 1 to level 2. Kid was overjoyed inside. Just from this lesson, I get a C-rank genjutsu personally taught by Itachi. If I perform well on the night of the clan S annihilation, what else will Itachi teach me? It seemed that Itachi had spent a lot of chakra to leave a deep impression on Kid and Sasuke. Seeing that both were awake, he said, "It's getting late, Kitagawa Kid, get some rest early." Sasuke glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30. He also said, "Nisan, you should sleep early too. There might be a mission tomorrow, so you need to be well rested." Itachi nodded lightly and watched Sasuke head to the bedroom. Kid awkwardly asked, "Then where do I sleep? Should I go home?" Itachi smiled and said, "Your mother just helped you lay out the bedding. If you want, you can sleep together with Sasuke." Sasuke also said, "Let's sleep together, Kid. It's so late, and it's too late for you to go back on your own." Hearing that there was still half an hour before midnight, Kitagawa Kid nodded without hesitation. After taking a shower and lying on the soft bed, the evening breeze brought a coolness that made him a bit sleepy. But Kitagawa Kid was a workaholic. He would never sleep before midnight. He needed to make the most of the time to chat more with Sasuke. "Sasuke, your brother looks very tired, as if he has a heavy heart." "Really?" Sasuke thought for a moment and noticed that every time he saw Nisan, he seemed exhausted. However, he was already used to it and didn't pay much attention. Instead, he said proudly, "It must be because Nisan is carrying out secret missions for the Umbu. Kid, you know the Umbu are directly under the Hokage's command. Which is very tough." Kitagawa Kid could naturally tell that Najushi was bragging about his brother, but his understanding was completely different from Sasuke's. Itachi was now at a crossroads. This decision will determine the fate of the Uchiha and will also affect the situation of Konoha in the ninja world. "Yes, Sasuke, you have a very outstanding older brother." Kitagawa Kid lay in bed, turning her head to look at Sasuke. Sasuke listened happily, but this happiness, on the contrary. Kitagawa Kid felt sorry for Najushi. His beloved older brother had actually killed their parents with his own hands and slaughtered the entire clan. When he finally understood the truth and looked back, that beloved older brother still cared for him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have collapsed long ago after experiencing all this. But Sasuke still lives strongly and wants revenge. Kitagawa Kid unconsciously looked at the ceiling and asked, "If one day, your parents and brother all fell into the water at the same time, who would you save?" Sasuke replied indifferently, "Impossible, my parents are both Jonin, and my brother is still an ANBU ninja." Kitagawa Kid sighed helplessly. "I said it's hypothetical. Let me ask another question. Suppose you have two very important things about to be burned, but you can only save one. One is Konoha's confidential intelligence, and the other is the thing you cherish most. Which would you choose?" At first, Sasuke didn't take it seriously, but after hearing it, he fell into deep thought. The former represents collective interest, the latter is personal interest. This question is very complicated, and he doesn't know how to answer. He leans toward the latter but doesn't say it, instead asking, "What would you choose?" Kitagawa Kid said, "I don't know, but I would choose the one that is more important to me." As long as you know which is more important, you know how to choose. Sasuke pondered, "Making simple problems complicated, and complicated problems simple, that's quite interesting, Kid." Kitagawa's question actually hinted at Itachi's current dilemma. On one side was the life and death of the entire Uchiha clan, on the other was the overall interest of Konoha. Only one could be chosen, and the reason was simple. If the Uchiha rebelled and Itachi joined them, Konoha would be finished. But if Itachi remained loyal, the entire Uchiha clan would be wiped out. Though it seemed like two paths, upon closer thought, Itachi actually had only one choice. Because the Uchiha coup could never succeed. They lacked the right timing, favorable conditions, and popular support. Konoha is surrounded by powerful enemies, and the Cloud Village is watching like a tiger stalking its prey. The timing is unfavorable. The Uchiha were marginalized as early as during the Nine Tails Rampage, so the geographical advantage is poor. As for harmony among people, the Uchiha controlled the police force, inevitably offending others. On top of that, the common personality issues among the Uchiha, and the harsh reality that the Sharingan's evolution requires sacrificing friends and family. Villagers are unwilling to interact, and neither are the ninjas. Timing, geography, and harmony all are lacking for the Uchiha. The most terrifying thing is that the Uchiha's own strength is insufficient. Only Itachi has Hokage-level combat power. Even if you count Fugaku among the Uchiha, there are only two. And what about Konoha? One night, Kai wiped out the entire clan, the ancestors of the Uchiha. They came, and almost couldn't hold on. From Itachi's perspective, he didn't know how strong Kai was. But he must have been clear that Jiraiya and Tsunade wouldn't ignore Konoha. With two Kage-level fighters against three, the Uchiha still managed to resist. How exactly did this coup unfold? Even if Jiraiya and Tsunade turned a blind eye to Konoha, the Uchiha miraculously succeeded, and Konoha would be nothing but a name. No one wanted to follow the Uchiha, just like no one followed Madara back then. The Hokage holds the position because most people recognize him and are willing to obey his command. The Uchiha have no support. What meaning does the Hokage have then? Taking a step back, once external forces intervene, how would Your Excellency respond? Itachi's choice was always singular from start to finish. This is not an exoneration but an established fact. He chose loyalty and saved his brother. That day, not a single clan member was willing to follow him, yet the Uchiha still existed. However, Kitagawa Kid believes Itachi made the right choice but not the most suitable one. He was too loyal to Konoha, too trusting of the Hokage, and didn't fully utilize the cards he held. If Kitagawa Kid were Itachi, he would still slaughter the clan, but only target the extremists who were anti-Konoha to express loyalty. Konoha still cares about face with the Uchiha in such a state. If they were completely purged, how would the other ninja clans react? Moreover, Itachi wielded the Koto Amatsukami, and Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu were no mere decorations. Would Konoha dare to bet on his absolute loyalty? Unfortunately, Itachi trusted the Hokage too much, was too paranoid and arrogant, and fully believed the lies of the third Hokage, ultimately only managing to save his brother. Now, he doesn't even have the right to protect his parents because his father was the clan leader. Later, Itachi realized his mistake. When his Edo Tensei body dissipated and his soul returned to the Pure Land, he admitted his paranoia and arrogance. If he could have changed his parents' minds, perhaps the Uchiha wouldn't be left with only Sasuke. The victims are not guilty. They chose to endure suffering because they had no other choice. Therefore, they are at fault, but the fault is not theirs. The truly guilty are the perpetrators. It is Danzo's confrontation, the third Hokage's indulgence, the foolishness of those Uchiha who couldn't see the situation clearly, and that death god-like red-eyed killer who is hiding beautifully among them. At midnight, Itachi sat alone on the rooftop, gazing at the bright moon. Naturally, he heard the conversation inside the house and was well aware of how similar the problems he faced were. As soon as the issue arose, he even suspected that it was Lord Hokage who had deliberately let Kitagawa Kid leak the information. Shursui, brother, what should I choose? For you, which is more important, Uchiha or Konoha? Itachi's expression darkened. He jumped down from the rooftop and carefully approached Sasuke's room window. Through the gap in the window, he watched Sasuke unconsciously holding Kitagawa Kid's thigh, breathing softly, sleeping soundly. Unconsciously, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Itachi's mouth. He made his choice and decided to believe. His own brother Sasuke, Konoha, and the Uchiha, he wanted them all. At 6 in the morning, Kitagawa Kid got up on time. He felt something sticky on his leg. Looking up, he saw Sasuke was using his thigh as a pillow. Get off! Kitagawa kicked Sasuke away, completely ignoring his confused look. Itachi was mopping the floor. Seeing Kitagawa approach, he asked, "Up so early? Is Sasuke awake?" "No, he's sleeping soundly." "Senpai, is there a TV in the room?" Itachi pointed to the living room, where a TV sat on the table opposite the sofa. Kitagawa rubbed his hands together, prayed, and then turned on the TV's fortune-telling channel. "Today, the spirits have no emotional inclinations. Your fortune is entirely in your hands." As expected, today was hardly influenced by luck. The outcome depended entirely on oneself. Kitagawa glanced at Itachi, unsure if he had heard what was said last night. Had Itachi decided to annihilate the clan last night? What is wrong? Itachi sensed it keenly. "Tell Sasuke for me that I got up to exercise. See you at school." Kitagawa waved his hand and walked outside. No matter when the night of the clan's destruction would come, he just wanted to go home with Sasuke every day. The Uchiha clan's territory was still lively, with pedestrians by the roadside and breakfast vendors on the street. They looked at Kitagawa, this outsider child, with cold eyes. It was completely different from when he came with Sasuke. This rejection made Beichuan quicken his pace. Just as he stepped out of the clan territory, someone suddenly blocked his way. The person wore a cat mask, with a black robe covering their face and hair. It looked like they were from the Umbu or Root. Beichuan asked warily, "Who are you?" "Root, codename C, Lord Danzo sent me to take you with me." Hearing Root, Beichuan's heart raced. Why was Root looking for him? Was it because of Naruto, or Sasuke? Or was it both? Beichuan Kid leaned more toward the latter, simply because he was in Uchiha. Stayed for one night, still at the clan leader's house. Who knows, Danzo might be worried that I would take Naruto over to the Uchiha side. Over there. Kita River Kid thought for just a moment and came up with a response plan. Root? I don't know them, and I certainly don't know any Danzo. You must have the wrong person. Kita River Kid immediately pretended not to know. After all, Danzo's reputation was very low, and as a common kid, he didn't know him. Very reasonable. Moreover, those unspeakable secrets shouldn't be exposed at all. But as an Umbu ninja, Hei would never let Kitagawa Kid go easily. As he spoke, he decisively made his move. With a flash of the body flicker technique, Hei appeared behind Kitagawa Kid, the tip of his cold kunai pressed against his neck. Kitagawa Kid, obediently come back with me, or else. Suddenly, darkness swallowed Hei's vision, and an invisible cage trapped him. This was Naruto's genjutsu. This was a close-range D-rank illusion technique. Kitagawa Kid knew Umbu ninjas didn't waste words, so he struck first. But every Umbu ninja was a ruthless fighter who had fought their way out of heaps of corpses, a death soldier trained by Danzo. The illusion was quickly broken. Hei looked at the escaping Kitagawa Kid and revealed a cold smile. Not obedient? Then I'll break both your legs first, take you back for treatment, as Lord Danzo wishes. He drew a short knife, and the two of them darted swiftly through the room. Kitagawa Kid's body technique was only level 2, and his body was weak. Even though he had mastered Ebisu's skills, he was far inferior to Hei's Shunshin no Jutsu. His genjutsu control lasted less than a second, and the distance between them quickly closed. Root actually dares to chase me in broad daylight? Kitagawa Kid scanned the streets of Konoha but didn't see a single person wearing a forehead protector coming to help. Damn it! Root was not a place to be easily subdued. Kitagawa Kid would never surrender. Ignoring the consequences, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Snake goat monkey boar horse tiger. Fire release great fireball technique. A huge fireball shot out from his mouth, and Bing immediately used a water flow barrier to block it. Mist spread through the air, and Beichuan Feng wanted to use it to cover himself. Suddenly, bang! Beichuan Feng was kicked hard against the wall. Bing appeared again, his hand already gripping his neck. Kid, come with me obediently, don't make things hard on yourself. Uncle is not a bad person. As soon as Bing finished speaking, his hand reached toward Beichuan Feng's calf. Beichuan Feng immediately understood his intention to break his legs. Relax, take a deep breath, dizziness is a normal reaction. Bing said coldly. Kita River Maple showed terror on his face, don't come any closer. The next moment, he used all his strength and fiercely swept across with a strike. Konoha Whirlwind. As predicted, Bing squatted down to dodge, then with lightning speed, kicked Kita River Maple down again. Kid, who do you think you can fool with these little tricks? Kita River Maple was desperate. He knew the gap between him and the Root Ninja was huge. But he didn't expect that he only had one chance to resist. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a flash of electricity. Silver-white long hair abruptly appeared behind Bing. The palm radiating thunder was almost pressed against Bing's neck. As if warning on the side, making a move would be a death sentence. Kakashi. This is Lord Danzo's order. Bing recognized him, hoarsely warning. Without the Hokage's permission, fighting within the village is forbidden. Do you want to go back and explain to Danzo, or come with me to the Hokage's office? The three Tomo and Kakashi's left eye stared intently at Bing, the powerful pressure rendering him immobile. Root Ninja easily captured Kitagawa Kid, but Kakashi had no trouble dealing with Root Ninja either. Bing knew he couldn't hold his ground. He thought Kitagawa Kid was just an ordinary child, at most somewhat connected to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki or the Uchiha. The Root faction dared not casually capture Uchiha members who would care anyway. Ordinary people still thought the Umbu were just catching criminals. Unexpectedly, Kakashi actually dared to offend Lord Danzo and make a move against himself. Get lost. Kakashi keenly sensed Bing's intention to retreat, but his Sharingan still fixedly stared at his back until the other completely disappeared before withdrawing his gaze. Kid, I'm warning you, stay away from that Uchiha brat, or you'll die. This is the last warning. After saying that, Kakashi put on his mask and instantly left. As expected, contacting Sasuke before the night of the clan's annihilation is too dangerous. Kitagawa Kid finally understood why Root sent people to capture him. He and Naruto are friends. The Konoha leadership would never allow anyone who could influence the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to get close to the Uchiha. The third Hokage's attitude is ambiguous, but Danzo absolutely regards this as taboo. Even in dire circumstances, Kitagawa Kid never wants to give up. The greater the storm, the more value is revealed. Only by being within the situation can one seek the greatest benefit. Moreover, Kitagawa Kid firmly believes that Itachi would never abandon Sasuke, whose friend he personally brought home and spent the night with. His willingness to take risks relies entirely on Itachi's love for Sasuke. Before and after the night of the clan's annihilation, as long as he stays by Sasuke's side, safety is guaranteed. Just as Kitagawa Kid expected, Itachi quietly watches everything from a distant utility pole. After the incident of grabbing people at the root, Kitagawa Kid understood the situation clearly. The night of the clan's annihilation is most likely tonight. Danzo, that old schemer, hasn't made a move against me before. Undoubtedly because he thinks I'm within a controllable range. No threat. But with the night of the clan's destruction approaching, any variable involving the Uchiha will become taboo for Danzo. Even the third Hokage won't protect me at this point. This is what the divination said: today's fortune is entirely in my own hands. Kitagawa Kid dared not train alone anymore. He walked onto a crowded street. Upstairs, preparing to find Naruto. He knew that Kakashi offended Danzo to help himself, mainly because of Kai and Naruto. Naruto's influence was even greater. Before the night of the clan's destruction arrived, staying by Naruto's side was the safest. After school, he would go home with Sasuke again. The night Sasuke broke down, anyone who helped him would become his ally. He and Sasuke shared the same goal: to avenge Itachi. The relationship between Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke would quickly warm up, even reaching a very high level of favor overnight. Only strength can protect oneself. Previously, Kitagawa Kid's plans relied on others' support, and he had no control at critical moments. Once he went against the backing forces, he would fall into danger. He took a deep breath and spat in the direction Jen was leaving. Root and Danzo, just wait and see. 10 years east of the river, 10 years west, I will beat Sasuke to it and uproot you completely. Deep underground in the Death Forest, Root's base was rooted here. Danzo looked at Bing returning alone, his eyes dark. Where is the child I sent you to capture? Bing knew Danzo was ruthless and felt a chill. Lord Danzo, I caught Kitagawa Kid, but was stopped by Kakashi. Danzo had anticipated today's events and gestured for several Root members to appear. I only care about the results. Go receive your punishment. After Bing was dragged away, Danzo said to Yamanaka-fu, you lead the team to monitor the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. If Sasuke or Kitagawa Kid tries to take the Jinchuriki to the Uchiha, be sure to intercept and take the Jinchuriki away. Yamanaka-fu asked, Lord Danzo, what about the Hokage? Danzo interrupted, I'll explain the situation with the Tsunegakure side. Everything is for Konoha, understand? Yes, Lord Danzo. Go down. After Yamazaki left, Danzo took a confidential document from the drawer. Last night, Itachi had a private meeting with the third Hokage. All the details were inside. Danzo was already aware of Itachi's clan extermination plan and his deal with the third Hokage. He closed his eyes slightly, waiting quietly for news from the Hokage. At the same time, outside Konoha, by the long river, Itachi stood by the path, quietly waiting for something. The air swirled like a vortex as a figure suddenly appeared. The person wore a yellow tiger skin mask, dressed in a black robe, with a samurai sword hanging at the waist. It is none other than the incarnation of Spot's Uchiha Obito. Let's make a deal. Itachi opened his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan shining. His Rinnegan eyes fixed tightly on Obito. Obito snorted, I'm helping you with revenge. And if there are other motives, just pretend you didn't hear them. Itachi glanced sideways at Obito and said, you mean you don't want me to use the Sharingan to record your actions? Obito replied calmly, that's also proof that I spared your brother's life. I don't need a kid without the Sharingan. So I can trust you, right? Looks like I have no other choice. Itachi said self-mockingly. The sun gradually set, the sunset glow spread across the land, and a full moon slowly rose. At the training ground, after tree climbing training, Naruto showed no sign of fatigue on his face and shouted excitedly, Kid! Kid! How about we go eat Ichirako ramen together? Sasuke immediately retorted, why not come eat the dinner mom made with me? I already told my mom this morning that I'll be home late. Kid Kitagawa gently tapped Naruto's forehead and smiled, saying, sorry, since it's on the way, I'll go with Sasuke. Naruto complained, didn't you say last night that you'd treat me to Ichirako ramen? Sasuke said proudly, "What's so great about Ichirako ramen? It's not as good as what Ni-san makes, right, kid?" Suddenly, Naruto had a bright idea and smiled. "Why don't we all go to Sasuke's house? I want to try the food he makes too." Sasuke was very interested. Bringing one friend home is going home, bringing two friends home is still going home, more people means more fun, and he could show off Ni-san. Unfortunately, in less than a second, Kitagawa Kid refused. "Your house is too far. Eating there would waste training time. Look, Sasuke is almost mastering tree climbing skills. If you don't work harder, you'll be left far behind. Naruto, you're the future Hokage. How can you be so slack?" After being persuaded like this, Naruto's head was buzzing, feeling that something was off. When Kitagawa Kid pulled Sasuke away, Naruto looked at their backs and finally realized, I can do it alone. Sooner or later, I'll surpass you and win Kid back. The reason Kitagawa Kid didn't bring Naruto along was very simple. Tonight is very likely to be the night of the clan's destruction. Naruto, as the Jinchuriki, has to go to the Uchiha territory. What does the third Hokage think? What does Danzo think? The third Hokage might only send the Yambu to take Naruto away, but Danzo will never go easy. Just like this morning. As night falls over Konoha, the streets are sparsely populated. Mostly gamblers and drinkers, exuding the smell of smoke and alcohol. The closer to the Uchiha clan, the more Kid Kitagawa feels watched. There are always faint, elusive gazes from the west, staring intently at himself and Sasuke beside him. Sasuke also felt something was wrong. The road was too desolate. There wasn't a single pedestrian. "Kid, isn't it too quiet here?" Kitagawa Kid responded softly, "Maybe everyone is asleep. We trained pretty late today." "Is that so?" Hearing Kitagawa Kid say that, Sasuke relaxed a little. But the biting cold wind hit his face, and a sense of foreboding grew in his heart. When he turned a corner, he stepped into a puddle and looked down. It was blood. Sasuke suddenly rushed forward, then looked back. In the clan territory, corpses lay scattered on the cold ground, and the smell of blood grew stronger. What exactly happened here? He immediately thought of enemy ninjas infiltrating, his eyes shifting from fear to determination. He had to go back to find Nissen and his parents and tell them everything he saw. "Kid, you go back and report to the Hokage-sama, I'll go home and check," Sasuke said as he ran. "I'll go with you, I don't trust you to go alone." Kitagawa Kid firmly followed. If Sasuke went alone and encountered the red-eyed assassin or Root, it would be disastrous. The two sprinted toward the clan leader's house. The number of corpses increased along the way, and Sasuke's tension grew even more. He wanted to tell Kitagawa Kid to leave, but feared the enemy might hear his voice. Suddenly, Sasuke noticed what seemed to be a figure on the utility pole. But when he looked up, he saw nothing. He whispered a warning, "Foam, we might have been discovered. Let's find Nisan and the others first. Nisan will definitely take down the enemy." Kitagawa Foam looked at Itachi's blind trust with helplessness in his heart. He knew the story had already begun. Itachi was waiting for Sasuke. He would tell Sasuke that the brother he once trusted and was most proud of had actually killed their parents. Kitagawa Foam couldn't help but advise, "Sasuke, you need to be ready to fight." Sasuke nodded firmly, guessing that Nisan was currently battling the enemy. Creak. The door opened. What came into view were Itachi's blood-red Sharingan eyes and two blood-soaked corpses lying on the ground. It was Sasuke's parents. A shuriken flew out, cutting through the air towards Sasuke's shoulder, but was blocked by Kitagawa Kid holding a kunai. "Be careful. Sasuke. Your brother is very likely an enemy." Sasuke couldn't believe what he saw. He felt the world was so unreal at this moment. How could his beloved brother possibly be an enemy? He must have been caught in an illusion. "Kid, we are very likely caught in the enemy's illusion. Quickly use the chakra interrupted." Sasuke tried to disrupt his own chakra, but the scene before his eyes repeated over and over, without any change. Is this really reality? Sasuke couldn't believe it. Countless outlined shurikens came rushing towards him. "You foolish Ototo, are you still unwilling to accept the truth? I have always been playing the perfect image in your heart." The Mangekyo Sharingan shone, and Sasuke was pulled into the illusion of Tsukuyomi. He kept seeing warm scenes of his parents, followed by Itachi massacred again and again. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Sasuke begged painfully. "Don't ignore me, bastard." Kitagawa Kid could have stayed out of it, but since he was here, how could he stand by and watch? He instantly flashed behind Itachi and delivered a fierce Konoha whirlwind kick. The cawing of crows sounded, and Itachi grabbed Kitagawa Kid by the neck, lifting him high. You, like my foolish little brother, enjoy playing ninja games? Such a pity. In front of a real ninja, you have no chance to fight back. Bang! Kitagawa Kid was thrown hard against the wall. He felt Itachi was taking revenge because he had once accepted Sasuke's friend's fee. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Beichuan Feng pointed to the ground. It was a lit explosive tag. He knew he would definitely fall into an illusion, so he threw the explosive tag first. He was sure he would be thrown away because with Itachi's jutsu of the floating world, he was confident. Bang! Wood chips scattered, and the sharp pain cutting across Sasuke's cheek woke him from the illusion. Feng! Sasuke hurriedly ran toward the fallen Beichuan Feng, but was met again by the merciless Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi lifted Beichuan Feng and slammed him hard against the wall. Sasuke mustered his courage, drew his kunai, and charged at Itachi, only to fall into the illusion once more. When he opened his eyes again, he was, like Beichuan Feng, being held firmly by Itachi. You foolish Idu, knowing you are outmatched yet fighting to the death, this is what they call the foolishness of passion. Itachi released his grip, threw Kitagawa Kid in front of Sasuke, and made a gesture as if to leave. Come find me again when you have eyes like mine. Why? Sasuke stared intently at Itachi, full of confusion. He was born into a family where even his parents could harm him, so why did he give up on his own brother? Why? Sasuke tried to rush toward Itachi but was firmly held back by Kitagawa. Kid. Because your weakness makes you utterly uninteresting to me. Because your cowardice kills any desire I have to kill you. Live a life of mere survival, as my foolish younger brother, you have the same potential to open your eyes as I do. Run away. Run with all your might. Itachi suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly, bursting into wild laughter. Only this way can I gain greater power. Sasuke, you are my light. Sooner or later, you will understand why I spared you. Itachi jumped onto the utility pole, ready to leave. At that moment, Sasuke unleashed the single tomo. At the same time, Kitagawa Kid activated his technique. Sasuke, I'll cover you. The Rasengan condensed in his hand. Kitagawa Kid gritted his teeth, without hesitation. He knew the risk of exposing his secret, but he had to prove his worth in front of Itachi. He trusted Sasuke and was willing to reveal the secret he carried. Itachi saw the Rasengan, surprise flashing in his eyes. This is the Rasengan of the fourth Hokage? How does Kitagawa Kid know this? Sasuke rushed forward recklessly. Although he was unfamiliar with the Rasengan, he knew it was a highly lethal ninjutsu. This was their only chance to keep Itachi. The Rasengan surged forward, and Itachi hesitated whether to use ninjutsu, worried about hurting Sasuke. With the body flicker technique, the Rasengan pressed against Itachi's forehead protector. You, Uchiha Itachi, do not deserve to wear the Konoha forehead protector. You traitor who slaughtered your own clan and parents. Kitagawa Kid stomped hard on the forehead protector, shocking the nearby Umbu and Root members. This brat dares to be so arrogant? Itachi coldly stared at Kitagawa Kid, his Mangekyo Sharingan flickering with murderous intent. Trying to provoke me? Too bad, you've underestimated my resolve. Next, I will make you truly experience pain within the illusion of Tsukuyami. The Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed again, and Kitagawa Kid was pulled into the world of Tsukuyami. Sasuke tried to stop Itachi but was kicked away and lost consciousness. Itachi bent down to pick up the forehead protector and put it back on his head. He glanced at Sasuke one last time, tears falling at his feet. In the world of Tsukuyami, everything was blood red. Kitagawa Kid was tied to a cross, knowing it was an illusion but unable to move an inch. Itachi held a long sword, the tip pressed against his neck, slowly approaching. Pa! Born! Kill or carve, just get it over with. Itachi said nothing, but his movements became much more agile, the blade piercing Kitagawa Kid's skin, and Kitagawa Kid was subdued by the pain. Where did you learn the Rasengan? Itachi asked calmly. Birth. Even if I, Kitagawa Kid, die, I will not tell you that I was found at Naruto's house. Oh? Itachi smiled. Do you know what jutsu you have been hit with? I don't know. Kitagawa Kid said matter-of-factly. B-rank Genjutsu, tree-binding death. Itachi didn't care whether Kitagawa Kid believed him or not, he wasn't afraid of being suspected. He could easily blame the Tsukuyami incident on withholding information. Don't you like Genjutsu? Next, I will torture you again and again with tree-binding death. Heh, this is quite interesting, isn't it? It seemed that Itachi really found tormenting Kitagawa Kid amusing, patiently using tree-binding death over and over again. Kitagawa Kid repeatedly experienced the death alternating between Tsukuyomi and tree-binding death. Although his mind was tormented, his body was largely unharmed. Kitagawa Kid also understood that Itachi deliberately trapped him in the Tsukuyomi world with the purpose of helping him quickly master Genjutsu. He had to study hard. Time flowed extremely slowly in the Tsukuyomi world. Kitagawa Kid was tormented for 3 days and 3 nights, while only an instant passed in reality. Kitagawa Kid not only was about to become a B-ranked Genjutsu user but also incidentally learned the C-ranked Genjutsu Fox Mind technique. He looked at his 5 paths mastery panel and found that his Genjutsu level had actually reached level 3. Just as his mind was about to collapse, he caught a glimpse of tears sliding down Itachi's face out of the corner of his eye. After the matter was settled, the Konoha Hokage building was filled with Konoha's top officials gathered together. Danzo couldn't stop smiling. "Sensei, did you see? I have fulfilled your will." The third Hokage suddenly put down his pipe and scolded, "Shut up, Danzo. When I was alive, I never intended to wipe out the Uchiha." Danzo sneered coldly, "The inherently evil Uchiha have been eradicated. There is no longer any threat within Konoha. For the peace of Konoha, our wills are united, Hiruzen." The third Hokage fell silent. When he learned that only Sasuke remained of the Uchiha, he felt regret deep inside. He thought he should have saved more children and instilled the will of fire in them, so they could serve Konoha. But that was impossible now. He knew that once the surviving Uchiha children learned the truth, they would surely seek revenge against Konoha. This matter is classified. Uchiha Itachi is henceforth a Konoha S-rank rogue ninja, but the honor of the Uchiha remains. The third Hokage made a final decision, and Danzo did not oppose it. Giving honor to the dead was meaningless in his eyes. The Uchiha clan's extermination was exactly the outcome he wanted, and he benefited greatly from it. Danzo had no reason to offend Hiruzen. At this moment, an intelligence report arrived. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sasuke and Kitagawa Kid, 2 Ninja Academy students, have just fought with Uchiha Itachi. This is the detailed account of the battle." An ANBU ninja reported. The third Hokage did not pay much attention to the minor scuffle between the 2 students. However, he remained cautious and wanted to learn from the battle. The process revealed Itachi's true thoughts. The moment he saw the Rasengan, the third Hokage's quick flipping of pages froze. Danzo, as if sensing something mentally, asked, "What's wrong, Hoshigaki?" "That kid, Kid Kitagawa, can use the Rasengan." "Rasengan?" Danzo's eyes showed. Danzo's heart was filled with suspicion and his alertness sharply increased. How could an ordinary child use the Rasengan? Could it be that he really learned it from the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Impossible. He immediately thought of Kitagawa Kid's recent unusual behavior. First, he deliberately provoked Naruto, then got close to Uchiha Sasuke, and even spent the night at the clan leader's house before the night of the clan's destruction. A bold guess emerged. Could it be that Kitagawa Kid is a spy sent by the Uchiha to infiltrate the Jinchuriki's side? Why did Root repeatedly warn him, yet he acted on his own, leaving Naruto at night to follow Sasuke? Why, when he saw Itachi, did he try so hard to kill him as if he were an enemy, even risking exposing his identity? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Danzo was almost certain that Kitagawa Kid was an informant secretly cultivated by the clan leader Fugaku. After all, the method of training the Rasengan couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Fugaku taught him the Rasengan. Kitagawa Kid could only have learned it through Fugaku. This is the most direct evidence. After confirming, Danzo felt murderous intent. This evil Uchiha remnant must be completely eradicated. He immediately proposed to the third Hokage, Hisashi, "I want this child to serve Root." The third Hokage hesitated, neither refusing nor agreeing, his attitude ambiguous. Danzo knew his character. As long as he was resolute, he could persuade him. He continued, "I will train Kitagawa Kid to be Konoha's elite. Hand him over to me, Hisashi." At this moment, among the Root members protecting Danzo, a pair of Sharingans suddenly appeared. 1 against 7? Danzo's tone was calm, but fear rose in his heart. Being able to hide for so long proves that Uchiha Itachi is fully capable of killing him. Itachi said calmly, "I have already completed the task of annihilating the Uchiha. Hokage-sama, next I will fulfill the promise made to that person, join Akatsuki, and spy on Konoha." The third Hokage's expression darkened. "What about your younger brother, Sasuke?" Itachi was silent for a moment. "I entrust him to you. He will kill me and become Konoha's hero." The third Hokage asked again, "What about that child besides Sasuke?" Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, locking his gaze on Danzo. He will be the executor of the will of fire, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke. Graduating together, joining the team together, until one day. Kill me. Lord Danzo, any objections? Danzo said calmly, this is only right, Konoha will not mistreat its heroes. Itachi said, I am just a rogue ninja. The genjutsu activated, and the root and Umbu immediately became alert. Only 2 sentences remained in Danzo's ear. The number of bodies doesn't match. I will be watching you closely. If one day you dare to harm them, all of Konoha's secrets will be passed to enemy nations. The crow caught outside the house, and the weasel had already left. The third Hokage glared at Danzo, see, this is all your fault. Danzo responded firmly, everything I have done is for Konoha, Hiruzen. The third Hokage said coldly, from today on, Danzo, Root will be responsible for investigating enemy intelligence. Hiruzen. Danzo knew the Hokage was suppressing him. Investigating intelligence is extremely dangerous, equivalent to a death sentence. He stared hard at the third Hokage but received no concession. Realizing there was no way to turn things around, Danzo angrily walked toward the door. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the true Hokage. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily as Danzo left. Konoha Hospital, 6 a.m. Aikawa Kid woke up groggily and suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around, a clean hospital bed, doctors in white coats walking outside the window. This is a hospital. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had bet correctly. Only by showing value in front of Itachi would Itachi spare his life. The only standard of value Sasuke. Aikawa Kid risked his life to protect Sasuke, and only then would Itachi use Tsukuyomi and teach him illusions before parting. Just like Itachi used Tsukuyomi to stimulate Sasuke to awaken his eyes. He didn't expect that Itachi would give him a parting gift. Originally, he just wanted to use this to win Sasuke's favor. Even in the hospital, Beichuan Foam still maintained good habits. After thinking for a moment, he opened the system mailbox. You have received a commission letter from Uchiha Itachi. My foolish Odoto asks you to take care of him. Uchiha Itachi. Note, magic non-elemental technique. A Type C range genjutsu that makes people see things different from reality, but its effect is limited on those who understand genjutsu. However, I'm currently lacking range control ninjutsu, which can be used to cover the Great Fireball technique, quite practical. This was another unexpected surprise. Beichuan Feng's fatigue from overexertion was greatly dispelled by the surprise. And his whole spirit improved a lot. He took a glance at Itachi's affection level. Itachi actually raised it to 2 stars overnight. This is not like the early-stage fangirling girls who judge by looks. Like Ino Sakura, but the extremely rational Itachi. But thinking about it carefully, it's understandable. Itachi is a brother complex, so it's normal for him to have affection for someone connected to his brother. The night of the clan's annihilation had a profound and special impact on Itachi. Has Sasuke's letter not been delivered yet? Kitagawa Kid glanced at the villagers' affection list and was surprised to find Sasuke only had 3 stars. He quickly understood that Sasuke was most likely unconscious last night and had not yet woken up. Affection accumulates over time, just like Sasuke only activated the Mangekyo Sharingan after learning the truth about the clan's annihilation, not at the moment Itachi died. Therefore, Kitagawa Kid's goal was very clear. He had to stay by Sasuke's room before Sasuke woke up. Whether it was comfort or companionship, as long as he was by his side, Sasuke would have support when feeling spiritually empty. Although Kitagawa Kid was already providing timely help, he could not neglect adding extra care. The knocking interrupted his thoughts. He looked up and saw the third Hokage had arrived. The third Hokage's face was kind, his smile warm. Child, you're awake. Grandpa Hokage. Kitagawa Kid responded affectionately. With Itachi's protection, the third Hokage would not be unfavorable to him. If he gained the third Hokage's favor, resources would definitely be abundant. At least he wouldn't be like Sasuke after his clan was wiped out, completely clueless about fire release and having to risk learning genjutsu from Orochimaru. Hearing the youthful voice, the third Hokage smiled even more gently, sat by the bedside, and asked with concern. I already know about what happened last night. Uchiha Itachi has been wanted as an S-rank missing nin. Child, rest assured, Konoha will never let a traitor go. Kita River Kid held back tears and choked out. Hokage Grandpa, you are so kind. After my parents left, you are the first elder to care about me like this. The third Hokage comforted him, it's all in the past now. Itachi will not come back. I will seek justice for you and your friends. Seeing the purpose fulfilled, the third Hokage asked about the night of the clan's destruction. Child, what I am about to ask concerns the safety of the village. Regarding the capture of Uchiha Itachi, this S-rank missing Nin. Kita River Maple immediately replied, Hokage Grandpa, I'll tell you everything I know. Do you know what genjutsu Itachi used on you back then? Did he say anything special to you and Sasuke? Kita River Maple shook his head. I don't remember clearly, my mind is very confused right now, I can't recall anything. Of course, Kita River Maple knew perfectly well, but why? Would he tell the third Hokage? It wouldn't benefit him, and he had no reason to know the information about Tsukuyomi. The third Hokage knew this too, and asked again. Child, that jutsu you used last night, the dumpling. The same ninjutsu, where did you learn it from? Kitagawa Kid immediately showed a frightened expression, like a student who hadn't done their homework. Kitagawa Kid stammered like an elementary school student. I accidentally found it at Naruto's house. I only know it's called Rasengan. The third Hokage was obviously not satisfied with this answer, but he didn't press further. Kitagawa Kid was too young to have learned this technique on his own. Someone must have wanted him to learn it. So, who could that person be? The third Hokage had already asked Guy and Kakashi. They wouldn't lie, so it couldn't be them. The only ones with the motive were the Uchiha clan, who wanted to stir up trouble, or his old friend Danzo Shimura. The Uchiha family had never truly contacted Naruto. The third Hokage knew Naruto had wanted to find the Uchiha, but Kitagawa Kid had stopped him, so that possibility was ruled out. Years ago, Danzo had been thinking of using Naruto, training him to become Konoha's weapon of war. Danzo often targeted orphans, training them as root members. Kitagawa Kid, as an orphan of Konoha who performed well at the Ninja Academy, fit Danzo's goals perfectly. Coupled with Danzo's visit to the Hokage building last night demanding Kitagawa Kid, the truth was almost clear. The third Hokage looked at Kitagawa Kid with a complicated expression, as if he had already guessed something. Danzo, huh? You still won't give up on Naruto? Kitagawa Kid looked confused, knowing the lie he had made up was a bit far-fetched and unlikely, but the Hokage seemed to have misunderstood something. The third Hokage continued, about the Rasengan, I already know. It's an A-rank, non-elemental ninjutsu recorded in the sealing techniques, created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Besides Sasuke and Naruto, don't tell anyone else. He paused, staring intently at Kitagawa Kid. The bad news is, last night the Uchiha clan was reduced to just one child, Sasuke. The good news is, you stopped the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi from completely wiping out the clan, which is equivalent to completing an S-rank secret mission. The third Hokage has decided to reward you with a ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. He looked satisfied at Kitagawa Kid's surprised expression. Stealing talented people from old friends was his specialty. A genius who could learn the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan at 9 years old, there was no way he would let Danzo have him. The third Hokage believed that with just a little maneuvering, he could completely win Kitagawa Kid's heart. That's how it was with Kakashi, and with Yamato too. Equals 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 equals. Kitagawa Kid realized the third Hokage might have exaggerated some of the facts. But the reward was real. It was a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Raikiri, 8 Gates, Western Elephant Seal, any one of those would definitely be a rank or above. The super powerful ninjutsu he had always dreamed of was instantly within reach. Kitagawa Kid happily said, Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. When I become a ninja, I will definitely personally capture Uchiha Itachi and serve Konoha. The third Hokage smiled and patted his head, Good child. Once your health improves, come to my office. And take a good look at Sasuke while you're at it. Mentioning Sasuke, the third Hokage sighed, This child has suffered too much. I really fear he won't hold on. Kitagawa Kid cursed silently, The Uchiha have fallen to this state, and you old man are at least half to blame. But he still promised aloud, Sasuke is my friend. I won't give up on him, Grandpa Hokage, don't worry. The third Hokage checked the time and prepared to leave, reminding him as he went, Rest well. If anything comes up, tell the doctor. If it's really serious, you can come find me. Kitagawa Kid nodded, Okay, Grandpa Hokage, take care. The door closed softly, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. This third Hokage was the best actor of all. If he himself couldn't see through people's hearts, he might really believe the third Hokage was a kind old man. Faced with such a politician, Kitagawa Kid dared not say much, only guessing what the third generation wanted from him and responding cautiously. After the Hokage left, the matter of the Night of Annihilation also came to a pause, and he was preparing to do the final wrap-up. In the neighboring ward, Sasuke curled up under the covers, repeatedly whispering, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he woke up from the recurring blood-red nightmare and saw a figure. Sasuke hurriedly shrank into the corner of the bed, shouting, "Don't come closer! Don't come closer!" Kitagawa Kid turned his head to look, and Sasuke's fear gradually faded. Their eyes met, and silence fell between them. Sasuke seemed to recall something, a blush rising on his face. "Sorry to embarrass you, Kid." Kitagawa Kid comforted him, "It's okay, anyone would be afraid after experiencing such a huge change. I was too. To be honest, when I got up this morning, the nurse told me I had scared myself into wetting the bed and had to wash the sheets." Really? Sasuke hadn't expected that Kitagawa Kid, whom he considered a strong person, would also be like him just now. Generally cowardly. He couldn't help but chuckle, but soon stopped laughing. "Of course, I was lying to you. How old do you think I am? Maybe you'll wet the bed, can't you think about it properly?" Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke with a face full of disdain, but Sasuke's face turned even redder. However, this little incident improved the atmosphere in the hospital room quite a bit. The two seemed to have returned to the close times before the night their clan was wiped out. Seeing Sasuke's mood stabilize, Kitagawa Kid said seriously, "Hokage Grandpa came to see me this morning. He might come to see you in a while. I have something to tell you. Your brother Uchiha Itachi, he defected. He's Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja." Hearing Itachi's name, Sasuke was stunned, clenched his fists, and said through gritted teeth, "I know. Sooner or later, I will definitely seek revenge on him. I will be with you, Saji. I also don't like him. Last night he really gave me a hard time." Kitagawa Kid nodded in agreement. Both of them were survivors of the night their clan was wiped out, so Sasuke naturally accepted Kitagawa Kid's words. He even somewhat depended on Kitagawa Kid. He was the only companion who knew his secret and the only comrade who shared his ideals. At this moment, Kitagawa Kid asked, "Saji, do you know how we should take revenge?" Sasuke was silent for a long time, clearly knowing the answer was nothing but training, getting stronger, and becoming a true ninja. But he felt very confused inside. His beloved older brother Uchiha Itachi was too strong. Graduated at 7, joined the Umbu at 11, became an Umbu squad leader at 13. He had also awakened the Uchiha's ultimate power, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Among peers, my older brother can cast a fireball jutsu with just a casual glance, while Sasuke has to practice hard for several days. The gap in talent is too great, and combined with age and strength, it clearly tells Sasuke, this is almost impossible. Kitagawa Kid waited a long time without getting an answer, but this was exactly what he wanted to hear. He looked up with a confident smile. "Revenge means becoming stronger than Itachi, and then killing him." "Impossible." Sasuke blurted out, then lowered his head, not daring to look Kitagawa Kid in the eye. Kitagawa Kid stood up, waving his hands like an orator, encouraging, "Sasuke, there is nothing impossible in this world. As long as we firmly believe we can do it and go all out, we will definitely succeed. Itachi graduated early at 7 and joined the Umbu at 11, didn't he? Then we will just follow his path. We will graduate early too, and become Jonin soon. Become the true pillars of Konoha. We are a team, and Itachi is just one person. We still have Konoha as a solid backing, and a whole group of Konoha ninja who also want to kill Itachi. With the strength of the entire village, to kill Uchiha Itachi alone. This time, the advantage is on my side." Hearing these words, the absolute confidence deep within Sasuke was ignited. The Uchiha clan never admits defeat even if they die in battle, they struggle desperately. Sasuke was completely infected by Kitagawa Kid's momentum and said firmly, "That's right. Kid, you're right, the advantage is on my side. As long as we become stronger, even if we're just a little behind Itachi, or even slightly inferior, we will still win." Seeing Sasuke full of confidence, eager to face Itachi for revenge immediately, Kid Kitagawa thought to himself. As expected of the second pillar, it's this confidence that he relies on. But Kid Kitagawa was also very confident in Sasuke's strength after all. With Itachi's Pacific Ocean release technique, the advantage was indeed on our side. After boosting morale, Keed glanced at Sasuke's favorability rating, only to see it soaring rapidly. It had already risen to 5 stars, and judging by this momentum, 5 stars was definitely not the limit. Let's check out the 5-star favorability reward first. Equals 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 equals. Your email has received a thank you letter from Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you, Uchiha Sasuke. Attachment: these are all my insights on Chidori during the Chunin exam. Seeing your plight, I'm giving them to you. Humph. Sundara, is it so hard to say thank you a few more times? By the way, the Chidori you gave is pretty good. As everyone knows, Chidori is the signature jutsu of Sasuke and Kakashi, classified as an A-rank lightning release technique, difficult to master and highly destructive. There are also various variations, such as Chidori Nagashi, Chidori Senbon, Kirin, Raikiri, and so on. But it has a major drawback: it heavily relies on the Sharingan. Kitagawa Keed can only feel regret about this. However, Sasuke's insights on Chidori during the Chunin exam involve many lightning release techniques and knowledge. After absorbing this content, Kitagawa Keed's ninja way level rose to level 4, reaching the strength of a Chunin. Among the 5 ninja arts, except for medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, any skill reaching level 4 is equivalent to Chunin level. Too bad, if only I had the Sharingan's dynamic vision, Chidori would be both cool and powerful. Kitagawa Keed looked into Sasuke's eyes, and a bold idea popped into his mind. How about, if there's a chance, transplanting a Sharingan? But he just thought about it and gave up. Without the Uchiha bloodline, forcibly transplanting a Sharingan would cause kidney deficiency like Kakashi. Moreover, he couldn't obtain the Sharingan. Time quietly passed, and after a brief awakening, Sasuke remained exhausted. He was encouraged and inspired by Kitagawa Keed's heartfelt words. Soon after, he fell asleep again. Kitagawa Keed sat by Sasuke's bedside the entire time, never leaving. He knew Sasuke needed company the most right now. Pushing through exhaustion was pointless. Before long, Naruto actually arrived. Hey Ruto, didn't you go to school? What's going on? Naruto hurriedly explained, school isn't more important than you. I wanted to find you this morning, but I heard something happened with the Uchiha. He suddenly grew anxious. By the way, Keed, are you okay? How's Sasuke? Kitagawa Keed glanced at the sleeping Sasuke. I have a slight headache, nothing else, but Sasuke. He sighed, this incident hit him hard. I've already comforted him, and he seems much better. Naruto, don't mention the Uchiha family matters anymore, Keed said. Naruto nodded in agreement. He was supposed to go to school with Kitagawa Keed and Sasuke that morning, but he hadn't seen them and was almost late. He knew Keed was punctual and disciplined, usually coming to train with him in the morning, but not today. Naruto felt something was wrong and immediately dropped the idea of going to school to find Keed. Near Keed's house, he heard the news that the entire Uchiha clan had been slaughtered. The killer was none other than Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi. He hurried to ask the third, only to find out that Kitagawa Keed and Sasuke were now in the hospital. The two sat quietly. Kitagawa Keed propped his chin with one hand, his eyelids twitching constantly. After a while, Sasuke woke up and opened his eyes to see Kitagawa Keed and Naruto standing by the bedside. Naruto was about to speak, but Sasuke signaled him to stay silent. Kitagawa Keed couldn't hold on any longer, and Sasuke helped him half lie down on the bed, whispering, let Keed rest. He has been pushing himself to stay with me. He is clearly the most innocent one. When I think back, it was all my fault. Sasuke, you actually care about others? Naruto thought to himself, but seeing his serious expression, he didn't say it out loud. Sasuke now talked much more than before. Naruto didn't know how to respond at the moment. He had only recently accepted it and hadn't yet learned to love others like Sasuke did. Sasuke put on his shoes and pulled Naruto into the corridor. Let us go, talk outside. He gazed into the distance, toward the Uchiha direction. Naruto, what kind of person do you think Keed is? Sasuke didn't wait for Naruto's answer and went on speaking by himself. Fong is really a good person. At first, I thought he was especially arrogant. And also very stingy, you know? Every time it came to collecting money, every time I challenged him, I was really resentful. Later, after I interacted with him more, I found that he is very sincere and warm-hearted towards others. Thinking carefully, he really is the kind of person who is especially helpful. Naruto didn't feel as deeply as Sasuke did, but to him, Kitagawa Phone was indeed a pretty good friend. But speaking of impressions, Naruto only remembered that besides being diligent, hardworking, and warm-hearted, this guy was also particularly stingy, always collecting friend fees when he least expected it. Sasuke withdrew his gaze and looked back through the glass at Kitagawa Phone sleeping soundly. Naruto, do you know? I thought about it alone for a long time before realizing I wronged Kid. What happened last night actually had nothing to do with him. I was the one who took him home. Seeing Sasuke about to cry, Naruto hurriedly said, it's okay, it's okay. I was the one who dragged Kid to eat ramen. If I hadn't forced him to leave, this wouldn't have happened. It's my fault. Do you think I'm unwilling to admit my mistakes? Sasuke's voice was hoarse and gradually lowered. He was afraid of waking Kitagawa Kid. Kid had been keeping him company just now, without disturbing. The two looked at each other and finally fell into silence. Even the usually optimistic Naruto didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Kitagawa Kid came over and asked, what were you two arguing about just now? You woke me up and didn't even whisper to me? Sasuke looked embarrassed, recalling what he had just said was even more awkward. He couldn't understand how he had said those things. His head must have been filled with nonsense. Naruto didn't care much and casually said, it was Sasuke who pulled me out. He said he feels really sorry to you. Is that so? Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke, who blushed on the spot, almost wishing he could disappear into the ground. Blushing, he said, what did I just say? I don't remember. Do you? He was so anxious that even his Sharingan activated. This made Naruto fully realize the seriousness of the situation, so he quickly laughed and said, ha, what a coincidence, I forgot too. Kitagawa Kid looked at them suspiciously, wondering if the two had awakened some kind of soul and were about to cause trouble. He glanced at Sasuke's favorability. Damn! 7 stars. Ni-chan, you're so tsundere, secretly increasing favorability without telling me? Let me check the heartfelt words in your mailbox. Equals 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 equals. You have received an apology letter from Uchiha Sasuke in your mailbox. Kid, I'm really sorry. That night, if I didn't pull you back home, it was to prevent you from getting involved. I don't know if you care about this, and I don't ask for your forgiveness. This is all my debt to you. So Sasuke actually feels guilty. Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke's apology, feeling deeply moved. The night of the clan's destruction was something he had planned to be involved in himself, but he didn't expect Sasuke to be so self-blaming. He originally thought Sasuke would be like in the original story, only thinking about revenge before forming a bond with Naruto. Could something be wrong? Could it be that Hashirama won't form a bond with me? Kitagawa Kid thought of this and couldn't help but laugh out loud. If a 7-star affection represents a bond, then what about Naruto's? Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. But Kitagawa Kid held back and didn't rush to look at the attachment. Attachment, special starfruit contains a small amount of Indra chakra. Indra chakra? Isn't that different from Sasuke's own chakra? Kitagawa Kid was familiar with the original story and knew that Indra chakra was hidden inside Sasuke's body. This reward made sense then. But what exactly is Indra chakra? Simply put, the awakening of the Rinnegan requires the combination of Indra's chakra and Asura's chakra. Another theory is that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan combined with Hashirama's cells achieves the union of yin and yang, awakening the power of the 10 tails. Indra's chakra can also be understood as a special chakra rich in yin release, similar to dojutsu. Indra is an ancestor of the Uchiha. Could I possibly awaken the Sharingan too? Kitagawa Kid stared intensely at the starfruit in the attachment. If it weren't for Naruto and Sasuke watching nearby, he would have eaten it without hesitation. He held back his excitement. At that moment, the third Hokage walked over. Third Hokage, you've recovered well. Naruto, you came to see Kid and Sasuke too? The third Hokage looked at Sasuke with sorrow. About last night, I'm truly sorry. I never expected Uchiha Itachi to do something so heartless. Speaking of which, he said firmly, I have already informed the Umbu and designated Itachi as Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja. Whether for the village or the Uchiha, Konoha will definitely take revenge. Hearing revenge, Sasuke looked at the third Hokage's eyes full of shared hatred and unwavering resolve, and without doubt, said emotionally, Hokage-sama, you. The third Hokage patted Sasuke's shoulder. If you don't mind, just consider me an elder. And from now on, call me Grandpa Hokage, just like Naruto and Kaze do. Sasuke never expected to receive such care from the Hokage. And thinking of what happened last night, his eyes welled up. At this moment, the third Hokage also brought up the main matter. I've been busy all night, the bodies of the Uchiha have all been accounted for. Sasuke, you are the sole survivor of the Uchiha. You need to preside over the memorial monument. I also wish you could rest more, but no one else can take on this task. Sasuke nodded, understanding that the burial must be conducted by a member of the main family. Nearby, Kitagawa Kid listened quietly and finally understood. The third Hokage wanted Sasuke to step forward to put an end to the matter of the Uchiha clan's extermination. The night of the clan's destruction was entirely the fault of Uchiha Itachi alone, unrelated to the Konoha leadership. Only in this way could the hearts of the Konoha ninja be pacified. Kitagawa Kid felt sick to his stomach. The Konoha leadership forced the Uchiha to rebel, yet claimed they were not at fault. Isn't this just like a thief crying stop thief while stealing? No wonder after Sasuke learned the truth, he didn't kill Danzo but sought revenge against Konoha. He saw who the real enemy was. But Sasuke still doesn't understand the truth and instead is grateful to the Hokage. Kitagawa Kid felt very distressed. For a moment, he couldn't even put his feelings into words. At Sasuke's earnest request, Kitagawa Kid and Naruto followed him to the memorial monument. In front of the deep pits, coffins were neatly arranged, waiting for their final rest. The Hyuga clan, Ino Shikacho, the Shimura, the Sarutobi. Members of the major Konoha clans all came. On the surface it was lively, but in reality, only Sasuke was an Uchiha. Kitagawa Kid was originally Sasuke's friend and was standing aside to watch the ceremony. But Sasuke pulled him to the memorial monument to pay respects to the fallen Uchiha. After the third Hokage finished the eulogy, the crowd quickly dispersed. Only Kitagawa Kid, Sasuke, and Naruto remained in front of the memorial. Seeing Sasuke holding back tears, Kitagawa Kid did not step forward, silently keeping him company. This place holds Sasuke's most painful memories. If not for the third Hokage bringing him here, Sasuke might never have set foot in this place. At least, not before his revenge. After crying until exhausted, Sasuke's emotions slightly eased. Sorry for taking up your time, Kid, Naruto. Thank you for keeping me company. Naruto said carelessly, anyway, I have nothing to do at school. Don't be so sentimental, we're friends. Kitagawa Kid asked, Sasuke, do you still plan to take revenge in the future? Sasuke nodded heavily, I wish I could kill Uchiha Itachi with my own hands right now. He does indeed deserve to be an Uchiha. Kitagawa Kid said, I will accompany you, we share the same goal of revenge. Although he said so, his goal and Sasuke's were different, but they converged in the end. Kita River Maple's goal is to kill Danzo. He is very clear that Danzo dared to make a move on him before the night of the massacre. And after the night of the massacre, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared at all, for only one reason. That is because Itachi warned Danzo before he left. The third Hokage did not question the reason for the Rasengan, and it was because of this. Kita River Maple is a resentful person. Whether for Sasuke or for himself, he swore to take revenge. But on the path of revenge, he could only rely on. Kita River Maple looked at Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke and I are preparing to team up against 7. Are you willing to help? Naruto was very loyal, patting his chest and saying, of course, you and I are the only friends. Kita River Maple then looked at Sasuke. From now on, we are all orphans, without parents. We are each other's greatest support. How about becoming sworn brothers with different surnames? Sasuke had no objection to this proposal. He looked at Naruto and found that Naruto was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and they instantly reached a tacit understanding. The bodies of Sasuke, Naruto, and Kitagawa Kid's parents were all buried here. The three chose to swear brotherhood in front of the memorial stone. 3 small bowls of sake were placed before the grave. Under the bright sunlight, Kitagawa Kid raised his cup and said, Heaven and earth as our witnesses. I, Kitagawa Kid, I, Uchiha Sasuke, and I, Uzumaki Naruto, hereby become sworn brothers with different surnames. We do not ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but we seek to die in the same year, month, and day. Just as the three were about to drink, Kakashi suddenly appeared, holding a cup of sake, smiling and said, "Ninja, 3 prohibitions, you're not old enough to drink yet, no alcohol for you, especially you, Naruto." Suddenly blocking their way and even snatching their drinks, Naruto said discontentedly, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Mind your own business." Sasuke also didn't recognize Kakashi and said helplessly, "Ninja sir, this isn't really a good time, is it?" Kitagawa Kid was speechless too, thinking, "Kakashi, although you have the right to discipline Naruto, the timing is off. Naruto doesn't even know you right now." Kakashi was met with cold stares from the three, feeling awkward. But the prohibition on alcohol was a dying wish from teacher Minato. Naruto was only 6 years old and shouldn't be drinking at all. Since Kakashi was his lifesaver, Kitagawa Kid had to speak up to explain for him. "Naruto, he is teacher Kai's very good friend. Kakashi Hatake, and also one of Konoha's outstanding. The Jonin." Hearing that it was teacher Kai's friend, Naruto's impression of Kakashi improved slightly. At least it wasn't the kind of complete speechlessness. Kitagawa Kid added, "Kakashi is also my lifesaver. I'm very grateful to him." Hearing that he was Kid's lifesaver, Naruto and Sasuke looked at Kakashi's expression, which instantly improved, with obvious. Kakashi now fully qualified to discipline Kitagawa Kid, Sasuke, and Naruto. The awkwardness between them also eased. Kitagawa Kid asked curiously, "Senior Kakashi, what brings you here?" Kakashi replied, "I came to pay respects to the Uchiha clan. I have an important friend who is also from the Uchiha clan. I was delayed by some matters, so I arrived late." Sasuke asked in surprise, "Senpai, who is your friend?" Kakashi said, "Not the victim from last night, but the one who left during the Third Great Ninja War." Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell silent. Kitagawa Kid continued, "I've heard of him, called Uchiha Obito. I heard you transplanted his Sharingan, is that true?" Kakashi nodded. This was no secret in Konoha, all three were entitled to know. Kitagawa Kid said again, "Kakashi-senpai, I want to ask you to teach Sasuke. Sasuke awakened his Sharingan last night but doesn't understand much. In Konoha, only you know these things best." Kakashi instinctively refused, "I usually have many missions and am not as free as Guy. Sorry." Kita Kawakaze knew that Kakashi was telling the truth. He was still working in the Yambu, truly had no time, and had given up on persisting. But Sasuke was different. Seeing his rejected older brother disappointed, he secretly decided, "Even without a teacher, I can still become stronger." Sasuke grabbed Kita Kawakaze and said, "No need to ask for help from me, I'll do it myself." Seeing the two older brothers being treated unfairly, Naruto stepped forward and provoked them. "Hey! Is it because you can't teach as well as teacher Guy, so you refuse to teach?" Kakashi was about to leave, but hearing Naruto say this, a fire was ignited in his heart. After all, Naruto was the son of teacher Minato. Kakashi sneered coldly, "Guy has challenged me many times, losing repeatedly but never giving up. How could I be inferior to him?" Naruto retorted, "Then why won't you teach Sasuke? He is your best friend and your only clan member." Kakashi said, "I told you, I don't have time." Naruto continued, "Then teacher Guy has time, but you don't, simply because you're not as good as him. Your mission efficiency is poor, no wonder you don't have time to teach others." Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help but laugh angrily. He was an elite of the Konoha Ambu. Low efficiency? Clearly, it was because he had too many things to do that he didn't have time. That guy, he's only a jonin, so he definitely has more free time than him. Ha! Kakashi was about to bring up his status, but suddenly, he realized his identity was something he couldn't show, and remained silent for a long time. In Naruto's eyes, isn't that just a lack of ability? Teacher Kai, feeling guilty? Naruto wrote on, face to face, "I told you, you guy aren't as good as teacher Kai. Low efficiency, and not a bit of warmth, and yet you're still an excellent jonin of Konoha. Even teacher Kai is leagues better than you." Kakashi's face turned bright red. Among Kitagawa Kid, Naruto, and Kakashi, only Naruto could leave him speechless. He could only silently sigh for himself, why is Minato-sensei's child so hard to please? Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew that among the three of them, only Naruto had absolute dominance over Kakashi. But having an Ambu elite quit their job to focus solely on teaching was simply unrealistic. Unless Kakashi voluntarily resigned, or was personally appointed as a guiding jonin by the third Hokage, just like in the original story. Otherwise, it was impossible. Kitagawa Kid came to Kakashi's defense, "The jonin's work is indeed very busy. It seems Kakashi-senpai also has secret missions assigned by the Hokage-sama. Naruto, let us just drop it. Maybe the Jonin who guides us after we graduate from the ninja academy will be Kakashi-senpai? Naruto looked at Kakashi with disdain. Him? He is not as good as teacher guy. Kakashi was helpless. Alright, once you graduate, I'll definitely ask the Hokage-sama to let me teach you instead of teacher Minato. I'll take teacher Guy's students too. At this moment, Kai, wearing his signature green bodysuit, ran over. Kid, I heard you got injured over at Uchiha's place last night. Are you okay? Kitagawa Kid replied, I'm halfway recovered. I'll definitely be able to continue training this afternoon. He then introduced, Teacher Kai, this is my brother Uchiha Sasuke, also a spirited young boy. Mentioning Uchiha, Kai couldn't help but think of Uchiha Obito. The Uchiha youths were indeed full of vitality, repeatedly fighting despite defeats. Sasuke, knowing Kitagawa Kid was recommending him, hurriedly said, Senior Kai, I also really want to train together with Kid. Compared to Kakashi, Kai was easier to get along with. Seeing that Kitagawa Kid and Naruto both had good relationships with Sasuke, and thinking of the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, he felt a pang of sympathy. Kai said, alright, then let's train together. Although today's mood feels like the sunset, youth is always the rising sun. By the way, Kakashi, what are you doing here too? Kakashi was helpless. I've been standing here for so long, and you just noticed me? Since Sasuke has someone to guide him, there's no need for me to stay. Naruto, see you next time. To avoid Kai's youthful challenge, Kakashi left first. It was at this moment that Kitagawa Kid suddenly knelt down. Teacher Kai. I want to become stronger. I want to ask you to teach me more powerful taijutsu. Kai was puzzled, but he instinctively stepped forward to help Kitagawa Kid up. Kid. I see your determination to become stronger clearly, but the path must be taken step by step. Kitagawa Kido, no. Teacher Kai, I'm fighting not just for myself. Last night I realized my own weakness. I want to become stronger to protect my brothers. Kai understood Kitagawa Kido's experience last night and finally knew why he suddenly became so determined. He highly approved of Kitagawa Kido's resolve to protect his comrades, which made him hesitate about whether to teach that technique. But Kitagawa Kido's earnest plea just now gave him a sudden inspiration. The 8 Gates technique was taught by Kai's father, Might Dai, and its core is to protect comrades. Now is the perfect time. Kitagawa Kido just went through a low point in life, wanting to protect Sasuke but was defeated by reality. He has a strong belief in becoming stronger, which is normal, after all, he already has that determination. Kitagawa Kid seemed to know Kai was hesitating, so he said self-mockingly, Teacher Kai, I know my physique isn't good enough. I don't have the amazing talent like Naruto. I'm just an ordinary person. But his tone suddenly became passionate. Youth is about bravely challenging the impossible, even if the goal is far away and hope is unseen. If my physique is poor, I will catch up with time. If my talent is lacking, I will make up for it with hard work. Teacher Guy, I really want to become stronger, to protect the people I want to guard. Guy was deeply moved. He was taught by his father from a young age to constantly challenge the impossible. From running 500 laps around the Ninja Academy grounds to walking on his hands for 500 laps in the village. Things that once seemed impossible have now all been achieved. That was his youth. So he taught both Hay-8 and Naruto the same way. Now that his students have to face the impossible, how could Guy give up? Alright. I do have a powerful taijutsu move, but it can only be used to protect my comrades. This is self-restraint. As long as you swear to always abide by this condition, the teacher is willing to teach you. Kakashi was shocked to hear that he was going to be taught the 8 Gates technique. This is a forbidden technique, Kai. Kitagawa Kid is only 9 years old. Kai said without hesitation, Kakashi, this is youth. Courageously challenging all impossibilities. Kitagawa Kid immediately promised, Teacher Kai, I swear to only use this move to protect my comrades. Kai smiled and said, good. Starting tomorrow, I will officially teach you the 8 Gates technique. Equals 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 equals. equals 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 equals. After agreeing on tomorrow's training plan with teacher Kai, they chatted for a while longer. Then Kai and Kakashi left for some business. Sasuke looked at Kai's back and asked curiously, "Kid, is that Senior Kai really that powerful?" Kita River Maple said without hesitation, "Teacher Kai's taijutsu is invincible in the ninja world. If you want to master taijutsu, learn from him, he's especially enthusiastic." Naruto also joined in, saying, "That's right, Teacher Kai's Konoha whirlwind can knock down half a forest. Maple can even break wooden stakes with a kick." Kita River Maple thought helplessly, "Naruto, it's fine to praise the teacher's strength, but don't belittle me. Breaking wooden stakes is already impressive, they can break bones." Hearing Maple and Naruto praise Kai like this, Sasuke couldn't help but compare him to Itachi. Kai is a jonin specializing in taijutsu, while Itachi is not only the captain of the Umbu but also highly skilled in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and sealing techniques. By comparison, Kai seems somewhat inferior. But now, Sasuke had no choice. This was an opportunity fought for by Maple and Naruto. He resolved silently that after healing his injuries, he would definitely follow Senior Kai to seriously learn taijutsu. He was also curious about the forbidden technique Kakashi mentioned. He wouldn't miss any chance to get stronger. "Maple, do you know what the 8 Gates technique is?" Sasuke asked casually. Of course, Kita River Maple knew the power of the 8 Gates needed no explanation. At 7 gates, one could rival Kasame Hashigaki, and with all 8 gates opened, it was almost a half-step 6 paths existence. Even Madara found it threatening. But Maple couldn't say it directly. After hesitating, he answered, "I heard that Teacher Kai's father, using the 8 gates, almost wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the top jonin of Kirigakure, some even comparable to Kage level. I'm not very clear on the specific details, but mastering this forbidden technique can definitely threaten Itachi's life." Hearing that it could threaten Itachi, Sasuke's eyes lit up. But Kid immediately saw through Sasuke's thoughts and refused, saying, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but the 8 Gates technique is a secret passed down in Teacher Guy's family. You must get his approval to learn it. Sorry, even if I master it in the future, I can't privately teach it to you." Sasuke's eager gaze seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. But Keat continued, "However, I can teach you the unmarked, non-elemental A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan, and the lightning style A-rank ninjutsu Chidori." Rasengan? Chidori? Sasuke didn't know Rasengan and Chidori, but he knew they were A-rank ninjutsu. Without the Uchiha heritage, even a B-rank ninjutsu was extremely precious to him. Kitagawa Keat explained, "The Rasengan is the technique I used last night. As for Chidori was taken from Sasuke, and teaching it back to him isn't impossible." After observing, Kitagawa Keed noticed that the third Hokage didn't delve into the origin of the Rasengan. Perhaps he just guessed. After all, the system is his top secret, far beyond the understanding of this world. If he suddenly produces Chidori, it might confirm the third Hokage's speculation. Then Kitagawa Keed using unexpected ninjutsu again wouldn't be surprising. Unfortunately, Chidori requires the Sharingan's dynamic vision. He can only watch from afar and cannot perform it himself. Kitagawa Keed said, "I don't know Chidori, but I know the method and can teach you. Once you learn how to climb trees and walk on water, I'll teach you." Sasuke nodded, understanding that Kitagawa Keed was afraid he would be impatient. Practicing tree climbing these past 2 days made him realize his lack of chakra control. Without a foundation, he couldn't possibly take revenge on Itachi. Hearing that Kitagawa Keed was going to teach ninjutsu, Naruto felt a bit disappointed. He came first, so why did Keed always favor Sasuke? Kitagawa Keed said to Naruto again, "I'll teach you later too. The Rasengan is a specially developed ninjutsu, similar to the Shadow Clone Jutsu." Naruto immediately smiled, "Like pervy teacher, can I learn it at a glance?" Kitagawa Keed shook his head and smiled, "Not exactly. This is an A-rank ninjutsu, much harder than the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Alright, Naruto, you still have class. Don't skip again, Irika-sensei will get angry." Naruto said carelessly, "I don't care. He treats me like his own child, but I'm not his kid, humph." Kitagawa Keed said, "Irika-sensei cares about you. Go home early, we'll meet up after school." After dismissing the largest surveillance unit, Kitagawa Keed looked at Sasuke. Sasuke pouted and asked, "Do you have something to do?" Kitagawa Keed awkwardly said, "How did you guess? That man is the same way, always trying to send me away. It must be something important." Kitagawa Kid nodded. He wanted to find a place with less surveillance to eat the starfruit. Before leaving, he gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Sorry, busy right now. I'll visit you at the hospital next time. Sasuke touched his forehead, a familiar feeling rising in his heart. But that man would never make promises like Kid did. Nor would he be like Kid, who, no matter how busy, would take the time to actively teach me ninjutsu and visit me. Sasuke looked at Kitagawa Kid's back and silently made up his mind. 1 against 7, those are the enemies I must kill, and you are my brother. Kid. After leaving the memorial monument, Kitagawa Kid returned home. He locked the doors and windows, confirmed with reconnaissance ninjutsu that no one was inside, and quickly took out the starfruit he had obtained from Sasuke. He knew that delay would lead to change. Beichuan Feng knew that someone was definitely watching him. He had to complete his plan before the other party could react. When he swallowed the starfruit, besides the satisfaction of taste, his eyes suddenly ached faintly. The pain intensified over time, as if he was stepping into a glorious evolution. After a long while, his vision cleared again. He felt his eyes cool, and his chakra significantly increased. If his previous chakra was 1.01 calories, it now soared directly to 1.51 calories, an increase of a full half. What surprised him even more was that when he looked at the bedroom mirror, he found his eyes had changed from ordinary black to crimson. That crimson color had a kind of Sharingan beauty from a distance, but it was much purer than the Sharingan, only pure crimson. Realizing the unexpected change in his eyes, Beichuan Feng looked around. When a summer mosquito approached, he quickly pinched it dead with his index and middle fingers. The mosquito in midair simply couldn't escape his eyes. This is dynamic vision? Could it be that I have unexpectedly awakened a new bloodline limit? Kitagawa Kid tried several more times inside the room and successfully eliminated all the mosquitoes. He realized that this crimson eye was not as powerful or comprehensive as the Sharingan. The Sharingan can perceive the chakra pathways of enemies and can also copy ninjutsu that are not bloodline limits. But the crimson eye cannot do these things, nor can it see through or enhance genjutsu. It is merely a lower-level form of the Sharingan, yet it possesses all the basic characteristics of a bloodline limit: increased chakra volume, which grows with age until it peaks in adulthood. Indra truly lives up to being the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Even with only a small amount of his chakra, one can awaken a bloodline limit. No wonder Indra died so tragically, yet could open the double tomo, and even sacrifice teammates to activate the Mangekyo. Kitagawa Kid suspected that Indra might have possessed the eternal Mangekyo, although the original work did not explicitly say so. In any case, being able to awaken a lower-level bloodline limit of the Sharingan definitely deserves the name Indra. A wonderful idea suddenly sprang to Kitagawa Kid's mind. What if he simultaneously obtained 1/10 of the chakra from both Sasuke and Naruto? At the moment when Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra reunite, could the Rinnegan awaken? Currently, Sasuke's favorability is 7 stars, Naruto's is 6 stars. Still far from 12 stars, it will require a long time to wait. Kitagawa Kid could only temporarily withdraw that wonderful idea. He still had to verify one thing. A flash of lightning, Chidori blossomed in Kitagawa Kid's hand. He suddenly swung his fist, and the wooden wall was instantly shattered without any resistance. Thunder rumbled along the wall, cutting through the entire bedroom wall. Both sides of the wall were scorched black, obviously burnt by electricity. Kitagawa Kid proudly looked at his masterpiece, suddenly realizing a big problem. This is my home after all. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. He was silent for a moment, muttering to himself, I need to find a place to live before I get better, and the renovation costs are also a problem. Stay in the hospital? Or ask Sasuke for a place? Or share a rental with Naruto? What about the money? Keep collecting from friends? Or... He turned on the TV and glanced at the fortune-telling, which showed supreme good luck. No wonder today has been so smooth. The third Hokage rewarded the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals, and Guy agreed to teach him the 8 gates. Kitagawa Kid felt grateful for his good luck and decided to make good use of this streak. An old acquaintance once won 5.78 million with 200,000 happy beans, and Daoist Chen won 37 million with 20 yuan. He wanted to surpass these gambling monsters and become a true gambling god. But for now, he first tidied up the scene, making the wall cut neat to avoid anyone discovering that he had accidentally awakened a bloodline limit. The gamblers marveled at the genius Kitagawa Kid returning triumphantly with 5 million in cash. If the boss hadn't tearfully asked him to leave, this 5 million would have been just the starting point. Kitagawa Kid smiled bitterly, too bad I didn't need a big fat sheep, otherwise she would definitely beg me to teach her gambling skills. Winning 5 million with the 66 tails Sasuke gave me feels great. But small bets entertain, big bets hurt. Without good luck, today wouldn't have been possible. He glanced back at the burly man who had been following him. The two locked eyes, and the man was immediately scared out of his wits by his Naruto seeing technique. Without absolute strength, money won by luck can't be kept. Kitagawa Kid walked toward the Hokage building. In the morning, the third Hokage promised to reward him with ninjutsu. Afraid the third Hokage would go back on his word, he hurried to claim the gift. It seemed there had been some prior arrangement, and he went smoothly into the Hokage building and arrived at the third Hokage's office. He knocked on the door, and after receiving permission from the third Hokage, he walked in. "Grandpa Hokage, I came to visit you." Although Kitagawa Kid came to receive his reward, right from the start. Saying it like that is definitely not good. But the weight of the words visit is not enough, Kitagawa. Fong continued. Naruto asked me to ask the Hokage grandpa when he will visit him. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage put down his work. "Oh? Didn't I just visit Naruto a few days ago?" Kitagawa Fong smiled and said, "Hokage grandpa is the elder Naruto respects the most. If you visit every day, Naruto will definitely be happy." The third Hokage laughed heartily. To be honest, he liked this little guy in front of him more and more. Kitagawa Fong was not only a little genius under Danzo but also had a particularly sweet tongue, completely unlike Yamato and Kakashi who were dull and taciturn. The third Hokage naturally understood that Kitagawa Kid was not here to take advantage, their relationship was not that close. Unlike his grandson Konohamaru, who would often run into the office causing trouble. The third Hokage asked, "Speak up, what do you want from Grandpa Hokage? Could it be about the Book of Seals?" Kitagawa Kid's face flushed slightly, and he shyly said, "Grandpa Hokage, I want to become stronger and take revenge against the 7. Teacher guy said he would start teaching me the 8 gates tomorrow, and I also want to improve my ninjutsu." Kitagawa Kid knew he couldn't hide the matter of the 8 gates from the third Hokage, but by bringing it up himself, it showed his trust. At the same time, he explained why he was eager to learn new ninjutsu. The third Hokage had no doubts and summoned the Yambu. Soon, a book of seals even taller than Kitagawa Kid was brought in. The third Hokage then instructed the Yambu to bring a chair and table for Kitagawa Kid to make it easier for him to read through it. But unlike Kitagawa Kid's expectations, what he was first given was a scroll of ordinary size. Inside, it should be the catalog of the Book of Seals. Kitagawa Kid thought, the third generation would never easily give him the real Book of Seals. What if he had a photographic memory? Wouldn't the third generation be in danger? He quickly skimmed through the catalog but couldn't help frowning. Why was Uncle Snake's Impure World reincarnation missing? What about Flying Thunder God? The third generation's Flying Thunder God? This Book of Seals has been cut down way too much, hasn't it? Also, half of it is all wood release techniques? Funny, do I even know wood release? At first, I was speechless, but since it's free anyway, everything is good stuff. The weakest in the Book of Seals are all A-rank ninjutsu, and there are quite a few S-rank ninjutsu as well. The second Hokage's water style, water severing wave, Kakashi's lightning cutter, Tsunade's creation rebirth, 100 techniques, in seal. The foundation of Konoha is truly profound. Kitagawa Kid, paired with scenes from the original work, is mouth-watering. First rate, I wish I could have them all. But as a child, he could only make a choice. Equals 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 equals. Making this kind of multiple choice question really makes me hesitate. Kitagawa Kid pondered for a moment, then looked up at the third Hokage. Only then did he realize that the third Hokage had somehow already stood behind him. Grandpa Hokage, there are so many ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. Do you have any recommendations? On the surface, Kitagawa Kid was asking, but in his heart, he already had the answer. However, consulting the leader at this moment could also show his respect for the Hokage. The third Hokage was well versed in the vast majority of Konoha's ninjutsu. As a ninjutsu instructor, he could immediately tell which techniques were learnable and which were suitable. Many of the S-rank ninjutsu in the book were actually flashy but impractical. For example, the shadow ceiling technique was only suitable for women, and the 100 techniques in creation regeneration required mastery of medical ninjutsu. Raikiri was a variant of Chidori, requiring the powerful visual ability of the Sharingan. The rest, whether S rank or A rank, were too difficult for Ninja Academy students. The third Hokage already had an answer, but he did not rush to speak. He wanted to wait for Kitagawa Kid to choose first, then share his insights. Now the opportunity has come, and the third Hokage said without hesitation. I suggest you choose the field you are best at, such as fire release among the 5 natures. I recommend you learn A rank ninjutsu rather than S rank. S rank ninjutsu requires extremely high talent and conditions. A rank is just right for you, and if all goes well, you can master it before graduation. That will be enough for you to reach the Chunin level. Kitagawa Kid nodded in agreement, thinking that although the ideas were similar, the specifics were different. The third Hokage recommended fire release, but his strongest skill was lightning release. Raikiri is a variant of Chidori, and he had no intention of learning it. He had chakra attributes for other releases, but except for the C-rank Great Fireball and Fire Release, he hardly knew any others. And he was already close to level 4 in Genjutsu, just one step away. He had learned B, C, and D rank Genjutsu, and with more practical training, he could easily reach the level of a Chunin. His best choice was obviously Genjutsu. Kitagawa Kid said, Hokage Grandpa, after thinking it over carefully, I realized that Genjutsu was actually my strongest skill. I want to learn the dark arts technique. Third Hokage? A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, then he asked. According to his information, Kitagawa Kid should definitely be skilled in ninjutsu. This illogical scene made him subconsciously think of Danzo. As an orphan, Kitagawa Kid's source of genjutsu could only be Danzo. This kid is hiding it very well, but I still saw through it. Danzo, in the end, you can't fool me. The third generation silently sighed, as a casual move of his exposed Kitagawa Kid's background. Unfortunately, the kid was still too young and couldn't hide his thoughts at all. The third generation quickly agreed to the dark practice technique. While copying the scroll in the Yambu, he even took the time to chat with Kitagawa Kid about everyday matters to build rapport. Compared to Danzo, he always used a combination of soft and hard approaches. After obtaining the training scroll for the dark practice technique, Kitagawa Kid expressed his gratitude to the third generation, then said goodbye and left. Back home, he eagerly unrolled the scroll, ready to study it carefully. In less than half a minute, he was overwhelmed. He couldn't understand a thing. His illusions were only understood by Naruto's insight technique, the other two were just quick tricks. They could be used in practice, but the theory was a complete mess. He finally understood why the third Hokage said he had to wait until graduating from the Ninja Academy, and only after 3 years could he truly master it. Just understanding it would take a lot of time, not to mention the constant practice afterward. Maybe I should set aside some time every day to study the theory, or find a good teacher. He first memorized the scroll, then put it away. Looking out the window, the sky was getting dark. Naruto should be out of school by now. If I want to achieve this quickly, I should learn from Naruto and train using the shadow clone technique. One clone handles schoolwork, another studies theory, and I practice the techniques myself. With my chakra, having 2 clones out for a long time definitely won't be a problem. He secretly elevated the importance of the shadow clone technique above the 8 gates. With shadow clones, he could practice other techniques while training the 8 gates. Without shadow clones, he could only focus on the 8 gates, which was too inefficient. At this moment, Ebisu and Naruto arrived. I heard from Naruto that you're much better. Kid, sorry for only coming to see you now, there has been too much going on at the Ninja Academy. Ebisu walked in, his face full of apology. Kitagawa Kid said, Teacher, don't mind, I didn't expect the Uchiha incident last night either. By the way, Sensei Mori, can you continue teaching me the shadow clone technique today? Ebisu worriedly said, You just got discharged, your body. Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, It's nothing, although I'm dizzy, my body and chakra are both at full capacity. He then looked at Naruto and said, Is it convenient for our family to have one more person stay? Naruto looked at him with confusion. Ahem. Kitagawa Kid pointed towards the direction of the bedroom. The cut that went through one wall immediately revealed the layout inside the bedroom. My family is going to do some renovations recently, so I might need to stay at your place for a few nights. Hearing that Kitagawa Kid wanted to be a guest at his home, Naruto was very happy. Come to think of it, Kid was the first friend to come to his house as a guest. He used to live alone and always felt like something was missing at home, feeling lonely after staying there for a long time. Even though he had already gotten used to the loneliness at home, having one more person made everything completely different. Seeing that Naruto hadn't spoken for a long time, Kitagawa Kid felt a bit embarrassed and asked again, "Am I bothering you too much?" Naruto didn't feel bothered at all, he was just so happy that he forgot to respond. He patted his chest and laughed, "No problem, leave this matter to me. By the way, Kid, have you found a contractor for the renovation?" Kitagawa Kid shook his head and said he was busy today and planned to handle the renovation matters tomorrow morning before school. Naruto smiled proudly, "Leave the renovation to me too. I know which renovation company in Konoha is the best." Kitagawa Kid looked at Naruto with confusion. He remembered that Naruto was not welcomed by the villagers, so how did he know these people? Naruto chuckled, "I often play pranks. Every time I get reported, I personally find the carpenter and the painter. I'm already familiar with them." Kitagawa Kid was speechless. After entrusting the renovation to Naruto, Kitagawa Kid continued practicing the shadow clone technique under Ebisu's one-on-one guidance. This time it felt different. Before, it was the mind understood, but the chakra wouldn't cooperate. Now it felt like his talent had improved. Previously, he could only control small-scale chakra output and couldn't mobilize it on a large scale. In other words, he had plenty of chakra but could only use a small portion of it. Kitagawa Kid guessed that because his chakra had just awakened and he hadn't fully mastered it, he couldn't instantly divide his chakra evenly when using the shadow clone technique. But now, it was different. He discovered that he could mobilize more chakra, not just the enhancement brought by the Sharingan, but also the power obtained from Naruto. He had a premonition that once he fully controlled the chakra within his body, the shadow clone technique would be easily achieved. The time was definitely not far off. Kitagawa Kid watched Naruto diligently practicing climbing trees, deep in thought. "Perhaps I should retrace the path I took." With this in mind, he said to Ebisu, who was taking notes on the side, "Sensei, I have an idea." Ebisu curiously put down his pen and looked up towards Kitagawa Kid. "What idea? You're not thinking of some crooked scheme, are you?" Kitagawa Kid had an idea, but didn't know how to. Explaining, in a moment of urgency, he instantly appeared in front of Naruto, beside a large tree. When practicing climbing the tree again, the feeling was both familiar and strange. As expected, I can't fully harness Naruto's chakra. When I use too much, problems arise. I can only perform the shadow clone technique if I completely master Naruto's chakra. In the future, after eating the star fruit, similar situations will occur, but Kitagawa Kid easily climbed to the top of the tree. Naruto, lying on the ground looking up at the stars, exclaimed, "Kid, didn't you say you finished practicing climbing?" Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "I did finish, but my hands are a bit rusty, I need time to get the feel again." Ebisu still looked at him in confusion. He had been practicing shadow clones well, so why did he suddenly switch to practicing climbing trees? Is this the world of geniuses? At 8 in the evening, Kitagawa Kid unusually finished training early and planned to rest early. He didn't have Naruto's fast chakra recovery. Long training sessions drained his chakra too much. In his view, spending time with Naruto was more important than training desperately. So, Kitagawa Kid took Naruto to the familiar Ichiraku ramen shop. At this time, the ramen shop was still open. Naruto said that even late at night, Uncle Ichiraku would serve a steaming bowl of ramen. "Last time I said I'd treat you to ramen with the friend money Sasuke gave me. Although it's a night late, it's not too late, right?" Kitagawa Kid sat down and handed Naruto a pair of chopsticks. Thinking about this matter, Naruto recalled feeling a bit down when he was alone with Sasuke that morning. Seeing this, Kitagawa Kid quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Naruto, do you have any extra bedding at home? If not, I can go home to get some or buy a set myself." Getting back to the main topic, Naruto pushed aside his distractions and recalled, "It's been a long time since Hokage Grandpa stayed at my place. The blankets must be covered in dust by now, right? I should have washed them earlier, or kept a clean set at home." Naruto's expression suddenly grew tense, and he couldn't even eat Ichiraku ramen. His house was a complete mess right now. Although he lived alone and wasn't very particular about cleanliness, with Kid here, Naruto thought of Kitagawa Kid's home, which, though a bit messy, was generally very clean. Would Kid dislike me because of this? Just as he was frowning, a sudden idea struck him. "Kid, you eat first, I'll go to the bathroom." Kitagawa Kid looked at Naruto strangely. He remembered that Naruto loved Ichiraku ramen the most, so why wasn't he eating it? It tastes bad once it gets cold. Naruto used the substitution technique to leave, quietly found a corner, and began performing the shadow clone jutsu. He directed the shadow clones to buy bedding and sheets, and also to clean the house, definitely making Kid feel like he was going home. By the time Naruto returned, Kitagawa Kid had already finished eating. Naruto sat in his seat, leisurely eating ramen. Uncle Ichiraku felt that Naruto was acting strange today and asked, "Did I not make the ramen well today, Naruto? You're eating a bit slowly today." No, Uncle Yael's ramen is still as amazing as ever. I'm still savoring it." Naruto glanced secretly at Kitagawa Kid while speaking. Seeing that he was also looking at him, he quickly looked away. "My shadow clones, hurry up and put in more effort." Inside Naruto's small house, the door opened, the light turned on, and a clean and tidy room came into view. Kitagawa Kid said in surprise, "Naruto, I didn't expect you to be more particular about hygiene than me. Your place is much cleaner than the last few times I came." Naruto scratched his head and smiled. The house isn't usually this tidy, but since Kitagawa Kid came, it has to be clean. Naruto led Kitagawa Kid into the bedroom, but contrary to the plan, there was no floor bedding laid out by the bed. Could it be that the shadow clone responsible for buying the bedding hasn't returned yet? Oh no! Remembering that he was sure Kitagawa Kid didn't need to bring anything, Naruto started to get nervous. At this moment, Kitagawa Kid asked, "You sleep on the bed tonight, and I'll take the floor bedding. By the way, do you really have spare sheets at your place?" Yes, bro, definitely." Naruto pretended to go look for the bedding. As soon as he opened the wardrobe, several Naruto shadow clones jumped out from inside. They looked at each other. The shadow clone responsible for buying the bedding shifted the blame, saying, "You wanted me to buy stuff, but you didn't give me any money. Do you expect me to steal or rob?" The one responsible for cleaning was also dissatisfied. "We did our best, the cleaning is done, it's not our problem." Kitagawa Kid almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. So it turns out Naruto usually doesn't like to clean because his shadow clones clean the house first. He even sends shadow clones to buy things, but then forgets to pay. That's really something. Then where do I sleep? Kitagawa Kid frowned, staring at the single bed. Naruto drooped his head. "How about we squeeze onto one bed to sleep?" Kitagawa Kid, suddenly feeling it would be more reliable to find Sasuke or go back to his own home, and if all else fails, he could ask teacher Ebisu to stay over. Naruto said again, "Anyway, we're still young, so squeezing onto one bed is fine. We can't sleep on the floor, right?" Kitagawa Kid. He decided to go home overnight to get the sheets and bedding. It was still early before midnight, plenty of time, and it wouldn't affect tomorrow's training. Equals 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 equals. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Baichuan Feng got up on time. He glanced at the sleeping Naruto, wondering whether to wake him up, then noticed the alarm clock by the pillow. With no one disturbing him, Baichuan Feng maintained his usual good habits. He glanced at his inbox, no messages, then turned on the fortune-telling channel on the TV. "The spirits are in a good mood, you have great luck today." Velvic held up a pyramid, saying today's fortune was off the charts. Seeing the result, Baichuan Feng felt great, thinking that practicing the 8 gates technique would definitely go much smoother. He opened the fridge and found it full of boxed milk. Remembering the rumors that Naruto often drank expired milk, he specifically checked the dates. They were all expired. Forget it, after all, living in someone else's house, I can't let Naruto eat instant noodles and drink expired milk every day. Kitagawa Kid threw all the expired food in the fridge into a trash bag and ran to the supermarket to buy a bunch of fresh items. By the time Naruto was woken up by the alarm clock, the aroma of breakfast was already filling the room. "Naruto, get up. Hurry and eat breakfast, we still have to report to Teacher Kai later." Kitagawa Kid's voice came from the living room, and Naruto groggily walked toward the dining table. He thought Kid would order takeout as usual, but unexpectedly, Kid had made breakfast personally today. Having bread for breakfast, huh? Naruto sat down. Convenient, right? Bread with fried egg and vegetables, balanced nutrition. Kitagawa Kid said. As a workaholic, he liked simple meals. Bread can be stored in the fridge and toasted in a toaster, convenient and quick. I like it, as long as you make it, I like it. For the first time, Naruto felt the warmth of having someone cook at home, even if it was just a simple breakfast. By the way, Naruto, I replaced the expired milk and instant noodles in the fridge. Instant noodles are good, but you can't eat them every day. You need to add some vegetables to supplement vitamins. Kitagawa Kid reminded him. He knew Naruto loved instant noodles, otherwise, how would he have collected limited editions? Alright, since when did you become so naggy? Naruto said dismissively. He understood that Kitagawa Kid cared about him, but he always felt uncomfortable being controlled. Kitagawa Kid sighed. Although Naruto was a child of destiny, he was still a kid. So he pulled out his trump card. If your parents saw you eating instant noodles every day and drinking expired milk, they would definitely be upset. Naruto was silent for a moment, then grunted in agreement. After eating, Kitagawa Kid took Naruto to the agreed meeting place. Kai had arrived early and, seeing the two from afar, shouted loudly, "Kid, you're half an hour late today, don't blame Kaka. That guy from China is the same youth, does not allow for being late." Kitagawa Kid was indeed a bit slower than usual, mainly because he was helping Naruto replace the expired food in the fridge, which delayed him, but that can't be an excuse for being late. Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "Then I'll practice for half an hour more than yesterday, Teacher Kai, how about that?" Kai gave a thumbs up. "Well done. Looks like you've already understood the meaning of punishment. By the way, how is your training with the Konoha whirlwind going lately?" Kitagawa Kid scratched his head and said, "I've learned it, but haven't fully mastered it yet." "Teacher Kai, didn't we agree to study the 8 gates today?" "No rush, you'll see soon enough. Let me first check your practice progress." Kai pointed to a large wooden post. Kitagawa Kid walked up to the wooden post, deliberately wrapping a layer of cotton cloth around his calf before starting to perform the leaf whirlwind. When he used his waist strength and coordination with his legs, a flicker of surprise appeared in Kai's eyes. "Your leg strength isn't enough, so you have to rely on your waist to compensate. Kid, you really are a genius, much smarter than I was back then, but your body can't take this kind of strain." Kai noticed the cotton cloth on his leg and showed an approving smile. "Using cotton to cushion it, although it weakens the power, it protects the body. That's a move I didn't teach you." Kai had formed a rough judgment of Kitagawa Kid's taijutsu level, roughly in the middle range of genin, and with technique, he might reach the upper range. Among peers, he was much stronger than himself. Only a true genius like Kakashi could match him. Kitagawa Kid turned his head and asked eagerly, "Teacher Kai, am I qualified to practice the 8 gates technique now?" Kai said, "You're still a bit short of the mark, mainly in physique and endurance. The 8 gates technique requires long-term overload training to break through the human body's limits. Only when all parts of the body have adapted can the gates be opened, otherwise, forcing them open will damage the body, like paralysis, and you'll never be able to become a ninja for life." Kitagawa Kid is well versed in the original work and knows that during the Chunin exams, when Lee fought Gaara, he almost ruined himself by forcibly opening the 5th gate. If it weren't for Tsunade's advanced medical ninjutsu and sheer luck, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lee's final shining moment, which was the battle against Kimimaro, would not have existed. The reason the 8 gates technique is forbidden is because the cost of training is just too great and the risks are too high. However, the cost for Kitagawa Kid to use the 8 gates won't be that high. The system's sleep mechanism ensures that even in an exhausted state, in other words, not dying, as long as he doesn't stay up late, half of the chakra will recover the next day. And the status? By the 3rd day, he wakes up fully restored. Beichuan Feng thinks the title ceiling doesn't really exist, unless he opens the death gate. The only question is, can he learn the 8 gates technique? Beichuan Feng said firmly, "Teacher Kai, I will never lightly use the 8 gates technique unless my life is threatened or my companions are in danger. First, please tell me how to master the 8 gates technique." Kai looked at him carefully, sure that he was serious, then said, "The prerequisite to opening it is simple, just like I said before. As for the training method, actually, I already taught you long ago." Beichuan Feng was completely confused. Kai smiled. He had guessed his student would be this puzzled. He never expected that training the forbidden technique would be so simple. Kai explained, "What I taught you before was to set some seemingly impossible goals, then force yourself to achieve them. Squeeze your body's potential to the limit, even beyond the limit. Only by doing this can you bear the cost of the 8 gates technique." "I see, no wonder Teacher Kai and Shaoli train like they're fighting for their lives." Beichuan Feng thought this answer was both reasonable and simple, but also very difficult. The first time he used Kai's training method, he wanted to give up countless times. If it weren't to earn teacher Kai's approval, he would never push himself this hard in his life. It was too exhausting, he felt like he was going to die the next second. Kitagawa Kid talks about science just like Uncle Snake, but the world of ninjas doesn't follow science. In his previous life, intense training only led to muscle soreness and tears at most, as the human body's limits are restricted by genes. But in the ninja world, the limits of the human body can be broken. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, I've studied the knowledge of chakra pathways and acupoints. The 8 gates are distributed throughout the body, so each gate must have a focus in training, right? That's right. Kai's eyes showed admiration. The secret of the 8 gates technique lies here, and his student immediately saw the key to training. Kai said, the 8 gates are divided into the opening gate, rest gate, life gate. The injury gate, closing gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. The opening gate and rest gate are located in the head, so training should focus on head adaptability. The best method to start with is walking on your hands. The other 6 gates are all in the chest and abdomen, so exercises like sit-ups, push-ups, and so on can be used to train them. Kitagawa Kid asked suspiciously, then why the weighted running? What, the 8 gates aren't even on the legs? Kai looked at Kitagawa Kid as if he were an idiot. I ask you, the time to open the 8 gates is limited. What if others run faster? Kitagawa Kid immediately realized he had asked a stupid question. Opening the 8 gates causes great harm to the body. The longer it is open, the greater the damage. If the speed isn't fast enough and the opponent's movement drags out time, wouldn't he become a joke? He roughly understood that cultivating the 8 gates requires enduring the pain. How to open the gates specifically would be taught by teacher Kai. Is there a way to quickly meet the conditions to open them? A bold idea flashed through his mind. Since Naruto and Sasuke gave him the star fruit, enhancing his chakra, isn't the one best at taijutsu still taijutsu? Stardew Valley has been updated to a Naruto version, so how about some 9 Dragons Needle technique for quick mastery? It should be fine, right? Kitagawa Kid immediately focused on Kai and Lee. Kai is almost fully open. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, he can't rely on special moments to increase affection, so it can only be raised slowly over time. But what about Lee? He remembers that Lee is now in the 2nd year, likely in the same class as the genius Niji. It is currently confirmed that Lee has not yet come into contact with Kai. According to the original story, Lee has always wanted to prove that effort can surpass talent but was harshly discouraged by Niji. Also, Lee wants to prove that even if he is only good at taijutsu, he can still become an excellent ninja of Konoha. Perhaps, I can start from these 2 points. Aikawa Kid planned to tackle both fronts, rigorously training the 8 gates while quickly coaching Shaoli. Even if it meant his hair standing on end, he was willing to endure it. After all, becoming strong always comes at a price. After the morning training session, Aikawa Kid followed Naruto to his classroom. As everyone knows, Hinata has long had a crush on Naruto. Using his connection with Naruto, Aikawa Kid took the initiative to chat with Hinata and extract information about Niji. Niji is in class 2A, indeed in the same class as Shaoli. Shaoli often challenges Niji, repeatedly losing but never giving up, which made Niji avoid him. After obtaining this information, Aikawa Kid had a plan to approach Shaoli. The same familiar office, the familiar atmosphere. When he knocked on the door, Ebisu was brewing health tea with one hand and holding a book, smiling lecherously. Come in. I'm back again. Hearing the familiar voice, Ebisu didn't even bother to pretend. Still holding Intimate Paradise in his hand, he took a sip of the dark reddish health tea. Offering kindness for no reason, speak up, what do you want from me this time? Kitagawa Kid chuckled, and as he walked in, he made sure to lock the door. Damn it, how can you look at me with such a utilitarian gaze? Look at me, I am your most trusted and adorable student. Ah. Ebisu smiled, most trusted? How did you tell Naruto about that matter? Most adorable? That's you, the most detestable. Kitagawa Kid, having been exposed, gave up pretending and immediately started massaging the teacher to curry favor. I heard there's a genius named Hyuga Niji in class 2A. I want to see the gap between me and the genius. Class 2A? I'm not familiar with that homeroom teacher, forget it. Ebisu refused outright. Although he is a special grade teacher, there are many teachers, how could he know them all? He would have to beg? Kitagawa Kid was well prepared and first transformed into the teacher's favorite beautiful girl. Teacher, please help me. I know you love me the most. Ebisu showed no expression, but seemed to barely hold back a laugh. You foolish student, do you think you can always rely on such dirty tricks? Heh, I am a special jonin. How about changing the approach and respecting the teacher? Kitagawa Kid was dissatisfied and transformed into various forms. Ebisu remained calm, his eyes full of admiration. Give up. I've undergone professional training and entered sage mode. He was still holding Koi no Paradise, smiling. Even the great writer's Koi no Paradise doesn't faze me, let alone your little tricks. Kitagawa Kid laughed. Desire is human nature. He didn't believe the teacher would lose composure. Not only Ebisu, even Jiraiya, the author of Koi no Paradise, had been defeated by this kind of tactic. In that case, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Teacher, forgive me, this really is the last time. Kitagawa Kid simultaneously used the clone technique and transformation technique. Several clones transformed into stunning beauties, surrounding Ebisu and whispering temptations. This was the harem technique. The three-body technique version. Although not shadow clones and lacking real substance, the essence of the harem technique was not the magic itself, but Naruto's absolute control over the beautiful girls' faces and figures. Even Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't resist. Ebisu gave it his all, but still lost. In less than 5 seconds, he clicked on the green lucky bag in the top right corner and announced his surrender. Equals 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 equals. It was only the first class, and Ebisu already announced in class that there would be a class competition against the second-year Class A. Kitagawa Kid thought teacher Ebisu would spend more time. But unexpectedly, the people in prison still had some sense of honor. Soon, the two classes met on the playground. From afar, Kitagawa Kid immediately recognized Sasuke. Shaoli and Kai looked about the same as when they were kids, still with that watermelon haircut and thick eyebrows. Only he wasn't wearing a green bodysuit, but his aesthetic sense had hardly changed. However, Baichuan Feng didn't immediately approach. Instead, he glanced sideways with a roll of his eyes. He knew that both Shaoli and Kai from childhood had been harshly discouraged by their classmates and mentally set each other as targets. If he could beat Niji with martial arts alone, it would definitely catch Shaoli's attention. That way, subsequent interactions would go more smoothly. He thought he could become the second Niji. But the problem was, could he really defeat the genius Niji with just martial arts? To be honest, Baichuan Feng wasn't confident. He had heard that in close combat, Hyuga's Byakugan had less than a 10% win rate against opponents of equal strength. Ninjas emphasize playing to their strengths and avoiding their weaknesses. In the original work, Kadamaru always kept his distance when fighting Niji. If it weren't for his secret technique being countered by the Byakugan, he could have easily defeated Niji. He never gave Niji a chance for close combat. Kitagawa Kid's expression grew serious as he began to think of a strategy. Suddenly, he took out a pair of sunglasses from his bag and smiled slightly. The Byakugan has its weaknesses, especially the branch family S. Before long, Ebisu and Niji's class teacher finalized the match lineup. Kitagawa Kid and Niji were paired together. It seemed that knowing the students were eager to face Niji, Ebisu deliberately placed them in the first match. Looking at Niji, who was rolling his eyes at him, Kitagawa Kid greeted him in a very familiar manner. You must be the once-in-a-century genius of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji? Niji ignored him, quietly waiting for the teacher's signal to start the battle. Yo, you're pretty arrogant, huh? Kitagawa Kid didn't care about Niji's aloofness. Sasuke had already dealt with this kind of tsundere weirdo, so why be afraid of an aloof one? He continued without a care, compared to a genius like you, I do feel defeated. But I believe that hard work can surpass genius. Today, I will prove it to you right here. Kitagawa Kid's words were filled with self-mockery and passion, causing even Ebisu, who was watching, to twitch the corner of his mouth. He knew his student's talent all too well. Learning the C-rank ninjutsu Great Fireball technique in 1 day, and in 2 days. Quickly mastering the standard Jonin teleportation technique. But judging by his student's tone, it sounded as if Kitagawa Kid had very poor talent. However, the onlooking Koji was fired up with enthusiasm. Especially that line, that hard work can overcome genius. It makes his heart surge with emotion. Isn't this exactly what he's trying to prove? Shaoli's gaze at Kitagawa Kid shifted from initial curiosity. He still couldn't believe Kitagawa Kid could defeat Niji. After all, Niji had already dominated the entire grade, while Kitagawa Kid had a mediocre reputation at the ninja school. Most importantly, Niji had awakened the Byakugan early. The Byakugan allows 360 unobstructed vision and can see through the body's chakra flow paths ordinary ninjas simply can't escape its sight. Third year Class A Kitagawa Kid vs second year Class A Hyuga Niji, ninja duel begins. As Ebisu lowered the flag, Niji took his stance. At first, he didn't take Kitagawa Kid seriously and didn't activate the Byakugan. But when Kitagawa Kid suddenly teleported behind him, Niji was instantly alert this was no ordinary opponent. Kitagawa Kid knew the branch family's Byakugan couldn't see directly behind, so he planned a sneak attack from the rear. But as his fist swung, Niji was already prepared, blocking with his forearm and using Gentle Fist to try to strike pressure points. Gentle Fist can seal the opponent's chakra points, preventing them from using chakra. Most ninjas, once hit, fall into the rhythm of Gentle Fist and find it hard to resist. Kitagawa Kid was well aware of this, so he went all out from the start, activating the Crimson Eye. Behind his sunglasses, Niji's Gentle Fist slowed down Kitagawa Kid, dodged sideways and countered with a kick, forcing Niji back. Niji was surprised. "You saw through my moves?" Kitagawa Kid smiled and replied, "I said effort can surpass talent. I'll prove myself with pure taijutsu in front of the Hyuga Byakugan." Niji grinned but said nothing. He didn't agree with Kitagawa Kid, thinking effort was the cheapest thing. As a branch family member of the Hyuga, no matter how hard he tried, he was still just branch family. The main family's heiress, even without effort, remained their master. Effort was meaningless. But Kitagawa Kid wasn't really speaking to Niji, he was using him to send a message to Shaoli. Shaoli shouted excitedly from the sidelines, "That's right. Effort can surpass talent. Go, Kitagawa Kid." Hearing the familiar voice, Niji felt a bit nervous, wondering who would cheer for his opponent. He snorted coldly and got serious. "It's meaningless. No one can surpass the Hyuga with just taijutsu." Ha. Baikawa Kid smiled but did not respond. When he heard Shaoli's excited shout, he knew. His goal had already been achieved. Now the most important thing was proof, not empty talk. The dynamic vision of the Crimson Eye was utilized by Baikawa Kid to the fullest. The 360 no blind spot vision of the White Eye is indeed very strong, but under the powerful dynamic vision, it is still possible to catch weaknesses, especially that 1-degree blind spot. Kitagawa Kid took a deep breath and untied the weight strapped to his calf. The weighted load suddenly dropped, kicking up a cloud of dust from the ground. Shaoli looked on in surprise. He hadn't expected Kitagawa Kid, who usually trained with weights, to reach such a level. He secretly admired Kitagawa Kid and decided to develop the same good habit himself. However, Niji, whom Kitagawa Kid often called a genius, seemed to have a somewhat rough fate. After Kitagawa Kid removed the weights, he relied on his sharp dynamic vision and speed control to run continuously around Niji. Every time Niji tried to attack Kitagawa Kid, the latter could precisely dodge and quickly counterattack. Although the Byakugan allows 360-degree unobstructed observation, seeing doesn't mean reacting in time. While Niji was exhausted trying to respond to Kitagawa Kid's offense, Kitagawa Kid suddenly circled behind him, taking advantage of the blind spot. The strong wind generated by the Konoha whirlwind brushed past Niji and swiftly swept by. "You lost. This kick is going to hurt," Kitagawa Kid said, forming the reconciliation seal and quietly staring at Niji. "I lost?" Niji admitted helplessly. In fact, he had long suspected it while struggling to react to Kitagawa Kid's moves. But Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "You seem to know the Byakugan's weakness?" He nodded and said, "I'll admit it's an unfair victory. I've heard about the Hyuga branch family's weakness," but he added, "even if you specialize in taijutsu, you can still become an excellent ninja." This time, Kitagawa Kid not only relied on taijutsu but also used the body flicker technique and chakra, even secretly employing a Kekkai Genkai. The former was easy to detect, but the latter was well concealed. Neither the teacher nor the other students noticed. Niji saw the difference in Kitagawa Kid's eyes but said nothing. A loss is a loss, there is no need to make excuses. The two formed the reconciliation seal, and Ebisu announced the match result. Third year Class A Kitagawa Kid defeats second year Class A Niji. To Niji, Kitagawa Kid wins. When the result was announced, Kitagawa Kid's classmates cheered, while the second year side fell silent. Many people felt that Beichuan Feng was bullying the weaker, and if Niji trained for another year, he would definitely be able to easily defeat Beichuan Feng. However, among the crowd, there was always a unique husky. In the silent second-year group, a traitor appeared. Shaoli was cheerfully cheering for Beichuan Feng. I always knew that hard work can overcome talent. Beichuan Feng naturally walked over to Xiao Li's side and smiled, asking, "Do you also believe that effort can defeat talent?" Xiao Li nodded firmly. He was just like young Kai, completely lacking in ninjutsu, only skilled in taijutsu. He was often mocked, even ridiculed by the genius Niji, and when it came to actual fighting, he simply couldn't win. At that time, Li fully realized he had no talent for ninjutsu and couldn't rely on it to beat Niji. So he focused all his energy on taijutsu. In the ninja world, ninjutsu is talent, while taijutsu depends solely on effort. Li felt he had no talent and relied only on youth and sweat. Kita Kawakid listened and said casually, "I've met many geniuses, and they all call me a genius. Do you know why?" Li shook his head. He had only just met Kita Kawakid. Kita Kawakid said seriously, "Because I never give up. I eat and sleep with weights on, training my body all the time. I get up at 6 every morning and don't go to bed until midnight. I practice 3 hours more every day than those geniuses. I, Kitagawa Kid, am a hard-working genius." Shali was shocked to hear this. He knew Kitagawa Kid got up early every day to train and practiced extra after school. In the entire grade, only Ning Ci could match him. But he hadn't reached the level of crazy effort like Kitagawa Kid yet. Is this what a hard-working genius is? Xiao Li secretly admired. He really envied Kitagawa Kid, a genius who turned things around through effort. Xiao Li stared at Kitagawa Kid without blinking, but since they weren't close, he was too shy to ask for advice. At this moment, Kitagawa Kid said again, "Do you still remember that we often met at the village gate in the morning?" Xiao Li thought for a moment and indeed occasionally saw Kitagawa Kid training early in the morning. Kitagawa Kid continued, "Xiao Li, to be honest, I really admire you. I think we are the same kind of person. We have no talent, no family heritage, no bloodline limit. The only thing we can rely on is hard work." Although Kitagawa Kid has somewhat surpassed ordinary people, his bloodline limit was also achieved through effort. At most he has just a little bit of talent. Kitagawa Kid reached out his hand and sincerely invited. "I know a very good teacher. He is a jonin from Konoha and is very skilled in taijutsu. He also greatly appreciates hard-working geniuses like us. I think you are fully qualified to become a disciple under that teacher." This sudden opportunity made Xiao Li excited but also filled with doubt. "Why are you willing to recommend a teacher for me?" "Because even if I don't help you with the recommendation, you will still meet Kai." Naturally, Beichuan Feng couldn't say what was truly on his mind. He said magnanimously, "We are all ordinary people, and I understand the biggest difficulties ordinary people face. Hard work is not the problem, the key is opportunity. Today I help you, tomorrow you help me, only then can common people have a broader future. This is the principle of the advanced leading the backward, progressing together." Xiao Li was moved by Beichuan Feng's magnanimity. What kind of vision does it take to say such profound words? Moreover, what Kitagawa Kid recommended was not an ordinary ninja, but a jonin of Konoha, a true elite. Such an opportunity was incredibly rare. Xiao Li was so grateful that he was speechless. Kitagawa Kid patted his shoulder and smiled. "Work hard to a certain extent, and luck will naturally come. I just gave you the luck that belongs to you ahead of time." Kitagawa Kid's sincerity comforted Xiao Li's heart. And at that moment, he was deeply moved inside. Meanwhile, Beichuan Feng's system mailbox popped up a notification. "Received a thank you letter from Li Luoka. Don't know how to express it, but I will remember what you said and put it into practice in the future. Attachment, this is the muscle dragon I got from the hospital. I heard that piercing it will make the head sharp, so be sure to use it carefully." Beichuan Feng excitedly checked the system's description of the muscle dragon. Greatly promotes muscle growth and cell activity, improving physical fitness without any cost. Piercing it will make the head sharp? That's obviously a fake drug. Real medicine never has side effects. Only the system's divine power is the true way. Beichuan Feng chatted a few more words with Xiao Li, then excused himself to go to the restroom and quietly left. Without hesitation, he took out the muscle dragon and injected it into his body. There is no shortcut to training, only a fierce injection can make you stronger. As the muscles trembled slightly, Beichuan Feng felt an unprecedented surge of power. The effect is really strong. He threw a punch, and his strength increased by 30%. Ordinary training takes months, but now it only takes one chance. Beichuan Feng smiled and said, "As expected, people who are good at physical techniques either have skills or special items that enhance the body. Maybe the Konoha whirlwind, I don't need it anymore." Continuing with the methods of the evil cultivator, and moreover, Kitagawa Kid took out a mirror and glanced at his head. It seemed a little sharper. But it doesn't matter. As always, on the path to becoming stronger, you will lose something, just like Saitama lost his hair. Ahem, the important thing is, that injection just now seems to have also strengthened his head. Perhaps, the 8 gates technique might have a chance now? Equals 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 equals. After finishing the acupuncture, Beichuan Feng didn't go to watch the match but took advantage of the post-needle energy to continue training. 498 499 500. He did one-handed push-ups with weights on his back. Xiaoli was also doing push-ups, but his physique wasn't as strong as Beichuan Feng's, so he couldn't add extra weight. Listening to Beichuan Feng constantly counting out loud, Xiaoli secretly pushed himself, trying to go faster. But natural training can't compare to the rapid progress from the Jiulong needle technique. In the end, Xiaoli gave it his all but still couldn't keep up with Beichuan Feng's pace. After doing 513 reps, his body gave out and he collapsed. He turned his head to look at Beichuan Feng and saw that the other's forehead was only slightly sweaty, while his own clothes were soaked through. Xiaoli was filled with a sense of defeat. But it wasn't long before he pulled himself together again. Feng also worked step by step to get where he is today, so I, Li Lok, can too. I must prove, just like Feng, that hard work can overcome genius. When Kitagawa Feng felt he was reaching his limit, he ended his training. He casually glanced at Xiaoli, saw his bright eyes, and smiled. Using fragmented time to train is also a form of hard work. Although tired, Xiaoli's tone remained passionate. I feel like I've improved a bit, but more importantly, I've found a new goal. What goal? Kitagawa Feng guessed it was himself, but Xiaoli didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked another question. Kid, you've seen so many geniuses, what are they like? Like Niji, both talented and hardworking? Kitagawa Kid smiled and pointed to Sasuke walking over. That person is. Let's go find Teacher Kai. Shori looked curiously at the stern-faced Sasuke and asked in confusion. Is Teacher Kai also a ninja school teacher? Kitagawa Kid shook his head, and Shori was even more puzzled. Then why are we going? Kitagawa Kid glanced at the Ebisu prison wetness, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course, to skip class. The school's learning efficiency is so low, the teachers can't stop us from improving, right? Forgive me, sensei, Tadai, I love to tell a little lie. Even if I haven't mastered the shadow clone technique, I still have to skip class. Kitagawa Kid's mouth completely twitched. Sasuke also walked over at this moment, coldly sizing up Little Lee. However, when he looked at Kitagawa Kid, his face obviously held a smile. That's right, I also believe Irika-sensei won't stop us from progressing together. Let's go, Kid. I can't wait to become stronger. Xiaoli is an honest person who never dares to skip class. But seeing the new friends all preparing to leave, he felt a bit shaken. The image of Kitagawa Kid defeating Niji flashed through his mind. Kid's training far surpassed his own. Gritting his teeth, he decided to follow. He firmly believed that his ninja path relied on taijutsu. The things taught at the ninja academy were too scattered, many of which were useless to him. The three climbed over the wall to leave the ninja academy and arrived at Kai's doorstep. Kai asked puzzledly, is the ninja academy off today? Sasuke said boldly, I took a sick leave. Kitagawa Kid also responded calmly, I took leave too. Xiaoli stammered, I skipped class following Kid. Kai looked at the honest Xiaoli and couldn't help but laugh. Kid brought along someone quite honest, but youth can't be wasted skipping class. He scrutinized Xiaoli. Kitagawa Kid smiled and explained, Teacher Kai, Xiaoli has no talent in ninjutsu, he puts all his energy into taijutsu. The Ninja Academy offers limited improvement for him. He sighed, graduating by relying solely on taijutsu requires the Hokage's permission and performing better than ordinary genin. Taijutsu ninjas are not well regarded in the ninja world. Instructors and teammates don't recognize them. Teacher Kai, please accept Xiaoli. Listening, Kai thought of the path he had walked and his eyes moistened. Though exaggerated, that was exactly who he was. He gave Xiaoli a chance. Skipping class is not to be repeated, you must ask for leave next time. Go back and apologize to the teacher. Whether you gain my approval depends on your performance. Xiaoli looked gratefully at Kitagawa Kid, who smiled and gestured toward Kai. Xiaoli understood immediately and thanked Kai. Thank you, Teacher Kai, I won't skip class again. Kai nodded and waved his hand, saying, "The mission is tough, youth cannot slack off, start training." At first, Sasuke was curious about Kai's training methods, but seeing the intense training, he began to hesitate just like Kitagawa Kid. But thinking of revenge, and Kitagawa Kid's strong praise, Sasuke gritted his teeth and persevered. However, Nezuko wasn't as tough as Naruto and didn't last long before lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Kitagawa Kid knew that Sasuke was truly skilled in lightning release, as well as the future Amaterasu. His talent was basically not in the same area as Naruto's. When Kitagawa Kid took a break, he advised, "Sashi, you don't have to give it your all. Taijutsu is just one aspect of being a ninja, not everything." Sasuke didn't respond, just quietly watching the persistent Rock Lee in the distance. Kitagawa Kid asked, "Do you look down on him a lot?" Sasuke nodded. "I don't know why, but the first time I saw him, I felt uncomfortable, and the more I see him, the more annoyed I get. Maybe it's because he's more persistent than I am, but I can't really explain it." Kitagawa Kid thought to himself, "Is Nezuko jealous? Naruto was jealous back then too, right?" But later, he got along well with Naruto and felt relieved. Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "Do you know why I recommended Rock Lee to teacher guy?" Sasuke asked curiously, "Why?" Kitagawa Kid continued, "Do you still remember the revenge plan I told you about before?" Sasuke naturally remembered, but didn't he understand what this had to do with Lee. Kitagawa Kid said, "This is for you. Itachi is alone, we have to fight for every bit of strength we can get. Lee has a lot of potential. I believe he will get stronger, so I have to win him over." Sasuke was very moved by this, but still didn't he understand, 1 against 7 are Konoha SS rank missing Nin. All Konoha ninja have the responsibility to kill him, so why try to win him over? Kitagawa Kid was silent for a moment, feeling like he was talking to a wall. The second generation is still too young and doesn't know that Konoha can completely ignore missing Nin. Other missing Nin are one thing, but S-rank missing Nin are different. Kitagawa Kid briefly explained, "Itachi is very strong. Killing him comes at too high a cost, the village might not be willing to take that risk." Sasuke was silent for a moment, then said firmly, "Then it's up to the two of us. The two of us can do it." "No, we definitely can." Kitagawa Kid also trusted Sasuke very much. But what he said and what he thought inside were definitely different. But one thing is certain, both Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke pursue power and seek revenge. He also wanted to accompany his grandfather for a walk on the bridge as soon as possible. During the subsequent training, Kitagawa Kid accidentally kept showing his progress. Kai knew his physical condition before the acupuncture, but the changes after the acupuncture were too significant. It had to be revealed gradually. Near the end of the afternoon physical training, Kitagawa Kid finally gasped and asked about the 8 gates technique at the right moment. "Teacher Kai, I really want to know, how far am I from the threshold of the 8 gates technique?" Kai pondered for a moment, recalling Kitagawa Kid's continuous progressing step by step, surpassing his own limits. Watching the student slowly improve, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Kai-san looked at Beichuan Feng with satisfaction. "I have to say, you really are a rare genius. In just a day or two, your physical fitness has improved by 30%. You can try opening the gate now." Beichuan Feng said modestly, "It's just luck. It's because teacher Kai taught well. Without the correct training methods, I wouldn't be able to unleash my potential." Kai smiled, finally understanding why Ebisu always said Beichuan Feng was annoying but especially liked him. This kid is talented, hardworking, and knows how to be a good person. Good. Today, I'll officially teach you the 8 gates escape technique. Kai led Beichuan Feng to a spacious training ground and began to introduce the 8 gates of Dunjia. The first gate is called the opening gate. It can remove the brain's limitations and unleash the body's full potential. Watch closely. Kai activated the opening gate. Although his appearance showed no obvious change, his aura became fierce and sharp, as if he could instantly teleport beside you at any moment. The opening gate consumes a large amount of internal energy, boosting both strength and speed. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kai appeared behind Beichuan Feng. When Beichuan Feng turned around, Kai was already back in front of him. Amazing! Beichuan Feng finally understood why Ningxi made him feel so powerless. He could clearly sense the movements but couldn't react in time. And this was just the power of the opening gate. The truly powerful aspect of the 8 gates is the 6th gate, the gate of injury, that is when you truly enter the state. Maybe teacher Kai is just too strong, even just opening the gate is so fierce. Beichuan Feng thought about the cost of opening the gate and understood in his heart, every burst of power comes with a price. Teacher Kai has no pressure, maybe his body has long adapted to the 8 gates. Even if I learn to open the gates, I have to gradually train my body to reduce the negative effects. Then, Kai explained in detail, and Beichuan Feng silently memorized the key points and began to try. Everyone has 8 gates in their body, but to open them, you need to find the chakra points, which are the positions of the gates. The 8 gates are channels that restrain chakra. Under Kai's guidance, Beichuan Feng circulated his chakra and found the restraint points. Unexpectedly, he successfully opened the gate. When the door opened and unlocked, Kitagawa Kid's brain domain was completely unlocked. Everything within his vision became clearly visible, even the slight flutter of his clothing in the wind could be felt as if it were his own skin. Kitagawa Kid wanted to test his power. He achieved the effect of instant movement using only physical techniques. And in an instant, he arrived in front of a large tree 10 meters away. At the moment the fierce wind of the leaf whirlwind howled past, the tree fell with a crash. Hiss! Kitagawa Kid felt a sharp pain in his calf as his brain domain. When the 8 gates are opened, his control over his body reaches 100%. But the cost is also great, the pain intensifies. This is only part of the price for activating the 8 gates technique. Beichuan Feng clearly feels his stomach grow hungrier, and his body consumes energy much faster than during normal training. After opening the 8 gates, it is impossible to fight for a long time. Only those with stronger physiques and more stored energy in their bodies can sustain the effects of the 8 gates technique longer and more powerfully. What if he doesn't fight? A strange thought suddenly pops into Beichuan Feng's mind. Opening the gates removes the brain's limitations, greatly enhancing the 5 senses, thinking speed, and learning ability. It is well known that the brain only consumes 20% of the body's total energy. If energy is used as much as possible on the brain, theoretically, the duration of the open door state can be extended. Although in reality it can only be extended by 2 or 3 times, that's already enough. Beichuan Feng quietly felt the energy consumption and found that when only thinking without moving, the feeling of hunger slowed down significantly. He estimated he could last at most a little over 10 minutes. What if he ate enough? Maybe he could last about 20 minutes. Using these 20 minutes for studying would be equivalent to studying for a normal hour in efficiency. Moreover, thanks to the system's sleep mechanism, he could offset the side effects of the 8 gates technique. As long as he is not exhausted and the body still has chakra reserves, he can fully recover the next day. An extra half hour a day is not a dream. A genius idea. Kitagawa Kid still needs to complete his study of illusion theory, and later he must learn medical techniques and sealing arts. The stronger the physique, the longer the 8 gates can be opened, and the more time there is. Mastering all 5 paths through sheer effort is not impossible. More importantly, opening the gates lifts the brain domain restrictions, enhancing learning ability, which is equivalent to temporarily boosting talent. He has an even bolder plan. Practicing shadow clones requires relearning chakra control. He can completely use the gate opening to accelerate shadow clone training. Opening the gates primarily consumes ATP in the body, not chakra. ATP can be replenished by eating, and glucose can also recover quickly. The moment the gate was opened and released, Beichuan Feng's plan for future cultivation became exceptionally clear. Who says the 8 gates technique must be used for combat? Studying is also one of the uses of the 8 gates technique. Just like others use shadow clones for reconnaissance in battle, Naruto uses shadow clones mainly for training. When the brain domain restriction is lifted and talent is enhanced, can he learn as quickly as Naruto? Beichuan Feng actually has a bold idea in his mind. The moment a shadow clone is dispelled, its memories are transmitted back to the original body. The vast majority of people can't be as crazy as Naruto. Shadow clones can be split into hundreds, specifically for training. Ordinary people can only create 1 or 2 shadow clones for long-term study, and the cost of dispelling them is unbearable. But after removing the brain domain restrictions, memory absorption capacity greatly improves. In this way, combining shadow clones and the 8 gates technique for efficient learning, wouldn't it be even faster? 1 person studies for half an hour, 2 people for an hour, and 3 to 5 people together can study for 2.5 hours. Kitagawa Kid was full of anticipation for training with shadow clones after opening the gate tonight. Not bad, you succeeded in opening the gate on your first try. Kai gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, I remember it took me several days to open the gate. That guy Kakashi is a genius just like you. Kitagawa Kid was stunned. Senior Kakashi can do it too? Kai answered without hesitation, I taught him. He got it on his first try. But he can only open the first gate, his energy is focused elsewhere. Unexpectedly, Kakashi was also a taijutsu genius. Kitagawa Kid felt deeply moved. If Kakashi had spent more time training instead of being busy with work or wasting time, maybe on the day of the Western battle he would have opened the Death Gate to strike, and the outcome would have been different. Kitagawa Kid secretly took Kakashi as a negative example. Whether before or after graduating from the Ninja Academy, most of one's energy must be devoted to self-improvement. At that moment, Naruto's loud shout came from afar, "Kid! You guys secretly improved without telling me, that's too much." Naruto came over angrily. Kitagawa Kid flicked his forehead with the back of his hand. "I skipped class to go out. Sasuke originally took leave. I can't bring you to skip class with me, can I? Alright, last time we didn't enjoy the ramen enough, tonight it's on me." Hearing Kitagawa Kid offer to treat, Naruto's mood softened considerably. He pointed at the newcomer who suddenly joined the team, Rock Lee, and asked, "Who is he? I remember Teacher Kai doesn't have a wife. Could he be Teacher Kai's illegitimate son?" Put. Kitagawa Kid couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Next to him, Kai had a look of exasperation. "Naruto, he is Lee Rock, or you can call him Little Lee. He was brought by Kid. I'm still evaluating him." Oh, I see. Naruto realized he had said the wrong thing. But he took another careful look at Little Lee. And he felt he was not mistaken. Little Lee, dressed in a green tight suit, matched with Kai's. A watermelon hairstyle with 7 or 8 points of resemblance and thick eyebrows. It would be abnormal if there was no connection at all. But suddenly, Naruto realized a big problem. He turned his head and looked seriously at Kitagawa Kid. "Didn't you say you wouldn't lead me astray? How come you ended up leading others astray instead?" Kitagawa Kid said firmly, "Naruto, you're different. You're my friend. Lee is just a senior I admire. I would never lead my friends astray." Hearing Kid care so much about him, Naruto's mood immediately improved, and he said generously, "It's okay, next time you skip class with me again. I'm already bad, so skipping or not skipping class doesn't make a difference." Kid felt something was off but decided to let it slide. Teacher Kai asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say you were asking for leave, Kid?" Kid inwardly cursed. Naruto quickly helped cover up. Kid was accompanying Sasuke. Sasuke has been through a lot these past few days and needs someone to be with him. Maybe he forgot? Naruto winked at Kitagawa Kid. Kitagawa Kid quickly explained, "Teacher Kai, I did forget about it when Sasuke came to find me. I originally planned to make up the leave note." Kai recalled Sasuke's miserable state that day and thought he really needed companionship, so he reminded, "Don't let this happen again next time." After trying the 8 gates technique, Kitagawa Kid was tired in the afternoon and rested, preparing to continue practicing shadow clones at night. He silently observed Naruto and Sasuke training by climbing trees. Naruto's physique was average, but with the Uzumaki bloodline and his stubbornness, his progress was a bit slower than Sasuke's. Sasuke trained harder, had excellent talent, but his recovery was far worse than Naruto's. The two improved much faster than Kid did back then. Especially after Kid taught Naruto the shadow clone technique, Naruto suddenly exploded in progress, even approaching Sasuke. Maybe soon, Naruto and Sasuke will be skilled at climbing trees, then learn their signature ninjutsu. Kita Kawakaze leaned against the tree trunk, silently watching them train. As the leader, he was under immense pressure. His talent was not as good as theirs, and he still had to teach himself. There wasn't much he could actually teach. He wasn't worried about Naruto, he was loyal and caring. But Sasuke. Though they seemed like brothers, once he fell behind, Sasuke would change his attitude. This change wasn't about feelings, but because Sasuke was desperately chasing power for revenge, and might even join Orochimaru's Sound Ninja group. Once he left his side, Sasuke's goodwill would be very hard to maintain. This kind of situation, which has precedent in the original story, is unavoidable. Baikawa Kid has no sense of urgency. He needs to quickly learn the shadow clone technique and then verify his hypothesis about combining shadow clones with the 8 gates training. As the sky darkened, Baikawa Kid, as promised, treated Naruto to a bowl of ramen as an apology. By the time he returned to Naruto's house, his fatigue had completely eased. To learn the shadow clone technique more efficiently, Baikawa Kid specifically asked Naruto, "How did you learn the shadow clone technique? Is there any secret?" Naruto scratched his head and gestured with his hands. "Didn't the teacher say, just form the hand seal, and with a bang, it appears? It's super simple." A dozen Naruto shadow clones stared at Fong, as if to say, "This is the secret." Fong felt confused. Is this the world of geniuses? I don't understand it at all. He recalled how Konohamaru learned the Rasengan. With such a great apprentice like Konohamaru, Naruto's teaching should have some method, right? It seemed he still had to rely on himself. Fong arrived outside Naruto's house, sat down, and activated the 8 gates technique. His thinking instantly became sharp, and his chakra control greatly improved. He began practicing climbing trees whenever his foot slipped, he adjusted, and quickly regained his rhythm. This was not only the power of the 8 gates but also his own chakra control. After climbing trees, he practiced walking on water, which was more difficult. After falling into the water once, he quickly returned to his peak. Now, let's try the shadow clone. Fong took a deep breath, repeatedly recalling Ebisu's guidance in his mind. The previously vague knowledge suddenly became clear under the blessing of the 8 gates. He truly became a genius. Bang! When his fingers formed a cross seal, a shadow clone suddenly appeared. Keep going. This is not the limit. The more he practiced, the smoother it became, and he consecutively created 13 shadow clones. Recite according to the plan. After using the shadow clones, Fong closed his eyes and lay on the ground, emptying his mind. This could reduce physical and mental exhaustion, extending the duration of the 8 gates technique. As he neared the limit, he recalled the shadow clones. In an instant, various common knowledge and principles about illusions flooded into his mind. His mind was crowded, as if it could explode at any moment. This is bad. I should have taken less, not greedily chasing progress. It seemed to trigger a body protection mechanism, and Beichuan Fong was forcibly shut down, falling into a deep sleep. Vaguely, he heard the system's prompt sound. It was still 6 in the morning when Beichuan Fong opened his eyes. Feeling refreshed and fully recharged, he looked around at his surroundings. He was in a hospital, probably sent there by Naruto. Why am I feeling so good today? Shouldn't it be halved? Kitagawa Kid instinctively opened the mastery panel for the 5 paths and was surprised to find that illusion had risen from level 3 to level 4. As expected, my illusion is almost at the Chunin level, just missing the basics. I reinforced the basics last night and successfully triggered the upgrade mechanism. There is an advantage to upgrading mastery of the 5 paths. No matter how tired you are on the day of the upgrade, your condition will be fully restored the next day. Unless, like on the night of the clan's annihilation, you are severely injured and the system judges you near death, you will still feel exhausted the next day. Kitagawa Kid was lucky he was only unconscious. Being unconscious in the hospital is similar to being at home, both triggering the upgrade mechanism. You're awake? The hospital room door opened, and a female doctor dressed in a nun's habit walked in. She had beautiful light blonde hair, wore large round glasses, and a calm smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Kitagawa Kid felt like he had seen her somewhere before and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Yakashino Nono." She smiled and picked up medical instruments to examine him. After the examination, she was surprised to find that the patient had fully recovered. Kitagawa Kid silently stared at her. If he remembered correctly, Nono was supposed to have been sent by Danzo as a spy to an enemy country. Later, she even fought to the death with the adopted son Yakushi Kabuto in Iwagakure village, ultimately dying at Kabuto's hands. "You know me?" Nono asked curiously. She had long been undercover as a spy and had already noticed Kitagawa Kid observing her. "Mom! Have you forgotten that after my parents died, I was sent to an orphanage?" Kitagawa Kid called her mom on the spot, leaving Nono stunned. "Are you a child from the orphanage?" Nono asked. She had worked at the Konoha orphanage for many years and had raised many orphans. Although she remembered most of them, she was not always at the orphanage. To earn money for milk powder for the orphanage, she had to go out as a spy for Danzo. That's right, Kitagawa Kid did spend some time at the Konoha orphanage. After crossing over, he immediately sought out Nono and Kabuto. After all, Nono was an important person in Kabuto's heart. And Kabuto was one of the masterminds behind the later start of the Western War. With the power of the Dragon Cave Sage mode, his strength was definitely beyond shadow. How could I not pursue the good impression at the door? I just heard that after Nono went out to work, Kitagawa Kid mistakenly thought that Kabuto had already been abducted by Orochimaru, so he left the orphanage. Unexpectedly, Nono was still alive and had returned to Konoha. Does that mean I have a chance to rewrite Nono's fate? And gain some benefit? Kitagawa Kid was well acquainted with the original story. He knew very well that Danzo intentionally separated Kabuto and Nono to use them. Nono was in Konoha, so Kabuto naturally had to go to the enemy country as a spy. A spy always has to return to the village to report, and Kabuto will return to the village sooner or later. If we can keep Nono in Konoha and free her from Danzo's control, then winning Kabuto's favor will be much easier. Kitagawa Kid immediately said, "Yes, Mom, you took care of me for a while before, and now I didn't expect to trouble you again." Nono felt uneasy hearing him call her mom repeatedly. Call me sister. I've been away from Konoha too long and forgotten many things. Who are you? Kitagawa Keed, third-year student, Class A, Ninja Academy. Hearing that he was a Ninja Academy student, Nono recalled Kitagawa Keed. Orphanages mostly take in war orphans from outside the village. Heroic orphans like Kitagawa Keed are rare. She remembered he used to be shy. Why is he so lively now? If Do could be like this too. Thinking of Do and Root, Nono felt heavy-hearted. She knew what Root was, but Do was there voluntarily, and it was also for the orphanage. Kitagawa Keed knew the main reason Nono worked for Danzo was because of money troubles. He tentatively asked, when I left, there were rumors that the orphanage was short on money, and Nono Nechan had to become a spy in the enemy country. Is that true? Nono originally wanted to shake her head to ease his worries, but what Kitagawa Keed said next shocked her. Isn't Root led by Elder Danzo? I was almost taken by Root once, so I specifically inquired about them. Nono Nechan, doing intelligence work is dangerous enough, but Root is even more so. That Danzo guy is ruthless in pursuit of his goals, absolutely insane. Doing intelligence work outside rarely ends well. Nono you looked at Kitagawa Keed with deep concern. She knew how ruthless Danzo was to force her to continue. He even threatened her with the children from the orphanage. Now, Danzo wouldn't he even spare Kitagawa Keed? Kitagawa Keed continued, No, don't keep working for Root, it's too dangerous. The children at the orphanage all care about you. Nono you was silent for a moment, then said firmly, this is something I have to do. Sorry, I can't listen to you. If I leave Root, Danzo will immediately cut the orphanage's funding, and the children will go hungry. Kitagawa Keed was waiting for this very sentence. He immediately said, what if I have a way to solve the orphanage's funding problem? Nono looked at Kitagawa Keed with amusement. She, an adult who has been engaged in espionage work for years and is also skilled in medical ninjutsu, couldn't solve it. How could a mere child possibly manage? Nono guessed that Kitagawa Keed said this deliberately to make her stay. She understood Kitagawa Keed's good intentions, but the orphanage's financial problems had always been difficult to solve. As the director, she had no other choice. Nono do you know the Uchiha clan? Kitagawa Keed asked. Uchiha? I heard they were wiped out, Nono realized. Not long ago, Uchiha Itachi defected and killed all the clan members, leaving only his younger brother Sasuke, Kitagawa Keed said. I went through the night of the clan's annihilation with Sasuke. We are brothers. Kitagawa Keed said firmly. Are you trying to? Nono you immediately refused, no. No matter how difficult the orphanage is, we can't live off someone else's compensation money. I'd rather be used and die by Danzo. Danzo keeps his promises and won't shortchange the orphanage, she said. Hearing this, Kitagawa Keed smiled. Danzo does keep his promises, but not for you, Sister Nono you. Do you know where the Root members come from? Nono you was silent. She knew many ninjas come from the great ninja clans, and another part comes from the orphanage. Almost all the orphanage children with ninja talent are taken by Danzo. Do is one of them. Kitagawa Keed continued, I know you have a kind heart. All the children in the orphanage know that. You'd rather hurt yourself than hurt others. But do you understand the Uchiha? He stared seriously into Nono Yu's eyes. How much legacy did the Uchiha leave after their downfall? Not just the assets inside and outside the village, but also the properties left by the Uchiha. This is a huge sum of money, making countless people drool. Do you think Sasuke, just a child, can guard this money? Nono Michi, but even so, we can't. Kitagawa Keed interrupted her. Rather than letting this money be secretly taken by outsiders, it's better to use it to build an orphanage. The children in the orphanage know the kindness of the Uchiha, and they might repay Sasuke in the future. I understand Sasuke, he is very kind, and in his heart. He is also willing to donate money to the orphanage. He doesn't value money. Whether from the perspective of benefits or from Sasuke's personal standpoint, Kitagawa Keed's proposal has no issues. Donating money to the orphanage can both preserve part of the Uchiha's assets and earn the Uchiha goodwill. If someone bullies Sasuke in the village later, public opinion, one would be despised. Nono understood this and also realized that Kitagawa Keed was taking advantage. She fell silent, unable to find a reason to refuse. The orphanage, Kitagawa Keed, and Sasuke all benefited, and even Danzo dared not openly oppose it. Donating money to the orphanage was politically correct in carrying out the will of fire. Danzo himself worked in the shadows. If the orphanage was made public, the Hokage's face would be lost. Nono didn't know if Kitagawa Keed had thought it through, but it was indeed an effective plan. In fact, Kitagawa Kid thought even deeper than she did. He wanted to use Sasuke's special status to force Danzo to give up the orphanage. This was not only a blow to Yakushi Kabuto but also a thorn in Danzo's side. It was an open strategy that Danzo had no choice but to swallow. Kitagawa Kid said, "No, I will help you convince Sasuke. Consider it repaying the orphanage's kindness." Nono watched him leave, her eyes complex. Maybe he really can solve the orphanage's problems. Kabuto 1T have to worry about Root anymore. The streets gradually emptied, and Kitagawa Kid walked alone into the deserted Uchiha clan territory. "Sasuke, are you there?" "Yes, Kid, come in." Sasuke's response surprised him. Could Sasuke have started training so early? Had he turned Sasuke into a training machine? Kitagawa Kid entered Sasuke's private courtyard and saw him training early, climbing a tree. "You're here for something, right? I remember you train at this time." Sasuke jumped down from the tree. "Yeah," Kitagawa Kid nodded. "Has the Hokage grandpa told you about the Uchiha inheritance?" Sasuke shook his head. These days he was either healing or training and didn't care about the Uchiha inheritance. What he cared about was not money, but Itachi's life. Kitagawa Kid felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated before saying, "I want to persuade you to donate the Uchiha inheritance to the Konoha orphanage." "No need to persuade me, I trust you." Sasuke agreed without hesitation. Kitagawa Kid was stunned. "You don't care about this astronomical inheritance?" Sasuke said firmly, "I care more about you, and I know you have your reasons." His unconditional trust left Kitagawa Kid silent. After a while, he spoke to himself. The Uchiha inheritance is hard to preserve in its entirety. Tenzo wants this money, and so does the Hokage grandfather. This money. Those who cooperate with the Uchiha also want this money. Rather than letting wealth that cannot be preserved be stolen, it's better to keep it in your own hands in another way. The money donated to the orphanage can be treated as a fund. And you are the actual controller of the fund. Whether it's for doing good deeds or anything else, this money belongs to you. This should be the best way I've thought of to preserve the Uchiha legacy." Sasuke smiled and said, "See, I told you it's for my own good. You are my brother after all." Hearing this, Kitagawa Kid also smiled. They are brothers. Why bother so much over something beneficial? 15 minutes later, Kitagawa Kid brought Sasuke and Nono to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage didn't feel anything special about Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke's arrival, but when he saw the orphanage director Nono, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Exposed again, Danzo?" The third Hokage kindly asked. "Kid, you came to see me about the Konoha orphanage, right?" Kitagawa Kid nodded, and Sasuke said as previously agreed, "Hokage grandpa, I want to donate the Uchiha inheritance to the orphanage. I am also an orphan and understand their difficulties. The will of fire is everlasting. This is what Hokage grandpa and the teachers taught us. I also want to contribute to the village." The third Hokage listened and nodded silently. As expected of Itachi's younger brother, he's a good kid who loves the village. Looking at Kitagawa Kid, the third Hokage's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, Danzo's methods have become more cunning. He actually got Kid to convince Sasuke to donate the money. But this old man still saw through it. Feeling the third Hokage's gaze that seemed to see through everything, Kitagawa Kid became a bit flustered. The old third Hokage won't figure it out, right? Well, it would be strange if he didn't. Just as Kitagawa Kid was worried, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. The Uchiha inheritance rightfully belongs to Sasuke. Since he is willing to donate it to the orphanage, then so be it. With a wave of his hand, the third Hokage decided to allocate part of the Uchiha inheritance to the orphanage. A full 5 billion marks, but distributed over 10 years, 500 million per year. Yanoyu sitting nearby was stunned by the number. Is Uchiha really this rich? No, that can't be. The orphanage doesn't need that much money. Hokage-sama, isn't this too much? The orphanage only needs an extra 500,000 a year. The third Hokage thought Yanoyu was pretending to be confused and smiled. This money is not only for the normal operation of the orphanage but also to sponsor those talented children who can become ninjas. If you can't make up your mind, why not listen to others? Opinions? You're not the only one managing the orphanage, right? When the third Hokage said this, Nono also found it hard to refuse. Kitagawa Kid didn't have much concept of money, but he also knew the third Hokage gave too much money. But since it was given, how could he not accept it? This money originally belonged to the Uchiha. At this moment, Danzo walked in, glaring fiercely at Nono, and said to the third Hokage, Hizashi, how can you so rashly decide the Uchiha inheritance? Such a large sum of money just casually given away? Sasuke will definitely regret it. Danzo's expression seemed as if he was truly concerned for Sasuke. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring and smiled. Danzo, at this point, what are you still pretending for? You're not happy to get the money? Of course Danzo was not happy. If part of the Uchiha inheritance was donated to the orphanage, he would not only lose a large amount of embezzled money but also lose control over Nono, Kabuto Yukushi, and the orphanage. In the future, if Root wanted to supplement personnel from the orphanage, it would have to depend on Nono's mood. How could Danzo possibly agree to something that goes against the Tenko? Hizashi. Danzo shouted angrily, for Konoha, Root must cultivate more outstanding spies. The third Hokage smiled and said, I know. Hizashi. Danzo continued shouting, everything I do is for Konoha. The third Hokage still smiled, I know. Danzo stared intently at the third Hokage and asked in a low voice, are you really that heartless? The third Hokage hesitated for a moment and retorted, I gave you so much funding, isn't that enough? Danzo mistakenly thought the third Hokage was still suppressing him and angrily said, you will regret this, Hizashi. I am the Hokage. When the third Hokage heard this familiar line, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Bang! The door slammed shut with force, and the tense atmosphere of You Regret Me Shadow completely erupted. Kitagawa Kid watched the scene, feeling that there seemed to be a misunderstanding between the third Hokage and Danzo. The third Hokage instructed Nono, after getting this money, discuss things properly with him. Discuss with whom? It can't possibly be Danzo, right? The Hokage was so angry just now, how could that be? Although Nono wasn't very clear, with this money, the orphanage might no longer be under Danzo's control. After leaving the office, Nono sincerely said to Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke, thank you. Sasuke, you really are a good person, just like Kid said. Sasuke, being called a good person, turned his head away in a tsundere manner. Helping others is also an excellent tradition of the Uchiha. Inherited from Uchiha Obito? Kitagawa Kid twitched the corner of his mouth and said to Nono. This can be considered my repayment to the orphanage. I remember Brother Do seemed to have been taken away by Gen quite early. He's back now, remember to take me to see him. Okay. You nodded. She thought Do and Kitagawa Kid had a good relationship and was very happy. She was very afraid that Do would lose himself in Gen and have no friends. Kitagawa Kid added. By the way, sister Yenoyu, be careful of Danzo, he won't let you off easily. If he causes trouble again, come to me, and I'll help you get rid of him. Yenoyu laughed teasingly, looks like the kids from the orphanage have grown up and can even protect their sister now. Kitagawa Kid scratched his head awkwardly. He just wanted to protect Yenoyu and also increase her favor, making it easier to get close to Do later. Nono lowered his head and hugged Kitagawa Kid, gently kissing his forehead. Thanks to you this time, on behalf of everyone at the orphanage, thank you and Sasuke. Being kissed like this, Kitagawa Kid's cheeks blushed slightly. Nono still wore a gentle smile and waved at them. I will come to find you, see you next time. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Kitagawa Kid's mind. He received a new email in his inbox. Received a thank you letter from Medic Nono. Thank you for your help today. Whenever you want to come back, you are always welcome. Attachment, the technique of extracting fine ailments and all of Nono's insights. The technique of extracting fine ailments, AB rank medical ninjutsu? Kitagawa Kid glanced at the ability panel and was startled. Medical skill jumped from 0 directly to level 2, that's way too fast. He curiously checked Nono's affection level. 5 stars. A full 5 stars. In such a short time together, the affection is surprisingly high. Kitagawa Kid analyzed the reason. He is an orphan, and Nono is kind-hearted, especially caring for orphans, so she naturally has a good impression of him. Even if he hadn't done anything, Nono would at least give him 1 star. On top of that, he also came from an orphanage. Although Nono often goes out on spy missions, she has always cared about the orphanage. She carries a photo of Do, so she definitely hasn't forgotten the other children. Kitagawa Kid guessed that she had noticed him a long time ago. She transferred her love for the original owner to him. This motherly love is worth at least 2 stars. Finally, he helped her solve the orphanage's funding problem. These 3 points caused a surge in goodwill. Baichuan Feng estimated that Yenoyu would soon come to him, and the goodwill would continue to rise. Tanzo would never easily give up the orphanage. Money can't be used to threaten, so can't force be used? Anyway, no one is managing the orphanage. Not a single heavyweight orphan is left in the orphanage. Yenoyu is considered the most formidable figure in the orphanage. And this most formidable figure turned out to be a medical ninja. The outcome is predictable. But Nono can't handle Danzo. Could it be that Kitagawa Kid can't handle him either? Having been in Konoha for so long, he has many cards he can play. Sasuke represents Itachi, behind Naruto or Kakashi in the third Hokage, and Guy's absolute strength. Danzo's actions are inherently shady, so this time let's have Kitagawa Kid borrow some power of the light. Not long after Nono returned to the orphanage, he received an urgent message. Director, Emi and Nico are missing. We searched all around the orphanage but still couldn't find them. Yano Yuichi was stunned. Recalling Kitagawa Kid's warning, he immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. She knew very well who Danzo was. He often used the children from the orphanage to threaten her. Do was one example, and Emi and Ninko were now being threatened in the same way. Clack! 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 Danzo slowly approached, leaning on his cane. You're looking for someone, aren't you, walking shrine maiden? Yano Yuichi turned around, angrily questioning, did you take them away? Danzo responded coldly, you should remember, your identity has been erased, the Uchiha have been wiped out, and you can only rely on me. When Danzo called out her codename, Yano Yuichi knew clearly that he would never let her or the orphanage go. At that moment, several photos flew out from Danzo's hand and drifted to the ground. The photo shows children wearing worn-out clothes but still smiling brightly. Huime has her hair in twin ponytails, smiling as she looks at Nono, while Ningzi hides behind her, tightly holding her hand, obedient and shy. A knife is stuck into the photo. Nono looks up and sees Danzo holding the blade. She whispers, what exactly do you want? Danzo snorts coldly, what should you call me when you're working? Lord Danzo, Nono reluctantly submits. She knows that if she angers Danzo any further, the children in the photo will suffer cruel retaliation. Such shameless cruelty is something Danzo is absolutely capable of. Seeing Nono bow her head, Danzo says, I want the subsidy money that Zangetsu gives you. Impossible. That belongs to the Uchiha. Do you want them to die? Danzo's words left Yano silent. Although she knew that not resisting would only make Danzo more reckless, she had no choice. She was just a spy skilled in medical ninjutsu, and before the route led by Danzo. There was no room for resistance. If she refused, Danzo would not continue the charade with her. Danzo would openly take all the children from the orphanage and train them into ruthless killing machines. Come with me, and remember, you can never defy my will. You are a walking shrine maiden. Danzo's cold voice echoed through the orphanage. The other orphanage staff didn't dare to intervene at all. Those who tried to stop him all died. They could only try to protect as many children as possible. At the 404 training ground, Kitagawa Kid greeted Naruto from afar with Sasuke in tow. Good morning, Naruto, thanks for last night. Seeing Kitagawa Kid as energetic as ever, Naruto worried, training today? What about your injury? Sasuke looked puzzled. What exactly happened last night, Kid? Kitagawa Kid said, it's nothing, just overtrained. I'll be more careful next time. At that moment, Guy came over with Lee, excitedly shouting, Kid, you're late again. You'll have to run a few extra laps around the village this morning. Kitagawa Kid, delayed because of Yanoyu, naturally agreed. Just as the five were about to start training, a determined and honest-looking ninja wearing a hat hurried over. Where is Kitagawa Kid? Kid recognized him as Urushigo. Urushi, like Kabuto, came from the orphanage. Though not related by blood, they shared 3 years of brotherly friendship. 2 years ago, he graduated from the Ninja Academy, often went on missions, and gave back to the orphanage. Later, he and Kabuto opened an orphanage in Konoha together, so Kitagawa Kid knew him. He immediately understood that Yano-yu might be targeted by Danzo. The situation was urgent, but Kitagawa Kid remained calm. He knew Danzo wouldn't act rashly. The third Hokage had just allocated funds to the orphanage. If Danzo made a move now, how would the Hokage save face? Kitagawa Kid asked, did Danzo go to the orphanage? Urushi anxiously recounted the events. Kid then asked, have you and Sister Yano-yu ever been to the root base? Urushi shook his head. Sister Yano-yu always protected him from contact with root. This time, Yano-yu told him that there were few ninjas from the orphanage left, and he was the only one remaining. It's over. Kitagawa Kid cursed Danzo silently for being unreasonable. He had thought Danzo would negotiate with the orphanage first, like when he took Kabuto, but he never expected Danzo to directly threaten Yanoyu, demanding she return to root with him. And those who knew about the root base, besides a few. No one knows. Beichuan Feng had no choice but to look at Kai pleadingly. Teacher, can you help me contact Senior Kakashi? Only he might know where the root is. Difficult. Kai listened to the orphanage's plight, feeling helpless. He knew about the root. The root belonged to the Anbu, theoretically commanded personally by the Hokage. Kai was only a jonin, with no authority to interfere in these matters. But his conscience wouldn't let him ignore it, so he could only suggest. I can help report this matter to the Hokage. The Hokage definitely won't stand idly by. The third Hokage made it clear to Kitagawa Kid that this matter was not so simple. Danzo and the third Hokage had a complicated relationship. This time, he helped the orphanage for Kai's sake, but what about next time? Danzo has a way to secretly take down Nanoyu. Nanoyu is the only guide for Kabuto to truly understand himself. Even if Yorushi comes, it won't help. Let's go, first check the orphanage. Maybe we can find clues left by Sister Nanoyu. At this point, Kitagawa Kid could only lead people to the orphanage first. Kai went to the Hokage building. This was the backup plan. To prepare for the unexpected, Kitagawa Kid specially brought two top bodyguards, Sasuke and Naruto. With this lineup, they could walk through Konoha with ease. When they arrived at the orphanage, Naruto created several hundred shadow clones to search for clues in the west. After searching for a long time, Naruto's chakra was exhausted, and he sat on the ground, saying, "Once we left the orphanage, the footprints disappeared. Kid, why don't we go ask the Hokage-sama for help?" Sasuke leaned against the wall, noticing Kitagawa Kid's worry. "Fool, if we always rely on others, we'll never become strong." "Kid, what are you looking at?" Kitagawa Kid bent down and picked up a strand of pale golden hair. A clue. It seems Sister Yanoyu was really going all out this time. People often shed hair unconsciously, and ninjas can even control hair shedding. When the enemy nation's ninja kidnapped the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, she used her hair to help Minato find her. Kitagawa Kid stopped Yorushi from helping and only took Naruto and Sasuke to follow the hair into the Death Forest. They arrived at a small stream but found no more pale golden hair. The trail is lost, Sister Yano must be nearby. Kitagawa Kid scanned the forest, knowing there might be a secret passage or a mysterious base hidden here. But all of these require special sealing techniques to unlock, which he completely does not understand, let alone breaking the seals designed by experts. So then, Kita River Kid's right hand manifested a Rasengan, smashing it towards the ground. In an instant, the Rasengan exploded, startling birds into flight, and a deep pit suddenly appeared. Naruto had never seen such a powerful ninjutsu before, and exclaimed in surprise, "Sakoku! Stop praising, come help me, I can only use the Rasengan a few more times with my chakra." Kita River Kid's chakra was only 1.5 cards, and the Rasengan is an A-rank ninjutsu. The greater the destructive power, the more consumption. 1.5. A. The chakra is insufficient to destroy the surroundings, and forcibly locating the root base is almost impossible. But Naruto can do it. More precisely, it can only be accomplished by Kitagawa Kid and Naruto working together. Spread your hand. Kitagawa Kid placed his hand on the back of Naruto's hand, borrowing Naruto's chakra to release the Rasengan. Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, how can you borrow Naruto's chakra? Didn't the textbooks say that the chakras of two people repel each other?" "I have a way." Kitagawa Kid did not reveal the secret of the system. He could borrow Naruto's chakra because more than half of his chakra originated from Naruto. Moreover, last night's training allowed him to fully master Naruto's chakra. Because of this, he could use Naruto's power to relentlessly bombard this forest. Soon, a secret passage appeared. Inside the passage, two ninjas wearing animal masks stared coldly at them. Without Lord Danzo's orders, no one is allowed to forcibly enter the root base. Kitagawa Kid smiled. Beside him were Naruto and Sasuke, and he was the core. What was there to fear? If Root dared to make a move, they would have done so during the bombing, not waited until now. Then what if I force my way through? Kitagawa Kid took a step forward, a Rasengan already forming in his hand. On the surface, Root remained calm and expressionless, but inside they were extremely tense. Lord Danzo had ordered that these brats must not be harmed. But they can hold them back, even knock them unconscious, and send them back intact. Suddenly, Ada! Kai's figure flashed, kicking a Root ninja away. "Sorry, I thought you were a speed bump. Are you okay?" Another Root ninja was about to make a move when Kakashi's lightning flash appeared, pressing against his neck. "Don't move, moving means death," Kakashi said coldly, and the Root ninja could only put down his weapon. Kakashi is a member of the Anbu, possibly carrying the Hokage's orders. "Take us to Danzo." Kakashi spoke again. "The Hokage's orders? Enough nonsense." His voice remained cold. The Root ninja sneered, "You dare to break into the root base? Acting on your own is not allowed, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy." Naruto couldn't be bothered with these roundabout words and kicked towards the root ninja. What are you babbling about? Take us to find Yano, you sister, quickly. Sasuke, unwilling to be outdone, followed up with a kick. Kakashi-senpai is a genuine Umbu ninja. And you, an imposter, still dare to block us? Under the root ninja's mask, he felt extremely frustrated. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki wants to force his way in, and there's another matter involved. The one involving Uchiha Itachi also wants to force his way in. What can they do? They follow the secret passage, sure to find Lord Danzo. He can't keep hiding forever, right? The two root ninjas exchanged a glance and could only take Kitagawa Kid and the others to find Lord Danzo to discuss. They walked openly into the root base, and Kitagawa Kid's lips curled into a slight smile. This is the power of connections. That old Danzo, even when mixing it up, has to watch his backing. The people I brought aren't even all here yet. They arrived at a place like a conference room, and the root ninjas respectfully handed over a few chairs. Lord Danzo was still busy with official business. Why don't you sit and wait for a while? People are always patient when doing bad things. Kitagawa Kid didn't believe Danzo was really busy with official business. He had plenty of time to wait. Besides, Danzo wouldn't delay for long. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been missing from root for so long, the third Hokage couldn't just sit idly by. Kitagawa Kid sat down directly, crossing his legs like a lord, and ordered, "I'm hungry. Bring me a bowl of fresh Ichiraku ramen, delivered within 10 minutes. Oh, and bring a bottle of orange juice as well." You! The root ninja was quite annoyed by his attitude. Kitagawa Kid paid no mind and added, "I'm an impatient person. We can't just sit here waiting forever, can we?" With the big brother leading, Naruto also became bold. "I want a bowl of Ichiraku ramen too, a large one, miso chashu flavor. Hurry up and order. I like my Ichiraku ramen hot." Sasuke also got interested and ordered his favorite. "I want a freshly made tomato rice ball." This attitude completely disregarded the root ninjas, who were furious. "You little brats." Just after shouting, the ninjas immediately changed their expressions, swallowing their anger. "Fine. We'll get it done right away." The speed of their change in expression made Kitagawa Kid unable to help but laugh, and even the usually deadpan Kakashi smiled. He looked at Kitagawa Kid, his curiosity growing deeper. Perhaps Kitagawa Kid knew something, like the secret that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, how could this kid dare to barge into the root base? Root was the Umbu, and even he and Guy hesitated before showing up to help. Kakashi still remembered that before the clan's destruction night, he had warned Kitagawa Kid, but Kitagawa Kid still stayed with Sasuke and safely got through that disaster. This kid, he just couldn't figure him out. Unlike Kitagawa Kid and the others waiting for their meal, on the other side, Tenzo did not have such a pleasant mood. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Tenzo was eating breakfast and suddenly slammed his bowl onto the table. "Three little brats. Two Uchiha remnants, how dare they break into my base?" Yamanaka Kaze reminded him, "Lord Tenzo, Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Itachi is also protecting Sasuke and Kitagawa Kid." Thinking of the threat during the 1-against-7 fight, Tenzo swallowed his anger, withdrew his bowl, and calmly said, "Bring Yano-yu here, I want to talk to her." By the time Yano-yu was brought in, Tenzo had already regained his composure. "Someone is here to see you." Nono was troubled, recalling the traces she had left behind. Could it be Kitagawa Kid? How dare he come to the root? No, it should be the Hokage-sama, right? She tentatively asked, "Is it the Hokage-sama who has come?" Danzo sneered coldly, "Are you still playing dumb? You deliberately lured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki here." Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Nono was even more confused. She didn't know or dare to approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo continued, "I purposely didn't erase the traces you left, just to make you face reality." He narrowed his eyes threateningly. "You don't want Kabuto to fail to return to Konoha, do you?" Nono knew Danzo had ways to make Kabuto die on the way back or to pass spy information to ambush him. To protect Kabuto, she could only agree. "Lord Danzo, what do you want to do?"
Danzo said calmly, "Send Kitagawa Kid and the others away, and I won't trouble you."
Really?
Nono found it hard to believe, looking at Danzo nodding, but still doubted in her heart.
On the surface, she showed a grateful smile, but inside she was thankful to Kitagawa Kid. The appearance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was definitely related to them.
After Nono left, Danzo said to Yamanaka Fu, "Go contact Orochimaru and tell him I want that woman dead. By the way, kill Yakushi Kabuto, warn Kitagawa Kid, but don't kill that brat."
After saying this, Danzo showed a sinister smile.
"If you can't have it, destroy it.
The orphanage is still there, he can still raise another obedient Miko."
As for Kitagawa Kid, a naturally evil, senseless Uchiha remnant. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Inside the Root meeting room, Kitagawa Kid and Naruto, Sasuke, and the others were leisurely relaxing, eating breakfast. Seeing Nono walking over, he finally looked up. He smiled and asked, "Nono Nachan, they didn't give you a hard time, did they?" Of course they did, but Nono didn't want Kitagawa Kid to worry, so she just said, "It's nothing." But watching the three little ones eat, she couldn't hold back. Is this really a place to eat? Where did the food come from? It can't be that Na brought it himself, right? Doesn't Na have any shame? Kitagawa Kid put down his chopsticks, deliberately glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. They're both done eating, we can go. Let's go, we're going back to training."
Naruto and Sasuke naturally had no objections. Guy and Kakashi exchanged a glance, and Kakashi prepared to leave alone. Before leaving, he whispered in Naruto's ear, "Don't come to such dangerous places next time.
Even if your friend takes you, don't come." Naruto was impatient, "Mind your own business. Kid is my best friend, wherever he goes, I go."
Kakashi was helpless. The child of Minato, he can't control him.
Kakashi glared fiercely at Kitagawa Kid. If it weren't for Naruto, he would never have come to cause such trouble. Kitagawa Kid showed an innocent expression, as if saying, "Blame me. But this is the fate of a savior." Yanoyu was involved with Yakushi Kabuto, and Kabuto was the mastermind behind the Third Great Ninja War. Whether for himself or for the world, Kabuto must be stopped. At the very least, Kabuto must not start a war in the name of finding himself. After leaving the root base, Kitagawa Kid asked, "Teacher Kai, you didn't go to see the Hokage grandpa, did you?" Kai nodded, "I ran into Kakashi on the way. He happened to know where the root base was, so I came with him." Kitagawa Kid seemed thoughtful and said to Yanoyu, "The route led by Danzo won't target the orphanage for the time being." Yanoyu warned, "I have a bad feeling about this. Danzo is not someone who gives up easily." Kitagawa Kid nodded. He knew well that directly challenging Danzo like this would definitely provoke a reaction. If Danzo didn't react, then he would truly be a ninja. But that was impossible. Kabuto was also connected to another big figure, Orochimaru, the snake uncle who often lured children away. Orochimaru had long set his sights on Yakushi Kabuto's medical ninjutsu talent. Without a doubt, Orochimaru had already been eyeing Kabuto. In the original work, Kabuto was waiting nearby during the fierce battle between Kabuto and Nono in Iwagakure. When Kabuto was completely confused, Kabuto appeared. This shows that everything was premeditated. And Danzo and Kabuto were entangled. Would release experiments, the Chunin exams? Kid Kitagawa doesn't believe there was no connection behind them. So, since Danzo couldn't intervene openly and aboveboard, the best choice was to have Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru step in. Currently, Kabuto is most likely still with Akatsuki during this period. And Orochimaru should be coveting Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kitagawa Kid was unsure if Itachi would come. He was also unsure if Danzo would recklessly kill him. If he continued to plot, he might be in mortal danger. I even participated in the night of the Uchiha massacre, so why fear these? I've been living with Naruto these past few days, hardly leaving the ninja academy. Naruto has the Umbu protecting him, so I also have the Umbu watching over me. Outside the ninja academy, I'm training with Teacher Guy. With him around, there's nothing to fear. Kitagawa Kid weighed the pros and cons, felt his safety was assured, and decided to continue intervening in the orphanage matters. After all, relying on others for protection is not a long-term plan. True strength comes from oneself. He looked at Guy, his eyes burning with determination. "Teacher Guy, let us continue training." Kai frowned, "School is starting soon, you can't just skip classes, right?" Beichuan Feng immediately created a shadow clone. "The shadow clone can attend classes for me, the content learned is the same. I want to use the time to practice taijutsu more." Kai hesitated for a moment, then could only apologize to his old teammate Ebisu. After all, how could he stop a student from improving? Thinking about taking away his old teammate's student, Kai couldn't help but slightly smile at the corner of his mouth. After half a day of taijutsu training, it was unknowingly already afternoon.
Naruto was being taken care of by Beichuan Feng, while the shadow clone attended classes in his place. Although the Uzumaki body constitution recovered quickly, the high-intensity training left Naruto exhausted and collapsed on the ground.
Practicing taijutsu every day, I'm dead tired. Feng, when are you going to teach me Rasengan, Debayo? And my Chidori? Sasuke's face turned pale as he looked at Kitagawa Kid. That exhausted look almost scared Kitagawa Kid. What's wrong? You're still alive, right? Lying on the ground, Sasuke looked up and glared at Naruto with resentment.
Just because he didn't want to lose to Naruto, he chased desperately and ended up like this.
Kitagawa Kid thought it was fine for the two of them to train taijutsu together, cleared his throat and said, "You've been climbing trees for training long enough recently, it's time to start learning Rasengan and Chidori. Let's eat dinner and rest first, then I'll teach you the basic moves, how about that?"
Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up, and they agreed in unison.
This taijutsu was too tough. After enduring for a while, the novelty wore off. And it suddenly felt boring.
If it weren't for the fact that the two of them each had their own reasons to persist, they would have quit long ago.
I'm done. Oh yeah. Hearing this good news, Naruto's originally
exhausted body was instantly filled with energy again.
Seeing this scene, Sasuke's corpse looked coldly. He once thought he was the genius second only to Kitagawa Kid.
But it turned out that this green field never lacked geniuses.
Naruto's talent in both ninjutsu and taijutsu
was clearly much stronger than his.
Let's go. Kitagawa Kid looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but smile.
Under his influence, Naruto went from being the worst player in the original story to improving so much that he left Sasuke far behind.
However, in terms of true strength, Sasuke is still slightly stronger. If Naruto could learn the Rasengan, it would really be like defying fate. After the three finished eating, they went near Sasuke's house. After the night of the clan's destruction, almost no one was left in that Uchiha territory, making it perfect for training. Kitagawa Kid stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Naruto and Sasuke, smiling as he asked, "Who wants to go first?" Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said, "As the older brother, I'll let you go first." Naruto didn't hesitate and immediately stepped forward. "Open your palm and concentrate chakra. That's the first step of the Rasengan," Kitagawa Kid said. Naruto imitated his movements from the morning and successfully completed it.
Kitagawa Kid nodded, took out a water-filled balloon, and threw it to Naruto, but he didn't catch it steadily, and the water spilled everywhere. He had to take another balloon and hand it to Naruto personally.
Use chakra to continuously stir the water balloon until it bursts. Like this. Kitagawa Kid mobilized chakra to stir the water balloon, and the balloon instantly exploded. Amazing.
Naruto thought it was simple and tried several times, but he still couldn't do it.
Kitagawa Kid reminded him, "Do you know a kitten? Use both hands to mimic the kitten stirring the water." "Kitten?"
Naruto scratched his head in confusion.
Kitagawa Kid cast an illusion, looping the image of a kitten playing with a water balloon. "I got it." Naruto looked repeatedly and quickly found the trick. It's about using two opposing forces to make the water balloon uneven. Chakra can be used like this too.
Naruto immediately tried, and in less than a minute, he completed the second stage of the Rasengan.
"Seems pretty simple, big brother Kid, you teach really well." "Of course. I taught based on your experience." Kitagawa Kid smiled, suddenly feeling like a famous teacher. Teaching Naruto gave him a special sense of accomplishment.
"Alright, the third stage is similar to the second stage, but this time you have to break a leather ball that's 100 times tougher than a balloon. The key is to continuously output chakra, keeping the chakra from dispersing until you break through the leather ball." As he spoke, he remembered that Naruto had 9 tails chakra inside him. "Interference makes it difficult to maintain stable chakra output," he added.
"If you can't do it, you can try using Shadow Clone. That way you can practice more." After explaining, Kitagawa Kid demonstrated it once in front of Naruto, and then stopped teaching. Relying too much on oneself is not good for Naruto's personal growth. Even though Kitagawa Kid had a method to help Naruto quickly master the Rasengan,
after teaching Naruto, his gaze immediately shifted to Sasuke.
"Chidori must be used in conjunction with the Sharingan. Follow me, this place is not suitable for demonstration." There was always surveillance around Naruto, and Kitagawa Kid did not want to expose his secret. He brought Sasuke to a desolate cliff. Zzzzzzzzz.
It sounded like 1,000 birds chirping echoing through the valley.
Sasuke stared at Kitagawa Kide's eyes in surprise. Kid, didn't you say you can't learn Chidori without the Sharingan? Your eyes. Kitagawa Kid slightly activated his crimson eyes and said softly, this is my secret. These eyes possess the same Kekkei Genkai power as the Sharingan. Sasuke didn't ask further and silently imitated Kitagawa Kid's movements. Although the single Tomo couldn't replicate ninjutsu, it could still imitate it, just much slower. Kitagawa Kid quietly watched Sasuke and Naruto's training. According to the original story, Sasuke took about a month to learn Chidori, and Naruto took about half a month to learn Rasengan. With Kitagawa Kid's guidance, progress will only be faster. When Naruto and Sasuke master their signature ninjutsu, can he still stay ahead? These days, after the children of fate learn new techniques, they all seem to be defying the odds. Kitagawa Kid doesn't know the answer, but he will give it his all. He already has a plan. As the sky darkened, when Kitagawa Kid and Naruto returned, it was already 11 o'clock at night. His real training was just beginning. Last time, I made too many shadow clones. This time, I need to make fewer. This time, he only made 7 shadow clones, cautious yet powerful. 7 shadow clones reading books simultaneously, combined with the original body's innate talent bonus. 7 plus 1 efficiency exceeding 8, half an hour of study equals a whole day for others. After a month, Beichuan Feng had studied an extra 120 hours, equivalent to gaining 5 extra days. I really am that kind of hard-working genius. Lying in bed, he absorbed the memories passed on by the shadow clones one after another. Opening the door to lift the brain domain restrictions not only allowed him to fully receive knowledge, but also enabled him to reverse engineer the core principles of the Fox Heart technique based on the illusion. He already knew this move, but now his understanding was deeper. Maybe soon, I'll be able to reverse engineer the B-rank illusion tree binding kill. After integration and mastery, I could even challenge higher level illusions, the dark walking technique. Thinking of Danzo and then Orochimaru, Beichuan Feng's heart tightened. By then, at least I'll have the ability to protect myself. The next day, 6 a.m. Kitagawa Kid got up on time. He glanced at his inbox but found no messages. Then turned on the TV to the fortune-telling channel. The spirits are especially happy today. They will do their best to bring good luck. Seeing the good news from the fortune-telling, Kitagawa Kid's mood instantly brightened. Just after getting up, he made breakfast for himself and Naruto. There was a knock at the door. Opening the door, it was Lee. Kid, I have some personal matters I want to talk to you about. Teacher Kai said you know a special Konoha whirlwind technique, is that true? Xiao Li's eyes were focused, full of anticipation. Are you talking about the evil cultist version of the Konoha whirlwind? Beichuan Feng smiled, recalling the first time he performed that move. Evil cultist? What is that? Xiao Li looked puzzled. I can teach you. By the way, why are you in such a hurry to learn this move? Xiao Li scratched his head, his face slightly red. I made a deal with Niji to spar at the end of the month. I want to get stronger, at least not lose too badly. So it was to defeat Niji. Beichuan Feng understood Niji had always been a mental block for Xiao Li and had even mocked him to his face. Xiao Li had always set Niji as his target. If he can help him overcome this mental barrier. Could my good luck be referring to Xiao Li? He readily agreed, I'll teach you step by step, and there's a special technique that's very effective. What technique? Xiao Li asked curiously. Beichuan Feng teased, you'll find out soon enough. Before leaving, he left a note on the dining table so Naruto wouldn't find no one when he got up. The two of them arrived at training ground 404. Beichuan Feng demonstrated the Konoha whirlwind. I know your leg strength isn't enough, otherwise teacher Guy would have taught you already. When leg strength is insufficient, you have to rely on your waist power. Imagine your waist as a bowstring, your legs as arrows. Performing the Konoha whirlwind is like drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Look at this. With a single move, he delivered a level 3 physical kick to the wooden stake, which instantly snapped. Xiao Li was stunned. Amazing. He was a year older than Xiao Li and had practiced boxing for many years, yet he had never easily broken a wooden stake. But Beichuan Feng shattered the wooden stake with just one kick. Is a 1-year age difference really that significant? Much better than a few days ago. Beichuan Feng withdrew his strength, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Compared to himself before the acupuncture, he had undoubtedly made tremendous progress. Sure enough, natural fitness can't match the speed of scientific training. Acupuncture can be addictive. Beichuan Feng looked at Shaoli eagerly. Have you learned it? Shaoli tried it and shook his head in frustration. My talent is far inferior to yours, so I can only spend more time practicing. Sigh, I'll just have to wait for the next challenge. Don't worry. Beichuan Feng already had a plan. He knew the original story and was aware that besides the 8 gates form, Shaoli had a special form, the drunken fist form. When Shaoli got drunk, his physical skills would explode, his movements becoming agile and powerful, as if he were a different person. This was Shaoli's strongest talent boost besides the 8 gates. Maybe getting drunk can enhance his physical skills talent. Kitagawa Kid handed Shaoli a jug of strong liquor. This is the secret weapon I developed for you. Shaoli opened it curiously, and a strong aroma of liquor wafted out. Isn't this just alcohol? Kid, you can't drink it now. Kitagawa Kid interrupted. Since I said it's a secret weapon, it definitely can't be shown casually. Give it a try. Shaoli hesitated for a moment, but ultimately trusted him and pinched his nose to gulp it down in one go. Soon, Shaoli burped, his face flushed red. Kid, does this really work? Kitagawa Kid smiled and demonstrated the evil cultivator version of the Konoha whirlwind. Shaoli instinctively tried to follow and succeeded on the first attempt. Everyone has unique talents, the brightest spots need to be discovered. Shaoli. Kitagawa Kid continued sparring with Shaoli, helping him find his rhythm. Kai walked over, saw Shaoli passed out drunk, and asked in confusion, how did he get drunk? How can youth be drowned in alcohol? Kitagawa Kid smiled. Teacher Kai, this is Shaoli's unique talent. Simply put, he gets stronger when he's drunk. In the afternoon, at the ninja school's playground, Ninji was dizzy and dazed from a set of irregular fist techniques. When did Shaoli become so strong? He reacts fast, moves even faster, I can't keep up at all. Looking at the fallen ninja, Shaoli chuckled and said, Lee Rock, will prove that hard work can surpass genius. Even if I only know taijutsu, I can still become an excellent ninja. After saying that, Shaoli also fell to the ground, blushing with a smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly drunk, foolishly happy. Ninji followed Shaoli's gaze and looked up at Kitagawa Kid. At this moment, Kitagawa Kid was smiling and looking at Ninji as well. Why did he suddenly become so strong? Is it because he's drunk? Ninji guessed and asked. Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, everyone has their own shining point. Just like your eye rolling. Little Lee just learned how to develop it. Ninji didn't understand, losing to Little Lee with a song he himself had written. Left him very frustrated. Kitagawa Kid looked at the scapegoat before him with sympathy. Kitagawa Kid comforted him, you also have shining points, like your eye rolling and talent. I heard the Hyuga family has 2 ultimate techniques, Kaiten and Bagua 60 poems. Maybe you can find a breakthrough there. After saying this, he picked up Little Lee and left. At that moment, an email popped up in the inbox, a thank you letter from Lee Rock. You're right, everyone has their shining points, and I, an ordinary person, am no exception. Thank you for helping me find my own light. Enclosed is a set of 9 Dragons enhancement injections, guaranteed not to make your head pointy. System, you understand me? Kitagawa Kid said with a smile. I'm naturally body-tempered, at most I'll take some small medicine with no side effects. He glanced at the instructions for the 9 Dragons enhancement injection, which still enhanced cell activity, strengthened muscles and physical fitness, and most importantly, had no side effects. Since there is no cost, he asked himself, if I don't take the injection, how can I get stronger quickly? After sending Shaoli to the school infirmary to sober up, Beichuan Feng looked for a restroom and took out the Jiulong strengthening needles. The 9 needles target different parts of the body, and he administered them one by one. At the moment of injection, his body felt a sudden heat, muscles twitching as if growing. Taking advantage of the remaining effects of the medicine, he began doing push-ups. My body has strengthened by at least 50%, this really is something good. Walking out of the restroom, he casually elbowed a large tree. With a loud crack, the trunk slightly split, and he hadn't even used his full strength. Let us try the second gate, the rest gate. Beichuan Feng recalled Kai's inheritance and knew how to activate the first 3 gates. Both the rest gate and the opening gate are located in the brain. He used chakra to locate it and quickly found the position of the rest gate, shouting, second gate, rest gate, open. The brain domain restriction was lifted, and the rest gate opened smoothly. Feels no different at all.
Beichuan Feng casually practiced, and there was no difference in strength
or speed between the rest gate and the open gate.
Nor did it have the godlike ability to lift the brain domain restriction.
But Beichuan Feng inexplicably felt more enduring.
According to the description of the 8 gates, the rest gate removes
fatigue restrictions, overexerting the body's energy to restore stamina. This counteracts the exhaustion caused by opening the gates. In other words,
Beichuan Feng had a sudden inspiration and recalled his shadow clone technique.
Memory is a burden to the brain.
The fatigue after opening the gate is also a kind of burden.
So, when the rest gate is opened, can more shadow clones be deployed?
Previously, Beichuan Feng would dispel his shadow clones one by one to reduce memory input and avoid brain overload. Although this method was effective, it was very time-consuming. When the 8 gates are opened, fatigue deepens rapidly, limiting the number of shadow clones he can create.
With the rest gate open, Beichuan Feng can definitely create more shadow clones to study. I really am a genius. Kitagawa Kid smiled brightly, having mastered creative uses of the first 2 gates of the 8 gates technique.
The needle just pierced perfectly, opening the second gate. My taijutsu has reached level 4.
I'll test the effect tonight.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, after teaching Naruto and Sasuke, Kitagawa Kid began his grind king life. Last time, he created 13 shadow clones to read books but ended up falling asleep. This time, he created 13 again to see the results.
Bang bang bang.
One shadow clone after another appeared in the smoke as Kitagawa Kid carefully directed them to start reading. He wanted to improve his strength quickly, at least to have some self-defense ability to face future crises. For now, he gave up on sealing techniques and medical skills, focusing all his energy on studying genjutsu. He combined genjutsu textbooks with application methods, trying to deduce the principle behind tree binding death, while also studying the dark arts technique.
Half an hour passed, with 5 minutes left until midnight. Kitagawa Kid decisively activated the 8 gates technique. Brain region restrictions lifted, fatigue disappeared.
He began to absorb the learning results brought back by the shadow clones one by one.
No fatigue limits, I can indeed bear more memory.
When the last shadow clone was dispelled, his head throbbed and his eyes were bloodshot. But he did not faint, his will remained firm.
13 shadow clones are just the limit of my chakra, not my body's limit. These 8 gates are really a pain.
With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he immediately fell asleep. As his will was about to fall asleep, an unconscious thought surfaced in his mind. Perhaps with the system, secret techniques, and effort, I can catch up to Naruto and Sasuke without mailbox rewards.
Naruto learned the A-rank unmarked ninjutsu Rasengan in half a month, and Sasuke speed ran the A-rank lightning style ninjutsu Chidori in 1 month. Can I also learn the A-rank genjutsu darkness walking technique in half a month to a month? 2 weeks later, at the Uchiha clan training ground.
With the help of 2 shadow clones, Naruto formed his signature
ninjutsu the Rasengan.
Not bad, Naruto, just a bit slower than I expected, Kitagawa Kid said with a smile. Nearby, Najushi snorted coldly, unwilling to be outdone.
And activated his Sharingan, the screeching sound of Chidori echoing throughout the training ground.
With one strike, he shattered a large boulder not far ahead.
Sasuke looked at Naruto with a slightly proud expression, his big eyes wide open. Sho stared intently at Kitagawa Kid.
Kitagawa Kid chuckled a few times and praised, "You're pretty impressive too, learning Chidori in just half a month, much faster than I expected."
Sasuke responded arrogantly, "Of course, I'm definitely not worse than some idiot."
He also took the opportunity to mock Naruto a few times.
Naruto snorted twice and immediately retorted, "Which ninja honestly forms hand seals? By the time someone finishes forming the seals, my Rasengan has already hit their face." Sasuke's smile instantly disappeared, and he sneered, "That idiot's moves can't escape my eyes."
Just as the two finished speaking and were about to fight, Kitagawa Kid sighed, holding his face, "You guys can argue all you want, but can you not actually start fighting?" Suddenly, Naruto shouted, "Take my dark technique." As the genjutsu activated, Naruto and Sasuke's vision instantly plunged into darkness.
Sasuke blinked his Sharingan, his face full of confusion. "My Sharingan can't see through this genjutsu? How is that possible?" Sasuke thought, could this technique be specifically designed against the Uchiha? Naruto was also surprised, is this Kid's genjutsu? Even stronger than the Rasengan. Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "It's not Benten Sakura, I think I've finally caught up with you all." "What is Benten Sakura?" Naruto asked curiously. Kitagawa Kid explained, "A super powerful genjutsu that can deceive both yourself and others." Sasuke asked, "Is it very strong?" Kitagawa Kid didn't continue, afraid they would really believe that Benten Sakura was a true genjutsu. He changed the subject. By the way, Naruto, didn't I remind you before to use shadow clones for training? You have plenty of chakra, you can definitely use shadow clones to practice. Naruto was puzzled. Aren't I already training with shadow clones? I just used a shadow clone to complete the Rasengan. Kitagawa Kid shook his head. Not that method.
When a shadow clone is dispelled, it sends its memories back to the original body, which can be used to speed up training.
Naruto was shocked. It can do that?
Only then did he realize that the reason his training progress had been slow was because he hadn't been using the right method.
Naruto asked, why didn't you say so earlier? Kitagawa Kid sighed helplessly. I reminded you, thinking you would pay attention. Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke. Sasuke's talent is much better than yours. So I focused on teaching Sasuke. Sasuke. Kitagawa Kid continued, by the way, Sasuke, can you do the shadow clone technique? Sasuke. It's over, it seems like he's going to be the last one. Equals 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 equals. In the Konoha orphanage, a mysterious figure in a black robe lifted his hood. Underneath the gray hair, the Konoha forehead protector and round glasses were revealed. It was Kabuto Yukoshi. He had been on long-term espionage missions, and this time he had returned to the village. He searched the orphanage for familiar faces but found no one. The orphanage had long been abandoned, with no one living there. Kabuto hurried over, his gaze sorrowful, whispering to himself, where is my home? After training, Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke went home together. Sasuke's house had been renovated for half a month and was finally livable. Worried that Sasuke might be lonely, Kitagawa Kid specially accompanied him back. I'll drop you off here first. After dinner, we'll continue training. I'll go check the orphanage. Kitagawa Kid waved goodbye. See you later. Sasuke wanted to go to the orphanage, but the place made him uncomfortable, so he gave up. Since Danzo took Yanoyu away, the orphanage was moved to the Uchiha side.
Only Sasuke lived here, the environment was safe, and the house was ready, needing only some minor renovations.
Kitagawa Kid's home and Sasuke South were close by.
The sound of children playing came from the orphanage, and a smile appeared on Kitagawa Kid's face as he walked straight to the director's office. He saw the figure he missed, the Yukoshi Kabuto, the initiator of the Western War, master of Sage Mode, and the true heir of Orochimaru.
Yanoyu smiled and introduced, Kid. This is your brother Yukoshi Kabuto, do you remember him? Kitagawa Kid certainly didn't. He remember Kabuto had long left the orphanage, and he only recognized him by appearance.
But familiar people always draw close, so Kitagawa Kid walked over to Kabuto and warmly called out, Brother Kabuto, I'm Kitagawa Kid, also raised in the orphanage. After hearing this, Do had a good impression of Beichuan Feng. Hello, thank you for handling the orphanage matter. Beichuan Feng said, it's what I should do, Brother Do. You have also contributed a lot to our family. Beichuan Feng was naturally referring to Do sacrificing himself for Yenu and the orphanage.
Joining Root in becoming a spy.
This was a similarity in experience and an alignment of values. In a few words, Do's perception of Beichuan Feng improved, and in his heart, he accepted this younger brother. Seeing Do's favorability rise sharply to 3 stars, Beichuan Maple knew that his initial contact was
successfully completed, but this was far from enough.
Beichuan Maple risked being targeted by Danzo and Orochimaru to save Yanoyu, and it was not done in vain.
He deeply understood what Kabuto lacked in his heart: love and self-identity. An orphan lacking love, this was something Yanoyu had already helped him fill. But love is not as simple as with Naruto and Sasuke. Beichuan Maple could only let Kabuto feel a kind of love for the beloved for now. The lack of self-identity was the key.
During his long-term espionage, Kabuto had to play many different roles. Acting can be divided into experiential, expressive, and method acting.
Kabuto was trapped in experiential acting. He fully immersed himself in the role, making it easy to lose himself, even to the point of schizophrenia. This laid the groundwork for the future spirited young man Long Do. It wasn't until Itachi used the Izanami technique that Do was able to find himself again. Now, although Yenoyu is still alive and Do's mental illness is quite restrained, the problem still exists. What Kitagawa Kid needs to do is to make Do admit that he is ill and recognize his true self during treatment. Do-ge, what do you plan to do after leaving Gen? Kitagawa Kid asked with a smile, her tone light. Do had countless answers but didn't know which to choose, looking at Yenoyu in confusion. Yenoyu didn't speak for him, so Kitagawa Kid continued, Do-ge, after leaving Gen, you're free. You have to find something to do, or else it'll be too boring. Do nodded, I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I'll just follow Yenoyu-ne-san. Kitagawa Kid winked at Yenoyu, who said gently, that won't do, Do. You're already 10 years old. Your brother Yorushi has moved out of the orphanage, and your younger brother Kid lives on his own. You need to start thinking about the life you truly want. Kitagawa Kid showed concern, Yenoyu-ne-san, I heard that spies who do it for too long get too immersed and can't get out of character. Is that? Upon hearing getting into character, Nono immediately understood, his expression worried, Do, being a spy for a long time does have this risk if it gets serious, it could lead to schizophrenia. Do lowered his head and said painfully, No. Sister, I'm fine, really fine. I'm going out. For a walk. Do walked out of the room alone. Just as Nono was about to chase after him, Baichuan Feng stopped him. No, sister, I'll go watch over him. He doesn't want you to worry, it would be worse if you went over. With that, Baichuan Feng went after him. Do didn't go far but sat alone looking up at the starry sky from the roof of the orphanage. Kitagawa Kid jumped up, he didn't speak, just. Do lay on the ground, gazing at the starry sky, with Kitagawa Kid beside him. The orphanage bell rang, marking the hour. Do softly asked, what time is it now? Is it almost 9? Should we be going to sleep? Kitagawa Kid leaned on his arm and smiled, it's still early. I didn't expect you to remember the orphanage's schedule. Looks like you're not as bad as I thought. Do nodded and took off his glasses. These glasses were given to me by Sister Nono back then. I remember too, she gave me the name Yukushi Do. Yukushi is her surname, and Do means a samurai's helmet. I was saved on the battlefield by Sister Nono, this name fits perfectly. Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, it seems you have never forgotten your identity. He paused, then said seriously, I haven't forgotten either. We are the same war took our parents, and we came to the orphanage in confusion, growing up from there. We started with nothing and slowly came to care about people and things. What truly matters are these bonds. It's Sister Nanoyu, the orphanage, the place where we grew up. Do was stunned, memories of the orphanage flashing before his eyes. Sister Nanoyu, brother Yorushi, that home of his own. Kitagawa Kid emphasized, do you know? I heard your story from Sister Nanoyu. You became a spy to help her, to help the orphanage. You are not a sand ninja, nor a cloud ninja, nor a rock ninja. You have never been a spy. You are Yukushi Kabuto. You are the child of the orphanage, Yukushi Kabuto, who sacrificed for the orphanage. You have never changed. These words stirred ripples in Kabuto's heart as he stared blankly at his own hands. His blurred vision became clear through his glasses, and the starry sky grew bright. I am Yukushi Kabuto. Equals 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 equals. You have received a thank you letter from Yukushi Kabuto in your email. Maple, thank you for helping me find myself again, Yukushi Kabuto. Attachment, this is my lifelong insight on the chakra scalpel, I hope it helps you. Rank a medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel? A. As expected, it seems my chakra control over chakra has significantly improved, and my medical skills have progressed accordingly. Kita River Kid checked his medical skill level and found it had jumped 2 levels at once, with both ninjutsu and taijutsu reaching LV4. Even more unbelievable, his ninjutsu level had risen to LV5, the same as his genjutsu. This was probably because his control over chakra had become stronger. He specifically checked Kabuto's favorability, which had skyrocketed from 3 stars initially to 5 stars. His efforts had finally paid off. However, Kita River Kid knew very well that his success was mainly due to his excellent verbal skills and familiarity with the original story. Whether it was their first meeting or the recent verbal sparring, all his words struck straight to Kabuto's heart. Kita River Kid became an orphan because of the war, grew up in an orphanage, and had always contributed to the orphanage. Do was also a war orphan, growing up in an orphanage and contributing to it. This similarity in their identities made it easy for them to resonate with each other. More importantly, Baichuan Feng knew why Do lost himself and how he found his way back.
In the original story, Do had no name, no memories, and nothing at all. He was a typical war orphan. Later, under the care of his foster mother, he found meaning in life and began a new life. But after working as a spy for a long time, he gradually lost himself, and the suicide of his foster mother brought heavy psychological trauma. He felt he had returned to the starting point, having nothing and being nothing. But in the end, Do recognized himself, returned to Konoha, and opened an orphanage together with his brother Yarushi. In other words, what he truly cared about was the orphanage and those people from the past. He was not truly without anything. All of Baichuan Feng's rhetoric revolved around these 2 points. He understood one truth. The one who truly convinces me is always myself. Baichuan Feng patted Do on the shoulder and smiled. Yeah, you will always be the pharmacist Do of the orphanage, just like me. Do smiled too. Baichuan Feng accompanied Do as they toured the relocated orphanage for a long time. It wasn't until 9 o'clock at night, when the children were asleep, that he went home. Seems like I forgot something? Baichuan Feng muttered to himself, remembering he had promised to teach Erjuzi the shadow clone technique. Forget it, put it aside for now. After all, Yadaki often flakes out too. He apologized later. Hiss. Suddenly, Baichuan Feng heard the sound of a snake and immediately turned his head to look. It was a small white snake, crossing from the side of the path. Baichuan Feng watched the white snake leave cautiously, and he had a vague feeling that someone was secretly watching him. Is it Orochimaru? He returned to the village, and the Orochimaru watching him is likely to come to Konoha next. Danzo and Orochimaru have secret connections, infiltrating Konoha is very easy. He's not going to lay a hand on me, is he? Aikawa Kid quietly watched the white snake leave his sleeve, always hiding a kunai, ready to strike at any moment. She's gone. Could I have been mistaken? Aikawa Kid sighed in relief. There was almost no one left on the Uchiha side now, and if Orochimaru made a move, it would be hard for him to defend. Recently, he could only rely on getting close to Naruto. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ear. You found me? Baichuan Feng quickly turned around and threw a kunai tied with a detonator tag. Soon, the kunai exploded. He immediately activated the 8 gates technique and used the body flicker technique, trying to create distance. The young man from Konoha is quite cautious. Orochimaru slowly appeared in front of him. The Akatsuki cloak fluttered in the wind, and Orochimaru's identity as a member of the Akatsuki made people nervous. One of the legendary Sannin, Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru. Baichuan Feng thought to himself. I'm no match for you at all. Although he said this, his eyes casted Genjutsu, the dark technique of the second Hokage. Orochimaru's vision immediately plunged into darkness. But he showed a smile of enjoyment. The second Hokage's dark technique. Kid, you actually learned it. Too bad. I respect the second Hokage a lot. I have mastered all his ninjutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's neck transformed into a snake shape, his cold snake eyes fixed on Baichuan Feng. Baichuan Feng looked at Orochimaru's expressionless face, knowing he couldn't escape, so he tried to buy time. Orochimaru-senpai, don't you find the ninja world boring? Orochimaru paused and smiled as he stared at him. You have the ability to kill me and have witnessed my talent. Don't you want to see how the ninja world changes after I leave? Orochimaru sneered coldly, trying to buy time? I can give you a reason not to kill me. Oh? Although Orochimaru had no intention of killing him and was only fulfilling his agreement with Danzo, Kitagawa Kid's words did pique his interest. Orochimaru suddenly turned around, his snake-shaped arm wrapping around Kitagawa Kid. You better convince me, or else deceive me, and the price is death. A choking sensation hit Kitagawa Kid's voice hoarse. Keeping me alive will make the ninja world more interesting. If I can't prove it, you can kill me anytime. The choking sensation gradually faded. A flash of lightning passed by Kitagawa Kid. It was the chirp of Chidori. Kid. If we team up, he definitely isn't our match. Sasuke appeared with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. A series of question marks flashed through Kitagawa Kid's mind, but there was no time to think further. What he needed to consider now was how to make Snake Uncle give up. Nezuzi's Sharingan. A younger brother taking on 7? Things are getting more interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled coldly. His chakra was no longer hidden, clearly revealed. Sasuke sensed the powerful aura but showed no fear, his single Tomo Sharingan fixed on Orochimaru. Warning, if you don't leave here soon, the Konoha ninja will arrive quickly. No matter who you are, you won't escape Konoha. Orochimaru smiled and actually turned to leave. This scene stunned Kitagawa Kid. Snake Uncle was giving Nezuzi face so quickly? At that moment, Orochimaru's voice sounded again. Someone commissioned me to warn you not to interfere in matters you shouldn't meddle in.
We'll meet again soon, and then. I hope things get interesting, hee hee. He glanced sideways at Kitagawa Kid, his tone full of meaning. Could it really be Danzo? Kitagawa Kid coughed a few times. The earlier suffocation made it hard to breathe. Sasuke remained alert to his surroundings, wary of Orochimaru turning back. He has already left, let's go back. If he wants to kill us, we will all die, no exceptions, Kitagawa Kid said. Who is he? Although Sasuke was not clear about Orochimaru's identity, that powerful chakra reminded him of Itachi.
The former Konoha Sannin Orochimaru, like Yugo, is also an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, Kitagawa Kid explained.
Sasuke fell silent. Even if Orochimaru only had half of Itachi's strength, they still had no chance of winning. Did you convince him? Sasuke asked. Kitagawa Kid nodded.
But thank you too, for coming to help me as soon as you heard the commotion. We're brothers, after all.
By the way, should we report this to the village? Sasuke asked tentatively. Kitagawa Kid knew he was lucky to escape from Orochimaru and never wanted to face a Kage-level opponent alone again.
He needed a powerful backing to protect himself.
Orochimaru is a Konoha S-rank rogue ninja. This must be reported to the 3rd Hokage immediately.
It would be best if the 3rd Hokage could send Teacher Guy to protect me.
Otherwise, I really have to consider giving up on Kabuto. It was very easy for Orochimaru to assassinate someone.
Just like today, Kitagawa Kid was only going to the orphanage
to visit Nono, and on the way back, he encountered danger. This time, it was because Kitagawa Kid understood Orochimaru, combined with Danzo's possible protection, that he was lucky enough to persuade him. Next time, it's not certain. Orochimaru may not be willing to completely take Kabuto's heart. He doesn't want to kill Yano and himself. Just like he disregards Kabuto and Yano killing each other.
Never underestimate the ruthlessness and murderous intent of a snake.
Just as Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke were preparing to find the 3rd Hokage,
a casual voice came from ahead. I smell that guy's presence. Those two little ones are probably in trouble. The person walking over was tall, with striking white long hair, and wore a forehead protector. The forehead protector looked like a ninja's, but it only had a big oil character on it. As soon as Kitagawa Kid saw him, he immediately thought of one person, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, like Orochimaru, was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, and he left Konoha after the Sannin battle.
His sudden return to the village this time was very likely because of Orochimaru.
Of course, it could also be to check out the situation at the Konoha women's bathhouse.
Kita River Maple stared warily at Jiraiya and said, "We don't know who you are. If you insist on blocking the way."
Saying this, he gathered a Rasengan in his right hand, the threat obvious. Jiraiya was slightly surprised but looked at Kita River Maple with a bit of admiration. Young people these days are really cautious. He shook his white hair, kicked off his wooden clogs, and said, "Listen up. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya." Jiraiya's unserious demeanor left Sasuke speechless. "I don't know you." Years had passed, and the younger generation didn't recognize him. Jiraiya felt a bit disappointed, hoping Kita River Maple would recognize him.
Kita River Maple pointed at Jiraiya, his face full of shock. Could it be that you are?" Just as Jiraiya was feeling proud, Kita River Maple's next sentence made him burst out laughing.
"You are that shy great writer, the author of the worldwide bestseller Intimate Paradise, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya held his face, laughing and crying at the same time, something like that.
Kitagawa Kid continued, "I've also read your book, The Tale of Strong Will and Endurance.
The protagonist in the book never gave up from beginning to end. It's really impressive.
Compared to the popular novels adults like, I prefer this one."
Hearing The Tale of Strong Will and Endurance, Jiraiya became somewhat lost in thought. Especially Kitagawa Kid's evaluation of the protagonist Naruto reminded him of his student, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze.
Back then, Minato had the same opinion of Naruto and even named his child after the protagonist in the book.
Jiraiya grew interested in Kitagawa Kid and smiled, saying, "It seems you really like my book."
"Of course, I'm your biggest fan." Jiraiya asked curiously, "Although my book
was published a long time ago, it hasn't been very popular and rarely
someone knows.
So, how did you find out about this book?"
"Finally, it's here." Baichuan Feng deliberately didn't mention the 3 ninja, only said he knew.
Jiraiya, the author, was just waiting for this sentence.
As a Konoha elementary student, respecting the 3 ninja is basic.
But bringing everyone down to the level of ordinary people, communicating as fans,
with the author is a different matter.
The protagonist Naruto in the book, Baichuan Phone was very familiar with. He said on the spot, "I have a brother named Uzumaki Naruto, because of him, I'm especially interested in this book. The protagonist is so much like Naruto, Naruto never gives up, he is practically the main character in the book. I love my brother just like I love the main character in a book." Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya fell into memories upon hearing the name, speaking softly. He looked seriously at Kitagawa Kid and asked, "That Uzumaki Naruto must be doing well, right?" The villagers looked down on him and even drank expired milk. Of course, Kitagawa Kid wouldn't say those things, only the good parts. Naruto, I often see him putting makeup on the statue of the fourth Hokage. Makeup? Jiraiya didn't understand at first. Kitagawa Kid explained seriously, "It means playing pranks on the statue with paint." Looks like Naruto is quite lively. Jiraiya laughed, but couldn't really smile. Kitagawa Kid joked and then became serious. Later, I became friends with Naruto at the Ninja Academy. I also have Sasuke, the one next to me. The three of us orphans became sworn brothers. I took them to apprentice under Might Guy, Teacher Guy. I also privately taught Naruto Shadow Clone Jutsu and Rasengan. Naruto is excellent, whether in taijutsu or ninjutsu. He complains verbally but never gives up in action. He is just like the Naruto in the book, with an indomitable spirit. Really cool and awesome. Jiraiya sighed quietly, thinking that little Naruto had grown up, with talent no less than his father's. He looked at Kitagawa Kid with gradually softening eyes. Naruto's sworn brother, and also a passionate fan of his books. He felt very fond of Kitagawa Kid. As for suspecting him of using Naruto? Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and being able to become close friends with the old man's tacit approval definitely speaks well of his character. From brief contact, Jiraiya could tell that Kitagawa Kid was not a bad person. Besides being a writer, I actually have an explosive identity. Jiraiya decided to play it cool and confess his identity. Kitagawa Kid asked knowingly, "Could you be a Jonin of Konoha? But you're not wearing a forehead protector." Jiraiya smiled and said, "Have you heard of the legend of the three legendary Sannin of Konoha? I am one of the three ninja, the most handsome, the most talented, and the most outstanding man." Jiraiya himself. Are you sure it's not the other way around? Although Kitagawa Kid was somewhat displeased, his face showed a look of shock. The three ninja? That's equivalent to several Jonin, right? Jiraiya smiled proudly. "Not many, several from Konoha combined only equal me alone." "What about Might Guy?" Kitagawa Kid still played along with Jiraiya's attempt to show off in front of the younger generation, his shock almost overflowing. Sasuke looked at Kitagawa Kid with some confusion. Logically, since Orochimaru was known, how could Jiraiya not be recognized? Could it be? He glanced at the smug Jiraiya, thinking, can even the three ninja be tricked? At this moment, Kitagawa Kid became serious. "Lord Jiraiya, we were just attacked. That person has snake eyes and is very powerful. Later, for some unknown reason, they gave up the chase, possibly sensing that you were nearby. We were just about to report this matter to the Hokage-sama." Kitagawa Kid did not specify the exact reason why he persuaded Uncle Orochi, only hinting at his relationship with the third Hokage. Hearing Kitagawa Kid refer to the Hokage as grandfather, Jiraiya guessed that he had a good relationship with Naruto and had gained his approval. He also knew who the enemy Kitagawa Kid was talking about was, so he said, "The one who attacked you is also one of the three legendary Sannin, but now he is Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, called Orochimaru. I tracked his chakra here, but unfortunately, I was a step too late. Orochimaru is very rational. You should have something on you that he wants. Let's go, to see the old Hokage." Mentioning Orochimaru, Jiraiya's mood immediately grew heavy. The three of them walked into the Hokage's office. As soon as Jiraiya entered, he said straight away, "Old man, Orochimaru has returned to Konoha, but he's not here to see you." "Oh?" The third Hokage thought he must have misheard. He confirmed it was indeed Jiraiya, who had left Konoha years ago, lured by the toads of Mount Mayaboku to seek the Child of Destiny.
The third Hokage took a drag of his pipe and smiled, saying, "You're back. Orochimaru doesn't dare to make any big moves, but who are these two kids beside you?" Jiraiya seemed quite familiar with Kitagawa Kid, but in reality he didn't know him well. He gave Kid a look, and Kid took the initiative to answer, "Grandpa Hokage, I just visited the orphanage, and on my way home, I was attacked by Orochimaru. Sasuke came rushing over to save me, and later, Orochimaru, probably fearing Lord Jiraiya, gave up the chase." Sasuke nodded. "I just arrived not long ago," was confronting Kid
and Orochimaru, and suddenly Orochimaru left.
Although Sasuke did not know why Kid wanted to keep the information hidden,
he hesitated for a moment and only told part of the truth. Compared to the Hokage, he trusted Kitagawa Kid more.
"I see."
The third Hokage found this matter increasingly perplexing.
That good student suddenly attacked an ordinary ninja academy student. With Orochimaru's personality, he shouldn't be so bored. Could this be related to Danzo?
The third Hokage found this more and more plausible. Recently, Kitagawa Kid and he had grown closer.
Orochimaru and Danzo had once cooperated closely, and Danzo had even supported Orochimaru to become Hokage. And recently, I had a falling out with Danzo over the orphanage. Could it be?
The third Hokage vaguely began to suspect something.
At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly asked Kitagawa Kid, "How did you hold Orochimaru back?"
The third Hokage also realized something and turned his gaze to Kitagawa Kid.
This child is hiding too much information even if it's related to Danzo, something feels off. Kitagawa Kid said, "Hokage Grandpa, do you still remember the dark arts technique you taught me half a month ago? I learned it. I used this move to temporarily delay Orochimaru, then opened the 8 gates to create distance.
So that's how you managed to hold him off until Lord Jiraiya arrived."
Makes sense.
Both the third Hokage and Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief.
The Dark Path technique is a ninjutsu specially developed by the second Hokage for Uchiha Izuna.
It is very effective against those who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone Orochimaru, who is not an Uchiha at all. If Orochimaru underestimates it for a moment, he might indeed fall for it, but he deciphers it very quickly. What shocked the third Hokage the most was Kitagawa Kid's talent. He learned the A-rank Genjutsu Dark Path technique in half a month, and in about a month, he could open the forbidden 8 gates formation.
No wonder Danzo turned his back on him and specifically warned Kitagawa Kid.
The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya, who then shifted his surprised gaze from Kitagawa Kid to the third Hokage.
"Old man, you're not thinking of making me step in again, are you?"
The third Hokage showed a bright smile. "Yes, there is something only you can do." Jiraiya thought to himself, as expected, it's no good news.
But now Orochimaru has suddenly returned to Konoha, with unclear intentions he indeed cannot leave.
The third Hokage confirmed the seriousness of the matter through Jiraiya's change in expression and said deliberately, "Orochimaru suddenly attacked this child Kid, and he might come again. Naruto's side also needs someone to keep an eye on, and since Kid and Naruto are inseparable, why not?"
Jiraiya instinctively refused, "No.
I still have important matters to attend to."
The third generation revealed a meaningful smile. "Do I not know you yet?"
Jiraiya stopped pretending and immediately said,
"Recently, I can stay in Konoha. But I need
to find inspiration for the passionate and violent scenes in my new book.
You know, old man, this is a hobby not many men have."
Seeing the famous teacher trying to break free from his embrace, H1.
Maple looked at the third generation with longing, but the third generation shook his head. Baikawa Kid gritted his teeth, no longer intending to pretend. Men's inspiration?
Lord Jiraiya, are you referring to this?
Bang! A delicate twin-tailed beautiful girl suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office.
The third Hokage couldn't help but have a nosebleed, and Jiraiya was drooling.
Only Sasuke looked shocked, full of disbelief. "Kid, are you really this kind of man?"
It turns out that on the road to becoming strong, you always lose something.
"Haki Kid, you rascal." Kitagawa Kid coquettishly said, "Lord Jiraiya, please teach me, okay?"
Jiraiya, this lecherous hermit, immediately agreed without hesitation. After leaving the Hokage building, Kitagawa Kid suddenly stopped Jiraiya, who was about to leave. "Lord Jiraiya, I have some suspicions about this attack." Jiraiya glanced at her and decided to wait until they were away from the old man before speaking.
"Something's not right." Kitagawa Kid said, "It's getting late, let's walk and talk, and on the way, let's find Naruto and tell him about what you plan to teach us."
Hearing Naruto's name, Jiraiya hesitated a bit but still agreed to go see him together. As they walked, Kitagawa Kid said, "About half a month ago, the orphanage director Yakushi Nono broke away from Danzo's root organization. I heard from her that Danzo used to take children from the orphanage and train them as root ninjas. She continued, later, with the help of Nono, Naruto, and Sasuke, the orphanage was freed from Danzo's control. I'm not sure if this is related to Orochimaru, Kitagawa Kid added. When I was little, my parents told me that Orochimaru once used children from the orphanage for experiments, but I don't know if that's true or not.
She suspected Lord Danzo. Jiraiya listened silently. Of course, he knew about Orochimaru using children for experiments. It was precisely because this was exposed that Orochimaru defected from Konoha. He also knew that Danzo and Orochimaru had always been in contact. Kitagawa Kid's suspicion was very likely true. Seeing Jiraiya's expression change, Kitagawa Kid emphasized, Lord Danzo might want to take back the orphanage and could send someone to assassinate Director Nono. Lord Jiraiya, I want to ask for your help to take care of the orphanage. I also came from there. Children without parents are truly pitiful. When Kitagawa Kid said the last sentence, her sincerity showed. Before he transmigrated, his parents were alive, but he was a left behind child, and he deeply understood how pitiful children without parents are. Sigh. Jiraiya sighed. To be honest, he was very moved, and he also understood Kitagawa Kid's kindness. But he really had no way to deal with Danzo. Behind Danzo stood an old man. He left Konoha partly because he no longer wanted to endure Danzo's disgusting behavior. After hesitating for a while, Jiraiya finally softened and agreed to help. As long as I am still here, the orphanage will never fall into Danzo's hands. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere fell silent, and the two of them headed towards Naruto's house. Sorry to trouble you again recently, Naruto. Kitagawa Kid knocked on the door and called out. Naruto, wearing pajamas and yawning, casually opened the door. It's so late, what do you want from me? Phone. Ha? Who is that white-haired uncle? Kitagawa Kid smiled and introduced, one of the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya. Don't know him. Naruto sized up Jiraiya, feeling there was nothing special. Since he was brought by Kid, Naruto was also very welcoming. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki, a friend of Kid. Are you his relative? Jiraiya looked at Naruto, and through his blurred presbyopic eyes, he realized. This kid is too much alike. Blonde hair, face shape, chin. Naruto inherited his father Minato's handsomeness. Jiraiya said in a gentle tone. I heard from Kid that you have learned the Shadow Clone and Rasengan techniques? Naruto was puzzled, and Jiraiya smiled as he asked Kid to demonstrate. Kita Kawakazi found it strange but did not refuse. Naruto created two Shadow Clones and formed a standard Rasengan. Jiraiya watched this scene, increasingly feeling that Minato was right in front of him. Naruto truly inherited Minato's talent. Jiraiya was lost in thought, and Naruto, thinking he was impressed by his strength, proudly said, This is the Rasengan taught by Kaze-sensei, an unmarked rank ninjutsu. Impressive, right? Jiraiya murmured softly. Minato's Rasengan, not bad, Naruto, you actually learned the Rasengan created by the fourth Hokage. The Rasengan was created by the fourth Hokage? Naruto was surprised. You didn't know? Jiraiya retorted. The two looked at Kitagawa Kid, who felt a bit embarrassed. You didn't even ask who created it. Naruto was speechless, too focused on learning to pay attention. Who was it that created it again? Just then, Kitagawa Kid brought up the main point. Grandpa Hokage sent Lord Jiraiya to teach us ninjutsu. Tomorrow, we'll probably have to temporarily switch to a different teacher. Naruto stared seriously at Jiraiya, and Jiraiya felt a bit uncomfortable. Do I have spots on my face? Naruto shook his head. Why do I feel like you're not as good as Teacher Kai? Jiraiya looked at Naruto with amusement. What kind of joke is that? I am the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku Jiraiya. The Teacher Kai you mentioned definitely can't compare to me. That's not necessarily true. Kitagawa Kid felt a bit hesitant inside, but his words were full of confidence. He began to praise Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya is one of the three legendary ninja of Konoha. He is the disciple of the Hokage grandfather and also the teacher of the fourth Hokage. Handsome and capable, and also an excellent teaching ability. Having Lord Jiraiya teach us is just perfect. You really understand me, kid. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, looking at Naruto's surprised expression, feeling even happier inside. He suddenly understood why the old man asked him to teach Naruto and also teach Kitagawa Kid at the same time. Not only because Kitagawa Kid was exceptionally talented, but more importantly, because of his very good relationship with Naruto. Those exaggerated praises from Kitagawa Kid might not be believed by others, but Naruto definitely believed them. Jiraiya stared at Kitagawa Kid, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Kitagawa Kid, being looked at like this, was momentarily at a loss. He felt that with his strength and relationship with Naruto, he had finally truly entered Jiraiya's sight. Not long after, Jiraiya laughed heartily. I've decided, tomorrow I'll teach you a special ninjutsu. Naruto asked curiously, what kind of ninjutsu? You'll find out then. Jiraiya deliberately kept it a secret, wanting to tease little Naruto. Kitagawa Kid had a vague suspicion in his heart but didn't dare to be sure. He said another thing to Naruto. I'll be troubling you again these days. I plan to stay at your place for a few nights. Meanwhile, a white snake quietly sneaked into the orphanage and slipped into Yukushi Kabuto's room. Who? Orochimaru. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Baichuan Feng got up on time. He habitually checked his mailbox, found no messages, and then turned on the fortune-telling channel on the TV. Today, the elves are in a great mood and will do their best to bring everyone good luck. Excellent luck from heaven. Even luck is on my side. It looks like today's training will go very smoothly. Baichuan Feng was in a great mood and prepared a hearty breakfast for himself and Naruto. He finished eating and then started training in Naruto's training room. Before long, Jiraiya arrived early. Looks like this little bookworm is very diligent, getting up so early to train. Ha! This is the breakfast you made for Naruto. It looks pretty good. Jiraiya clumsily climbed through the window into the room. He immediately noticed Kitagawa Kid, who had gotten up early to exercise. And the breakfast placed on the table. His little book fan had a strong Minato vibe. It seemed that because someone had broken in, Naruto suddenly woke up, and the first thing he saw was Jiraiya crouching by the window. Perverted sage. How did you get in? Jiraiya looked helpless. I'm the toad sage, not the perverted sage. Who said I'm perverted? Naruto realized he had let something slip and instinctively glanced at Kitagawa Kid. That look directly exposed the culprit. Kitagawa Kid awkwardly chuckled. Last night, I was helping Lord Jiraiya spread his fame, your masterpiece, Intimate Paradise. Shut up. Jiraiya was so angry his face turned red. But seeing Kitagawa Kid transform into an unparalleled beauty, Jiraiya couldn't help but forgive her again. Naruto also mischievously made a Naruto hand gesture. Under the sister's onslaught, Jiraiya was a bit overwhelmed and quickly begged for mercy. Alright, I forgive you. Ahem, Naruto, where did you learn this kind of dark magic? It can't be from Kitagawa Kid, right? Naruto nodded, looking at Jiraiya with great anticipation. How is it? I've been practicing for a long time. The effect is pretty good. Isn't it? Very beautiful. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, approving Naruto's technique. He increasingly felt that coming to teach Kitagawa Kid and Naruto was an incredibly right decision. After breakfast, the three hurried to a hidden waterfall. Right here. Jiraiya stopped, looking at the two seriously. Next, I'm going to teach you summoning jutsu. This is a decision I've thought about all night. Summoning jutsu? Kitagawa Kid and Naruto spoke in unison, but their tones were different. Kitagawa Kid was very excited, while Naruto looked puzzled. As the least knowledgeable underdog, Naruto didn't understand summoning jutsu at all. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he demonstrated the summoning jutsu, and a huge toad suddenly appeared amid smoke. Naruto was curiously examining the toad when he suddenly saw a scroll unroll from the toad's tongue, revealing the names of Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Masashi Kishimoto, and others. Sign with your own blood, press the blood seal, and you can try the summoning jutsu. Jiraiya explained casually, but the toad stared curiously at the two youngsters before it. Are these the heirs you've chosen? I didn't eat any mushrooms, did I? The toad spoke? Naruto. Incredibly staring at toad loyalty. This scene didn't make Jiraiya laugh. How about that? Very outstanding, right? Toad Jong said in a deep voice. That blonde one looks very silly. The other one with black hair is much calmer. I'm very smart, okay? Naruto said indignantly. Glared at Toad Jong. But seeing that Baichuan Feng had already signed the contract, he hurriedly also signed his own name. Jiraiya released the summoning technique and specifically said to Naruto, do you feel another chakra inside you? Naruto instinctively looked at Kitagawa Kid, and seeing him nod, he honestly replied, there is a red chakra, but it interferes with my normal chakra. Jiraiya glanced at Kitagawa Kid and said, for your next training, you have to use that red chakra to perform the summoning technique, understand? Naruto nodded in agreement. Jiraiya then said to Kitagawa Kid, just practice normally, no other requirements. It turned out that at this time, Jiraiya began teaching Naruto how to control the Nine Tails chakra. Kitagawa Kid sighed inwardly. If he remembered correctly, Jiraiya would next teach Naruto how to harness the Nine Tails chakra. Although these were original plot points, he was more curious why Jiraiya considered him an heir. Having seen that his and Jiraiya's affinity rating was only 1 star, could it be the third Hokage's arrangement? According to the story of Minato, Jiraiya had 2 other unknown disciples. Kitagawa Kid carefully examined the contract scroll and noticed many unfamiliar names before Minato's name. Could it really be the third Hokage pushing things from behind the scenes? At that moment, Naruto suddenly asked, "Perverted sage, when is Sasuke coming?" Jiraiya looked up at the Hokage and casually said, "Teaching you all is the old man's request. Sasuke has a good teacher now. I don't know if you know him. His name is Kakashi Hatake, and no one in the village is more suitable to teach Sasuke." Meanwhile, the Kakashi Jiraiya mentioned was talking about was getting beaten up together with Sasuke. Hearing a familiar yet strange voice, Sasuke turned around and saw Itachi wearing a red cloud cloak and the 3 Tomo Sharingan, his expression calm. Sasuke's heart tightened, 1 against 7? Lightning flashed in his hand, but he didn't rush forward immediately. Instead, he watched Itachi warily. Itachi slowly approached and said coldly, "Now that you know what passion is, it seems you've learned your lesson." Suppressing his murderous intent, Sasuke waited until Itachi reached the right position, then finally exploded, "I'm going to kill you." His single Tomo Sharingan stared fixedly at Itachi, but with a light grab from Itachi, the Chidori instantly extinguished. He grabbed Sasuke's neck with his other hand, still speaking in that calm tone. "My foolish little brat, your capacity is still no better than this." Sasuke stared fiercely into Itachi's eyes. "Bah! 1 against 7. You don't deserve the Uchiha name at all. You're not my brother either. I only have 1 brother." "Who?" Itachi truly revealed his murderous intent at this moment. "Kitagawa Kid. He is 100 times better than your hypocritical birth. 10,000 times better. You bastard who killed your parents and slaughtered your clan. I, Uchiha Sasuke, wish I could eat you and drink your blood." At this moment, Kakashi sensed Sasuke was in danger and was rushing to support him. What greeted him was a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and his vision instantturned blood red. "This is Tsukuyomi. Equals 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 equals. Kitagawa Kid had just learned the summoning technique and Han-T had time to practice and consolidate it when he heard the explosive news Uchiha Itachi had returned to the village. Currently, Sasuke was slightly injured, but Kakashi was unconscious. Kitagawa Kid, Naruto, and Jiraiya rushed to the orphanage to visit. Sasuke sat in the hospital room, his expression heavy, while Kakashi was busy rescuing Do and Yano. "Sasuke, are you okay?" Naruto was eager to rush in but was stopped by Kitagawa Kid. "Kakashi-senpai is still being treated, don't disturb Kabuto and Nonone." Kitagawa Kid quietly entered the ward. Sasuke lowered his head and glanced at him with a gloomy expression. "Let's go, talk outside." Sasuke closely followed Kitagawa Kid out of the hospital room. Kitagawa Kid spoke, "I already know about you taking on 7 to return to Konoha. No matter the hatred of the past, the most important thing now is to improve your strength and gather power for future revenge. Not to be as downcast as you are now." Kitagawa Kid's words carried reproach, a tone Sasuke had never heard before. In the past, Kitagawa Kid always comforted him gently, but today he sounded like a true older brother. Sasuke lifted his head, straightened his chest, and looked determined. "I understand. I will work harder than before. That's the Sasuke I know." Kitagawa Kid smiled approvingly, then asked, "What exactly happened just now? How did Kakashi-senpai get seriously injured? Was it to protect you?" Sasuke shook his head, "I don't know. Senior Kakashi fell into an illusion as soon as he arrived. It's very likely that special world." "What happened before that?" Kitagawa Kid asked in confusion. "Kakashi didn't provoke anyone, so why is Itachi so agitated? Who just uses their ultimate right away?" First, the 2 pillars told the whole story in detail. Kitagawa Kid was starting to lose it. As everyone knows, Itachi is very protective of his younger brother, but when he came back, he found his home had been broken into. Senior Kakashi has walked right into the line of fire. "Ahem, luckily I wasn't there. Baikawa Kid looked at Kakashi again with eyes that involuntarily showed pity and relief. He suddenly felt a bit puzzled in his heart. Why did Itachi appear? Was it to provoke Sasuke, to protect him, or because of Orochimaru's arrangement? Kakashi was injured innocently, would Obito also appear? Baikawa Kid quickly thought this through when Kabuto's voice came. Mr. Kakashi is just mentally frustrated and needs 3 to 5 days of rest, it's nothing serious. Jiraiya looked at this young doctor with some doubt, is he reliable? Baikawa Kid answered, Kabuto is a genius in medical ninjutsu. He silently added in his heart that Do was also very skilled in immortal arts, in some ways even more reliable than you. Do is the only person who has mastered the Dragon Cave immortal art. After obtaining the contract of Mount Mayaboku, Kitagawa Kid developed a desire for senjutsu. However, he was not clear about his own talent in senjutsu. He is counting more on Naruto and Kabuto's talent in senjutsu. These two are true geniuses of senjutsu. Baikawa Kid looked at Do, feeling that something was off about him today. Do was almost unchanged from the first time they met, but instead seemed confused. Kitagawa Kid remembered that he had successfully talked his way out last night. Logically, the current Kabuto should be the conceptual god self Kabuto. Lord Jiraiya, I want to talk to Kabuto alone, Kitagawa Kid said. Dr. Nono was still in the ward gathering information, and Jiraiya did not refuse. Naruto looked at Sasuke, then at Kitagawa Kid. Kid, leave it to him. Sasuke is not as fragile as you think, Naruto, he is very strong. Kitagawa Kid understood Naruto's worries. But now is not the time to comfort Sasuke, what really needs to be done is to make him stronger. Kitagawa Kid said, don't worry, I'll teach you a few genjutsu later. Sorry, I have to go now. In the orphanage. Kitagawa Kid pulled Kabuto to a secluded place. Was it Orochimaru who found you? As Kitagawa Kid spoke, Kabuto asked in surprise, how do you know? Kitagawa Kid said, after last night, you didn't seem confused. Actually, Orochimaru also came looking for me. What did he want from you? Kabuto recalled Orochimaru's words, worry flashing in his eyes. Although he hadn't spent much time with Kid, he felt Kitagawa Kid's concern for him and the orphanage. Putting himself in his shoes, Kabuto honestly said, he threatened me, telling me to stay out of the orphanage's affairs. Kabuto guessed this much and instead advised, just do as he says, I will handle the orphanage's troubles. Hearing this, Kitagawa Kid immediately thought of something. What did you promise him? Kazu fell silent, then after a moment, replied, this has nothing to do with you. It's my choice. How is it not your business? Did you forget what Nono's sister said last night? We're brothers. Kazu smiled bitterly, Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Behind him, there's Danzo. Danzo wants to kill me and Nono's sister. Orochimaru promised that as long as I go with him, he will protect everything in the orphanage. Kitagawa Kid sneered, you really trust Orochimaru? Why would a rogue ninja protect the orphanage? Do you know how much I've sacrificed for the orphanage? I know. You'd rather offend Danzo then. Before he finished speaking, Beichuan Feng interrupted him, you don't know that Jiraiya-sama just now, you know him, right? I begged him to protect the orphanage, and he agreed. If you ruin all my efforts for the sake of a deal. Do was silent. He didn't expect Beichuan Feng to go this far for him, for the orphanage. Beichuan Feng asked again, Do you know why Sister Yenoyu resisted Danzo? Do instinctively answered, for the orphanage. What else? So that no one gets taken by root. Anything else? And also. And you. Kabuto Yakushi. Kitagawa Kid pointed at him, her tone passionate, Sister Yenoha rebelled against root for you, to break free from the darkness. She risked her life. If you run away, wouldn't that make her efforts all for nothing? Kabuto was speechless. If it were just Kitagawa Kid, he was willing to sacrifice himself for Sister Yenoha and the orphanage. But Sister Yenoha. Kabuto didn't want to disappoint her, and Kid also had powerful allies. Kabuto tried to persuade himself, Orochimaru knows that if you do this, it will kill you. Kitagawa Kid laughed, if he didn't do these things, he'd be boring. You underestimate Konoha too much. If it really came to a fight, Orochimaru would just run away. Why are you so confident? Aren't you afraid of dying? Kabuto asked him suspiciously. He didn't understand why someone he'd only known for a day was so determined to protect him. Clearly, if he sacrificed himself, Nono-ne-san and the orphanage would be fine. So why did he have to fight so desperately? Kitagawa Kid answered without hesitation, because you are someone I acknowledge. My brother, my ninja way as Kitagawa Kid is to protect. My brother. That's just how simple it is. equals 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 equals. Is it really that simple? Domu stared intently at Kitagawa Kid, his eyes full of seriousness. He had long learned to read people's thoughts during his lengthy career as a spy. In Kitagawa Kid's eyes, there was not a trace of deceit, only naked sincerity. That's right, Kitagawa Kid was truly sincere. His ninja way was to protect his brothers. Strictly speaking, it should be friends. Because the more friends he had and the better the relationships, the stronger he would be. Before leaving, Kitagawa Kid hugged Do and patted his back. Think it over carefully, we all can't bear to see you go. Not long after returning to the ward, Kitagawa Kid's inbox popped up with a notification. Received an apology letter from pharmacist Do. Sorry for making you worry. For you and sister Nono, I will never give up on myself again. Attachment, this is a secret technique I learned from Mizuki, the water transformation technique. I hope you can use it to protect yourself. Water transformation technique? Isn't this like having a cheat code? Kitagawa Kid knew that Do's ninjutsu was diverse and mostly very powerful. The more skills, the better. Do was not only proficient in medical arts, immortality arts, illusions, and water release, but also mastered various forbidden techniques, secret arts, and bloodline limits. Strength far surpasses a certain ninja doctor. The hydration technique is inconspicuous among Kabuto's abilities. But below the shadow rank, it is absolutely a monstrous existence. Besides lightning and fire release, the hydration technique can resist most ninjutsu and is almost immune to taijutsu attacks. Even elite jonin get headaches when facing it. Its life-saving ability is definitely top tier. Kitagawa Kid looked again at Kabuto's favorability, which had already reached 7 stars. Second only to Naruto and Sasuke's 8 stars. From experience, after 7 stars, time is needed to accumulate. Unless special circumstances occur. If only I could have uncovered a talent for immortal arts from Do. Although the art of hydration is powerful, H1 foam is now the heir of Miaomu Mountain. His desire for immortal arts far surpasses that for secret techniques. Even if the immortal arts are only at half proficiency, there is hope to reach the shadow level. To master the immortal arts, H1 foam must rely on various forces to ensure Do's safety. He carefully analyzed the current situation. Orochimaru clearly intends to abduct Kabuto. Danzo then planned to eliminate Do and Yanoyu. The third Hokage's attitude is still unclear. It depends on whether the threat brought by Orochimaru can be controlled. Jiraiya is willing to protect the orphanage, but may not be willing to protect Kabuto. Itachi steps in to protect his younger brother to prevent any mishaps. The situation is murky and unclear. The only one truly willing to step in is Jiraiya, unless Kitagawa Kid forcibly pulls Sasuke out. But after a long time together, Kitagawa Kid does not want Sasuke to truly face danger. On one hand, it is friendship, on the other hand, he is afraid. Sasuke was taken away by Orochimaru with a backhand. There are cases in the original work, so we have to be cautious. Time quietly passed, and Kakashi soon transferred to Konoha Hospital for treatment. After lunch, Jiraiya began teaching Kitagawa Kid and Naruto the summoning technique again. I already explained the summoning seal and key points this morning. Kid, since you're older than Naruto, you try first. Okay. Kitagawa Kid immediately began forming hand seals. The most crucial part of the summoning technique is signing a contract with the summoning beast, which Jiraiya had already helped them complete. Now we need to practice outputting chakra. The amount of chakra determines how long a summoned creature can be called forth. The chakra required to summon ordinary creatures is almost fixed, but there are differences depending on the place. When the bond is not deep, the more chakra there is, the stronger the summoned creature. Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. Spirit summoning technique. Kita River Kid looked curiously at the smoke ahead. He wanted to know what kind of summoned creature he could call forth. The result was a giant toad several times his size. Although it didn't have the mountain-like presence of Toad Bunta, it was still much larger than an ordinary beast. My chakra output can only reach this level, any more would affect the battle. Kitagawa Kid released the summoning technique and instinctively looked at Naruto. Naruto was very skilled at summoning toads and had long been able to summon the SSR Toad Bunta. He had even gained the recognition of the Toad Boss. Naruto smiled proudly. It's my turn. I'm the genius officially recognized by Konoha. The summon toad must be super big. Jiraiya watched Naruto perform the summoning technique with anticipation, believing that inheriting Minato's talent would be amazing.
But when Naruto thought of the summoning technique, he was stunned.
A small tadpole was hopping on the ground. Jiraiya was incredulous. Something's wrong, try again.
Naruto awkwardly tried again, and it was still a small tadpole, seemingly about to grow legs.
Naruto excitedly said, "Perverted sage, look, I've improved. Improved my foot." Jiraiya said speechlessly, "Didn't you learn Shadow Clone in a second and Rasengan in half a month? What about your talent? How come it's worse than Kitagawa Kid's?" Naruto replied matter-of-factly, "Kid is older than me and more talented, isn't that obvious?" Jiraiya retorted, "Then how did you learn Rasengan?" "Kid taught me." Speaking of this, Naruto
immediately got excited and even turned around to accuse Jiraiya.
"Humph. Whether it's Jutsu or Shadow Clone, Rasengan, I'll learn it as soon as Foam teaches me. It's clearly because you taught poorly.
And you still blame my lack of talent. You incompetent teacher.
Jiraiya.
The disciples I taught, from the 4th Hokage to Yahiko,
Nagato, Konan, none of them are as foolish as you."
Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said,
All right, I want to see what kind of good teacher you think you are. Kid, you've already learned summoning jutsu, so you'll teach Naruto. Me?
Kitagawa Kid pointed at himself, and when he saw Jiraiya nod, he immediately said, I heard that when people are pushed to their limits, they unleash their full potential.
How about we push Naruto off a cliff and see? Naruto looked at Kitagawa Kid in shock. Kid, you're an incompetent teacher too. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Not a bad idea.
Kid, I didn't expect you to be so skilled at teaching. I finally understand, Naruto was able to learn those things entirely because you helped him find the right direction.
Let's do it just as you said. After saying that, Jiraiya showed a sly smile. He.
Don't blame me for being cruel, you brought it on yourself by calling me a mediocre teacher.
Naruto was so anxious he was about to cry. You. Don't come any closer. Kitagawa Kid's little trick really worked, immediately helping Naruto control the Nine Tails power and even summon the super strong Toad Bunta.
But this move was very exhausting. Naruto had to rest for 3 full days and nights afterward to recover.
On the morning after Jiraiya and Kitagawa Kid's training in the Western Heaven, the village returned to peace. Knock knock knock.
There was a steady knocking at the door outside. Beichuan Foam thought it was Sasuke and hurried to open it.
When he opened the door, it was Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, wearing the Akatsuki uniform, said expressionlessly, "Hello."
Beichuan Foam smiled politely, "Hello." Itachi said coldly, "I heard that my foolish little brother considers you his older brother.
Thank you for taking care of him. As his biological older brother, I should be the one thanking you, right?"
Itachi's words were icy, and Beichuan Foam felt an inexplicable murderous aura.
Why does my neck itch so much? Could it be that my head is about to fly off? I definitely don't want to end up like Louis XVI. Beichuan Foam laughed awkwardly a few times. Isn't it because he killed his parents when he was born?
To fill the emptiness in his heart, I became his sworn brother.
In the blink of an eye, Kitagawa Kid's Chidori was already aimed at Itachi's heart. But on what basis do you think what you see is reality?
The caw of a crow flew by. Kitagawa Kid stood still.
And Itachi also stood still. Only Itachi opened his Mangekyo Sharingan.
If you don't want the person inside the house to be harmed,
then come with me alone. You wouldn't want your friend to die by my hand, would you?
Itachi took a few steps, then turned his face sideways to look back. Your eyes are very special.
Kitagawa Kid did not respond, only demonstrating his strength in front of Itachi, implying that Sasuke's Chidori was taught by him.
The two arrived at the edge of the village, near the forest of death. My foolish Odoto, your capacity is still so narrow.
After all this time, let's see how much you've grown. As soon as the words fell, Itachi rushed in front of Kitagawa Kid and punched him in the abdomen.
With a burst of immense force, Kitagawa Kid was knocked several meters away, crashing into a tree trunk.
The grudge is really heavy, fighting 7 at once. Kitagawa Kid wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Itachi's Shunshin no Jutsu made it difficult for him to react. He had to remain highly alert. Kitagawa Kid activated the Crimson Eye and simultaneously opened the first 2 gates of the 8 gates technique.
After lifting the restrictions, he finally saw Itachi's movements clearly. Itachi had already reached his side. Bang! A fist came smashing towards his face, but he dodged it at the last moment. He rolled continuously, creating distance. The hand seal was completed swiftly. Born evil Uchiha Itachi. Lord Tobirama will punish you. Darkness technique. In an instant, darkness enveloped, depriving Itachi of his 5 senses. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, he lost all sight. But the darkness lasted only briefly. The Genjutsu could only delay Itachi for a second. That 1 second was enough to do many things. Suddenly, a long blade appeared in Kitagawa Kid's hand, the blade shimmering with the lightning of Chidori. A 1 against 7, do you know what else is red when cut open besides watermelon? It's you! Beichuan Feng teleported behind Itachi, about to stab his heart, when Itachi pointed a finger at his chest. Only then did he realize he was about to commit seppuku. When did I fall under an illusion? Guess yourself. Itachi calmly dropped his long knife. Only kids play tricks like this. Your capacity is not even as great as my foolish Ododo. Itachi opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, grabbed Kitagawa Kid by the neck, his eyes flashing a strange crimson light. Just as Itachi was about to leave, an unexpected event occurred. Rasengan. Naruto charged forward holding a Rasengan. Itachi furrowed his brows, easily breaking Naruto's shadow clone, and the Rasengan immediately disappeared. Let go of Kid. Or else I, Uzumaki Naruto, will make you regret it. Itachi pushed Naruto's forehead with one hand, watching. Naruto gesticulating wildly, feeling quite speechless. Your combat awareness is too poor, without any strategy. So weak that I don't even want to lay a hand on you. That would be an insult to me. Naruto still did not give up, and Itachi, helpless, had no choice but to kick Naruto away. But Naruto quickly got back up and continued to charge at Itachi. Failing again and again, standing up again and again. Like a cockroach, never giving up. Itachi looked at the persistent Naruto and gradually became interested. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to protect others. Your strength is far inferior to his. At least he made me put in some effort, but you are completely powerless. Give up, I disdain the weak. I can let you off this time. Naruto snorted coldly. I said, let go of Kid. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at Naruto, who seemed like a fool, Itachi shook his head helplessly. Even his stupid Udama understood, knowing you can't win but still forcing a fight. That's called hot-blooded stupidity. The ones who die the most on the battlefield are fools like Naruto. If it weren't for the 9 tails, the red chakra suddenly exploded. That was the power of the 9 tails. Itachi stared in surprise at Naruto's change, feeling the restless chakra of the 9 tails. The 9 tails has gone berserk? How is that possible? Their bond has deepened to the point they're willing to fight to the death? Before he could react, Naruto had already charged at him wildly. Itachi saw the faint outline of the tailed beast cloak appearing on Naruto's body. He realized he had gotten himself into big trouble and immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. Itachi entered Naruto's spiritual world. In the dark and damp prison cell, the 9-tailed fox was imprisoned. The 9 tails roared angrily, "Damn Uchiha!" Itachi coldly raised his hand. In an instant, part of the chakra that had broken through the seal was forcibly erased. The 3-tomo Sharingan was more than enough to deal with the sealed 9 tails, not to mention the Mangekyo. After stopping, Itachi glanced at Jiraiya lurking in the shadows, then turned and left. Kitagawa Kid stumbled to his feet, looking at the sleeping Naruto, speechless for a long time. After a while, he picked up Naruto and left. Along the way, he muttered to himself. Since my debut, it's either been crushing weaklings or getting crushed myself, really unfair. 1 against 7, using such ruthless tactics, it must be intentional. It's just that they kidnapped your Sasuke. Suddenly, a thought struck Kitagawa Kid. Is Itachi this bored? He didn't come before 3 days ago, nor 3 days before that, yet he suddenly appeared today. Could it be that he left something on me? Or Orochimaru couldn't help but make a move, deliberately injuring me? Equals 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 equals. equals 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 equals. Late at night, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Danzo, and other Konoha leaders were discussing. Accompanied by the cawing of crows, Itachi's figure quietly. They arrived here. Danzo took the initiative and said, attacking 7-on-1, you went too far. Itachi glanced at Danzo faintly, then turned to the third Hokage, Hokage-sama. The Nine-Tails rampage was triggered by Kitagawa Kid's danger. I left something on him. The third Hokage asked, what kind of thing? Itachi did not answer, opening his Sharingan and staring intently at Danzo. This is a precaution to prevent Elder Danzo from breaking the agreement. Danzo snorted coldly, I didn't break the agreement? Your brother and that brat came to cause trouble at my base, and I politely sent them away. As long as you know the truth, Itachi replied calmly, turning his gaze to the third Hokage, Orochimaru and I belong to the same organization. He approached me last night, asking me to join him in attacking Konoha. Danzo immediately became agitated, 1 against 7, you want to betray Konoha? The third Hokage stood up, Danzo. 1 against 7 will always be Konoha ninja. Remember his identity. Itachi explained, I am already a rogue ninja. If I refuse, it will arouse suspicion within the organization, which is not conducive to investigating Akatsuki's intelligence. Danzo retorted, you've been undercover for a month. What intelligence have you found? I haven't heard a thing. Itachi said coldly, when the cunning hare dies, the good dog is cooked. When the tall birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. Danzo's face turned ashen, about to retort, when the cawing of a crow sounded again. Tomorrow, Orochimaru will lure Lord Jiraiya, and members of the Akatsuki will appear. After saying this, Itachi left. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Orochimaru infiltrated again. He headed straight to Yano Yu's room but found no target. His Kabuto Yakushi, you made a wrong decision. Orochimaru dodged Kabuto's chakra scalpel, grinning wickedly. I will not leave the orphanage, this is where my purpose lies. Kabuto continued his fierce attack. Orochimaru was agile, and Kabuto's tricky attacks had no effect. Even if it means death? Orochimaru grabbed Kabuto's chakra. And, with the scalpel, held his hand firmly. The wound originally cut by the scalpel almost instantly healed. Kabuto couldn't even detect any chakra flowing from Orochimaru. The scene before him overturned all common knowledge about medical ninjutsu. He decisively bit down on the poison hidden in his teeth, intending to commit suicide, but was immediately discovered and stopped by Orochimaru. I won't let you die, you are very valuable. Orochimaru smiled as he cast an illusion. Tell me, where is Yakushi Nono? The next morning, Kitagawa Kid was visiting Naruto in the hospital when Yakushi Kabuto suddenly burst in. Kid. Orochimaru kidnapped Nono last night. What? Kitagawa Kid grabbed Kabuto's shoulder anxiously and asked, didn't I tell you to relocate her? Kabuto lowered his head and said, I lost to Orochimaru last night. I wanted to die, but he controlled me with an illusion. Hearing that Kabuto wanted to die, Kid became anxious. Kabuto, even if you want to die, you have to think of me. Think of Nono. Kabuto smiled bitterly. I know Orochimaru wants to use me. As long as I die, the orphanage can survive, and you all won't be in danger anymore. Kitagawa Kid took a deep breath. If Orochimaru lets you go, it must be to lure you in. He wants to get the people you care about most into his hands. With a handle on you, he can use you however he wants in the future. Do sighed, I know, that's why I want to die. For the sake of himself and sister Yeno, Do was willing to sacrifice himself, leaving Kitagawa Kid speechless. He held Do's hand and walked outside the ward. Where are you going? Do asked worriedly, fearing Kid might act impulsively. To find someone, Kitagawa Kid answered briefly. Right now, he couldn't possibly defeat Orochimaru alone, but he had wide connections and knew the strongest ninja in Konoha. Jiraiya-sama? Do guessed, but felt no sense of security. He knew Orochimaru was also aware that Jiraiya would come, yet still let him go, which meant Orochimaru was confident in dealing with Jiraiya. Not just him, Kitagawa Kid smiled, don't underestimate my connections, bastard. Many strong warriors soon gathered in the village. One of the legendary 3 ninja, Jiraiya, along with Guy, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Ganma Shiranui, all came. 2 members of the Akatsuki were also present, to prevent any trouble caused by femme fatale. Kitagawa Kid led people to Kakashi's doorstep. Senior Kakashi, could you help us out? He politely knocked on the door. I refuse.
Kakashi didn't like trouble and immediately declined.
To him, Kitagawa Kid was just a student he was preparing.
But that didn't mean he could bother him with tasks. But the moment he opened the door, Kakashi was stunned.
Lord Jiraiya, Guy, Ebisu, Gunma.
Why is it so lively today? Jiraiya said, your aura is darker than it was 6 years ago.
Quite a lot, Kakashi.
The teacher's teacher, and still his beloved author. Big brother, Kakashi was silent for a moment. At this moment, Jiraiya said again, you should know.
What happened yesterday morning? What is going on? Kakashi was still at the hospital and wasn't paying much attention to the news from Konoha.
The Nine Tails has gone berserk.
The Nine Tails?
A flicker of surprise passed through Kakashi's eyes. The last time the Nine Tails went berserk was that night 6 years ago. That day, he had almost lost all hope.
Jiraiya pressed his hand against Kitagawa Kid's forehead and said, it was this kid who caused the trouble.
He took on 7 opponents at once, and Naruto, trying to save him, ended up unleashing the power of the Nine Tails.
Surprised, right? I didn't expect it either.
Kakashi carefully examined Kitagawa Kid, not expecting Naruto to have such a deep bond with this kid despite spending such a short time together. Now, whether it was out of respect for Jiraiya, Kai, or at the request of Kitagawa Kid, he had every reason to take action. Kakashi gently shifted the ninja headband covering his left eye, vaguely sensing that this eye had undergone an unusual change after the stimulation from the last Tsukuyomi.
How is it? I have enough face and strong enough connections, right? One of the 3 ninjas, a top ninja of the West.
Baichuan Feng smiled at Do. Looking at the people in front of him, Do's nervousness eased considerably. Impressive.
Copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, Konoha's fierce warrior Might Guy, all top tier strength from Konoha. What about us?
Ebisu felt a bit resentful seeing the kid ignore him. Ganma Shiranui had a cigarette dangling from his mouth and said indifferently, with Lord Jiraiya, and Kai and Kakashi around, it's not our turn to step in.
Don't worry, Ebisu.
Ebisu snorted a few times. Hearing that they were going to face Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, he admitted he felt a bit uneasy. But for the sake of his beloved student, he still came.
It's a pity it's not my turn to make a move, otherwise Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja definitely wouldn't escape. The veteran shinobi Shiranui Gunma smiled.
Kitagawa Kid also smiled and said, Ebisu-sensei, at that time you and Ganma-senpai just need to watch the surroundings. The group headed toward the address left behind by Orochimaru, the death forest on the east side of the village.
Orochimaru had been waiting for a long time.
Finally arrived. I hate waiting for people the most. With a demonic face, the mechanical tail behind him looked like a scorpion. A tough, indifferent person said to Orochimaru, his eye will give you a satisfactory reward. Suddenly, Scorpion saw Kakashi's figure, that familiar.
The face reminded him of his enemy, Hatake Tsukumo. This is the son of the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi.
Sasori's indifferent tone changed slightly, and he turned his head
to look at Orochimaru. No need, I only want that person's life. Who? Orochimaru asked.
Hatake Kakashi, Sasori replied. Orochimaru looked at Sasori strangely, not understanding why this usually indifferent, puppet-focused guy suddenly wanted to kill someone.
Interesting. Orochimaru flicked out his snake tongue.
As Kakashi and his group approached, he saw familiar figures. Jiraiya, Might Guy who inherited the 8 gates, and Kitagawa Kid, who was being protected and standing beside Jiraiya. It seemed very likely that he had brought them. Orochimaru investigated Kitagawa Kid and learned the truth about the night of the clan's destruction and Jiraiya's recent teachings. He recalled what Kitagawa Kid said that night and said with interest,
you are very interesting. I want to keep you and see what changes you bring. Kitagawa Kid bravely responded, your era is over, Orochimaru.
The future of the ninja world belongs to the young.
You are a remnant of the old era. Let go of Sister Yano, surrender.
Maybe the Hokage will spare you because of your past achievements.
Orochimaru laughed, you're right, but how can you be sure I don't belong to the young? He looked at Jiraiya and sneered, you also understand that I can't go back.
What I pursue is all the jutsu and truths in the world, our paths are different.
Jiraiya tried to persuade him, Orochimaru, have you forgotten our bond? The old man and Tsunade both worry about you. Orochimaru laughed, do you still remember the worst injury you suffered? Tsunade almost did that to me.
I couldn't go back for fear of being beaten to death. Mentioning the injury, Jiraiya awkwardly smiled. He had 6 broken ribs, fractured arms, and internal injuries from peeping at the women's bathhouse, and in the end, it was that person who helped him heal. It seems there's no need to discuss this any further. Jiraiya sighed and looked at his old friend.
Orochimaru greedily stared at Kabuto. I have my own purpose. Avoiding this battle is simple. I want him. Kitagawa Kid looked at Jiraiya, knowing his kindness but also feeling some worry.
He would also prioritize the bigger picture.
But
Jiraiya's response dispelled his concerns. No matter what Orochimaru's purpose is, I will stop
him. Orochimaru said, after all these years, you're still so stubborn. I almost killed you back then. The reminiscing seemed to end at this moment.
With both sides on edge, the cawing of crows suddenly sounded.
As the crow landed, Itachi's figure appeared before Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma.
He glanced sideways at Orochimaru. I'll help you stop anyone from going back to report. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes greedy as he stared at Itachi's Sharingan. All right. Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma suddenly noticed Itachi in front of them, their expressions surprised and tense.
We have to deal with Uchiha Itachi? Wasn't it agreed to be wary of Shijo? Why did such a strong character suddenly appear? They exchanged a glance, silent but instinctively took up fighting stances.
Kitagawa Kid noticed Itachi had chosen the two weakest opponents, understanding in his heart Itachi's Izanami technique was about to be revealed early. Don't worry, Teacher Ebisu, with the two Jonin fighting Itachi, the advantage is mine, he encouraged.
Kakashi warned, 1 against 7 is too dangerous.
He joined the Umbu at 12 and became an Umbu squad leader at 13. Last time I fought him, just one genjutsu almost killed me. Be very careful. Suddenly, Itachi sensed someone watching him from afar, a chill rising in his heart. He looked up toward the cliff, then his figure suddenly vanished. At the same time, Itachi began attacking Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma, the three locked in a fierce battle.
Kakashi was full of questions. Wasn't it 1 against 7? What about that genjutsu that instantly defeated me last time? The strength of the Umbu squad leader? Why is he only using taijutsu? Where are Uchiha's fire style and genjutsu? Are you acting?
Kitagawa Kid smiled. Senior Kakashi, I told you that with Teacher Ebisu and Senior Gunma working together, they could definitely hold their own against 1 against 7. Kakashi said seriously, he seems to be wary of something.
I have to keep an eye on him at all times.
The front battlefield has already erupted. Gamabunta and the 10,000 snakes clash fiercely, causing a great commotion.
Orochimaru seems unwilling to engage Jiraiya directly, but his gaze frequently falls on Kitagawa Kid and Kabuto.
Sensing Orochimaru's intent, Kakashi stands guard beside the two, prepared for any sudden situation.
Elsewhere, Guy passionately battles Sasori. Sasori's puppet techniques are steadily losing ground against Guy's 8 gates.
Sasori is struggling immensely without deploying the third Kazekage's puppet. It would be difficult to hold his defense. His opponent's aura grows increasingly intense, even emitting pale blue steam.
Sasori suddenly realizes that he might not be able to defeat Guy. Meanwhile, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Itachi's partner, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Tenzo Biwa, has appeared. Their target is none other than Kitagawa Kid.
Orochimaru actually brought out his trump card. He really thinks highly of me.
Kitagawa Kid's gaze was serious. The Akatsuki uniform and the beheading sword on his back undoubtedly identified him as Itachi's first partner Biwa Tozo.
Biwa Tozo didn't appear much in the original work, but as one of the 3 lucky treasures and an official member of Akatsuki, his strength was definitely impressive, at least in Elite Jonin. White hair and 2 black dots on the forehead, definitely Kimimaro. The orange-haired one was most likely Chogo. Kimimaro, with his talent and Kekkei Genkai, could fully contend with Kakashi before his hereditary disease manifested. Now, at 10 years old, Kimimaro's strength was definitely at the Jonin level.
Chogo was born with Sage Mode, and when enraged, was probably slightly weaker than Kimimaro.
Kitagawa Kid turned to Kakashi. How about you handle that guy? Kakashi recognized Biwa Tozo and knew only he could deal with him. Alright, be careful. Kabuto, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. I'll take care of the rest, they'll be wary of me.
No need. Kitagawa Kid shook his head and took the initiative to approach Jugo, saying, I see you have a pure nature and don't want to act rashly, right? Jugo silently glanced at Kimimaro.
Whether due to personality or mission requirements, he tried to avoid fighting whenever possible. After all, once he lost his temper, the situation would be hard to control. Kimimaro understood this as well and responded calmly, one-on-one, if you win, my life is yours, if you lose, your life is mine.
Fair. Kitagawa Kid negotiated while scanning the battlefield.
Jiraiya and Orochimaru were evenly matched, Itachi could decide the outcome at any moment, and Sasori was struggling to hold on, but not for long.
The Akatsuki members were all Deathseekers and wouldn't risk their lives easily for Orochimaru. In other words, just holding them off was enough. Even if he lost, Kabuto was still at full strength and might last until the main battle ended. This is the reason why Baichuan Feng took the initiative to negotiate.
He took advantage of Chongwu's kindness and also of Junmaro's confidence.
Baichuan Feng formed the opposing hand seal. Junmaro was momentarily stunned, then laughed and said, boring, you don't really think I'll let you go, do you?
No, I'm just pursuing a sense of ritual. Seeing Baichuan Feng's serious expression, Junmaro respected him and formed the opposing hand seal as well. At the moment of forming the seal, he extended his fingers, not forgetting to kindly mention, be careful, it can be deadly. The finger bones rapidly grew, and the protruding finger bones shot toward Baichuan Feng like bullets.
So fast. Kitagawa Kid moved swiftly, activating the 8 gates technique, spinning around Kimimaro
to dodge the bullets. Just as he tried to create more distance, the ground
began to sprout spikes, forming an arena around Kimimaro and Kitagawa. Kid, don't think you can stall time, I will definitely catch you. Kimimaro covered the entire area with bone spikes, but confidently chose to stay inside the arena. Kitagawa Kid sensed that Kimimaro had seen through his plan and immediately activated the 8 gates.
After removing the brain domain and fatigue limits, his reflexes, speed, and strength greatly increased, yet he still did not take the initiative to attack. From the earlier dance of the early fern, Kitagawa Kid already understood that in a direct confrontation, he was almost impossible to defeat Kimimaro. You geniuses really know how to crush people. Thunderlight gathered in Kitagawa Kid's hand, forming Chidori.
As Jiraiya's successor, he was not afraid to reveal his trump card.
The crimson eye caught the slight tremor of the ground. Hiss! Just as Kimimaro emerged, Chidori struck straight at his heart.
However, the hardness of the Shikatsu Miyako completely blocked the power of Chidori. Even Chidori can't tear through your defense? Then let us see behind you. Kimimaro thought Kitagawa Kid would suddenly appear, but before he could react, he was already tied to a tree. Boring genjutsu.
Kimimaro immediately disrupted his own chakra. It had little effect on a taijutsu ninja like him, but the next moment, his vision plunged into darkness walking technique. If you can't deal with Orochimaru, you can't possibly be unable to deal with you, right? Kitagawa Kid condensed Rasengan and blasted it toward Kimimaro's heart. The defense of the corpse bone vein is too strong. Even though Kimimaro was hit by 2 illusions, disrupting his chakra and preventing him from using stronger defenses, he could still withstand the Rasengan in his normal state.
The attack did not meet expectations, and Kitagawa Kid quickly distanced himself.
At this moment, Kimimaro was forced to activate the Earth Curse Seal State 2. With the Curse Seal's enhancement, his resistance to illusions increased several times, and within seconds he broke free from the dark technique of execution. Curse Seal, this is troublesome.
Kitagawa Kid frowned, knowing that it was difficult to defeat Kimimaro with just taijutsu, and ninjutsu couldn't break through his defense. The Curse Seal, using natural energy, enhanced his resistance to illusions, suppressing him almost completely. If it weren't for the illness hindering you, you would definitely have grown faster. By the time of the Kage, or even during the Chunin exams, you would already be a Kage. Kitagawa Kid whispered in his heart, while thinking of a countermeasure. Kimimaro's biggest flaw was his confidence bordering on arrogance. If he had used the early fern dance from the start, Kitagawa Kid would have had nowhere to evade. His arrogance, in the situation of forming a fighting arena, would mentally resist the act of compressing the arena. But Kimimaro was especially concerned about Orochimaru, regarding he will stop at nothing to complete the mission assigned by Orochimaru. Combining these 2 personality traits, Kitagawa Kid came up with a delaying tactic. He made Kimimaro mistakenly believe he could catch up, while actually holding him back. Thinking of this, Kitagawa Kid immediately took action. Relying on the 8 gates technique and the body flicker techniques of Ebisu and Kai, Kimimaro closely followed. Whenever Kimimaro nearly caught up, Kitagawa Kid pretended to unleash potential and pulled away.
At the same time, he used the fatigue caused by the 8 gates to confuse the opponent.
Kimimaro really fell for it. He bet his confidence, like a trapped stockholder unwilling to give up when seeing hope.
Yugo shouted a warning, Akasuna no Sasori has escaped, Kimimaro, don't hesitate.
Kimimaro instinctively looked in the direction Scorpion fled.
Within minutes, Kai had almost destroyed most of Scorpion's puppets. The battle was nearly over, time was running out.
Kimimaro's eyes were cold as he saw Kitagawa Kid exploiting his confidence. Unfortunately, clever tricks are useless against absolute power. With Hirako about to arrive, Kimimaro recklessly unleashed the dance of early fern.
Dense bone spikes sprouted wildly from the ground, blocking all of Kitagawa Kid's paths.
While the high walls held off Hirako, Kimimaro had already reached Kitagawa Kid's feet. He used the bone pulse to burrow underground and launched a surprise attack.
Squandering the bone pulse like that will get you killed, Kitagawa Kid calmly warned.
Orochimaru-sama's mission is more important than mine, Kimimaro replied calmly, bone tail wrapping around Kitagawa Kid.
Kai stopped after smashing through the bone wall.
At this moment, Tenzo Biwa also fled.
Kakashi appeared beside Kai, his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes fixed intently on Kimimaro. The two sides faced off. Elsewhere, Jiraiya watched the end of the battlefield. The Konoha side was basically victorious. Konoha reinforcements arrived, with jonin like Mitarashi Anko and Gekko Heiate arriving one after another. Jiraiya smiled slightly, teasing proudly, looks like. This time I won, Orochimaru. I won't be defeated by many. Orochimaru, standing above the myriad snakes, looked down towards Kitagawa Kid in Kimimaro's direction, and smiled. Interesting, to have driven Kimimaro to such a state. Your student might not be inferior to Minato. Jiraiya said, of course, don't you see?
Who taught the student? I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku.
Orochimaru said no more, made a deal with the myriad snakes, and launched the final charge.
Had.
His figure swiftly rushed towards Kitagawa Kid, moving so fast that even Jiraiya couldn't react in time. Kai and Kakashi tried to block him, but the triple Rashomon stood before them, 3 powerful summon creatures blocking their way, holding back the impact of the tailed beast ball.
Kabuto is the last line of defense. He knows he must briefly hold back Orochimaru.
Sorry, I took advantage of your kindness. Yugo tried to stop Kabuto but found himself poisoned.
Kabuto never gives up easily. He vaguely sees Kitagawa Kid's plan.
As a medical ninja and an excellent spy, he is good at reading people and knows how to use others.
While Kid was fighting Kimimaro, he secretly spread poison.
The chakra scalpel in his hand gleams sharply. This is his strongest single target ninjutsu.
For Kid, for Nonone, for everyone, I will not compromise.
Kabuto said softly, carrying Orochimaru's desire for him, rushing toward him.
Orochimaru will not kill him. Kabuto can use his body to block and then use the chakra scalpel to prevent Orochimaru from approaching Kitagawa Kid.
Hiss, you're still so naive, Kabuto. Orochimaru sneered wickedly, letting the scalpel cut through his body. He dodged Kabuto's head and reached out his arm toward Kitagawa Kid. For Orochimaru, as long as he could capture Kitagawa Kid, he could threaten Jiraiya and retreat unscathed. But he didn't expect to waste a precious asset on Kitagawa Kid. Then use the curse seal of heaven and bet your future on it. Just as Orochimaru was about to succeed, Kitagawa Kid's eyes suddenly changed, and the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly spun.
Tsukuyomi. 1 against 7. How is that possible? Was this also part of your plan? You're so young. Orochimaru's face darkened as he fell into Tsukuyomi.
He tried to break free from the genjutsu, but to no avail, firmly nailed to the cross.
In this blood-red world, he couldn't move. 1 against 7. I will definitely get your eyes. Orochimaru roared in the illusion, even though Itachi was not here.
At this moment, Jiraiya had already broken free from the 10,000 snakes and was casting a sealing technique on Orochimaru. Kimimaro warned at this time. If Lord Orochimaru dies here, both he and I will be buried with him.
Jiraiya laughed, you don't know the relationship between Orochimaru and me. I am his best friend.
We share the strongest bond.
You young man. Simply don't understand Orochimaru. I advise you to spare your life and stay to accompany Orochimaru.
To atone for his sins.
Kimimaro still tightly bound Kitagawa Kid. Kitagawa
Kid advised, although Orochimaru is a Konoha S-rank rogue ninja, he is after all the proud disciple of the Hokage grandfather. Whether in the Second or Third Ninja World War, he made indelible contributions to Konoha.
Kitagawa Kid was right.
Although Orochimaru conducted human experiments, defected from the village, and even tried to destroy Konoha after the war ended, he was still alive and well, only conducting some experiments under Konoha's surveillance that were not too unethical. This is enough to show that his merits compensated for his faults. It's not just a simple matter of reviving Konoha SF4. Just as Kimimaro hesitated, a sudden change occurred. The heavily cursed seal on Mitarashi Anko's neck suddenly activated. A white snake instantly grew, rapidly expanding, and burrowed into Orochimaru's original body. Orochimaru was revived. Hiss! I am the immortal Orochimaru. His sealing technique far surpassed Jiraiya's, and the unsealing speed was extremely fast. Before Jiraiya could react, the snakehead suddenly lunged at Kitagawa Kida's neck, leaving the same heavenly curse mark as Sasuke's. Orochimaru smiled and looked at Jiraiya. You're still too naive. If you had dealt a fatal blow to me back then, I wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he stared at Orochimaru and asked, What did you do to Kid? Orochimaru didn't answer directly, only whispering into Kid's ear, I hope you live to see the day the ninja world is shaken. It will be very interesting then. You will be qualified to become the vessel for my resurrection. Kitagawa Kid said coldly, like her? Orochimaru glanced at Mitarashi Anko, her? She is my student, different from you all, After saying this, he turned and walked toward Kabuto. Because of Orochimaru's strange aura and the curse mark on Kid, no one dared to stop them. Orochimaru spoke, I know you care about him a lot. How about a deal? You serve me, and I'll release him and your foster mother, Yukushi Nono. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, then at Kitagawa Kid. What did you leave on Kid? Orochimaru answered, the heavenly curse mark, similar to the earth curse mark on Kimimaro. It can enhance strength. But it has a flaw. The flaw allows me to take over the body at any time, just like with my adorable student. All right. Kabuto agreed without hesitation, I want to talk to Kid Kitagawa alone. Does Lord Orochimaru have time? Orochimaru stepped aside. Kabuto walked step by step to Kid Kitagawa. I will serve under Orochimaru and prove my worth. Only then will he not harm you. Saying this, Kabuto took off his most treasured round glasses and handed them to Kid Kitagawa. You must stay alive, Kid. Live until the day you break the heavenly curse seal. I believe in you and in your connections, which can. Promise me you'll do this, okay? The future days, Sister Yanoyu, and the orphanage, I'll leave them in your care, Kid. I hope we can meet again. The afterglow of the sunset shone on Yukushi Do's face, also reflecting on his gradually receding figure. This road was destined to have no return, but Do still chose to move forward. He was always willing to sacrifice himself for others. I just wanted to conquer others. Why do I feel so sad? Is it because things didn't go as expected? Or because of his sacrifice? Kitagawa Kid stared at the round glasses in his hand, the most precious thing Do had given to him at parting. He knew that Toby was very likely not to return from this trip. Ironically, at this moment, Kitagawa Kid's email inbox suddenly lit up, an exclamation mark popping up. Received a thank you letter from Yukushi Toby. Thank you for everything you have done for me, your forever brother, Yukushi Toby. Attachment, starfruit contains a small amount of special substance, can enhance affinity with natural energy. 9-star favor reward, the final piece of the puzzle for cultivating immortal arts. I got everything I wanted, so why do I still feel empty inside? I should be happy, after all. Why is it like this? Kitagawa Kid clenched his fists tightly. He already knew the answer, but didn't know how to face it. He knew he could no longer indulge in this, but had to improve his strength, find a way to bring Kabuto back, and take revenge on the mastermind behind the scenes. Whether it was Orochimaru or those who wanted to harm Yanoyu, they were all enemies. The tragedy that started from the orphanage all originated from them. The culprit was undoubtedly Danzo. Orochimaru at least wouldn't kill Kabuto in a sense, he was Kabuto's teacher and guide. But Danzo was the one who truly wanted to kill. A burning heat surged in his mind, and the cursed seal on his neck began to change. A dark and evil aura poured out from the cursed seal, and the flame pattern spread across half of Kitagawa Kid's face. His anger activated the first form of the cursed seal. Are you okay? Jiraiya quickly tried to use a sealing technique to suppress this evil chakra, but was stopped by the hand extended by Kitagawa Kid. Lord Jiraiya, my condition is unprecedented. That's good, this is indeed a nice gift. Kita River Kid felt the newly gained power, just the light alone. The first form of the cursed seal greatly increased his power. The chakra he had originally depleted from the battle was completely restored. Familiar with the original work, Kitagawa Kid knew that the heavenly curse seal also had
A second form. The second form would grant him enhanced strength, speed, reflexes, chakra amount, and flight ability, almost a comprehensive enhancement.
The price of the curse seal was intense pain, but Kitagawa Kid, through long-term training with the 8 gates technique, had long since become immune to this pain. He could activate the curse seal form without pain.
Regarding the vessel that Orochimaru mentioned, there were too many powerful bloodline limits in the ninja world, and Orochimaru simply didn't care about them. Sasuke, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, could suppress Orochimaru in the mental world. Most of Orochimaru's vessels were brainwashed, and those with strong willpower could potentially counterattack. Kitagawa Kid smiled. Orochimaru's threat of the heavenly curse seal had instead become his cheat code. He even thought of a new way to use it, combining the heavenly curse seal with shadow clones and 8 gates training. His chakra limit only allowed for 13 shadow clones, but after opening the 8 gates, he could receive memories from more shadow clones. The first form's power was enough for extreme shadow clone use, and the second form's chakra burst might support ninjutsu training.
Whether in battle or training, the heavenly curse seal was a powerful aid. Kitagawa Kid told Jiraiya, "The curse seal left by Orochimaru causes pain when activated, but I can endure it, so there's no need to seal it." Jiraiya wanted to persuade him, but Kid was eager for power, and persuasion would only backfire. So he instead spoke of something important for Kid's future. "I saw your performance this time. Your strength far exceeds that of an ordinary chunin.
I think staying in the ninja academy is a waste of your talent. Kid, have you considered graduating early? I can help convince the teachers." Kitagawa Kid firmly refused. "Compared to becoming a ninja, I value my friends more.
Naruto and Sasuke are my brothers. I want to stay and wait for them. I hope we can all graduate early together."
Another reason Kid wanted to replace Sakura and join Team 7 was Kakashi. Kakashi was obsessed with missions and neglected self-improvement, and after becoming a ninja, Kid didn't want to repeat that mistake. There was ample time for training. He, Kitagawa Kid, could never train to the limit at midnight while on a mission, right?
Moreover, some missions assigned by the 3rd Hokage
could not be refused by Kitagawa Kid either. It's better to stay freely at the Ninja Academy.
He doesn't need too much combat experience right now. Instead,
he needs to build a solid foundation.
Baichuan Feng also believes in Naruto and Sasuke's talent. They will definitely pass the early graduation exam this year. This doesn't waste his time. Jiraiya didn't know Baichuan Feng's plan, but he felt relieved about Feng's choice. He originally thought this kid would be obsessed with power, eager to become stronger, but he didn't expect Feng to still put his friends first.
No wonder Naruto caused the 9 Tails to rampage because of Feng.
Only by cherishing everything in front of you can there be hope for the future.
I hope you remember this, Feng. I've been watching Naruto closely. He truly deserves to graduate early. Baichuan Feng asked, "Will Lord Jiraiya be our teacher?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Orochimaru has joined a mysterious organization. It's very dangerous, and Konoha doesn't know much about it. I have to investigate secretly."
After hearing this, Kainu Jiraiya would advise the 3rd Hokage to let them graduate early, leaving the Jonin instructor position vacant.
He excitedly said, "Lord Jiraiya, leave it to me, I won't make any mistakes."
Kakashi said nothing, just stared at Jiraiya.
Jiraiya said, "Kai, you can't control the 9 Tails, and you don't understand the Sharingan." Kai immediately retorted, "The 9 Tails is condensed chakra, I dare to kick it to death. As for the Sharingan, I know a young man named Uchiha Naruto. I'm especially good at teaching Naruto and Sasuke." Saying this, he patted Kid on the shoulder and winked, "Right, Kid?" Kakashi, hearing his friend's name called wrong, couldn't help but say, "Kai, his name is Uchiha Obito. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki is Naruto. Do you want to kick Naruto to death? Also, haven't you noticed that Kitagawa Kid is best at ninjutsu and genjutsu? You don't know any of those."
Kai looked at Kakashi in confusion, thinking he usually doesn't talk much. Why suddenly so much?
Could it be?
Kai stared at Kakashi's eyes in shock. "You wouldn't?
You want to teach Kid and the others, Kakashi?" Kakashi smiled slightly. "I am the 4th Hokage's student. Minato's student, perfectly suited to teach Naruto. I also have the Sharingan, the only one in the village who can wield Uchiha power. I have a famous title in the ninja world. Copy Ninja. I know over 1,000 jutsu, and I am also quite skilled in genjutsu." Jiraiya also planned to entrust Kid and Naruto to Kakashi. Kakashi is truly the Hokage's top disciple and Minato's most outstanding student. No one is more suitable to serve as the Jonin instructor for Kid's team. Jiraiya saw through Kakashi's intentions, chuckled a few times, and then left with Kitagawa Kid. This trouble, let the old man handle it after all. Appointing the Jonin instructor is also his responsibility. The two of them arrived at the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage, Danzo, and two elders were present. As soon as Jiraiya entered, he complained, "Old man, you really give me a headache." His gaze did not fall on the third Hokage but fixed on Danzo. Orochimaru insisted on taking Yakushi Kabuto and even kidnapped the orphanage director Yakushi Nono. The third Hokage asked, "Aren't they all in the Umbu?" Jiraiya sneered, "Where did Orochimaru get the intel to forcibly take Kabuto?" It also caused trouble for Kid. Danzo's face turned ashen, and Jiraiya continued to expose, the intelligence leak itself is absurd. After Orochimaru escaped, someone even assassinated Yakushi Nono. Respected Hokage's assistant, the leader of Root, the dark mastermind of the ninja world, Elder Danzo. Kitagawa Kid was shocked. He had thought that after Kabuto's deal with Orochimaru, Nono was safe, but he never expected Root to send someone to assassinate him. To completely control the orphanage and the Uchiha legacy, Danzo would go to such extremes. The orphanage and Nono were entrusted to him by Kabuto. How could he not be anxious and angry? Jiraiya smiled at Kitagawa Kid, mocking Danzo. "Fortunately, I sent people in time, or the enemy country's Umbu would have already been killing in the village." "What a pity, what a pity." Danzo slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Jiraiya and shouting angrily, "What right do you have to lecture me? I bear all the darkness of Konoha. You, Jiraiya, a person indifferent to the village, what right do you have to criticize me?" Jiraiya angrily retorted, "You bear it? You dare to bear it? Why don't you try sitting in the Hokage's seat? You just let yourself conduct human experiments, turning the orphanage. Children into spies, emotionless killing. Tools, right?" Danzo naturally said, "Everything I have done is for Konoha. What do you, a junior, understand?" The third Hokage shook his pipe, expressionless. "Danzo, if you want to venture emotions, then leave. Here. It's the Hokage's office. I am the Hokage." Danzo knew the matter was exposed and that he was in the wrong. He stared intently at Jiraiya, then glanced at that naturally evil little brat, Kitagawa Kid. With a bang, he turned and left. The third Hokage took a deep drag of his pipe, trying hard to calm himself. He re-examined Kitagawa Kid. Regarding the orphanage incident, Kid had completely betrayed Danzo. Moreover, Kid was Jiraiya's successor and was already considered one of their own. The third Hokage gently asked Kitagawa Kid about Orochimaru, "You weren't hurt, right?" Kitagawa Kid revealed the cursed seal on his neck. "Grandpa Hokage, this is the mark Orochimaru left on me, and it could threaten my life at any time." The third Hokage was silent for a moment and said, "I will arrange for the sealing squad to take a look and see if they can help you break or seal it." Kita River Kid sought sympathy and suddenly activated the Crimson Eye. The crimson light blossomed in his pupils. The third Hokage was stunned for a second and looked at him in surprise. These eyes were very special, like the blood dragon eye, but completely different. They were purely crimson, as pure as the Byakugan. Kid chose to be honest about the crimson eye at this point. He could no longer hide it. He took the opportunity before Jiraiya spoke to show his trust in the third Hokage. He also demonstrated his potential and value. Kid said, "Grandfather Hokage, to be honest with you, I unexpectedly awakened a new bloodline limit. I call it the Crimson Eye, which grants me dynamic vision comparable to the Sharingan. This allows me to wield Chidori like the Sharingan." After saying this, he began to make a request. "Hokage Grandpa, I'm very worried about Sister Yanoyu. I'm afraid she might encounter danger again in the future." Kid's confession made the third Hokage fully realize that he had betrayed Danzo and sided with him. Kid was afraid of retaliation after his betrayal and wanted to ask through Yakushi Yanoyu if he could protect her. The third Hokage said, "The orphanage belongs to Konoha, and you are also a member of Konoha. I will personally warn Danzo. Rest assured, this kind of thing will not happen again." The third Hokage made a promise in front of Jiraiya, which meant that unless he fell out with the third Hokage, Danzo would not harm Yanoyu or the orphanage. Kitagawa Kid had basically fulfilled Kabuto's request. But promises are meaningless. Only having control over oneself guarantees security. Only by being strong enough can one truly protect Yanoyu and the orphanage. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly interrupted and said, "Old man, Kid was the one who helped me repel Orochimaru. And he also paid a heavy price. See? Jiraiya was trying to curry favor for me?" Kitagawa Kid immediately realized Jiraiya's goodwill. The third Hokage looked at Kitagawa Kid. "Do you still remember the Book of Seals you looked at last time?" Kitagawa Kid nodded. "It contains a lot of records. Powerful ninjutsu."
The third Hokage asked, have you heard of the second and the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God?
Flying Thunder God?
A flicker of excitement appeared in Kitagawa Kida's eyes but quickly vanished.
Flying Thunder God requires exceptional talent.
Ebisu's old teammate, Shiranui Gunma, was one of the three chosen by Minato from many Konoha ninjas, and even they had only just begun to grasp the basics of Flying Thunder God.
Kitagawa Kid knew his talent was insufficient and that he had almost no hope.
The third Hokage observed his expression and smiled, saying, you can give it a try.
If it doesn't work out, you can switch to something else. That is the true Book of Seals.
Hearing that he could switch to something else, Kitagawa Kid naturally had no objections.
On one hand,
he wanted to test whether he had the talent for Flying Thunder God. On the other hand, a strange idea began to form in his mind. He had received the star fruit from Kabuto, which enhances Senjutsu talent, so perhaps it could also awaken Flying Thunder God talent. So who in the village might have the potential for Flying Thunder God? Shiranui Ganma, Nabiki Rai, and Tsuya Iwashi all had limited talent. Even combined, it might not be enough. The remaining possibilities were Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto. It is well known that Kakashi inherited Obito's Kamui. Both Kamui and Flying Thunder God are spacetime ninjutsu, so it's not impossible for Flying Thunder God talent to appear in him. Sasuke's Rinnegan also involves spacetime manipulation, so he too has potential for Flying Thunder God. As for Naruto, being Minato's son, it's only natural he inherited the Flying Thunder God talent. Unless it skipped a generation, but according to the 93-31 rule, he should have a recessive Flying Thunder God gene. It's impossible that he inherited it from Hinata.
And all three are in Team 7.
Jiraiya said I might replace Sakura and become a member of Team 7. Kitagawa Kid thought, the best chance to learn Flying Thunder God is right here, and unexpectedly, there's an added bonus.
Kitagawa Kid receives training in Flying Thunder God from the third Hokage. After the scroll, he looked at Jiraiya with anticipation. At this moment, Jiraiya happened to want to mention Kitagawa Kid and the others. Graduating early.
Old man, you should know that Kid has mastered quite a few A-rank ninjutsu, right?
Chidori, Rasengan, Dark Arts Technique, these are definitely not something a Ninja Academy student can master.
Also B-rank ninjutsu like Shadow Clone and Genjutsu Tree Binding Kill, and quite a few practical C and D rank ninjutsu as well.
B, C, D. Kid's strength can definitely be considered at the ninja level.
Third Hokage, are you saying, let Kid graduate early? The third Hokage had a rough understanding of Kitagawa Kid's abilities. His ninja body and Genjutsu had both reached the Chunin level, only lacking combat experience, making him an elite Chunin.
Among the Chunin, Kitagawa Kid had almost no weaknesses. Logically, such an outstanding student should have graduated early already.
Beside him, Mito Munin reminded, Hizashi, Kakashi, and Itachi all graduated early in their first year. The third Hokage certainly knew this, but he preferred to keep Kid by Naruto's side.
Ninjas who graduate early are assigned to teams lacking genin.
If Kid graduated early, he would have new teammates, which would not be conducive to building a deep bond with Naruto. Seeing the third Hokage hesitate, Jiraiya smiled and said, old man, why not let Naruto and Sasuke graduate early too?
Naruto has already learned Summoning Jutsu, Rasengan, and Shadow Clone. Sasuke can also use Shadow Clones and is capable of a rank ninjutsu Chidori.
Students who graduated early before were not as powerful as they are. The third Hokage knew this, but as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto needed to stay in the village most of the time to protect himself. Seeing the third Hokage hesitate, Kitagawa Kid spoke up, Hokage Grandpa, Kakashi-senpai is willing to be our guiding jonin. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya, who gave a knowing glance. The third Hokage fell into deep thought. Whether it was to deepen the bond between Kid and Naruto, form a strong team, or let Kakashi walk in the sunlight, all were good ideas. Moreover, with Kakashi as the guide, Naruto's safety would also be guaranteed. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. It's decided then. Kid, go back tonight and remind Naruto and Sasuke about graduating early. Tell your teacher Ebisu tomorrow morning, I will arrange the examiner. I will personally come for the early graduation assessment. Leaving the Hokage's office, Kitagawa Kid asked Jiraiya, Lord Jiraiya, when you fought Orochimaru, you had toad features on your body.
Did you activate the Mount Mayaboko Senjutsu? You want to learn Senjutsu?
Jiraiya immediately saw Kid's intention. He didn't refuse directly, but instead,
smiling somewhat exaggeratedly, he said, Kid boy, Senjutsu isn't that easy to learn, you know.
Only those with extraordinary talent
can master it. For example, me. Like Orochimaru and Tsunade, who are not as talented as I am. They simply can't learn Senjutsu. As for you, just dream about it.
Although Jiraiya said this, he only thought that Kid was being too presumptuous.
Training in senjutsu was full of dangers. Without talent, you really could die. Even the seemingly safe senjutsu of Mount Mayaboku is dangerous.
A slight mistake during training can turn you into a petrified toad statue. Jiraiya has seen the statues of those who failed, and recalling his own reckless actions back then still sends chills down his spine.
He didn't have the talent like Minato. Kitagawa Kid holds the star fruit and firmly believes in his own abilities.
He can't be worse than Jiraiya, after all, he inherited some of Kabuto's powers.
However, Jiraiya hasn't agreed to teach him yet, so Kitagawa Kid can only try to test him with charm. Bang!
Jiraiya's favorite twin-tailed beautiful girl blew him a kiss and said, "Lord Jiraiya, please teach me senjutsu.
You are the #1 senjutsu master in the ninja world, you can definitely teach me."
Jiraiya admitted he had been conquered by her, but he hadn't completely surrendered yet. He was infatuated with beauty, giving Kitagawa Kid an opportunity. "It's not impossible, but I have to ask the great toad sage first. He can prophesy in dreams. Later, I'll help you draw a fortune slip to see if you have a chance to cultivate immortality."
The great toad sage? Kitagawa Kid knew that was Gamamaru, the founder of Mount Mayaboku, who had existed since the era of the Six-Path Sage.
Gamamaru had given out talismans and even predicted that Naruto would face a major choice involving the tailed beasts, would encounter the octopus 8 tails Jinchuriki killer bee, and would have to confront his own darkness.
Later, when Naruto went to train on Turtle Island, Gamamaru's prophecy was confirmed. Kitagawa Kid, who possesses the fruit of the stars, is not afraid of the prophecy of the toad pill. Regardless of what the future holds, as an otherworldly demon, he simply does not believe in any predetermined fate. After saying goodbye to Jiraiya, Kitagawa Kid headed straight towards Konoha Hospital. The light in Naruto's hospital room was still on, and on the table beside his bed, there were quite a few fresh flowers. It looks like quite a few people came to visit Naruto today. From the beginning, when hardly anyone cared about Naruto, to now, the number of people who recognize him has increased quite a bit. Kitagawa Kid then noticed Sasuke, who was reading by the bedside, and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come visit that rascal, huh? What's up with that? Don't underestimate me, Kid. Naruto and I are friends."
"I came as soon as I heard Naruto was injured," Sasuke replied, pouting. Although they often bicker and compete, after all, they are brothers. When Sasuke was injured, Kid and Naruto rushed to visit him immediately. Seeing Sasuke's adorable pouting face, Kitagawa Kid smiled and casually sat on the hospital bed, looking at Naruto and said,
"Feeling much better today? Does it still hurt?" "Yeah, I feel like I can continue training tomorrow." Naruto nodded. He asked Kid, somewhat puzzled, "What exactly happened yesterday?"
"I only remember a big fox saying that if he temporarily controlled my body, he could save you."
"Yesterday, huh?" Kitagawa Kid recalled the day the Nine Tails rampaged.
Looking back now, he finally understood his own feelings. Kid looked at Naruto, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You unleashed a powerful force to save me. But next time, don't do something so foolish again.
That big fox inside you is not a good thing.
You have to learn to tame it, not be controlled by it."
"Huh? That guy isn't like a pet that can be tamed,"
Naruto muttered quietly, recalling the terrifying figure of the Nine Tails. But Kid's words stayed in his mind. Naruto was not someone who gave up easily. He remembered that he once made the Nine Tails pay rent, and the fox actually did. Although the Nine Tails did it for himself, at least it was negotiable, not completely unreasonable.
Maybe there was still hope. Kid and Naruto spoke in riddles, and Sasuke couldn't understand.
But he instinctively felt the situation was serious. He had asked Naruto before but got no answer.
So he turned to Kitagawa Kid. "What exactly happened yesterday? What happened to Naruto?"
Kid glanced at Sasuke and chose to be honest. 7 against 1 came after me. To avoid dragging Naruto into it, I voluntarily went with him. Later, after a 1 against 7 fight where I was beaten badly, Naruto unleashed a powerful force. After the 1 against 7 fight, he inexplicably left.
1 against 7. Sasuke clenched his fists, anger rising at the mention of that name.
This person not only wouldn't let him go, but also wouldn't spare Kid.
"I will definitely kill him. No one can threaten us." Sasuke's determination was firm. Looking at Sasuke's resolute eyes, Kitagawa Kid sighed inwardly. Speaking of which, Itachi took the initiative to approach him, except for taking revenge by beating him up badly and leaving behind a transcription seal. Even though Itachi still hadn't fully protected him, Kitagawa Kid was facing the legendary survival king of the ninja world, Orochimaru. Even the death god, the ten-fist sword, could not completely trap Orochimaru. Kitagawa Kid felt complicated emotions toward Itachi and decided to bring up the main matter. He smiled and said, "Let me tell you some good news, Hokage Grandpa. Sees us as outstanding and is willing to give us the chance to graduate early." Graduate early? Sasuke's eyes lit up. As Itachi's younger brother, he understood the importance of early graduation the most. His and Kitagawa Kid's revenge plan was to follow Itachi's path, graduate early first, then defeat him. Early graduation is the first step. Naruto listened very carefully, asking with confusion and concern, "Does graduating early mean we can graduate earlier than others? After graduation, can we still be together like we are now?" "I heard that after graduation, everyone might be assigned to different teams." Sasuke also became nervous after hearing this. He would rather carry out missions alone than deal with foolish teammates. His ideal partners were only Kid and Naruto. Kitagawa Kid noticed their concerns and understood them. Unexpectedly, the seventh squad hadn't even been formed yet, but the bond was already established. "That's right. Maple's ideal partners are also Naruto and Sasuke. Don't worry, graduating early was arranged for us by Lord Jiraiya. Does Senior Kakashi know about this? If all goes well, we'll be placed in the same class, and Kakashi will be the teacher." Hearing that they wouldn't separate, Naruto laughed happily. "Looks like the lecherous sage is still useful. I reluctantly forgave him for what happened at the cliff last time." Sasuke was also excited, but he was more concerned about a major matter. "Kakashi? Kid, are you talking about that non-Uchiha who transplanted the three Tomo Sharingan, Hatake Kakashi?" "Yes." Kitagawa Kid nodded. "With Kakashi's guidance, you can better understand the secrets of the Sharingan. For example, the evolution of the Sharingan. Senior Kakashi evolved from the 2 Tomo to the 3 Tomo. His use of the Sharingan is very strong. He can teach you a lot." Naruto asked excitedly, "So what can Kakashi teach me? Is there a ninjutsu stronger than the Rasengan?" Kitagawa Kid thought for a moment and said, Your strongest moves are the Rasengan, the giant Rasengan, and various fancy Rasengan techniques. The rest are sage arts and shadow clones. Except for the shadow clones, the others were all taught by Jiraiya. To be honest, there isn't anything stronger." Naruto's face immediately fell, and he couldn't help but complain, "I told you, this guy can't compare to Teacher Kai. At least Teacher Kai can teach me 8 types of ninjutsu." Kita River Kid chuckled awkwardly a few times. Actually, Kakashi is still quite useful. For example, using the Sharingan to help stabilize the 9 tails inside Naruto. But at the moment, he didn't know this, so it was hard to say it outright. Kita River Kid comforted him. "Senior Kakashi is a ninja very skilled in tactics. You can learn from Kakashi's practical combat experience." Although he said this, Kita River Kid understood that Naruto was surprised. Type ninja, unexpectedly discovering tactics without needing to learn. Night, Mayaboku Mountain. Jiraiya was summoned by the reverse summoning technique and immediately saw the great Toad Sage. Toad Maru was sitting on a stone chair, eyes half closed, unclear whether asleep or awake. The outline of the future becomes blurred in dreams. The ninja world seems to be facing many changes. The great Toad Sage spoke slowly, his mysterious words instantly capturing Jiraiya's attention. Fortunately, he was awake, Jiraiya thought to himself. Just as he was about to mention Kitagawa Kid, the great Toad Sage continued. "I have long known your purpose in my dreams. The new contract holder will eventually master sage techniques. Everything is predestined." After staying with Naruto for a while, Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke returned home together. After Orochimaru left, Konoha returned to peace, so there was naturally no need to continue living with Naruto. Kitagawa Kid still had some secrets about the system that had to be kept confidential. Just after returning home, he used sensory ninjutsu to confirm that no one was inside before taking out the starfruit. Just simply increasing the talent cap, not sure what will happen after taking it. He looked at the fist-sized starfruit in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation. Besides the taste being good, there doesn't seem to be any special reaction. Something's wrong. Baikawa Kid closed his eyes and calmed his mind, carefully sensing his surroundings. The wind gently brushed the leaves, the sound of insects echoed through the grass, and the distant noise of the night market slowly drifted over. My perception has clearly improved a lot. Cultivating immortal arts requires meditation and sitting quietly to capture natural energy. Talent is probably the ability to sense nature. He pondered in his heart, suddenly feeling the curse mark on his neck begin to stir. The black flame pattern gradually spread to his face. Is this caused by natural energy? Could it be that I unconsciously absorbed natural energy, causing the curse mark to go berserk?
Baikawa Kid deeply understood the essence of the curse mark developed by Jugo. The energy stored within the curse mark actually comes from natural energy. The reason for the sudden outbreak was also very simple. Similar to Chongwu, it's just the unconscious absorption of natural energy. It's caused by absorbing too much. Maybe it's because I perceive nature unconsciously assisting the cursed seal in absorbing natural energy. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Baichuan Feng's mind. Since his meditation can assist the cursed seal in absorbing natural energy and activating the cursed seal can amplify his own chakra. He completely separated a shadow clone, meditated himself, then used the chakra supplemented by the cursed seal to continue creating shadow clones. Baikawa Kid once again activated the 8 gates technique, preparing to receive memories. Genius. Discharged from the hospital. He is a highly diligent practitioner, and the timing is just right to continue his training. When activating the first form of the curse seal, Baikawa Kid could create up to 20 shadow clones at his limit, but to ensure they could practice ninjutsu, he only created 5. After creating the shadow clones, he immediately began meditating. Sure enough, the chakra depleted by the cursed seal was quickly replenished. Baikawa Kid then created 10 more shadow clones, dedicating them to studying the Flying Thunder God technique scroll. The scroll recorded Tobarama and Minato's insights on the Flying Thunder God, especially Minato's realizations. The Flying Thunder God not only involves space-time manipulation but also sealing techniques. Kitagawa Kid's sealing techniques were still at a beginner level, but his family had quite a few related books hidden away. Inside the house, a dozen Kitagawa Kids were busy separately, with clear and orderly division of labor. At 11:30 p.m., he activated the 8 gates technique, retrieving the memories of each shadow clone one by one. Learning efficiency increased by half. Praise Uncle Orochimaru. Thinking about how all these benefits came from Orochimaru, he couldn't help but smile. His sleep also became deep and instant. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Kitagawa Kid got up on time. After training today, he planned to go to school and tell teacher Ebisu that he wanted to graduate early. The third Hokage would arrange the assessment. But first, keep the habit of checking the email and the divination channel. Received an apology letter from Jiraiya in the email. Sorry, I couldn't protect you yesterday. If I had dealt a fatal blow to Orochimaru from the start, maybe you and Kabuto wouldn't have ended up like that. Bonus, fire release great fireball. So Lord Jiraiya actually feels very guilty. Last night, I didn't notice anything unusual about him. Now that I think about it, Jiraiya confronting Danzo and helping himself might have been driven by guilt. He looked at the favorability rating again, 2 stars. To have such rapid progress, it must be closely related to him being Jiraiya's successor. Yesterday's guilt was just an emotional catalyst, like how my fondness skyrocketed after parting with the pharmacist Do. B rank fire release ninjutsu, using chakra to refine oil held in the mouth, then releasing fire release. It's very similar to the Great Fireball technique, but the key to this technique lies in using chakra to refine the oil. Kitagawa Kid came to the courtyard to try it out. With Jiraiya's experience passed down, the Great Fireball technique was surpassed once. Its power 10 times that of the Great Fireball technique. But the startup time is relatively long, requiring chakra to be refined into oil and stored in the mouth in advance. Practical combat requires certain tactical arrangements. If Kitagawa Kid remembers correctly, the Great Flame Bomb can be combined with fairy techniques. It can also be combined with the oil spit out by the toad, making it even more powerful. This ninjutsu is pretty good, it can totally be an upgraded version of the Great Fireball. Kitagawa Kid was very satisfied with the effect of the Great Flame Bomb. Seeing the yard in a mess, he decided to stop, so as not to repeat the disaster that Chidori caused to his family. He turned on the divination channel on the TV and heard Velvic happily say, "The spirits are in a good mood today, you will have good luck." Sure enough, it was a lucky day in Stardew Valley, looking forward to good things happening. After training with teacher Kai for more than an hour, Kitagawa Kid returned to school after half a month. He walked into teacher Ebisu's office as if he were very familiar with the place. "Rushitsu, I brought you a gift." As soon as he entered, he placed the gift box on the desk. But Ebisu was not as happy as the last time he received a gift. Instead, he wore a faint sadness. "Rao, sure, this is your favorite Intimate Paradise signed edition. I specially asked Lord Jiraiya for his autograph." Ebisu sighed, "You know I've already succeeded in quitting my bad habits. You didn't skip class today, it was for that matter, right?" "What's skipping class?" "Rao, sure, you're wronging a good person." Kitagawa Kid got excited as soon as he heard the words skipping class. I had a shadow clone attend class for me. The knowledge learned is exactly the same. How is that skipping class?
You're wronging me.
Kitagawa Kid deliberately didn't mention graduating early, and as usual, talked nonsense with a serious face.
Ebisu couldn't help but laugh. I'll count it as you attending class.
If Kai hadn't consulted me, I would have already spanked you but with a ruler, you little rascal. Kitagawa Kid smiled, but Ebisu took the initiative to bring up the main issue. Last night the Hokage contacted me. He knows about your early graduation. I specifically requested to be your examiner, so today we have to have a good competition.
So, how about it, a surprise?
Equals 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 equals.
Prison wet, you're going to be the examiner? Beichuan Feng looked at Ebisu with some strangeness and suspicion. Looking down on my strength as a teacher?
Ebisu smiled.
Have you forgotten who taught you the body flicker technique, Great Fireball, and Shadow Clone? Don't think that just because you've gained some skills you can defeat me.
I, Ebisu, am a special jonin. I can even go toe-to-toe with Konoha SS rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. Your teacher's strength hasn't diminished since the old days.
Yes,
yes. You must let me participate when the time comes. Although Kitagawa Kid felt a bit nervous about 1 against 7, he still went along with the conversation. After all, once he became a genin of Konoha, opportunities to see teacher Ebisu would be rare. The times he used shadow clones would also be fewer.
They chatted in the office for a long time.
Soon, Naruto shouted loudly, "Kid! The Hokage Grandpa is here, hurry and get ready."
Kitagawa Kid and Ebisu exchanged a glance and walked out of the office. He immediately noticed Naruto and Sasuke standing beside Iraka.
The injury from the day before yesterday won't affect you, right, that guy?
Kitagawa Kid teased with a smile.
Naruto was defiant. Don't underestimate me. I'll definitely be able to form a big Rasengan and pass smoothly. Although he said this, he was still nervous about the early graduation exam. Since entering the Ninja Academy to learn ninjutsu, he had very few real combat experiences, mostly just sparring with Kid and Sasuke. Afraid of failure, he worried about dragging Kid and Sasuke down. They had agreed to become genin together, forming the strongest bond to fight side by side. Sasuke was also very nervous. This exam meant a lot to him, not just the bond with Kid and Naruto, but also his intense desire for revenge. After all, 1 against 7 was also a ninja who graduated early in the first year, and he wanted to be better than Itachi. They're here. The three arrived at the arena, where the third Hokage and many teachers were already present.
I'll go first. Kitagawa Kid took the lead without hesitation and stepped forward.
Ebisu teleported to the duel arena and smiled at the students. It's been a long time since I taught you real combat. This is the last lesson, so stop using those ridiculous shadow clones to get by.
Kitagawa Kid was excited. Defeating Ebisu meant a lot to him. Students always want to surpass their teachers.
He wanted to prove that he had graduated and also show the whole school how excellent teacher Ebisu's students were.
In the spectator stands, all eyes were focused on Kitagawa Kid.
The arrival of the third Hokage attracted half the school's teachers and many students.
Kitagawa Kid was not well known at the Ninja Academy. His greatest achievement was defeating the Hyuga prodigy Neji.
Everyone was curious about what gave him the confidence to graduate early. The third Hokage looked at Kitagawa Kid's youthful yet mature face and smiled as he said to Jiraiya beside him, "Before you came, this Kid had already shown enough
excellence.
Now it seems, perhaps only Minato can surpass him."
Jiraiya shook his head. Minato wasn't this outstanding at his age.
The third Hokage smiled and said, "Being outstanding in youth
does not necessarily mean one will remain so in the future."
Kakashi was much more talented than Minato back then, but his current achievements are not as great as Minato's. The third Hokage began analyzing the situation. Ebisu
may be a special jonin, but Kitagawa Kid's ninjutsu and genjutsu are very strong. If you're not careful, you'll be easily deceived by his genjutsu.
Suddenly, the third Hokage's nose started bleeding profusely, and a look of admiration flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. On the dueling ground, several beauties suddenly appeared. This is the art of the harem.
Hakafang, you guy. Ebisu hadn't reacted yet when he was hit.
He was struggling to steady his mind, but the true form hidden among the beauties had already cast an illusion.
Darkness walking technique. Ebisu's vision instantly plunged into darkness. When his sight returned, Kitagawa Kid's Chidori was already stabbing into his back.
The thunderous screech seemed to warn that the student could strike from behind at any moment. Using a technique to attract attention, the true body hidden in the shadow clone, secretly casting the darkness walking technique.
Targeting weaknesses, skillfully using tactics to resolve the battle. Kid, you've really grown a lot. Ebisu looked back at Kitagawa Kid, full of emotion.
Suddenly, he complained again. But how can you use this kind of ninjutsu in public, starting the match with the strongest genjutsu?
You really don't hold back at all.
Kita River Kid smiled and pointed to the third Hokage in the audience, whispering.
Anyway, it's not just you who's embarrassed. Facing the teacher with your strongest form is a sign of respect.
Ebisu glanced at the third Hokage on the stage, feeling that the Hokage seemed out of control. He then glanced at the idol Jiraiya, thinking to himself, they really are the same kind of people. Ebisu solemnly took out a rectangular gift box, opened it to reveal a Konoha ninja forehead protector.
From today on, you are a true ninja.
Kita River Kid stared at the forehead protector, momentarily stunned. He actually didn't care much about being a ninja, but he felt the weight of being a ninja from Ebisu. He hesitated about where to wear the forehead protector. Forehead?
Neck? Arm?
In the end, Ebisu personally placed the forehead protector on his forehead.
This looks much cooler. Ebisu looked at Kitagawa Kid with satisfaction, his eyes even moist. He turned around, back to Kitagawa Kid, and said, Kid, you are the best student I have ever taught. Your name will sooner or later echo throughout the entire ninja world. I look forward to that day. When that time comes, I'll treat you to a drink. Ebisu left, knowing that there would be new teachers in the future. Teaching Feng, that teacher must be even more outstanding than him.
But he wanted to leave something for Beichuan Feng. For example, a beautiful memory, the expectations of a teacher.
Remember to bring enough money, sensei, I only drink the expensive stuff.
Beichuan Feng's voice carried over, and Ebisu noticeably quickened his pace.
I'm kidding. Sensei. I'll definitely treat you to the most expensive drink then. Beichuan Feng shouted, not knowing if Lasher heard it.
At this moment, Naruto also took the stage.
His opponent was Iraka.
As soon as Naruto appeared, he saluted his senior and began to perform ninjutsu. Besides making the third Hokage and Jiraiya swoon again, Iraka's face was covered with dark lines.
However, the big ball Naruto finally formed, combined with his rapid fire technique, earned Iraka's approval. Compared to the unruliness of Kitagawa Kid and Naruto, Sasuke's fight seemed much more normal.
He analyzed the surrounding environment, formulated a strategy, and used the Sharingan and Chidori to narrowly defeat Iraka. In the end, he also gained Iraka's recognition.
It seems you have all earned the examiner's approval. Kakashi, holding a book titled Intimate Paradise, walked up to Kitagawa Kid and the other two. I have some bad news for you.
We belong to the 7th squad, and there is a tradition here.
You are only considered true ninjas once you have my approval.
After saying this, Kakashi took out a bell and gently shook it.
There are too many people here, it's not suitable for fighting. Follow me.
As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he used the body flicker technique to take them away instantly. Naruto grumbled loudly, Teacher Kakashi runs so fast, he doesn't even wait for us.
That's the teacher's test, let's hurry. Sasuke saw through Kakashi's intention at a glance. But he didn't immediately follow, instead glancing at Kitagawa Kid. Let's go, don't let Teacher Kakashi underestimate us.
Kitagawa Kid also used the body flicker technique, quickly catching up to Kakashi, while Naruto and Sasuke struggled to keep up. Although they had trained under Kitagawa Kid, Kakashi did not regard them as genin, but rather as chunin level. Soon, they arrived at the third training ground.
Getting my approval is simple. Whoever can snatch the 2 bells from my hand can join the team.
Kakashi held Hot Paradise in one arm and shook the bells with the other, looking somewhat lazy.
Naruto and Sasuke looked at Kitagawa Kid simultaneously and said in unison, Kid, what if there are only 2 bells? It's simple. Kitagawa Kid smiled slightly, we just switched jobs. Not only was Naruto stunned, Kakashi even more so. Even the love paradise was put away. Jump jobs at the slightest disagreement? Why are you so unpredictable? This isn't the time to doubt our bond, right?
Kitagawa Kid said matter-of-factly, we are sworn brothers, we agreed to set out together. Since Senior Kakashi is trying to break us apart, at worst. We're done playing, let us go find Teacher Kai.
Teacher Kai would be more than happy to be our Jonin instructor. Hearing Kai's name, Kakashi frowned.
It's rare for students to switch teams voluntarily, but these three have special statuses. If they really switched, Lord Hokage would definitely assign new members to replace them. It wouldn't be Kai, someone else would take the spot. While Kakashi was hesitating, Kitagawa Kid took the initiative and suggested, Senpai Kakashi, how about we qualify if the three of us manage to grab all the bells?
Kakashi thought for a moment and finally agreed, alright. Kitagawa Kid then said, can you give us some time to discuss tactics? After all, this is our first time cooperating. 3 minutes.
Kakashi agreed promptly and even stepped away, showing the demeanor of a seasoned expert. Kitagawa Kid immediately discussed with Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto, use your shadow clones to cover us.
Sasuke, you and I will both transform into Naruto. Naruto struggled to understand Kitagawa Kid's intention, but Sasuke already understood, I get it. I need to attract Kakashi's attention to create an opportunity for you to use your genjutsu, right?
That's right.
Kitagawa Kid nodded. The tactic is simple, leverage strengths and avoid weaknesses.
Kakashi is experienced but has limited chakra and stamina. Naruto has a lot of chakra and uses shadow clones to wear Kakashi down. He and Sasuke transform and hide to avoid being discovered by Kakashi first. After all, transformation techniques are easier to detect than shadow clones. Kakashi can't find the real Naruto, so he has to deal with himself and Sasuke first.
Kitagawa Kid poses the greatest threat. He must stay hidden and wait for the perfect moment to strike a fatal blow.
Naruto didn't fully understand the plan and was busy using shadow clones to grab the bells. Kakashi was surrounded by Naruto's clones.
Want to drain my chakra? Not bad.
Kakashi eliminated the shadow clones while searching for Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke. But he soon realized that the two were hiding inside Naruto using transformation jutsu. Fresh graduates are this difficult to deal with.
Kakashi sighed inwardly.
She had no choice but to reveal the Sharingan hidden beneath his ninja headband. Compared to sensory ninjutsu, the Sharingan is better at seeing through transformation techniques.
Found one. Kakashi immediately found Sasuke. Sasuke's transformation technique was not as good as Kitagawa Kid's, but Sasuke was already prepared to sacrifice. The moment he sensed
the Sharingan aimed at him, he gathered
the lightning of Chidori in his hand. Using my own technique against me? Did you pay the copyright fee? Kakashi chuckled a little. With the keen insight of the three-tomo Sharingan, he quickly grabbed Sasuke's wrist. Your Chidori is not mature enough yet. Sasuke smiled and said, indeed, it's not as good as Senior Kakashi's, but look behind you.
3 Narutos were rushing over, forming Rasengan.
Teacher Minato's Rasengan, looks like I have to take this seriously.
Kakashi began forming hand signs, and a Chidori gathered in his hand.
My Chidori has cut through lightning before, it's called Raikiri. Watch closely, learn well. HM?
Just as he was about to deal with Naruto, his expression suddenly changed.
Lord Tobirama's dark technique is coming. The shadow clone helping Naruto form the Rasengan suddenly transformed into the form of Kitagawa Kid. Their eyes met, the genjutsu instantly activated, and the battle reached a stalemate. Kitagawa Kid quietly approached Kakashi from behind and took the bell from his waist. This is Lord Tobirama's secret technique specifically designed against the Uchiha. As long as you fight using the Sharingan, it's easy to fall for it. Kakashi-senpai, this time you lost wholeheartedly. Not even the naturally powerful Uchiha Itachi could withstand Lord Tobirama's punishment.
Kitagawa Kid suddenly showed a sly smile. Let's end this battle completely with this technique. Forming hand seals with both hands, he used it on Kakashi. Kanoa Taijutsu secret technique 1000 years of death.
Kakashi immediately felt unbearable pain, turned around glaring at Kitagawa Kid, utterly speechless. Where did you learn this move? Kitagawa Kid sneered, fight fire with fire.
This move was learned from Kakashi's 1000 years of death used on Naruto. He was tricked by this move when he was a child. Now it was time for revenge. But he didn't say any of this. Instead, he betrayed Teacher Guy, Might Guy. Hearing that name, Kakashi gritted his teeth. Guy is such a lousy teacher.
Teaching students recklessly. What kind of teacher teaches such a bizarre ninjutsu? Kitagawa Kid almost burst out laughing.
To change the subject, he quickly returned the bell to Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, how would you rate our tactical cooperation?
Kakashi snorted coldly, sneaky. Too sneaky. I knew from the start you were hiding a trick. You deliberately made me reveal my Sharingan, so you could find an opportunity to use genjutsu through eye contact, right? equals 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 equals. Kitagawa Kid nodded, whether it was the transformation technique or
Sasuke, it was all to make Kakashi reveal his Sharingan in battle.
As long as you fight using the Sharingan, eye contact is unavoidable. Kitagawa Kid exploited Naruto's weakness of having a large chakra reserve to force Kakashi into a quick battle.
Then, using Sasuke's Chidori to attract his attention, he created an opportunity for himself. Although Kakashi saw through Kid's tactics, he found it difficult to counter immediately. The Sharingan and ninjutsu sword techniques were his strengths, but his small chakra reserve was a fatal flaw.
Naruto's large chakra pool weakened his advantage.
Kakashi muttered to himself, the strategy designed by Lord Tobirama is so cunning, specifically targeting the Sharingan.
Truly impressive.
A gentle breeze blew, bells jingled, and Kakashi recalled something, smiling, you worked well together.
I'm making an exception and agreeing to let you join Team 7. Naruto jumped up excitedly, Kid, we're finally in Team 7. Our bond is the strongest, even Kakashi-sensei can't beat us.
Kakashi scolded Naruto with a stern face, you made the most mistakes in this battle. Sasuke coordinated with Kid to use Genjutsu, but you recklessly charged in with your true body.
You should have used shadow clones to assist.
That way, even if the plan failed, you could have drained my chakra and used your advantage to win. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. He really got carried away and lost control, rushing in to help when he saw Sasuke fall.
Kitagawa Kid smiled and eased the tension. It's Naruto's first time cooperating. Mistakes are normal. Remember this lesson, and it won't happen again. It's almost noon, let us take a commemorative photo and then go eat. Naruto responded eagerly, food. Food.
Sasuke chimed in, Kakashi-sensei, although Kid is a bit clumsy, he is serious about protecting his comrades.
Kakashi looked at the bell in his hand and asked thoughtfully, oh? Is that so?
Although there was a slight mistake in Team 7's tradition, it seemed.
The result is the same.
His assessment was never about filtering students, but rather to test whether they cherish their comrades.
Kakashi said with a smile. Let's go take some photos. I know a barbecue place, which is conveniently close to the photo studio. I'll treat you all to a big meal. Really, Teacher Kakashi? Naruto's eyes fixed intently on Kakashi. Barbecue is much more expensive than Ichiraku ramen, becoming.
After graduating as a ninja, Grandpa Hokage said he would cut off his allowance and let him support himself.
Naruto suddenly found himself short on cash.
Kitagawa Kid leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words, making Naruto burst into laughter immediately.
Kakashi felt a pang of anxiety. You guys didn't order something super expensive, did you? How could we?
Kitagawa Kid and Naruto said in unison, while Sasuke secretly covered his mouth to laugh. Before long, when the barbecue restaurant bill came, the long string of numbers made Kakashi's face turn pale with shock.
Naruto, your appetite is incredible. How could you eat so much? In the afternoon, an unexpected piece of news arrived. Jiraiya had left Konoha. Not many people knew about this, but Kitagawa Kid and Naruto found out from Matoda's mouth. Naruto said angrily, what the heck, the pervy sage left without even seeing us. So disappointing. There's a scroll left behind.
Kitagawa Kid picked up the scroll spat out by the toad, and the first sentence after unrolling it was addressed to him.
Kid, I'll teach you the immortal arts after you become a chunin. The rest of the content is for Naruto, so don't peek.
Kitagawa Kid glanced over it. The scroll was full of content, but only one sentence was directed at him.
This favoritism is way too obvious.
But he didn't peek. He handed the scroll directly to Naruto. This is for you. Just consider it a letter from Lord Jiraiya to you.
Take care. Can't say it to my face.
Naruto took it helplessly and began reading carefully. The scroll explained the advanced form of the Rasengan, the giant Rasengan, and ended with a sentence, it's okay to peek.
Humorous. Kitagawa Kid heard Naruto read that line and wanted to laugh but couldn't.
Jiraiya did treat him as a student, though emotionally he clearly favored Naruto. Just as he hadn't studied the giant Rasengan for long, Kakashi sent a mission.
Today's tasks, 3D level missions, take a good look and complete them by the afternoon. As the team leader, Kitagawa Kid naturally took the mission scroll. The mission content was the same as the original, all D-level trivial matters: finding the lost Hakimi, unclogging blocked sewers, helping farmers harvest crops. Little money, lots of work, and a waste of time. Kitagawa Kid's first reaction was no way. But after thinking it over, he and Naruto and Sasuke were on the same team, and cooperation still needed practice. These tasks were indeed useful. Most importantly, Naruto and Sasuke were still full of freshness about ninja missions at the start. Accompanying them to do these tasks was no problem. If in a few days they were still doing such tasks, Kitagawa Kid would have no choice but to. He sent out a shadow clone. The result was not much different from what he had expected. At first, Naruto was indeed quite interested and patient with these boring, low-difficulty missions. But gradually, his patience began to wear thin. Before Kitagawa Kid could send out a shadow clone to brush him off, Naruto had already taken the matter to the third Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sighed as he looked at Naruto sitting on the floor with his back to him. The Land of Hot Water just happens to have a moderately difficult C-rank mission. There's a rampant cult there, and the leader of the Hot Water Hidden Village has requested Konoha's help to clean it up. Most of the cultists are just ordinary people. Kakashi, you take Naruto and the others there to train. Kakashi recalled the Land of Hot Water, a peaceful and tranquil country, with the Hot Water Hidden Village's ninja force gradually shrinking, making it indeed suitable for newcomers to train. But Kitagawa Kid frowned. He remembered that the Land of Hot Water had a notorious cult, which included a famous figure, the Akatsuki's third Raikage Haiden. It had been less than 2 years since Itachi defected from the village, and Haiden was very likely still preaching in the Land of Hot Water. Yeah! Finally, a challenging mission. Naruto shouted excitedly. Sasuke was also a bit excited. Thinking about doing D-rank missions for so long, how could he surpass a 1 against 7? He noticed the seriousness on Kid's face and quietly asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem in the Land of Hot Water? We might have to kill someone for the first time. Dealing with extreme cult members is inevitable." Kitagawa Kid didn't mention Haiden. This was just a C-rank mission to help the hidden Hot Water Village deal with some cultists. If they really encountered Haiden, it would just be bad luck. Although Haiden was powerful, he had weaknesses. Kitagawa Kid knew some countermeasures. The only concern was Naruto and the others. Hearing that there might be killing involved, Sasuke hesitated for a moment, and Naruto's expression also grew serious. Kakashi did not deny it. A true ninja's blade must be stained with blood. This is the training. The third Hokage ordered, "Depart, destination Yami Village, find the client, complete the mission." Kakashi did not give Kitagawa Kid and the others time to prepare and immediately led the team into action. C-rank missions do not require much preparation, but mental readiness can be thought over slowly on the way. Once you see blood, everything becomes clear. Kakashi also believed that each member of his team was a pressure-resistant champion. The Land of Water is quite far from Konoha, requiring a route through the Land of Iron, then a long sea voyage by boat. Just the travel time alone would take half a month. Kitagawa Kid began to understand why Kakashi entered. After joining the Yambu, his strength didn't increase much. Doing missions takes too much time. If it weren't for the relative safety within the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron, and Kakashi's protection, he wouldn't dare to use clones for training. Naruto gradually went from being cautious at first to feeling like he was on a trip. When bored, he pointed in the direction the ship was sailing and asked, "Kid, what do you think is on the other side of the sea?" Kitagawa Kid smiled and explained, "The earth is round. If you keep sailing in the same direction, the other side of the sea must be land." He added, "It could also be enemies, like Kirigakure across the sea." NAR. Yudo found that uninteresting and went to bother Sasuke. Sasuke was training and casually said, "Maybe it's freedom. The ocean makes us feel small, but also free." Kitagawa Kid was surprised to hear the usually revenge-driven Sasuke say something like that for the first time. At that moment, the outline of an island appeared at the edge of the sea. The Land of Hot Water had arrived. Just after disembarking, 3 hooded people by the roadside greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, want to join our cult? Our evil god cult has a new promotion. Join and get fresh eggs." Kitagawa Kid felt the tactic was familiar and instinctively looked at Kakashi. Kakashi wore a worldly expression. "I heard cults enjoy killing people. There aren't many people here. You wouldn't actually attack, right?" The cultist smiled and said, "Our cult is about friendship and mutual help. How could we kill people?" Naruto said loudly, "So you still would kill us?"
The cultists replied seriously, as long as you sincerely join, we won't kill you, kid.
Naruto asked innocently, will we die after joining?
The cultists laughed, that's a sacrifice to the evil god. Devout believers will embrace the evil god. Before they finished speaking, Kitagawa Kid acted, using Chidori to strike like lightning, killing all but one.
Naruto shouted, enough talk, they don't deserve to listen. Kill them first.
Kitagawa Kid killed for the first time, so fast even he didn't react in time. While Kakashi interrogated the captive for information, Kitagawa Kid unknowingly squatted on the ground, his hands trembling slightly.
Are you okay, Kid? Sasuke glanced at
Naruto, who was pale and vomiting nearby.
First time killing, still not used to it. Next time will be better. I didn't expect you to be stronger than me, Sasuke. Kitagawa Kid forced down the nausea churning in his stomach and stood up.
He took out a kunai and handed it to Naruto. Then, Ludo, go finish it with one more strike.
He's already dead, why finish him off? I won't do it. Naruto shook his head fiercely. Kitagawa Kid said coldly, avoidance won't solve the problem. We'll face even more danger in the future.
They want to kill us, so should we just sit and wait to die?
Kitagawa Kid's tone changed, those who kill must be killed. Naruto still hesitated. Kitagawa Kid threw down the kunai and turned to start handling the bodies. Erasing traces of battle is a basic skill for ninjas.
This helps prevent enemies from tracking them and protects themselves.
Naruto looked down at the kunai on the ground, gritted his teeth, and finally followed Kitagawa Kid.
I will no longer run away from future battles.
But I will never harm the innocent like they do. Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke exchanged a smile. Kakashi nodded silently, seeing his students grow while also cleaning up the remaining survivors. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?
Bad news, so I can be prepared, Kitagawa Kid said without hesitation. He suspected this had something to do with Haiden.
The greatest threat in the land of hot water was the mysterious evil god and Akatsuki's Haiden.
Kakashi said, the bad news is that the cult is holding a festival in a few days, so we might encounter quite a few cultists during that time.
And the good news?
Naruto didn't want to kill all the time, he'd rather return to the village and do simple missions. Kakashi smiled, the good news is that none of this is our concern.
We're only here to help the hidden hot water village, not the main force. When we truly face danger, we can abandon the mission.
As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi smiled and said, alright, next let's go to Hot Water Village. I've been there a few times. The hot springs there are famous worldwide, and many people travel there specifically for tourism.
Kitagawa Kid seemed thoughtful. For Kakashi, these things seemed more important than the mission. Moreover,
if the mission went smoothly, they most likely wouldn't encounter Haiden again.
Equals
The hot springs in the hidden hot water village really are more comfortable than those in Konoha.
The inn has its own, so it's convenient to soak in. Kitagawa Kid soaked in the hot spring while studying Flying Thunder God.
To be honest, after studying for so long, he still only half understood it. He learned how to perform the Flying Thunder God mark, but Kakashi was ahead in perceiving the mark. The scroll recorded that the Flying Thunder God had an extremely sensitive perception of spacetime fluctuations, and only those with exceptional talent could master it. Mere effort was useless. Kitagawa Kid put away the scroll, hesitating whether to set it aside first and return to the village to exchange it with the third Hokage for a scroll more suitable for himself. In the past few days, he had already memorized the contents about the Flying Thunder God thoroughly. Just as he was drying himself with a towel and changing clothes, three uncles suddenly barged in. Big friend, have you seen this person? One uncle asked, pointing at a portrait. The portrait showed a long-haired beauty with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Kitagawa Kid immediately recognized her as Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru.
Tsunade was actually vacationing in the hot water village? Could this be an opportunity to use his talk no jutsu?
He knew Tsunade's story clearly. After her younger brother Nawaki and lover Dan died in battle, she developed hemophobia. As the top medical ninja in the ninja world, she couldn't heal herself and could only drown her sorrows in alcohol. If he could use talk no jutsu like Naruto to get close to Tsunade, her favorability toward him would definitely increase. The uncle said that Tsunade owed 5 million ryo and was being chased by debt collectors. Naruto and Sasuke also recognized her. The three of them had long since gathered information about the Sannin due to their connection with Jiraiya.
Naruto shouted without any acting skill, "Kaze! Look quickly! This is Tsunade, who is as famous as the lecherous hermit." The uncle excitedly grabbed Naruto. "You know her? Where is she?"
At this moment, a little girl walked over, holding a shiny piece of gold. "I know where she is, I'll call her over."
The debt-collecting uncle stared greedily at the gold and asked, "Where did this money come from?"
"The pretty big sister gave it to me," the little girl answered honestly. The uncles exchanged smiles, thinking they had caught a big fat sheep and it was time to make a profit from high-interest loans.
Just as they were feeling proud, Tsunade quietly dispelled her transformation jutsu, walked up from behind, and borrowed another sum of money. Seeing Tsunade's smug smile, Kitagawa Kid immediately knew that Tsunade definitely had no intention of repaying the gambling debt.
But this had nothing to do with him, so he stepped forward and introduced himself. "Lady Tsunade, I have heard about you from Teacher Jiraiya."
"Teacher Jiraiya?"
Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then gave Kitagawa Kid a careful look before casually replying.
"You little brat, you're not here to persuade me to return to the village, are you? Go back and tell Jiraiya that even I am unwilling to return to the village, and yet you're telling me to go back? You've got some nerve." Kitagawa Kid shook his head.
Since Jiraiya's emotional appeal couldn't move Tsunade, he decided to change the subject. He put aside his connection with Jiraiya and introduced his team. "Lady Tsunade, we are just passing through. Teacher Jiraiya has already left the village to investigate the intelligence of a mysterious organization. My mentor Hatake Kakashi, along with my teammates Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, are currently on a mission."
Hearing Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade's mind flashed to Kushina and her grandmother Uzumaki Nido. Kushina was rescued and brought back to Konoha after the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, and was fostered by her grandmother. Tsunade had a good relationship with Kushina. Kitagawa Kid mentioned that Minato was Kakashi's teacher, so Kakashi's student Uzumaki Naruto was obviously Kushina's child. This completely aligns with the old man's plan. Tsunade's gaze shifted from Kitagawa Kid to Naruto and Sasuke behind him.
Naruto's blonde hair was flashy, with the fox whisker marks on his face clearly visible. He was obviously dyed yellow by Minato and, like Kushina, had become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki.
As for Uchiha Sasuke,
he was Itachi's younger brother, the sole survivor of the clan's massacre night. Tsunade did not have the same prejudice against the Uchiha as her great-grandfather did, but she also had no fondness for them. She skipped over Sasuke and carefully examined Naruto. "Look closely, kid, aside from being a bit dumb, you're quite cute."
"I'm already a ninja, Granny Tsunade." When Naruto called her Granny, Tsunade's expression immediately changed. "What did you just call me? No manners at all. Granny Tsunade? You're not much different from that lecherous sage. You're almost 50, so what's wrong with me calling you Granny?" Naruto's big eyes stared straight at Tsunade. "Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the blade." Tsunade was completely thrown off guard. What left her speechless the most was that, by seniority, Naruto really should be calling her grandma. Seeing Tsunade so unsettled, Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but want to laugh. Just as a smile appeared, Tsunade shot a murderous glare. "You little brat think I'm old too?" A chill ran down Kitagawa Kid's spine, and he quickly told the truth. "Lady Tsunade's beauty is forever 18. And what about the age?" Tsunade pressed. Kitagawa Kid fell silent.
If he were a bit older, or if Tsunade were 10 years younger, he might still dare to call her sister.
This silence made Tsunade lose her composure once again.
At that moment, Sasuke's voice came through again.
"Only old women worry about their age, Tsunade." "Sir, aren't you bored?" Sasuke didn't care about social niceties, he just
found Tsunade annoying, always staring at Kid and Naruto, which made him uncomfortable.
But this sentence completely broke Tsunade's defense. "As expected of the naturally evil Uchiha brat my second grandfather spoke of, deserved to have his clan wiped out." Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and Kitagawa Kid's expression grew serious. Without hesitation, he chose to stand up for his friend. "Tsunade-sama, what you said isn't right, is it?" The Uchiha and Senju together founded Konoha. In the first, second, and third Great Ninja Wars, the Uchiha clan sacrificed many lives and earned much credit. Serves them right? That's not something to say about the Uchiha.
When Tsunade said this, she immediately realized her mistake. But Kitagawa Kid and the others were juniors from her perspective, her words also made sense.
The Uchiha died in a coup, that is a fact. Tsunade was unwilling to bow to her juniors and chose to remain silent. Kitagawa Kid sneered, Lady Tsunade borrows money in the West and never pays it back, and even swindles people. One debt after another. Could it be that the Senju also cannot escape the fate of the Uchiha? Brat, you're asking for death. Tsunade suddenly swung her fist. Kita River Maple remained expressionless. He knew Tsunade was afraid of blood, and her words themselves were hurtful. Whether in reality or in conscience, Tsunade could never really take action. Kitagawa Kid also has a counterattack. He has already completed the hand seals and can perform the dark arts passed down by second grandfather at any time. I am only using your words to deny the achievements of the first generation, second generation, and the Senju clan members who died in battle. If I'm wrong, then Lady Tsunade is wrong too. A proud member of the three ninja, and you don't dare admit your mistake? Jiraiya took in a slick-talking brat. Tsunade slammed her fist on the ground. The floor and the ground shook as if exploded. The scene was shocking. This is Tsunade's monstrous strength. You say I don't pay back money, then who says I owe money and don't pay? She took out the bills she just borrowed and counted them one by one for Kitagawa Kid to see. Have you ever seen this much money, brat? I've studied gambling techniques for years. Using this money to gamble, doubling it several times is no problem. Kitagawa Kid sneered. The legendary big loser, always losing at gambling, where would the luck come from? Lady Tsunade, how about a bet? What do you want to bet on? Tsunade's interest was piqued at the mention of gambling, confident she wouldn't lose.
Beichuan Feng said, I bet you will lose all your money, and I will turn 1,000 Rio into the amount you have.
Do you dare to bet?
The stake is that you apologize to my brother for causing trouble. Tsunade laughed, turning 1,000 Rio into 5 million Rio. Do you really think?
You are a gambling god incarnate? What if I win? Beichuan Feng said, during the mission, I will work for you like a beast of burden. Accept the consequences of your bet. Tsunade gently tapped Kitagawa Kid's forehead, I don't need to. You little brat, take care of me, I bet on it. Follow me. Tsunade was confident she wouldn't lose and didn't want to bully Kid. After all, he was Jiraiya's disciple. If Jiraiya found out she was bullying his disciple, wouldn't that be a joke? Kitagawa Kid and his group arrived at a nearby casino.
The place was brightly lit, with well-dressed gamblers blushing and heart racing. The air was filled with a strong perfume scent that made one's head dizzy. Tsunade frowned and said, the oxygen level in this air is high, and it seems like the fragrance contains stimulants.
Kitagawa Kid explained, casinos use these methods to keep people gambling continuously. Tsunade glanced at Kid, why are you following me? I won't let you. Naruto asked curiously from the side, Kid, is there any trick? Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, Lady Tsunade is the legendary big cash cow. Whatever she bets on, I bet the opposite, and I'm sure to win. Naruto listened half in doubt and worried, does it really work? Grandma Tsunade 1T keep losing forever, right? Kitagawa Kid was full of confidence, you're underestimating the big cash cow. Watch my moves. Tsunade listened, her face slightly flushed, feeling a bit annoyed. She deliberately avoided complicated games and chose to guess big or small. As soon as she sat down, the gamblers nearby immediately got excited. Could she be the legendary big cash cow? After losing for so long, there is finally hope. Kitagawa Kid laughed at Naruto, see, this is reputation. Tsunade's face flushed red, and she bet big without hesitation. Kitagawa Kid, on the other hand, bet small, and the other gamblers nearby also bet small. As a result, Tsunade lost terribly. But because fewer people bet big, the odds weren't high, so Kitagawa Kid didn't earn much either. If only Lady Tsunade could find a casino no one has ever been to, no one would dare bet against her. Kitagawa Kid sighed, while Naruto remained doubtful. Losing once due to bad luck, how could you keep losing all the time? But listening to this, Tsunade's face grew even redder. If you won, so why are you still complaining? Could it be that I earned my money for nothing? Tsunade was unwilling to accept it and continued to bet big. But she still lost. Lost again. All the money was lost. The 1,000 tail chips in Kitagawa Kid's hand had already multiplied 20 times. He earned a fortune. The people gathered around were envious to the point of reddened eyes. Naruto opened his mouth wide, looking in disbelief at Red Warm Tsunade. Is it really true that one always loses when gambling in this world? What kind of person is that? Kitagawa Kid smiled and asked the waiter if the casino had a television. Tsunade looked at the strange channel, and a fortune teller-like person recited a phrase. The spirits are in a good mood today, you're going to have good luck. Why have I never seen this channel before? Kitagawa Kid smiled and asked, Lady Tsunade, have you heard of the luck flow gambling technique? Tsunade snorted coldly, thinking this kid was just showing off his gambling luck. Does he really think he is a gambling god? Baikawa Kid didn't explain much and casually sat down at a mahjong table. He didn't understand the rules of the game at all, so he asked Tsunade, what are we betting on? Tsunade laughed at his ignorance and confidence, blackjack. You don't even know the rules, and you still dare to bet? Baikawa Kid smiled, I have an expert by my side. Don't tell me you're deliberately betting against my advice? Tsunade sneered. She didn't believe this kid would really use her guidance. You've seen through me, but I rely on luck flow. With Lord Tsunade's guidance, it's a sure win with no loss. Baikawa Kid didn't understand the mahjong rules, he just followed Tsunade's instructions, betting only 1/5 of the winning amount each time. Through losses and wins, he miraculously turned 200,000 into 5 million. Tsunade was stunned. She originally thought Beichuan Phone was pretending to be dumb, but his way of winning was exceptionally steady. Losing 3 games, winning 7, with a win rate precisely controlled at around 70%. When leaving the gambling table, Tsunade looked at him suspiciously. Kid, to be honest, are you cheating? Beichuan Phone firmly denied, that's unfair, it's all just luck and gambling skills. Cheating in front of you, isn't that making a joke of Lady Tsunade? Could it be that Lady Tsunade is unwilling to admit defeat? Tsunade snorted. She was not someone who could afford to lose. In a sense, she had already lost long ago, she was just saving face for herself. She had been gambling for so many years and lost countless times, how could she not know her own luck in gambling? Tsunade said seriously to Sasuke. The Uchiha clan does have some troublesome aspects, but their contributions to Konoha are undeniable. Many members of the Uchiha clan truly love Konoha and are heroes who uphold the will of fire. Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha. Tsunade paused and then corrected herself. Overall, the Uchiha clan shouldn't be said to deserve their fate. That was a moment of emotional outburst on my part, I apologize to you. Sasuke saw Tsunade's sincerity, but he knew in his heart, if it weren't for Kitagawa Kid, a strong person like Tsunade, even knowing she was wrong, might not be willing to apologize. Naruto laughed and said, it's nothing, Granny Tsunade. It's just that menopause has hit, and during the hot flashes, she gets unreasonable. Coming to my senses, people are actually pretty good. Tsunade punched Naruto on the head, leaving a bump, menopause. It's because of you, little brat. How dare you say that? Equals 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 equals. Young Naruto was quite cute, otherwise, he would have been done for like Jiraiya sensei long ago. Kitagawa Kid secretly sighed in his heart, not daring to casually mention topics like Tsunade's menopause. Suddenly, Tsunade frowned, the scent of perfume in the air is getting stronger, and the stimulant levels are clearly rising. She looked around, the people in the casino were gathering more and more under the influence of stimulants and oxygen. It seemed this was not just a way for the casino to make money but more like a conspiracy. Tsunade handed Kitagawa Kid and the others a few pills. Try to follow me closely and be careful. Something's about to happen here, possibly related to the recently emerging cult of the evil god. Naruto was unconcerned. We're ninjas, what is there to fear from those bad guys in the evil god cult? Tsunade explained, many who worship the evil god are rogue ninjas from the hidden hot water village. I heard of a rogue ninja named Haiden, whose strength rivals that of a Jonin. Naruto glanced at Kitagawa Kid. Kid also has Jonin level strength. Kakashi sensei is a genuine Jonin too. Tsunade Baba was even one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Sasuke was suspicious. Why does Lady Tsunade look so worried? Tsunade nodded. She had hemophobia and was most afraid of witnessing rituals to evil gods. In Yugakure, she always avoided the evil god worshippers. Those followers were hardly human, sometimes they would even commit suicide on the spot, which disgusted Tsunade. This place wasn't the land of fire, so she didn't bother. At that moment, in the center of the casino, a man with gray slicked back hair wielding a red scythe forced the casino owner to come out. Good evening, looks like you're having a great time. The gamblers ignored him and continued waving their chips. Suddenly, the sideman got angry and severed the owner's head with one slash. Hey, don't ignore me. Blood splattered, and the casino instantly fell silent.
The scythe man said with satisfaction, "That's right. Tonight, I, Haydn, will pay for everyone's consumption. The price, your lives will be offered to the great evil god." After a second, Haydn asked curiously, "Why is no one responding?" It seemed to have reacted, and almost everyone in the casino was rushing outside. But all the security personnel in the casino had long been replaced by members of the evil god cult. And a massacre was unfolding right at the casino entrance. Kitagawa Kid's gaze was heavy as he instinctively looked at Tsunade, whose face had turned pale, and asked, "Should we take action?" Tsunade smelled the blood in the air and felt very uncomfortable. "I can summon slug spirits. Their combat ability is much weaker than Jiraiya's toads, but it's enough. The people over at the center always make me feel dangerous. Lady Tsunade, we can scare them away. This is Konoha village, they won't dare stay long," Kitagawa Kid suggested. Tsunade also intended to do just that. She summoned a giant slug, almost bursting through the ceiling. The slug split into many smaller ones and began attacking the cultists who were slaughtering civilians, following Tsunade's orders. Although Tsunade had hemophobia, her summoning technique was enough to handle most troubles. "Don't go over there, don't cause trouble." Kitagawa Kid stopped Naruto and Sasuke from attacking Haydn. Haydn's Jashin blood was extremely special. Naruto and Sasuke were no match for him at the moment. Kitagawa Kid activated his Crimson Eye, and the chirping of Chidori masked the cries for help and screams inside the casino. He walked toward Haydn and said, "Konoha village reinforcements are on the way. If you don't want to die, take your people and leave." Haydn sneered, "Kid, do you think I'm afraid to die?" He licked his lips and swung the scythe. Kitagawa Kid dodged using dynamic vision and tried to confuse Haydn with the fox heart technique. But Haydn showed no reaction. Ordinary illusions were useless against him. Kitagawa Kid didn't rush to reveal his trump card. Taking advantage of Haydn's underestimation, he used the dark walking technique. Darkness deprived Haydn of his sight. "What the hell is this?" Haydn wildly swung his scythe as if blind. Kitagawa Kid had already escaped to the rooftop, leaving Haydn to be dealt with by the hidden hot water village. Haydn regained his vision in his uncontrolled state, found himself surrounded by ninjas, and laughed. "I really want to take you all to meet the great evil god, but it's not appropriate. Children who leave, we will meet again sooner or later." After speaking, he threw down a smoke bomb and swaggered away from the rooftop. No one dares to chase a ninja from the hidden hot water village. Chasing is a death sentence. At this moment, Kakashi also returned to the team. "That person is called Haydn, very dangerous. According to intelligence from the hidden hot water village, he is suspected of having immortality." Kitagawa Kid said, "Don't worry, teacher Kakashi. Without concrete information, I will only use genjutsu to probe. We from Konoha have done all we can to help evacuate the crowd." Kakashi nodded, "Good that you understand." Saying this, Kakashi's gaze turned to Naruto and Sasuke. "You two also need to remember, compared to the mission, you're comrades. The most important thing is to abandon the mission if necessary." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and nodded firmly, "Understood." Tsunade walked to the rooftop, took a breath of fresh air, her expression finally softened considerably, and her spirit was restored. "It's been almost 10 years since we last met, you still remember me, right? I'm Minato's student, Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi was momentarily stunned, instinctively glanced at Tsunade's chest, and immediately recalled many past memories. "Lady Tsunade, you're here too?" Tsunade rubbed Kitagawa Kid's hair hard and said, "Thanks to this little brat, I owe a lot of money again today and lost quite a bit." Kitagawa Kid tapped his ninja forehead protector and corrected her, "My name is Kitagawa Kid, not little brat, and I'm a Konoha certified genin." "Then you're still a little brat." Tsunade suddenly remembered something, rubbed her hands, and said, "Kid, you're Jiraiya's disciple, right?" When Kitagawa Kid heard this, his heart tightened. "Lady Tsunade, you wouldn't be asking to borrow money from me, would you?" Tsunade chuckled a few times. "Jiraiya and I are old friends. Since you are his student, can't you help me out? I'm completely broke right now. You can't expect me to sleep on the streets, can you?" Kitagawa Kid hesitated for a moment, thinking that spending a few million might please Tsunade. Moreover, since Tsunade was staying at the same inn, he could also take the opportunity to ask her about medical techniques. After all, he was Jiraiya's disciple and also Tsunade's debtor. Asking her for advice wouldn't get him kicked out. Kakashi spoke seriously in front of Tsunade, "The mission has changed. The evil god cult is about to hold a large-scale ritual soon, which might summon an evil god. The leader of the hidden hot water village has already requested aid from Konoha and neighboring great nations. Unless there is extreme danger to life, we still have to participate in the mission to eliminate the evil god cult. Suddenly, Kakashi's tone shifted, and he fixed his gaze on Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you are also a part of Konoha. Before he finished speaking, Tsunade interrupted, go talk to the third Hokage, don't bother me. Kakashi stood there helplessly. When it came to missions, Tsunade's attitude was unexpectedly firm. If the matter of returning to the village was brought up again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kitagawa Kid also wanted an extra layer of security. He wasn't afraid of Heiden's death curse, but he feared that Naruto and Sasuke might accidentally cause trouble, so he said, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi-sensei is worried about us getting into some kind of accident and asked you to look after us. What do you think? Tsunade hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to get involved in the mission, except that the little bit of stubbornness is mostly due to hemophobia. She flatly rejected Kakashi, also because she was afraid of that little brat. They will bring it up again after returning to the village. During the time away from Konoha, Tsunade lived quite freely. She didn't want to return to the village, but still felt a sense of responsibility toward Konoha and worried about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto getting into trouble. Kitagawa Kid was special, and also her debtor. Tsunade's attitude softened, I'll stay with you these days and help you heal, but don't ask me about the cult. She gently tapped Kitagawa Kid's forehead, our debt is settled. Kitagawa Kid's smile was stiff, looking at Kakashi with some helplessness. He had hoped to use this debt to learn medical skills from Tsunade, but now he could only rely on her conscience. Fortunately, with Tsunade's treatment, as long as it wasn't an immediate fatality, survival was guaranteed. Tsunade was recognized as a medical saint in the ninja world. She survived being bisected during the Fourth Great Ninja War and saved other Kage-level ninjas with her superb medical skills. Kakashi was surprised by Tsunade's response. He had only been trying his luck but unexpectedly made progress. Although he couldn't get Tsunade involved in the cult's suppression, this was a good start, and she might intervene later, just like today. Kakashi smiled and said, let us go, Kid, Naruto, Sasuke. You are witnesses to the casino incident, so it's a good chance to report to the leader of the hidden hot water village. After speaking, he led the three away, and Tsunade returned to the inn. At the leader's office, Kitagawa Kid gave a detailed report. The leader praised, Konoha really is full of talent, worthy of being the head of the 5 great nations, with heroes in every generation. After some thought, he said, the Haiden you encountered is a rogue ninja from our hidden hot water village and the only successful experiment of the cult of the evil god. He can heal his wounds and transfer injuries to his opponent. When Haiden kills, he often injures himself, and those who assassinate him also die violently. The premise is that he must get the opponent's fresh blood. Kakashi's expression grew serious. Heiden's methods were unprecedented. Without this information, even a slight cut would mean death without a grave. Fortunately, Kid stayed calm and used genjutsu to probe and force him to leave. Sasuke's mind flashed to Itachi. What if he could also use this technique? No, Kid's genjutsu already made Haiden somewhat powerless, let alone if there were several stronger genjutsu users. Naruto blurted out, then what do we do? With Heiden's evil techniques, who dares to fight him? 1. Careless move and you're gone. The leader said, so, I want to ask you to persuade Lady Tsunade to help. Lady Tsunade's medical skills can definitely handle Heiden's evil techniques. Kakashi replied, we will try to ask Lady Tsunade, but we cannot guarantee success. Naruto asked curiously, Kakashi-sensei, before coming here, didn't you and Kid already ask Granny Tsunade for help? Neither Kakashi nor Kid answered. Kid whispered in Naruto's ear, Kakashi-sensei just politely refused. It's not good to refuse others openly. He's worried it might affect the relations between the two countries. Naruto felt he wasn't good with words, so he didn't say anything more. At this moment, the leader dropped a shocking piece of news. Mr. Kakashi, have you heard the legend of the Sage of Six Paths and the Evil God? Kakashi shook his head. There are many legends in the ninja world, and it's hard to tell what's true or false. Can what you say be trusted? The leader waved his hand, and the ninjas closed the doors and windows to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. The leader said seriously, it's true. The evil god is sealed in the land of hot springs. The cult always erupts intermittently, and it's all the evil god causing trouble. 1,000 years ago, the evil god ran rampant. At that time, there were no ninjas, only samurai. Evil gods, death gods, and monsters. These incomprehensible beings were harming life. Later, the Six Paths sage discovered the evil god cult and sealed the evil god using the Kusanagi sword in Takamikazuchi. The sealing place is in the land of hot springs, an originally desolate and isolated island. The six-path sage feared the evil god would cause chaos again, so he had the ancestors of the land of hot springs daimyo guard it generation after generation. Over time, the legends about the evil god gradually faded, leaving only records. The land of hot springs gradually prospered, became a country, and some people began to worship the evil god. It is said that the evil god has the power to destroy the world, and now there are people like Haydn who have truly obtained the power of the evil god. If the evil god breaks through the seal, the ninja world, and even the entire world, will not escape disaster. Maple listened in alarm. This was even more severe than the original story. But it also felt extraordinarily real. Even the Shinigami without intelligence could seal the nine tails, let alone the evil god, who was also called a god. Maple also knew about the Morio mentioned by the leader of the hidden hot water village, which was sealed in the demon country in the movie version. Legend has it that the Morio also have the power to destroy the world. But whether they truly exist remains doubtful. After all, how could an enemy easily defeated by Naruto be called world-destroying? However, Maple firmly believed that once the evil god broke through the seal, the land of hot water would definitely become a living hell. Just look at Haydn's immortality and Kakuzu's reliance on blood to understand. Although the mechanism has flaws, it is still quite extraordinary. Kita River Kid's gaze turned to Kakashi from the moment he crossed over. He had a heart to save the world. Based on the information he had, he deduced. The land of hot water is still fine in the future, which means the level of danger is controllable, participation is possible. Naruto and Sasuke both looked at Kakashi. Naruto truly wants to be a savior. Sasuke's thoughts are more complicated. He wants to save people and also seeks a challenge. He wants to gain practical combat experience to take revenge on Itachi. Kakashi said, the leader has already requested support from the 5 great nations, and we will definitely do our best. The other great nations also have strength comparable to Konoha. Kakashi's meaning was clear: they can help, but don't rely entirely on them. The other great nations must also contribute. After discussing the matter of the evil god, Kakashi, along with Kitagawa Kid and others, bid farewell to the leader of the Yuin village. Kitagawa Kid immediately went to find Tsunade. There was a black-haired girl in Tsunade's room, wearing gray-black clothes, focused on learning medical ninjutsu. She was holding a small pig in her arms. Kitagawa Kid guessed she was Tsunade's only disciple, Shizun. Kitagawa Kid quietly walked over to Tsunade's side and silently watched Shizun study medical ninjutsu. Tsunade said nothing, tacitly allowing him to learn secretly. Shizun turned her head and saw Kitagawa Kid, hesitating for half a second. You're Kitagawa Kid? Kitagawa Kid scratched his head and smiled. Lady Tsunade must have introduced me, right? I'm just an ordinary genin. Shizun introduced herself. Call me Shizun, I'm considered Tsunade's student. Thanks for taking care of Tsunade these days. Taking care? Tsunade laughed and scolded. How old do you think I am? Having juniors take care of me is embarrassing. Yes. Shizun nodded helplessly. Actually, since Tsunade left the village, Shizun had been taking care of her food and lodging without complaint. After bullying Shizun, Tsunade asked curiously, Kid, I saw you watching me learn medical ninjutsu. Do you know a bit too? Kitagawa Kid nodded. A little bit. A little bit? Tsunade asked with a smile. What do you know? Tell me. Kitagawa Kid said calmly, Shinden Chushitsu Jutsu, Chakra Scalpel. Say that again? Tsunade felt that hearing a B-rank medical ninjutsu showed Kid had talent. But an A-rank chakra scalpel. Is that something an ordinary genin would know? How old are you anyway? Jingin looked at Kitagawa Kid with the same shock. She too was still memorizing medical texts and practicing the 3-body technique at that age. Kitagawa Kid repeated himself, and Tsunade's interest in him grew even more, casually testing him with a question. Then let me ask you, how does medical ninjutsu heal the human body? Based on that principle, what common medical ninjutsu has been developed? What Kitagawa Kid learned was one used for poison prevention, and another used as a tool for surgery or combat. How would he understand these things? Kitagawa Kid shook his head honestly. I don't understand. This made Tsunade momentarily stunned. Shizun whispered in confusion, you can even use a chakra scalpel. How could you not know the palm immortal technique? Yeah, it's impossible not to know. Tsunade pointed at Kitagawa Kid and questioned, you're not lying to me, are you? But the chakra scalpel appearing in Kitagawa Kid's hand silenced both Tsunade and Shizun. He really can do it. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, it seems you only know the practical part and haven't systematically studied it. This was the only explanation she could think of.
Kitagawa Kid nodded. I learned these two ninjutsu from Sister Yano.
I've heard her mention mastering medical ninjutsu, but haven't studied it deeply. I plan to learn it later. Actually, he doesn't have time to specifically study medical ninjutsu. His focus is mainly on improving his strength and prioritizing his ninja body illusions. Occasionally, he learns some medical ninjutsu from Do and Yano, just to become stronger after mastering the 5 paths in the future. However, if Tsunade is willing to teach, he would definitely be eager to learn. This is not just about medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's gaze toward Kitagawa Kid grows increasingly interested. Kid is not only a medical ninjutsu prodigy but also Jiraiya's student. Tsunade smiled and asked, "Do you want to learn medical ninjutsu from me?" "Really?" Kitagawa Kid looked at Tsunade excitedly. Although it's not a formal apprenticeship, Tsunade's relationship with Jiraiya is complicated, making this even more intimate than becoming an apprentice. If Jiraiya-sensei were braver, maybe Tsunade could have become the master's wife. However, Jiraiya-sensei is too emotionally weak, so it's unlikely. He didn't dare confess, otherwise the childhood friend wouldn't have been taken by Kato. Tsunade said, "I won't lie to you. I usually teach silent techniques, and also the other 2 ninjutsu. It depends on whether you want to learn." "I do, I really do." Kitagawa Kid didn't want to miss this opportunity. He said that Tsunade's plan required an emotional foundation. After all, Naruto and Tsunade didn't have much of a relationship. But his parents were different. His father was the 4th Hokage, and his mother was Uzumaki Kushina, both closely connected to Tsunade. Moreover, he was also a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. The Jinchuriki before the last one was Tsunade's grandmother. Mouth Jutsu Tsunade Heim will start from being half master and apprentice first. Tsunade didn't know that Kitagawa Kid was planning to trick her, but she had already figured out how to trick Kitagawa Kid. "Since you become my student, you have to pay some tuition, right?" Kitagawa Kid's smile stiffened. "Tsunade. Adult, how much do you need?" Tsunade squinted, showing a greedy smile. Not much, just a few million." Kitagawa Kid took a deep breath. It seemed the legend of the gambling god was about to unfold again in Tangin village. He didn't have much money, but the gambler's money always ended up in the casino, so he might as well invest in himself first. Everyone Vini 50, support the future savior, that's right. Kitagawa Kid readily agreed. "Alright. I need to raise some tuition fees first." Tsunade smiled knowingly. "Casino? Let's go. Let's go." The two waved their hands and strode stylishly toward the casino. Jingyin covered his face and sighed silently. "Just met, and Tsunade-sama and Kid are already so in sync? Could it be he's going to lose money too?" Luckily Kakashi is here, much more reliable. After Kitagawa Kid raised the tuition fees, unsurprisingly, Tsunade lost everything in one night. Back at the inn, Tsunade politely entered Kitagawa Kid's room holding a medical book. Kakashi and the others were also there, discussing new intelligence. The cult is expected to launch a large-scale attack in the land of hot springs in 5 days. We are responsible for the eastern Iwai town, where the main church will hold a ritual. That person is a former jonin of the hot springs hidden village, rumored to possess an evil power similar to Haiden's. Kakashi suddenly noticed Tsunade and was stunned for half a second. "Lady Tsunade, are you looking for Kid?" Tsunade casually placed the medical book on the table and turned to leave. Kid Kitagawa, understanding, followed up. "Lady Tsunade, what do you need from me?" Tsunade shamelessly said, "I lost all my money again, can I borrow some?" "Just a little." Kid was speechless, losing millions a day, truly Lady Tsunade. Looking at the time, there were still 3 hours until midnight. Finding Naruto and Sasuke to pull some startup funds, earning money and training could both be managed. But every time it depended on gambling. What if luck ran out and they couldn't make money? He recalled Kakashi's words, who said, "It's possible, but..." Tsunade had a bad feeling. "But what?" Kid said, "Naruto, Sasuke, and I are planning to go on a mission to Iwai town with teacher Kakashi." "What do you think?" Tsunade frowned. She didn't want to leave the hidden hot water village, and her fear of blood also made her reluctant to deal with the cult. Kitagawa Kid said again, "Lady Tsunade, do you want to teach me palm sage technique?" "Right? Although the palm sage technique is a high-level A-rank medical ninjutsu, it is something every qualified medical ninja must master." Kitagawa Kid's medical skills already include poison resistance and self-defense, compensating for the lack of medical ability, which was indeed Tsunade's intention. Seeing Tsunade's willingness, Kitagawa Kid immediately said, "How about making a bet?" Hearing the word bet, Tsunade instantly became interested. "You little brat. What do you want to bet on this time?"
Kitagawa Kid said, how about betting on whether I can learn the palm healing technique within 5 days? Tsunade laughed and retorted, the palm healing technique isn't something you can just learn casually, it's an A-rank medical ninjutsu. Indeed, the palm healing technique is extremely difficult. And Kitagawa Kid is just a hard-working pseudo-genius, mastering it in 5 days is almost impossible. But Tsunade has terrible luck with bets and always loses. Kitagawa Kid wanted to use the bet to motivate himself to work hard and also to get Tsunade's attention. He believed Tsunade would appreciate his persistence and effort. Maybe he could even learn the palm healing technique from Tsunade. Kitagawa Kid smiled and asked, Lady Tsunade, do you dare to bet? What is there to not dare? Although Tsunade felt tricked, her gambling nature was hard to change, so she agreed. Learning an A-rank ninjutsu in 5 days, Orochimaru and Minato never managed that, let alone Kitagawa Kid. As soon as Tsunade agreed, Kitagawa Kid activated the curse seal and created a dozen shadow clones. Tsunade frowned, I sense Orochimaru's chakra. What's that on your neck? Kitagawa Kid smiled mysteriously, Uncle Snake gave it to me before he left. It's very effective. Orochimaru had infiltrated Konoha less than half a month ago, and Tsunade hadn't heard about it yet. She was curious about what exactly that curse seal was, but Kitagawa Kid didn't answer directly. Tsunade silently made a note of this and then asked, why do you make so many shadow clones? Are you trying to enter multiple casinos at once to make money? Kitagawa Kid said while walking, training. The memories from shadow clone training are transmitted back to the original. I have to say, the technique invented by Lord Tobirama is indeed powerful. Tsunade frowned, having too many shadow clones can easily cause mental confusion, and memory overload can also harm the brain. Kid, you need to control yourself, the bet is just an incentive. Hearing Tsunade's concern for him, Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but glance at his favorability rating. Tsunade's rating had unknowingly risen to 2 stars. It seems that Jiraiya-sensei holds quite a significant place in Tsunade's heart. There is also Tsunade's appreciation for him and her care for juniors. Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, along the way, I have received a lot of help. From my teachers. Teacher Kai told me. Youth is all about challenging the impossible, since I made a bet, so I must follow through. Baikawa Kid's ninja way is to do what I say. You. Tsunade stared at Kid's determined gaze, recalling that familiar face she had longed for day and night. His younger brother Shigeki, like Kid, is persistent and hardworking. Tsunade couldn't help but ask, Kid, can you tell me, what is your dream? Kitagawa Kid understood that now was the best time to answer the Hokage. But he didn't want to become Hokage. He had never said in the village that he wanted to be Hokage. Instead, he wanted to help Naruto achieve the dream. Those who knew him well were aware of this. Kitagawa Kid honestly said, I want to make more friends, help Naruto achieve the Hokage dream, help Sasuke find meaning beyond revenge, I want to become stronger, make a name in the ninja world, and also bring a lost friend home. Tsunade looked at his face and smiled bitterly, you remind me of a few old friends, but you are not them, your dream is full of stories. Kid, aren't you laughing at my bad luck in gambling? Then I bet that none of your dreams will come true. Tsunade took money from the casino, but didn't continue gambling. Instead, she went to a local izakaya and drank alone. Shizen knew Tsunade well, and when she couldn't find her at the casino, she came here immediately. Tsunade-sama, drinking isn't good for your health. I know about my health, and alcohol is just alcohol. I just want to drown my sorrows. Tsunade brushed Shizune's hand away and kept drinking. Her slightly tipsy face suddenly turned to Shizune. What do you think of that kid, Kid? Shizune thought for a moment and said, he is pretty hardworking. Naruto and Sasuke have both fallen asleep, but he is still reading. Did he use shadow clones? Tsunade asked. Yes, about 20 of them. That kid really is determined. Tsunade pounded the table and loudly called to the owner, check, please. Before the bill was even calculated, Tsunade threw down a large sum of money and hurriedly left. Shizune asked while following quietly, is Lady Tsunade going to see Kid? I have to keep an eye on Jiraiya's disciple, so nothing happens and that guy doesn't make fun of me, Tsunade replied. Shizune felt something was off. Lady Tsunade cares about Jiraiya so much, she wouldn't hit him that many times. She heard that the worst injury Jiraiya ever had was from Lady Tsunade hitting him. But Shizune chose to remain silent, a bold guess forming in her mind. First, Tsunade arrived outside Kid's room. But she didn't rush in immediately. Instead, she hid by the window, secretly watching Kitagawa Kid. What is that brat Kid doing lying in bed? The number of shadow clones is gradually decreasing. Is it by digesting the quantity of memory to alleviate the brain's pressure? Looks like he's much smarter than Shibaki. Tsunade also noticed a detail: the acupoints on Kitagawa Kid's body were not quite right. Chakra abnormalities in the opening and rest gates. This is the 8 gates technique? As a taijutsu expert, Tsunade was familiar with the 8 gates technique and knew it caused irreversible damage to the body, which is why she had abandoned it before. He uses the opening gate to remove brain restrictions, enhancing memory processing ability, and the rest gate to relieve fatigue, preventing the body's impact on the brain. Kid, this kid, is truly a genius. Shadow clone combined with 8 gates, this idea shocked Tsunade. She suddenly realized that this kid was far more complex than he appeared, a treasure boy. No wonder he dared to bet he could learn palm sage technique in 5 days, his confidence comes from here. Tsunade secretly observed until midnight, and Kitagawa Kid finally fell asleep. She quietly left. Shizen quickly caught up and asked, "Lady Tsunade, is Kid alright?" Tsunade replied without hesitation, "He is smart and hardworking, even more so than Jiraiya. His development and creativity in ninjutsu are comparable to Minato. In less than 10 years, Kitagawa Kid's name will surely resound throughout the ninja world. I look forward to his nickname." Shizen was shocked to hear this. Jiraiya was also recognized as a hard-working genius, almost catching up to the genius Orochimaru. Watergate's talent goes without saying. He created the Flying Thunder God technique second stage, observed the tailed beast orb, invented the Rasengan, and even became the 4th Hokage. Shizen looked toward Kitagawa Kid's room, wondering if he really deserved Tsunade's kind of praise. Clearly, he was just as irresponsible as Tsunade and loved visiting casinos. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Kitagawa Kid got up on time. He habitually checked his mailbox, wanting to see if anyone from the village had sent him a gift, and was surprised to find an exclamation mark flashing on the mailbox. He immediately thought of Tsunade. He glanced again at the affection panel and found that Tsunade's affection level had mysteriously risen to 3 stars last night. Could it be that my gambling luck is really starting to take effect? You have received a greeting letter from Tsunade in your mailbox. I saw you staying up until midnight last night, and I want to tell you. Your effort is not wrong, but you also need to pay attention to your health. P.S. This is my understanding of palm healing techniques. You can take it, no need to thank me. What the heck, Tsunade, do I really lose every bet? Kitagawa Kid looked over the letter carefully again. Tsunade came by last night? Why don't I remember? Taking advantage of my training to spy on me, huh? Kitagawa Kid thought of something. It seems that his identity as a prodigy was seen through by Tsunade. With such a mature training method, Tsunade definitely could tell. He wasn't pretending, but truly practicing desperately and accumulating rich experience. Last night, his favorability rating soared by 1 star, likely because Tsunade recognized his efforts. Kitagawa Kid looked again at the progress of mastering the 5 ways. After grasping the insight into the palm sage technique taught by Tsunade, his medical ninjutsu leveled up from LV4 to LV5. 1 step closer to mastering the 5 ways. He glanced at the divination channel, saw it was an unlucky day, and decided to go out less. At that moment, Tsunade knocked and came in, asking, "How's the progress?" "Listen to me, just give up." Kitagawa Kid knew Tsunade wasn't really advising him to give up. She just couldn't find a topic and said it casually. Elders are always like that. He smiled and said, "It's okay, I think I can speed through the palm sage technique in 5 days, no problem." Tsunade snorted coldly, "Stubborn kid, have you ever had a physical exam at the hospital?" Kitagawa Kid was momentarily stunned and honestly said, "No, I'm in very good health." Tsunade gently tapped his forehead. Ninja battles often cause hidden injuries. A medical checkup can detect and treat them early. "Forget it, I'll help you do a checkup." After saying that, Tsunade began examining his head at the gate of opening and the gate of rest, her movements professional. Kitagawa Kid felt something was off. Could it be related to last night's training? He looked up at Tsunade's serious expression as she checked, and understood in his heart. Strange, how could opening the 8 gates technique cause no injuries? Tsunade checked several times repeatedly but still found no abnormalities.
The conclusion was, Kitagawa Kid's body was extremely resilient, gifted, and highly resistant to the 8 gates technique. The effects of the former West Gate, which impact ordinary people, were completely ineffective on him. Tsunade put away the instrument, a bit disappointed. Your body is very good, just learn the palm immortal technique with me these days.
Beichuan Feng nodded.
Learning the palm immortal technique in one day was too exaggerated. He decided to drag it out for a few days and reveal his trump card at the last moment. In the following days, Tangin village was calm and peaceful, as if returning to the peaceful times of the past. But those in the know understood that this was the calm before the storm. On the last day, Beichuan Feng also revealed his hand to Tsunade, personally
demonstrating the palm immortal technique. Tsunade looked at the fish that was originally about to die, suddenly becoming lively and vigorous, staring at Beichuan Feng in shock. You really learned it, huh? Beichuan Feng chuckled and said modestly, by luck. Truly by luck. Thanks to Lady Tsunade's guidance.
Beichuan Feng admitted that his mastery of the fairy technique was entirely due to Tsunade's luck and instruction.
Looking at Beichuan Feng's talent, Tsunade felt somewhat dissatisfied. Why did all those good students end up with Jiraiya? It was the same with Minato, and with Kid too. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through, and Tsunade smiled as she asked, Kid, have you thought about changing your teacher? Kitagawa Kid answered with righteous dignity, once a teacher, always a father.
I will never betray teacher Jiraiya.
As soon as the words fell, a strange force slammed the ground, and Kitagawa Kid knelt down on the spot. Teacher Jiraiya secretly likes Tsunade, he definitely won't get angry.
The ancients said, a sage has no constant teacher. A teacher is one who imparts knowledge, skills, and resolves doubts.
Tsunade taught me medical skills, you are already my teacher. Kitagawa Kid's attitude made Tsunade smile. Kid, your moral bottom line is really flexible. Kitagawa Kid accidentally said, I heard teacher Jiraiya secretly likes you, it's not shameful to apprentice under you. As a result, Kitagawa Kid got beaten up. Tsunade couldn't forget Kato-dan in her heart, but she was somewhat ambiguous about Jiraiya. After being beaten, Kitagawa Kid was healed again.
In the afternoon, Kakashi found Kitagawa Kid. Let's go, the leader of the hidden hot springs village secretly notified us to prepare for action. People from other great nations will also come.
They're coming, they're coming. Kitagawa Kid quickly followed.
On the way, Naruto said excitedly, Kid, when the time comes, we have to team up to deal with a Jonin. Teacher Kakashi said he doesn't plan to get involved, leaving it for us to practice.
Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke, how's your Sharingan training going? We need to coordinate well.
Sasuke said confidently, let's show those cultists the power of the Uchiha. Team 7 arrived at a large conference room.
Quite a few people had already gathered inside. Kitagawa Kid immediately noticed the man at the door.
The man had a shark-like face and wore a hidden mist ninja forehead protector.
This was the future Akatsuki member Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame seemed to notice Kitagawa Kid's gaze and grinned, saying, Pressure Masun. Kitagawa Kid smiled kindly at him.
Then looked carefully again to see if Kisame had Samahata on him.
Currently, the first partner of the 1 against 7, Biwa. Juzo has not been sent yet, and Kisame has not defected. An elite Jonin belonging to Kirigakure. Without the support of the Samahata ninja sword, whether the Umbu rank is unknown. Kitagawa Kid curiously examined the people in the conference room again. The familiar red cloud black robe came into view.
In the direction of Iwagakure, he actually saw another person again.
Member of the Akatsuki organization.
He is a man with very distinctive eyes. His pupils are green, and half of his face is covered by a black mask. He does not wear a ninja forehead protector, probably because Kitagawa Kid recognized the person in front of him as the Akatsuki's financial expert Kakuzu. It turned out that the Akatsuki had cooperated with Iwagakure before, just as expected. This time, the mission from Yugakure was actually taken over by the Akatsuki. Counting Haiden, there are already 3 Akatsuki members gathered in the land of hot water. Kakuzu seemed to notice Kitagawa Kid's gaze and looked back. Kakashi immediately stood in front of Kitagawa Kid and said, Sorry, the young one is curious, please don't mind this gentleman. Kakuzu didn't look at Kitagawa Kid again. Kakashi whispered in his ear, That guy is very dangerous in the ninja world, you can't casually spy on others. Kitagawa Kid nodded and followed Kakashi to sit down. The leader of Yugakure and the daimyo of the land of hot water also entered the meeting room. Good afternoon, today I have good news and bad news. The leader of Yugakure paused and said, The bad news is that the cult has changed any of the previously notified mission locations could encounter a summoning ritual of an evil god.
He announced solemnly, therefore, we are classifying this mission as S rank. Hearing S rank, the Jonin present all frowned.
S-rank missions are highly confidential and extremely dangerous, only elite Jonin and Kaige level strong shinobi can complete them, and the mortality rate is very high.
Naruto exclaimed, "Isn't this sending us to our deaths?" Sasuke's eyes instead flashed with excitement, but Kakashi-sensei and Kid have done S-rank missions before.
Kakashi said seriously, this time is different, there is too little intelligence about the evil god, and the unknown means greater danger. The meeting room began to get noisy, many ninjas wanted to give up the mission on the spot and leave.
At that moment, Kakuzu from Iwagakure spoke up, since it's an S-rank mission, the reward should be multiplied, right?
The daimyo nodded in response, exactly.
The good news is, no matter what everyone,
whether it's the first time facing an evil god or not, I will undertake an S-rank mission.
Reward. 1 team, 1 million.
The first to face the evil god, 3 million for the dead, 10 million for success. The straightforward increase in the bid made Zhao very satisfied. He deliberately glanced at the Iwagakure good teammates beside him, 3 in total, even more satisfied. Those who had originally retreated also regained their courage. After all, there were so many locations it was impossible for them
to be truly unlucky and encounter the evil god's summoning ritual.
Moreover, according to intelligence, the success rate of this ritual is less than 5%, and participants are eliminated after success.
As long as the operation is swift and thorough, wouldn't that be a great bargain?
But Kakashi was still hesitant. In his view, money was not important, the safety of Kid, Naruto, and Sasuke was the key.
He would not allow any mistakes in the mission.
Naruto shouted impulsively, Kakashi-sensei, Haiden is the most dangerous in the cult.
Kid can handle him too. Sasuke added, how can we grow without facing real danger? Kakashi-sensei, you definitely don't want us to become flowers in a greenhouse, right? Kid Kitagawa had controlled Haiden with Genjutsu last time, which greatly boosted Sasuke's confidence. Moreover, how could a Jonin from the hidden hot water village be stronger than Konoha's elite?
Kakashi was shaken by Sasuke's words.
He looked at Kitagawa Kid, did Lady Tsunade agree to act together? Kitagawa Kid nodded, she agreed, but teacher Tsunade will not fight directly.
Hearing that Tsunade would also appear, Kakashi finally made up his mind.
Then let's move. But remember, if you face life-threatening danger, I will immediately lead you to retreat. Scatter. Nighttime, Iwai Town. The small town has fewer than 10,000 households after nightfall, the streets are almost unlit, with only a few people walking. Kitagawa Kid and the others received information about the cult from the guards.
The cultists set fire to the town every noon, sacrificing over 10,000 people from the entire town to the evil god. These cultists are disgusting. Naruto was furious after reading the intelligence. Even Sasuke, who had experienced the annihilation of his clan, was enraged, wishing he could personally send them to the guillotine.
Don't rush, stopping them is the only way to put an end to all this. I have a feeling someone is watching us. Kitagawa Kid looked around cautiously.
Suddenly, a shuriken flew over. He quickly dodged and at the same time spotted the cultist hiding in the shadows.
Discovered.
The cultist wore a clean white robe, like a priest. Join the cult, join us, and devoutly believe in our Lord.
After the evil god descends, you will be granted all your wishes.
Before the words finished, a great flame bomb greeted him.
Burned to death? Kitagawa Kid frowned as he watched the struggling figure in the flames. A sinister laugh echoed from the great flame bomb. Kitagawa Kid instinctively reacted.
His eyes turned a deep crimson, accompanied by the chirping of 1,000 birds in his hands. He saw clearly the cultist, who was struggling in the flames.
And then stood up. A black evil chakra appeared around the cultist, accompanied by strange tattoos similar to Haiden's. The burst of chakra reached the level of a Jonin. But unexpectedly, he fled. Is this a lure to draw us away?
Kitagawa Kid encountered this situation for the first time. The enemy was unharmed yet chose to escape, making it hard to judge. Naruto chased after him without hesitation, already forming a Rasengan in his hand. Sasuke intended to observe quietly like Kid, but seeing Naruto pursue, he had no choice but to follow closely.
Don't forget Kakashi-sensei's instructions. Kitagawa Kid reminded, instantly appearing beside Naruto and calmly analyzing.
The key to a lure is the enemy leaving the village, but right now the cultist was fleeing toward the village.
To prevent tragedy, pursuit was the best choice.
Besides, Kakashi and Tsunade were guarding secretly, so charging forward was no problem. The three chased to an orphanage. The smell of blood gradually spread, and corpses hung upside down above the orphanage. Blood dripped down, carved into strange runes on the ground, forming eerie patterns. Naruto swallowed hard at the terrifying scene, but he remembered his last promise and would not retreat again.
This is basically a 1 against 7 situation. Sasuke cursed under his breath. Kitagawa Kid chose to strike first.
Using dynamic vision, he locked onto a cultist and saw him praying. Kid instantly appeared behind him, and the lightning of Chidori pierced his heart in an instant.
Dead? Fong asked. That was too easy, wasn't it?
Without giving the other party a chance to react, he swung his blade and dismembered the cultist. According to the method Shikamaru used against Haiden, even if not dead, the body had to be sewn up.
The same applied to the cultist. But just as he cut off the head, it rolled on the ground, revealing a sinister smile. The ritual has begun, welcome the great evil god. The blood activated the orphanage's ritual. Kitagawa Fong understood the cultists were committing suicide, using themselves as sacrifices for the evil god. No wonder Tsunade-sensei didn't want to see you guys.
Although Fong didn't understand sealing techniques, he knew that the 7th squad was involved in a real S-rank mission this time. He felt an evil force awakening beneath the ground.
It can't be that simple.
With just over 100 corpses and 1 jonin, the evil god could break the seal.
He thought there must be other conditions.
At that moment, hurried footsteps came from the orphanage entrance. Haiden, carrying his bloodstained 3-month scythe, slowly walked in. I smelled the sacrifice the evil god desires on you all.
Haiden licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile.
At the same time, his scythe slipped from his hand, swung toward Naruto's silhouette, and vanished. Shadow clone technique, quickly use multiple shadow clones.
Kitagawa Kid shouted.
He threw a massive wind demon shuriken, clashing fiercely with Haiden's scythe, sparks flying everywhere.
As soon as Haiden appeared, Kitagawa Kid realized this was a trap aimed at Naruto.
Only the 9 tails chakra within Naruto was strong enough to allow the evil god to break free from the seal. Naruto reacted a bit slowly but was also clear that Haiden's target was himself. Without hesitation, he followed the command and performed the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, over 100 Naruto shadow clones filled the orphanage. Haiden found it difficult to distinguish the real Naruto for a moment, and his talkative nature couldn't help but reveal his intentions.
Deal with him first, only then will he obediently come to us. Haiden closed his eyes as the ground ceremony released evil energy into his body. This was specially prepared to counter Kitagawa Kid's dark technique last time. This time, I'm not afraid of being blinded, haha. With his eyes closed, Haiden could still accurately sense Kitagawa Kid's location thanks to his keen hearing.
Kitagawa Kid realized that illusions were of little use and chose to retreat to maintain distance. To deal with Haiden, avoid close combat and use ninja tools to pull him. As long as one of his arms is cut off, the threat will be greatly reduced.
Kitagawa Kid said to Sasuke, use the Uchiha throwing technique. Sasuke seemed to understand immediately before he finished speaking. Several shuriken flew toward Haiden's back.
This was a feint to attract Haiden's attention.
Kitagawa Kid also performed the Uchiha throwing technique. With dynamic vision, he was skilled in various uses of shuriken and kunai.
He tore open the sealed scroll, holding a huge Fuma shuriken in each hand.
To sever Haiden's arms, ninja tools large enough were needed. Haiden was caught in a pincer attack, but instead he laughed. Do you think these toys can kill me? He allowed Sasuke to attack his back while focusing the scythe in his hand on defending against Kitagawa Kid's Fuma shuriken.
At that moment, under the moonlight, the iron wire faintly appeared.
The shuriken thrown by Sasuke and Kitagawa Kid suddenly changed direction.
The Fuma shuriken attacked Haiden's left and right sides, while Sasuke's shuriken surprisingly spun in midair.
Withdraw!
Were blocked by sickles and spears.
But
the wire was twisted into a loop, and Sasuke pulled hard.
In an instant, Haiden was entangled by the wire. Looks like that's all there is. Under the Sharingan, Sasuke smiled slightly.
He and Kid had practiced this set of tactics many times. A pincer attack from front and back, whether from the front or the rear, either side,
was a killing move.
Kakashi had once commented that one careless moment
could mean the death of a jonin. As a nation of long-term peace, Haydn was basically.
He had never seen the strength of the Uchiha. He was ambushed. You guys are too despicable.
If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Let's have a real man's battle.
All you know is how to use those dirty hidden weapons.
Kitagawa Kid ignored Haydn's taunts and calmly said, "This is what ninjas are like."
Just as he was about to charge forward and slice Haydn into pieces with his blade, Haydn suddenly laughed. "You've fallen for it.
I have the power of the evil god. How could I be trapped by wire?"
The evil chakra tore through the entangling wire, and Haydn threw out a curved sickle. This sickle was specially designed in a crescent shape, making it easier to injure. At close range, ordinary people simply can't react in time.
Even though Kitagawa Kid had dynamic vision, Haydn's speed was too fast. He couldn't react at all.
Damn it! I was fooled by the weak Haydn in the original work. That cultist just now borrowed the power of the evil god, and Haydn also showed it. Baikawa Kid was cut by the blade, his mind racing.
Kid! Naruto and Sasuke instantly became alert.
Haydn can use the death god's power through blood, exchanging his immortal body for injuries.
Kid is in danger.
Kakashi in the shadows no longer hesitated, ready to act. He originally thought the battle was about to end, but didn't expect Haydn to suddenly erupt.
This is completely inconsistent with the intelligence. The intelligence said Haydn was good at taijutsu and evil rituals, not relying on chakra.
Kakashi made his move, the lightning of Chidori flashing through the kunai, his Sharingan fixed on Haydn, forcing Haydn to retreat step by step.
"Stop! Let me perform the ritual, you bastard."
Haydn was beaten to the point where he couldn't cast, only able to lick a drop of Kitagawa Kid's blood, quickly retreating and drawing the death ritual with his own blood.
"Are you ready? I will sacrifice you to the great evil god."
Haydn stood in the center of the ritual, laughing maniacally. Kakashi hesitated for a moment but still took the risk to strike. The lives of his comrades were the most important. Just as Haydn was about to stab his own heart with the spear, he was repelled by Kakashi's Chidori.
Haydn was forced to interrupt the ritual. Kitagawa Kid's Chidori followed immediately, severing Haydn's right arm before he could react.
Block the ritual site, so he can't continue casting.
Haydn screamed, "You actually know this?" Beichuan Feng didn't reply. Kakashi held the position. Haydn's ritual site. But at that moment, Haydn laughed again. "If I perform another ritual, won't you explode?" Haydn stepped back several paces and performed the death god's blood ritual again.
Beichuan Feng tried to stop him, but the evil god's power erupting around Haydn blocked him. His thousand birds finally stopped in front of Haydn. Haydn chuckled wickedly, cursed technique death controlling.
With blood.
Tear. Blood splattered from Fei Duan's heart. Beichuan Feng covered it up. The wound on his chest was as severe as the injury caused by the death god's blood.
Naruto helplessly called out Tsunade's name. Kegon was afraid to come in. She has hemophobia and cannot tolerate the bloodiness here.
After the ritual erupted, the orphanage was sealed off by a barrier, isolating it from the outside.
Tsunade couldn't hear Naruto's cries for help at all. Sasuke watched Kitagawa Kid fall, kneeling on the ground in pain. "Kid, you clearly promised to take revenge with me. Why did you abandon me?" His double Tomo Sharingan glowed.
At that moment, a long blade severed Haydn's other arm.
You're still alive?"
Haydn shouted in shock.
Kitagawa Kid dismembered him piece by piece. "My dream isn't fulfilled yet. How could I fall? You are part of my plan." To prevent accidents, Kitagawa Kid burned Haydn to ashes with a great fireball.
Then he used a fan to blow the ashes everywhere.
Reduced to ashes after 100 battles. Feng nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi asked in confusion, "Feng, what did you just use? The water transformation technique?"
Beichuan Feng nodded. "Yes, the water transformation technique can resist most physical attacks. It's the nemesis of the Death Commander's blood." Sasuke stepped forward and suddenly punched Beichuan Feng hard in the chest.
"Feng,
you kept this from us, you had me worried to death." Beichuan Feng wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and smiled reassuringly. This was a tactic. Only by doing this could Haydn be caught off guard and successfully ambushed by me. But he didn't say the truth in his heart. Suddenly, Kakashi lunged at Beichuan Feng and Sasuke. Evil chakra erupted during the ritual, darkness soaring into the sky, obscuring the moon. The ritual absorbed Haydn's blood, causing a mutation.
Kakashi nervously watched the monster formed by the evil chakra.
That chakra's power far exceeded his own 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times.
They were simply no match. Kid, Naruto, Sasuke. The mission has changed.
There's only one goal: escape.
Kakashi chose to abandon the fight without hesitation. Equals 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 equals. No, teacher Kakashi, look outside. Kitagawa Kid's gaze turned toward the gate they had come through, evil. The power had long formed a barrier and was continuously being reinforced. He looked back at the evil god absorbing the hanging corpses. It was using the corpses to assemble a flesh and blood monster. Once formed, they would probably have no place to be buried. Beichuan Feng walked to the gate, attempting to break the barrier with Chidori. However, his strongest single attack was repelled by an even stronger force. He turned his gaze to Kakashi and saw that Kakashi was also trying hard to break the barrier. Raikiri was incredibly sharp but only tore a small slit. Naruto also tried a Rasengan once, with the same result as Beichuan Feng. Naruto suggested, let's try together. We can't just stand by and do nothing, right? Kakashi shook his head, if even Raikiri can't break it, continuing to try is just a waste of chakra. Kitagawa Kid looked at Naruto, now we can only rely on you, Naruto. Naruto looked puzzled, and Kakashi and Sasuke were equally surprised. Naruto pointed at Kitagawa Kid, rely on me, a single genin? Even Kakashi-sensei can't do it. Kitagawa Kid said, because you have the power to destroy heaven and earth. But he wasn't referring to the 9 tails, but the summoning jutsu. Naruto felt uncertain, I hope this time it works. Last time it was because I fell off a cliff, the Toad boss was fierce and might not want to deal with me. But now there was no other choice, he had to try. Spirit summoning technique. Naruto finished the last hand seal and pressed his hand to the ground. With a loud thud, Toad Bunta appeared, smoking a cigarette, looking like a Yakuza boss. Naruto, this place is. Naruto stood on top of Gamma Bunta's head, pointing at the evil god and shouting, help me beat him up. Toadwin deeply felt the evil aura of the dark god and drew a huge short knife, I can't hold on much longer. Kitagawa Kid's voice came, 9 tails, you don't want to be swallowed by that guy either, right? Whether it's for Naruto or yourself, we're grasshoppers on the same rope now. 9 tails opened its eyes, I just don't want to see that disgusting guy. Naruto said happily, 9 tails, you're finally willing to help me a bit more? 9 tails didn't answer, only silently outputting chakra. But the 8 trigram seal that Minato set before dying sealed most of the chakra. 9 tails said helplessly, this cage restricts me, I can't hold on for long. Naruto's expression changed, then what should we do? Meanwhile, Kitagawa Kid, Kakashi, and Sasuke were still trying to break through the barrier. The evil goddess' attention was focused on Naruto, in a sense. Naruto was buying them time. Chidori 1T work, Chakra Scalpel 1T work either. Even the combination ninjutsu coordinated with Kakashi-sensei was no good. Kitagawa Kid unconsciously looked back at Naruto and the evil god. In the battle scene. To be honest, when Naruto became Jiraiya's apprentice and learned the summoning technique, he instantly surpassed himself, leaping ahead by several levels. This kind of battle, I'm simply not qualified to participate in. Kitagawa Kid instinctively searched for Tsunade. But outside the orphanage, only Tsunade stood with her back to them, anxiously staring at the orphanage. In front of her, a huge slug kept corroding the barrier with acid. Kitagawa Kid smiled bitterly. Tsunade's blood phobia was acting up, and being able to summon the slug was already her limit. And the barrier isolated inside and outside, he couldn't even use mouth escape. The most desperate thing was, when Naruto's chakra couldn't hold on, they only had a dead end. Kid, watch out. Sasuke grabbed and threw, knocking Kitagawa Kid down. A huge piece of building debris flew over. That was the aftermath of the battle between Gamma Bunta and the evil god. Kitagawa Kid relaxed for a moment, almost perishing together with Obito. But was this really just the aftermath of the battle? A chill came from behind, he turned around and saw the evil god staring here. Kakashi shouted urgently, run. It can't beat Naruto for now, it might want to deal with us first. Use us to threaten Naruto, create a flaw. At this moment, the most powerless is Sasuke. Who would have thought that the companion who once grew up side by side has now far surpassed himself? When real danger comes, Naruto needs protection, and he can only try hard not to hold him back. Facing the moment when he needs his student to protect him, Kakashi's heart is full of guilt and pain. His left eye began to spin, the powerful force that did not belong to him was awakening. Obito. I know what to do now. Kakashi covered his painful Mangekyo Sharingan, opened his palm, and Sasuke was shocked. Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha's ultimate power. Teacher Kakashi is an outsider, how is that possible? Am I really no match for an outsider?
But Kakashi completely ignored Sasuke's inner struggle, with only one thought in his mind.
Let Kid and Sasuke escape. He would stay behind and try to create an opportunity to escort Naruto away. Only then could the students survive. As for himself, Kakashi smiled bitterly, I was supposed to die. Kawaii.
The power of space-time twisted the barrier. Kakashi clutched his left eye, the intense pain causing him to half-kneel on the ground.
Go! Don't look back, and don't hesitate. The moment he left the barrier, Kitagawa Kid glanced back.
Kakashi, his gaze filled with sorrowful cries. But right now, there is no room for sorrow. There are so many things he has to do, and perhaps only he can accomplish them.
Baigawa Kid is bringing reinforcements to rescue Naruto and Kaka. Teacher Shi. He immediately found Tsunade.
At this moment, Tsunade was crouching halfway on the ground, her face
extremely pale, her body trembling continuously. The onset of hemophobia almost made Tsunade lose all ability except summoning jutsu.
Tsunade lowered her head in silence, her voice trembling, I really can't do it.
Kitagawa Kid did not relax, his voice echoing in her ear, you are one of the legendary Sannin, possessing power comparable to Jiraiya. You are Tsunade of Konoha, you must be able to do it. I really can't.
Tsunade shouted angrily, looking directly at Kitagawa Kid. Kitagawa Kid remained calm, just staring at her.
Cheyenne couldn't help but explain for Tsunade, Kid, I know you're anxious, but Lady Tsunade has suffered from hemophobia for 10 years. She can't stand the sight of blood, she really can't do it. Kitagawa Kid asked calmly, is it because of the deaths of her brother Nawaki and her lover Kato Dan? Tsunade was stunned, staring at him, how do you know them?
Kitagawa Kid did not answer, only stated the facts. During the First Ninja World War, your brother Nawaki died due to an explosive tag, only 12 years old. Because of this, you promoted reforms in the ninja squads, equipping them with medical ninjas. Your lover Kato Dan supported you at the Jonin meeting, and the two developed feelings for each other. But he also died tragically, in your arms.
Your most skilled medical ninjutsu couldn't save him, which became the root of your hemophobia. Kitagawa Kid's gaze was firm, then why did you leave Konoha after the Third Ninja World War?
As long as you summon the slug, many patients can be saved.
This should have nothing to do with hemophobia, right? So who really caused the deaths of Shigeru and Kato?
War?
Kitagawa Kid smiled and shook his head. War is just a continuation of politics. At your level. You must understand this truth by now, right?
War is a dirty game, and the players controlling the board are dirty players. So, in the Second Ninja World War, who were those
dirty players? Kitagawa Kid counted on his fingers, naming them one by one.
The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, root leader Danzo Shimura, and the elders of Konoha.
Konohamaru Sarutobi, Mito Umbu.
They were dissatisfied with the rise of the Rain Village and used this as an opportunity to secretly incite war with the Sand and Stone villages. Lady Tsunade, your dearest person died because of the arrangements made by the teacher and the Hokage you respected most.
Have you never complained? Have you never argued?
You saved countless lives, yet you could only watch helplessly as they died one by one on the battlefield. Your grandfather, the first Hokage, dreamed of building a Konoha that could protect children and let them grow up healthy.
A Konoha that advocates peace.
But under the leadership of the third Hokage, your 12-year-old brother died. People who love their family as much as you do also live painfully in this world.
After knowing the truth, you couldn't face them. So, you chose to escape.
Lady Tsunade, you took the weakest path, leaving Konoha, drinking and gambling every day, living meaninglessly.
Enough! Tsunade slammed her fist into the ground, which instantly cracked like a spider web. If she continued with this strike, someone would really die. Tsunade glared angrily at Kitagawa Kid and demanded, you're just my student, what right do you have to lecture your teacher?
Kitagawa Kid wore a faint smile on his face, but in Tsunade's eyes, it was blatant mockery.
Surprisingly, Baichuan Feng turned and walked away.
Tsunade, however, unexpectedly stopped him, just give up like that?
Didn't you speak so forcefully just now, kid? Baigawa Kid laughed, time is tight, and I don't want to waste it on cowards.
You can't save Naruto, but I have other ways. Before you go, I'll leave you with a saying. Kitagawa Kid spoke with her side profile turned away from Tsunade, saying, if you're dissatisfied with this world, go and change it.
Don't just keep running away and complaining. Let's go. Let's get this done. Sasuke looked back at Tsunade in disappointment and silently shook his head.
Compared to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade, also one of the three legendary Sannin, was a complete coward.
Watching Kitagawa Kid's figure gradually fade into the distance, Tsunade recalled the stories her grandfather told her when she was a child. It was an epic of war and peace. Her grandfather Senju Hashirama faced this shattered world and ended the war.
However, her grandfather lost two younger brothers and close friends,
also run counter to it. But the first generation never complained. Instead, they devoted themselves solely to creation. An epic of peace.
Tsunade knelt on the ground, looking at her own hands. She made a cut on her palm with a chakra scalpel, and watched as blood dripped from her palm.
Grandpa, can I really do this?
Elsewhere, Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke quickly passed through the jungle, rushing back to Hidden Hot Water Village.
Kid, are you trying to get Hidden Hot Water Village to help? Sasuke asked. Kitagawa Kid nodded and then shook her head. I suspect there are cult spies among the higher-ups of Hidden Hot Water Village.
They deliberately assigned our Team 7 to the site of the evil goddess summoning ritual.
Sasuke was stunned. He had never thought of this. Kitagawa Kid continued, do you still remember the legend of the Six-Path Sage and the evil god that the leader of the Hidden Hot Water Village told us?
The daimyo of the land of hot water has guarded the evil god for generations, and the power that seals the evil god is the Kusanagi sword Take Manakata no Kami.
How could the evil god break the seal with just one Haiden? Where is Take Manakata no Kami now? Sasuke's thoughts suddenly cleared up, but he became even more worried. The daimyo?
If it really is him, the Hidden Hot Water Village might not help us.
Kitagawa Kid smiled. The Hidden Hot Water Village is willing to help, but not everyone can be the daimyo's pawn. We are all ninjas. But I don't want to alert the enemy, I just want to find one person.
Who?
Sasuke asked curiously. He is here.
Kitagawa Kid saw Kakuzu returning to the village with three teammates from the Hidden Rock, his expression displeased.
He stepped forward to block Kakuzu. Sir, interested in making a big profit?
1 million is too little, not even enough for your travel expenses from the land of Earth to the land of Soup, Kakazu said coldly.
Kid, don't block my way. I'm in a bad mood and might kill you.
9 million, do me a favor, Kitagawa Kid said without backing down.
Oh?
Hearing the number, Kakazu's interest peaked, and his attitude softened.
What favor? Kitagawa Kid said, Konoha is facing an evil god's descent ritual, and my guiding Jonin is trapped.
I'll get you the 9 million first to show my sincerity. A crimson light flashed in Kitagawa Kid's eyes. In an instant, the three Iwagakure teammates beside Kakazu were controlled by Genjutsu. Kakazu laughed, interesting, so that's how 9 million comes. But you forgot, they are my close friends, my brothers.
Kitagawa Kid made it clear. Then you'll have to pay extra. Kakazu sneered, subduing the three with one move.
Equals 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 equals
Tang Kingdom, Daimyo Mansion.
An elegant and luxurious room filled with the mixed scents of incense and medicine, emitting a strong aroma of traditional Chinese herbs. The daimyo was half squatting beside his sickbed, and next to him, a doctor stood and said, I have already taken the items left by the 6 immortals, and also sent the person you mentioned to the agreed location. According to the agreement, your cult should cure my daughter. The cult doctor sneered, rest assured, only our evil god can save her, don't worry. You know your daughter has jade scale disease, no one in the world can cure it.
Tsunade also said she won't live past 10. You can only trust us.
Saying this, he injected the girl on the bed with a syringe. Evil power spread, and the princess of Tang Kingdom, whose skin was originally bluish, gradually regained health. But a few seconds later, her face began to mutate, fangs growing from her mouth, turning into a terrifying monster.
Daming drew his sword and held it to the doctor's neck, angrily asking, is this the result of me trusting you? The doctor smiled and said, at least she's still alive, isn't she? Dad. The princess woke up but felt something was wrong.
She saw her monstrous face reflected in the blade's light and screamed in fright. The guards heard the noise and rushed into the room. Seeing the princess had turned into a monster, they immediately charged, ready to strike.
Daming stood in front of her. Step back. Only my orders allow you to enter.
The guards were puzzled. Lord Daming, she is a monster.
If we don't kill her. The princess was scared back onto the bed by the blade's light.
Daming said firmly, don't be afraid.
No matter what you become, I will always love you and won't allow anyone to harm you.
On the rooftop, Kitagawa Kida's Chidori had already struck, piercing the daimyo's heart in an instant. The daimyo looked in disbelief at the sudden Konoha ninja, then turned to see Kitagawa Kida's cold face. How dare you kill the daimyo?
Kitagawa Kid sneered.
To most ninjas, the daimyo was a formidable force, but to him, he was nothing but a powerless waste. A waste unworthy of conversation with him. At this moment, Sasuke had already subdued the cult doctor.
Kitagawa Kid used medical ninjutsu to sustain the daimyo's life. At the same time, lightning was aimed at the princess cowering on the bed. Tell me, where is Take Manakata?
The daimyo knew that if he spoke, both he and his daughter
would likely die. But watching the lightning steadily approach his daughter,
Daming's psychological defenses collapsed, and he could only gamble on Beichuan
Fang's kindness. I can tell you where I hid it. But you must let my daughter go. Beichuan Fang's lips curled up. Speak, I won't kill innocents indiscriminately. Beichuan Feng told Sasuke everything about the situation with Jianmu Raijin in detail.
He signaled Sasuke to verify the truth of the information. After Sasuke returned, Beichuan Feng immediately dropped his medical identity, pointing Chidori at the princess. Once a cult, always a cult. Although the princess possessed the power granted by the evil god, she had never learned any combat skills. Cornered and about to beg for mercy, Beichuan Feng said coldly, even if you beg me, I won't let you go.
The princess cried out in despair, am I just supposed to die? I was born with a terminal illness, and my father only wanted to save me. Is that wrong? Sasuke felt reluctant in his heart, but Beichuan Feng completely disagreed. Nonsense, if you don't die, do you expect me to die?
As his words fell, the princess collapsed to the ground. Afterwards, Beichuan Feng said to Sasuke, whatever you enjoy, you must pay the corresponding price. Don't pity her, she got what she deserved. Having dealt with one of the main culprits, Beichuan Feng and Sasuke left Daimyo Mansion. On the way to Iwai Town, Sasuke took out a long box and opened it. A flash of light appeared and gradually faded, revealing a long sword inside, its blade shrouded in mist with faint lightning flickering. That was the Kusanagi sword that sealed the evil god Takamikasuchi. This is the treasured tool left behind by the Six-Path Sage, truly extraordinary, Kitagawa Kid murmured to himself. He turned to Sasuke, you should be able to use this sword, right? Sasuke shook his head, the Kusanagi sword seems to have a spirit it refuses to follow me. Kitagawa Kid was puzzled, aren't you the reincarnation of Indra? Could it be that because of your past life, it doesn't recognize you? He asked, then what should we do? Takamikazuchi is a powerful weapon for sealing evil gods. Sasuke suggested, how about you try, Kid? He didn't know he was the reincarnation of Indra, but he believed that only Kid and Naruto could accomplish what he couldn't. Me? Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that. In the ninja world, without Otsutsuki bloodline and strong reincarnation, who could wield this sword? Better to rely on Naruto. As Naruto is the reincarnation of Asura and the true successor of the Six-Path Sage, gaining the recognition of Takamikazuchi should be easier. But since I'm here, I might as well give it a try. Besides, Kitagawa Kid never believed in bloodline theories. A true man should be like this, if he can take it, he replaces it. Instead of believing in bloodlines or destiny, believe in yourself. Kitagawa Kid picked up Takamikazuchi. Since you have a spirit, let's do this, if my arm is still here, consider it your approval of me. As he spoke, Takamikazuchi slipped from Kitagawa Kid's hand. Thrown up, spinning in midair, like moonlight. Sasuke couldn't help but remind, Kid. If you slash down like that, you'll break an arm. Kitagawa Kid extended his right arm, letting Take Manakata fall diagonally across it. When the blade touched the ground, he smiled faintly, looks like you accept me. But there's something I have to make clear first. Whether you accept it or not, my right arm won't break. Kitagawa Kid pulled out Take Manakata embedded in the ground. The sword was stuck in the soil, yet it remained clean and shining. Sasuke looked at the shining sword in Kitagawa Kid's hand, momentarily shaken, recalling those past events in the daimyo's mansion. Legend has it that Take Manakata is as strict as thunder, allowing no trace of evil thoughts, but there seemed to be something off about Kid. Could it be? Sasuke fell silent, a vague other suspicion forming in his heart. My distance from them is growing greater and greater, whether in strength or courage. Night, Iwai Town. The barrier still separates the orphanage from the outside. The townspeople are gradually leaving amid the conflict between the cult and the hidden hot water village.
Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke return here, blades in hand.
Inside the barrier, Tsunade and Kakuzu join forces to resist the evil god, the enemy steadily retreating.
It seems the battle is almost over, we arrived too late. Kitagawa Kid swings Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and the barrier cracks open with a loud sound.
The once sturdy barrier is now fragile, but the cost is. He feels that nearly 1/3 of his chakra has been consumed.
A weapon is ultimately just a weapon, the strength depends on the user.
Kitagawa Kid knew he couldn't rely on the power of Takamikazuchi, or else the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would become his limit.
Go! Sasuke followed closely behind. The moment the two appeared, Kakashi suddenly appeared. Why are you back?
This place is dangerous.
Kitagawa Kid said firmly, I have a reason I must return. I can't abandon my friends and run away alone.
Sasuke added,
Rudwa is still here, we can't leave him behind. Kakashi said seriously, this is a mission.
Kitagawa Kid smiled in response, did Tsunade-sensei come here on a mission?
Did Lord Kakuzu come here on a mission? A mission is not set in stone. I have a seal in my hand.
The power of the evil god.
Kita River Kid drew out the Takamikazuchi, and Kakashi immediately. He noticed this Kusanagi sword.
He saw the shadow of his father, Saku Shigeru, in this sword.
His father was once the White Fang of Konoha, a master of swordsmanship.
At the pinnacle of the ninja world, even the warriors of the land of iron bow in submission.
This is the Kusanagi sword Takamikazuchi? Kakashi immediately thought of the legendary weapon.
That's right, I have earned its approval, and it is very pleased with me.
Kitagawa Kid gripped his sword and walked toward the evil god. Kakashi did not stop him but held on to Sasuke.
Sasuke said discontentedly, Kakashi-sensei, Kid can go over there, so why can't I?
Kakashi said sternly, it's too dangerous there, it's not a place for you. What about Naruto then?
Sasuke wanted to say, but fell silent because of his low status. Naruto has the power of the 9 tails and strong summoning techniques, while Kid possesses Takamikazuchi.
And what does he have? Sasuke opened his Sharingan, his eyes full of unwillingness, staring in the direction of the evil god. On the battlefield, Tsunade noticed Kitagawa Kid's arrival. She recalled the embarrassment of being verbally outwitted, wanting to ignore him, but couldn't leave him alone. At that moment, Kitagawa Kid shouted, Tsunade-sensei! Kido-san! Help me create a sure kill opportunity. Tsunade frowned, kids should stay where kids belong, don't go wandering around.
Kido, considering the money involved, did not argue.
But he did not believe Kitagawa Kid, thinking he didn't even qualify to enter the arena. However, when Kitagawa Kid appeared behind Naruto wielding the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the evil god panicked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you, a human child, gain its recognition?
The evil god was already at a disadvantage once Beichuan Feng joined, the outcome was decided instantly.
The evil god proposed an alliance, I give you power, and together we rule the world. You be the human king, I be the shadow ruler, we join forces. Nonsense.
Beichuan Feng rejected decisively.
Defeated by 2 shadows, what kind of king can you still be? Pirate king? Bandit king?
At best, the king of rolling, the king of getting beaten, the king of imprisonment, the king of desertion. Once out of the land of soup, you will surely be crushed by the 5 great nations. The evil goddess fear was something even Tsunade and Kaku, who had fought him for a long time, had never seen.
They even thought the evil god couldn't speak. But as soon as Kitagawa Kid arrived, the evil god became afraid. Tsunade, standing on the slug, cast her gaze toward Kitagawa Kid. Kakuzu, positioned on the ruins, also looked toward Kitagawa Kid.
Naruto voiced the same question they all had, Kid, can you also handle
that monster? Kitagawa Kid smiled slightly, because I have the ninja tool left by the 6 Paths Sage. Kusanagi's sword Takamikazuchi. Takamikazuchi?
Naruto felt it was very familiar.
But couldn't recall it at the moment. However, Tsunade and Kakuzu were very sensitive to information, and immediately understood what it was. Kakuzu stared greedily at the weapon in Kitagawa Kid's hand. 6 Paths ninja tool, Kusanagi sword? Its reputation is well known, it must be worth a lot of money. Kitagawa Kid saw through his intentions at a glance. A famous sword has a spirit only those it recognizes can wield it. Mr. Kato, even if you get this sword, you won't be able to use it. As for selling it?
Kitagawa Kid looked to Tsunade for support, and Tsunade sneered, kid, you still have to rely on adults for help.
Kato felt Tsunade's threat and immediately hesitated. Kitagawa Kid's words pierced his psychological defense once again. I can offer more money, guaranteeing you won't leak this matter. 5 million hush money. Kato's expression changed instantly. Deal. Tsunade looked puzzled. Why is this guy so greedy? Such a powerful ninja actually moved by money? How did Keed know? And he even dares to bet on his trustworthiness? With the cooperation of Naruto and Tsunade, Kitagawa Keed seized the opportunity. He used the toad summoned by Naruto to deliver a crushing blow to the evil god. Kitagawa Keed gripped the Kusanagi sword and stabbed straight into the evil god's body from the air. Take Manakata clashed with the evil god, lightning and thunder flashing, with thunderlight blooming inside the evil god's body. The runic bloodlight on the ground dissipated, and the ceiling formation reappeared. The evil god's power receded like a tide. It's over. Kitagawa Keed was about to release his grip, but Take Manakata held on tightly, as if reluctant to let go. Kitagawa Keed looked at the blade in confusion. Kato, out of duty, tried to take Manakata, but his hand was burned by the lightning. Kato said, "It seems the famous sword truly has a spirit. It's not something I can wield. I don't want the 5 million anymore. The hiring fee is a total of 19 million. You should know how to settle the payment." Kitagawa Keed nodded. "The mission reward will all go to you. I will still give you the 5 million, the promised hush money." Kitagawa Keed, keep my word and never go back on a promise. Kadamaru remained silent, unimpressed, only believing that money in hand counts. However, he had a good impression of Kitagawa Keed, liking this kind of employer who pays promptly without holding a knife to his throat. After saying this, Kitagawa Keed tried to draw Kenmakura Raijin was easily drawn out. "It seems you have decided to follow me. I'm very curious why you did not choose Sasuke, and you don't seem to be on Naruto's side either. I have a bad cold. But since you chose me, I won't let you down." Kitagawa Keed looked at Tsunade. Takamikazuchi is the most important lock sealing the evil god. If it doesn't want to go back, then please, Tsunade-sensei, seal it here. This is. Keed Kitagawa recognized at a glance that this was a treasure Tsunade had given him. It turned out to be a precious relic passed down from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama to Tsunade. A chakra crystal belonging to Senju Hashirama, possessing the power to seal the 9 tails and the Jinchuriki. Most importantly, this is Tsunade's emotional attachment to the most important person. The first Hokage's necklace, she had given it to 2 people. Younger brother Shinshu, lover Kato Dwan. Originally belonging to Naruto, but now given to me. Naruto curiously stretched his head to look at the necklace on Kitagawa Keed's neck. "Granny Tsunade, what is this? It's pretty nice. My grandfather, the first Hokage, gave it to me." Tsunade didn't say much. But this answer made Naruto extremely envious. The first Hokage? Really? Could it be that Keed really earned Granny Tsunade's approval? Tsunade turned away without responding. Silence was consent, and Kitagawa Keed was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He actually really replaced Naruto in Tsunade's heart. This is simply unbelievable. At the same time, an exclamation mark popped up in his email inbox. Received a thank you letter from Tsunade. "I really wish you were my brother, but you are much stronger than him. I've sent you a necklace. I believe you won't believe in any curses. Anyway, thank you. Bonus, Super Strength, complete release of Een Seal, 100 techniques, Super Strength booster greatly enhances physical fitness with no cost." So many rewards? All of them are Tsunade's signature techniques? No need to mention Super Strength. Kitagawa Keed was often threatened by this move. That is a punch powerful enough to knock someone down. Super Strength is essentially a combination of chakra and taijutsu, concentrating chakra to unleash a powerful airflow. Painful Sky Kick is actually a variant of Super Strength. Super Strength is different from the 8 Gates technique. It has no cost. The 8 Gates is top tier but comes with a price. The baseline of Super Strength is frighteningly high. Kitagawa Keed continued to study the full explanation of the Een Seal and the 100 techniques. The Een Seal is hidden on the back, serving as a concealed energy source, but it is designed more for females, making it difficult for males to perform. Although he learned it, he couldn't execute it. However, his knowledge of sealing techniques greatly increased, and his sealing skill level jumped directly from level 1 to level 3. The 100 techniques, like the Een Seal, also have flaws. It is an automatic medical ninjutsu that consumes chakra, requiring a large amount of chakra. Tsunade and Sakura usually use it together with the Een Seal. Kitagawa Keed can use it, but there's no need. However, medical skills have also improved to level 6. As for the Super Strength booster shot? I naturally like to exercise. Is there a problem with taking some medicine? After receiving the reward, Kitagawa Kid curiously glanced at Tsunade's affection level. 10 stars. Unlike Kabuto, who found himself again and had an emotional reliance on Sister Nono, Kitagawa Kid directly replaced Shigeki and Kato for the first time. The position tied in Tsunade's heart. But the time the two spent together was too short, truly. Replacing Tsunade's younger brother and lover's position, the favorability is definitely above 12 stars. A full 14 stars might not be impossible. Perhaps pain is the catalyst for emotions. Kitagawa Kid silently sighed. He was unclear about what exactly happened after tonight's verbal sparring with Tsunade. But for Tsunade, those first painful memories were definitely a form of torture. Do also experienced pain akin to a life or death farewell. Aikawa Kid deliberately glanced at Tsunade, but she ignored him, happily counting money. He handed the remaining money to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you are the lead jonin, so I'll leave the rest of the money to you for distribution. After saying that, he went over to watch Kakuzu count the money. Unlike Tsunade's casual approach, Kakuzu counted the money very seriously, carefully verifying it over and over. He was very patient and cherished the money. After counting, he neatly placed it into the suitcase. Kakuzu packed the suitcase, sealed the money, and Baikawa Kid spoke, Mr. Kakuzu, I am an honest person, and you can see that. Kakuzu nodded slightly, very satisfied with Baikawa Kid. The payment was quick, precise, and ruthless, starting with a big order of over 20 million. Baikawa Kid handed over a business card. I believe we will cooperate again. I am young and wealthy. Looking forward to a pleasant partnership. Kakuzu took the business card. I am very satisfied with this cooperation, but I don't trust people easily. Kitagawa Kid said, as long as the employer and the employee keep their promises, that's enough. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, then wrote down a piece of paper with several place names. This is my contact information. The premise of cooperation is to abide by the contract. Don't come to me for jobs under 1 million, unless it's nearby. After saying that, Kakuzu turned and left. Kitagawa Kid got what he wanted. He knew very well what kind of person Kakuzu was. Even if he was a member of the Akatsuki and a future enemy, Kakuzu could still cooperate. He only trusted money and had an excellent reputation. As long as the pay was high enough, even betraying the Akatsuki was something Kakuzu could do. This guy once dared to throw kunai at Senju Hashirama from 800 miles away. Although Kakuzu escaped in the end, he did complete the mission that was certain death. On credibility, there's no doubt. What was unexpected was that his mailbox received another letter. It wasn't from Sasuke, nor Kakashi, and definitely not Naruto. It was actually from Kakuzu. Your mailbox has received a greeting letter from Kakuzu. Leave the bounty of over 1 million to me, Bounty Hunter Kakuzu. Attachment, Earth Release Earth Spear. B-Rank Earth Release Ninjutsu, combining offense and defense, can harden the skin on the arm to achieve the effect of a spear. The defense is strong enough to withstand the explosion of a detonating tag. Overall, it is a very good ninjutsu. Kitagawa Kid originally had little hope for Kato, but he didn't expect Kato to find him so agreeable. Over 20 million, immediate payment, good reputation, very attractive to bounty hunters. Kitagawa Kid spent over 20 million in cash to buy favor. But he felt that the 5 million hush money he gave was what truly bought trust and vision. I originally just wanted to show sincerity, but I didn't expect it to turn into a recharge. Kitagawa Kid said, laughing and crying at the same time. This also fits Kakuzu's personality quite well. After receiving the unexpected surprise, Kitagawa Kid kept sneaking glances at Najushi and Kakashi. One had activated the two Tomo, the other the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that they were even inferior to Kakuzu? Kakashi was understandable. Last time he accidentally bumped into Itachi's gun barrel, and Tsukuyami helped him complete the eye activation. But Najushi had no reason to hide anything. Could he really be holding back a big move? Sasuke, is something on your mind? Seeing Sasuke walk toward the door, Kitagawa Kid quickly followed and asked softly. Nothing, I'm just going out for a walk, Sasuke said expressionlessly. But Kitagawa Kid kept following until they reached a place where no one was around. Every time you say you want to take a walk, I know you have something on your mind and like to be alone at that moment. Long-term companionship made Kitagawa Kid very familiar with Sasuke's habits. He also found that his thoughts often mirrored Sasuke's. Is it because of Naruto? Kitagawa Kid asked. Hearing that name, Sasuke stopped walking and looked back at him. You also felt that sense of helplessness, right? Sasuke smiled bitterly and said self-mockingly.
Being left far behind by a companion I'm with day and night, unable to help in dangerous times, feeling like a useless person.
Just as expected. Kitagawa Kid had anticipated this. Sasuke was tsundere proud as he was, being left far behind by Naruto made the gap obvious. This was hard for even Kitagawa Kid to accept, let alone the proud Sasuke. You should know Naruto's identity, right? Kitagawa Kid asked. Sasuke nodded. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the village's strategic weapon, almost a naturally born shadow-level combatant. Then do you know Naruto's experiences? Kitagawa Kid asked again. Sasuke was silent before meeting Naruto, he was unaware of these things. But after becoming friends with Naruto, he understood Naruto's loneliness. Only a handful of people in the village were willing to associate with Naruto. The cost of being a Jinchuriki is loneliness. This is not a reason to be weak. I have a stronger resolve than him. I must kill a dozen sevens to avenge Uchiha. Sasuke was never the type to think, because Naruto has suffered, Naruto is strong, to comfort myself. He couldn't accept his own weakness, couldn't accept the helplessness of only being able to be protected. Kitagawa Kid understood this mental knot, whether in this timeline or the original future. Stimulated by Itachi, Naruto, and Orochimaru, Sasuke chose to leave Naruto and become stronger. The only meaning of his life was to become stronger, to take revenge. But bonds also caused him pain, which prompted him to awaken the three-tomo Sharingan at the Valley of the End. The eyes of the Uchiha do not lie. Kitagawa Kid looked at Sasuke, who was leaning against a street lamp with his head down, not knowing what to say. Just say something? Sasuke wouldn't buy that. Become stronger? He had nothing to teach. Kitagawa Kid himself was hoping Sasuke would teach him to become stronger. Under the light, Sasuke's shadow stretched long. It was already late at night, and there was no one on the street. Kitagawa Kid's words broke the silence. Sasuke, are you interested in the dark arts? Dark arts? Sasuke looked up in surprise at Kitagawa Kid when he heard the name of the genjutsu, then silently shook his head. You said it was a forbidden technique, and if discovered teaching it privately, I'm afraid. Unless. Kitagawa Kid interrupted, forget that, you are more important to me. Also, the great fireball technique, tree binding kill, we agreed to become stronger together, Sasuke. 1 A rank ninjutsu, 2 B rank ninjutsu, and 1 C rank ninjutsu. Sasuke knew these were all the techniques Kid knew that suited him. He was teaching them to me without reservation. Even if it violated Konoha's rules. Sasuke instinctively wanted to refuse, but he didn't want to miss any chance to become stronger, hesitating and struggling between friends and strength. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared. So late, aren't you going back to sleep? Kid, I remember you usually sleep before midnight, and Sasuke, you wouldn't stay up past that either. Kakashi-sensei? Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke looked at him in surprise. Kitagawa Kid immediately thought Kakashi had been spying on them from the shadows. Sasuke was somewhat at a loss, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Kid. Kakashi-sensei probably heard everything, right? Kitagawa Kid chose to be honest, wanting to test whether Kakashi would turn a blind eye. Kakashi was holding Intimate Paradise in his hand, his eyes not looking at Kitagawa Kid. Is this really important? When people are young, they always. I sometimes do impulsive things. I understand. Beichuan Feng heard Kakashi selectively. Ignoring it, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But Kakashi didn't seem willing to let him off so easily. I have also done many foolish things before, including abandoning my comrades, attempting to assassinate the Hokage, and even personally killing a friend who entrusted me. Except for the last one, I turned back from all of them. Kakashi put away the family paradise and looked at Kitagawa Kid. The Chidori I created, and that mysterious Rasengan, the water transformation secret technique of the Kirigakure Hozuki clan. There are too many secrets I never asked you about. Do you know why? Kitagawa Kid tentatively said, Naruto? Jiraiya-sensei? Tsunade-sensei? Gai-sensei? Hokage Grandpa? Kakashi heard the long list of names and his mouth twitched slightly. Yes, and no. I was indeed influenced by these people, but the real reason I didn't ask. He paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Someone told me that comrades are more important than missions, and you are my teammate, my student. As long as you want to protect your comrades, that's enough. Everyone has secrets, and so does our Team 7. Some secrets everyone knows, some are kept in the heart, and some even oneself doesn't understand. Kakashi stepped close to Kitagawa Kid's ear and whispered, the Hokage said that you, like me, were once one of Elder Danzo's people. Kitagawa Kid was stunned for a moment, instinctively looking at Kakashi, who smiled slightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. What's wrong, Kid? Sasuke asked. It's nothing. Kitagawa Kid shook his head, recalling the night of the clan's annihilation and the memories of the orphanage. Everything finally connected. No wonder the third Hokage never asked in detail about Rasengan and Chidori. No wonder Kakashi-sensei never inquired about the water release techniques. So, my peaceful years were because someone silently bore the pain for me. Damn it! Kitagawa Kid silently decided that from now on, anything that doesn't make sense would be blamed on Danzo. After all, everyone knows Danzo's reputation.
He took out several blank scrolls and wrote down the training methods for the dark arts one by one.
Even for quick ninjutsu like tree binding death, with his understanding of genjutsu, he could reverse engineer it.
When he handed the scroll to Sasuke, the system mailbox lit up. Your mailbox has received a thank you letter from Uchiha Sasuke.
Thank you. A concise and tsundere brat, clearly so much more. So touching, how many inner dramas did those ellipses omit? Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. He curiously glanced at the attachment again. Attachment, S-rank lightning release ninjutsu Kirin. Erjuzi, you bastard, are you really planning something big for me? Kirin is a ninjutsu activated using celestial phenomena.
The prerequisites are very strict, requiring a thunderstorm, but its advantages
are equally obvious. Kirin consumes little chakra and moves so fast that it's impossible to dodge. This move is powerful, and only Susanoo can withstand it. This is his absolute trump card, his killer move.
A truly powerful ninjutsu that can threaten the Umbu level. Now, facing the evil god, Kitagawa Kid, even without the restraint of Take Manakata, has the ability to cope. His ninjutsu rank has also increased, rising from the original LV5 to LV6. Perhaps due to limited combat experience, or not having fully mastered it yet, his ninjutsu level has not broken through to Jonin.
But for Kitagawa Kid, his overall strength has already reached the Jonin rank. More importantly, he has new ninjutsu to teach Sasuke again.
It makes perfect sense to return the ninjutsu Sasuke gave him. However, Kitagawa Kid doesn't plan to teach it now. The dark technique of action is still enough for Sasuke to practice for a while.
He glanced again at Sasuke's favorability rating. 9 stars. Their long-term relationship has finally made a substantial breakthrough.
Bonds are forged through fighting. Only by facing life and death can one understand the value of friends.
Kitagawa Kid felt emotional inside.
Through this experience, he also sensed a change within himself.
You reap what you sow?
He deliberately glanced at Sasuke, who was also looking at him. Let's go back, it's too late, time to sleep, we still have training tomorrow.
Sasuke walked on by himself, feeling that Kitagawa Kid hadn't kept up, so he stopped and looked back. Kid was heading toward the busiest area of Yunin village during the day. Are you really planning to place that Kusanagi sword in the most prominent spot in Yunin village? Sasuke asked.
Yes, I intend to stick it into a big rock. If it chooses to stay with me, no one will be able to pull it out.
Kitagawa Kid believed that Take Manakata would not betray him, and he also needed to make the national treasure of the land of hot springs public. Taking it away with proper justification and a legendary aura could avoid diplomatic troubles.
After setting up the sword in the stone, Beichuan Feng returned to the hotel. It was just dawn, around 5 in the morning.
Staying up all night doesn't count as staying up late, that's reasonable.
Beichuan Feng didn't sleep. He took out a super strength booster and jabbed his arm hard. With one injection, his whole body felt refreshed. His bones and muscles rapidly grew, his body twitching noticeably. His biceps were fully pumped, his back began to feather, and the contours of angel wings appeared faintly where the muscles bulged.
Jojo. I'm no longer going to be human.
Beichuan Feng pounced like a starving ghost on the carbohydrates he had already prepared.
Along with 100% protein powder, he wolfed it down. The hunger in his stomach completely disappeared.
He stood in front of the mirror, took off his shirt, and admired
his 8-pack abs and masculine aura. The booster shot is too strong. As expected, natural body training requires steady progress. Beichuan Feng was very satisfied with the effect of the super strength booster shot.
He took out a steel rebar, casually bent it, and the rebar
could not withstand the pressure and snapped immediately.
He then went to an open space, concentrated chakra in his fist, used super strength, and the ground instantly cracked open a deep pit. I'm still a bit short of Rikudo-sensei's super strength, but dealing with a Jonin is no problem.
Kitagawa Kid glanced at his taijutsu level. After the acupuncture, his taijutsu skyrocketed directly to LV6. Just one step away from reaching Jonin level. With the boost of super strength, he could rely on taijutsu alone to contend with a Jonin.
At that moment, a newspaper floated over.
Kitagawa Kid casually picked it up. Bad news from the bodybuilding world. Get lost.
He tore the newspaper off without hesitation. He was just naturally training his body, at most taking some protein powder and minor supplements.
However, he noticed the submission address left at the end of the newspaper and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Indeed, some matters still require the power of public opinion.
With illusion magic paving the way, he controlled all the columns of the largest newspaper in Tangin Village. All the mainstream newspapers boldly headlined.
Shocking.
The national treasure Kusanagi no Tsurugi actually ended up on the gambling table. Men drew their swords, women shed tears.
Explosive.
The entire land of hot springs goes crazy over a single stone. In the early morning, the center of Tangin Village was crowded inside and out. The spot where the stone sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi was placed was surrounded so tightly that not even water could seep through. Everyone wanted the national treasure, but no one could take it away. Baichuan Feng looked at this crazy scene and smiled at the corner of his mouth. The UC shock style really works. Today's news will definitely spread throughout the land of soup.
No matter the bet, I can win it honorably.
After saying this, he quietly left, planning to draw his sword in public 3 days later. Meanwhile, his mailbox received a new reward.
Received a warning letter from Hatake Kakashi.
The water release technique involves the mist village. Don't show yourself lightly without enough strength. I will keep the dark lightning technique secret, but it's best to inform the Hokage. Attachment: remember to carve a dog head when using the earth release, earth flow wall.
Baikawa Kid understood Kakashi's warning clearly.
If it weren't for Haiden narrowly escaping death, he would never have used the water release technique. This move involves too wide a range. He is not sure if the Hozuki clan has been wiped out. Once the news leaks, the Hozuki clan will never let him go. Even if the Hozuki clan is extinct, the Kirigakure village might still come after him.
As for the dark techniques, as long as Kakashi sensei is willing to keep it secret, Kitagawa Kid does not want to report it. After all, this was specially created by Lord Tobarama to target the Uchiha, and he taught it back to the Uchiha himself. Would Danzo be furious and have his blood pressure spike? Kitagawa Kid blamed Danzo for the assassination attempt on the daimyo, but did not want to. Too provocative, letting him get a hold of something against himself. As for the attached reward, the earth flow wall belongs to be rank earth release defensive ninjutsu, commonly used.
Kitagawa Kid can effectively resist ninjutsu attacks, such as wind release and fire release. The earth spear technique he previously learned from Kakuzu, although of a similar rank, also has defensive capabilities. But the earth spear technique is only suitable for taijutsu and small-range ninjutsu defense, unable to withstand large-scale great fireballs and major breakthroughs. The earth flow wall perfectly compensates for his shortcomings in defending against large-scale ninjutsu. Now, Kitagawa Kid has Chidori and Rasengan for close-range attacks, and Great Fireball for long-range. Taijutsu and close-range defense rely on the earth spear technique, while long-range area attacks use the earth flow wall.
In this way, his ninjutsu combination has no obvious weaknesses. New error failed. To establish a new
Erno 111, refused.
Equals
In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Danzo, and two elders sat quietly, the atmosphere heavy.
Everyone was waiting for an important piece of news. An Umbu ninja walked in to report, and the third Hokage's eyes lit up. Tsunade has returned to the village? The ninja respectfully replied, Hokage-sama, Tsunade has returned, but she said.
The Umbu ninja hesitated, unsure whether to relay Tsunade's exact words.
Danzo asked coldly. What did she say? What are you afraid to say?
The Umbu ninja cautiously glanced at the third Hokage, then honestly
explained. Tsunade-sama asked me to convey that she just wants to rest. And that her good student Kitagawa Kid is hungry and has an urgent matter.
She said to have the Hokage-sama contact him.
Bang!
Before the third Hokage could say anything, Danzo angrily
banged the table fiercely. Hizashi! Is this the kind of student you've brought up? How dare she act wild in front of the Hokage? The third Hokage calmly took a drag of his cigarette and leisurely asked, if she is tired, let her rest. How has Kitagawa Kid been lately? The ANBU ninja handed over the latest intelligence. Before the Sunagakure cult uprising, Tsunade met Kitagawa Kid due to a gambling debt. The two were gambling at a casino. Later, for some unknown reason, Tsunade took him as her apprentice. After the cult uprising occurred, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto and Team 7 encountered danger. Kitagawa Kid assassinated the daimyo, and afterward even obtained Sunagakure's national treasure, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Danzo snorted coldly, I didn't send anyone to assassinate that daimyo, so why say it was Kitagawa Kid? That brat took all the credit, but I'm left with the bad reputation? The third Hokage said gravely, everything is for Konoha, and Kid is also doing it for Naruto. Danzo's eyes darkened. Kitagawa Kid has repeatedly sabotaged his plans, and now dares to provoke him openly. Doesn't this rude leader care about his own face? The third Hokage ignored Danzo at this point, saying more was useless. He signaled the Umbu ninja to continue reporting. Investigation revealed that someone in Iwai Town witnessed Tsunade fighting alongside an unfamiliar strong opponent. The third Hokage asked, were there any bloodstains at the scene? The Umbu ninja replied, the evil god was composed of multiple corpses. The third Hokage took a drag of his cigarette and waved for the Umbu ninja and others to withdraw. After leaving only his most trusted few, he finally spoke, Tsunade's hemophobia has improved. Danzo, don't provoke her anymore. She returned willing to contribute to Konoha. Danzo sneered, I'm afraid she's here to cause trouble, right? Tsunade isn't as obedient as Jiraiya. She doesn't like us old-timers, it's written all over her face. That includes you, Hizashi. The third Hokage remained silent. His student had been dedicated to reforming the medical system, hoping every squad would have a medical ninja. But training medical ninjas was extremely costly, and both the third Hokage and Danzo were not very supportive. Tsunade is extremely disgusted with Danzo's route, feeling that route is eroding the humanity of the ninja. She opposes secretly eliminating undercover intelligence ninjas, believing it to be a needless sacrifice. This is almost clearly targeted at Danzo. And Danzo is the mastermind behind the third Hokage. Many matters can only be handled by him. Tsunade returning to the village would cause turmoil. Danzo saw through what the third Hokage was thinking and coldly reminded. The matter of me sending someone to assassinate the daimyo was pushed by Tsunade, right? How is that brat Kitagawa Kid still unharmed after more than a month at the root base? Challenging him, he didn't even bother to deal with the curse mark Orochimaru left on him. What if the flying thunder god you gave him leaks out? Don't forget, this is the teacher's ninjutsu, fourth Hokage. Relying solely on the yellow flash of the flying thunder god? The third Hokage asked in a deep voice, what do you plan to do? Danzo sneered, leave it to me, I will make him a true ninja. How dare you? Tsunade kicked the door open, instantly appearing in front of Danzo, lifting him with one hand. Danzo remained calm, his gaze shifting to the third Hokage, as if to say, this is the student you taught. The third Hokage coughed a few times. Tsunade, Kid did go too far, he could have locked up the daimyo first. So what if they were killed? Tsunade retorted. The third Hokage remained silent, while Danzo gloomily questioned, if you pass the blame to me, isn't it always his fault? So what if you pass it to me? Tsunade countered, then angrily scolded Danzo, haven't you always said everything is for Konoha? Then keep carrying the black mark. This is your responsibility, understand? Danzo broke free, what do you juniors know? The burden of Konoha is carried by me and Hiruzen. Impressive, to have pushed the Uchiha to the edge, well done, Tsunade mocked. Danzo snorted coldly, the Uchiha are inherently evil, shouldn't they have been exterminated? I have inherited the will of the second Hokage. Before Tsunade could respond, the third Hokage spoke, the clan's extermination was your fault, Danzo. Danzo was stunned, we worked together, so why am I the only one blamed? The third Hokage struck again, the Uchiha had people like Shisui and Itachi who loved the village. If it weren't for you, the Uchiha wouldn't have become like this. Danzo widened his eyes, pointing at the third Hokage with a darkened expression. Fine. It's all my fault alone, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't deserve any blame. The Uchiha clan massacre was my doing. The assassination of the daimyo was also me. I, Shimura Danzo, deserve to carry this burden. After saying this, Danzo stormed off angrily, but before leaving, he turned back and glared fiercely at the third Hokage. Konoha already has a disobedient Tsunade, and you still let Kitagawa Kid. Sooner or later, you will regret it. I am the Hokage, the third Hokage's voice rang out.
The door was kicked open, but Danzo felt something was missing. Then he saw Kitagawa Kid at the doorway making a face at him, and his blood pressure skyrocketed. Born evil Uchiha remnant, I will personally. Kitagawa Kid chuckled a few times, not paying any attention to Danzo. He slipped into the office after saying something else. The confrontation between Tsunade and Danzo had been too intense just now, so he didn't dare to go in and draw fire. As for what Danzo said about the root, Kitagawa Kid didn't take it seriously at all. His current strength was definitely at the Jonin level, considered a pillar of Konoha. He was no longer that little Karami from before. Through hard work and networking, his background was not inferior to that blonde guy. This was also why Kitagawa Kid dared to talk back to Danzo at the gate. Hokage Grandpa, Tsunade-sensei. Kitagawa Kid politely greeted the third Hokage and Tsunade as soon as he entered. The third Hokage asked with concern like an elder for the younger generation, "You weren't hurt on the mission to the hidden hot water village, right? You and Naruto got into trouble there, I was really worried." Kitagawa Kid smiled and said, "It's fine, and I even brought back a treasure, Hokage Grandpa." His tone was warm and natural. He knew he was now the disciple of Jiraiya and Tsunade. In the past, the third Hokage might have wanted to use him, but now he wanted to nurture him, maybe even hoping he would become Hokage. Kitagawa Kid's relaxed smile eased the tense atmosphere in the office. Tsunade found a chair and sat down, her attitude also softened. "Old man, Jiraiya went to investigate the Akatsuki, right? When will he be back?" Kitagawa Kid complained in his heart, but Jiraiya-sensei clearly didn't care. The third Hokage said, "The Akatsuki is connected to Iwagakure. Jiraiya went there, and when he returns depends on him." He was a bit tired and didn't want to worry about Jiraiya anymore. None of the three disciples listened. Tsunade has returned to the village, Jiraiya might betray, and only Tsunade in the village can control him. "I still wanted him to buy me a drink," Tsunade said regretfully. She really wanted to see Jiraiya. Borrowing some money was just an excuse. Thinking of money, Tsunade glared fiercely at Beichuan Feng. "Old man, what do you think of Feng as a person?" The third generation thought for a moment and praised. "Kid is smart, understands the bigger picture, and his talent is not inferior to Orochimaru. His will of fire is comparable to Minato's." "Oh?" Tsunade glanced at Kitagawa Kid. "I actually think this kid has the sharpest tongue." "You know about my hemophobia. How was it cured, old man?" "Kid?" The third generation looked at Kitagawa in surprise. Kid, Tsunade's words undoubtedly referred to Kid. Even the medical master Tsunade herself couldn't cure it, but Kitagawa Kid did it. She even persuaded Tsunade to return to the village. "That's right." Tsunade nodded. "It's this little brat. I've decided not to run away anymore." Tsunade paused for a second, then continued. "Old man, I have good news and bad news to tell you." The third Hokage had a bad feeling. Tsunade didn't let him think too much and said directly, "The good news is I want to become the fifth Hokage, the bad news is you have to step down." "Old man, don't blame me for being ruthless, blame what Kid said." The third Hokage looked at Kitagawa Kid in confusion. Kid quickly explained, "Hokage Grandpa, I didn't speak ill of you, it was all Danzo's fault." Tsunade smiled but didn't expose the truth. The third Hokage knew the relationship between Kid and Danzo and guessed that Danzo was the reason Tsunade disliked her. But he didn't want Tsunade to become Hokage just yet. The Uchiha were wiped out, Konoha was still unstable, and it was too early to pass on the Hokage legacy. The third Hokage politely declined. "Tsunade, you don't understand Konoha's current situation well, nor have you grasped the state of the ninja world." Tsunade didn't intend to immediately replace the third Hokage, she was merely expressing her desire to become Hokage, preparing him for it. But she also didn't plan to fully obey the third Hokage. "I want to be the director of the Konoha Hospital." "All right. And what about the principal of the Konoha Ninja Academy?" "That's also possible." "What about the Umbu captain?" Tsunade probed. "No." The third Hokage immediately refused. He didn't want Tsunade constantly opposing Danzo. Tsunade temporarily gave up, planning to train more in Konoha first, then strive for core power. She began to fight for benefits for her student. "My apprentice can't learn Flying Thunder God, so he needs to switch to another forbidden technique. Since you're here, bring the great ninjutsu scroll too, and let him pick a few." She said to Kid, "Take whatever forbidden jutsu you want, most of them were researched by my great-grandfather." "Got it." Kid was so excited he wanted to shout. Loyalty. Tsunade was too good to him. He could also watch Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu, but probably wouldn't be able to learn it. Forbidden techniques have thresholds.
Fang's plan did not include impure world reincarnation, he was just curious.
The third Hokage agreed readily.
Most of the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals were researched by the second Hokage and considered Tsunade's inheritance.
Soon, the complete version of the Book of Seals was brought up.
Kitagawa Phone looked at the dazzling array of forbidden techniques and fell into a dilemma.
There were too many forbidden techniques, too powerful, and he didn't have that much time. Go practice, still unsure if he has
talent in this area. He pondered for a long time and finally chose the fivefold Rashomon.
The fivefold Rashomon belongs to summoning techniques, with a difficult learning curve.
It is only at a rank, yet has powerful defense capable of withstanding tailed beast orbs. Defense.
Now that Kitagawa Kid has Kirin as a finishing move, he also needs to guard against Kirin-type attacks. The fivefold Rashomon is a good choice.
The biggest challenge of summoning techniques is chakra. Kirin consumes little, making them complementary.
Kitagawa Kid pointed at the fivefold Rashomon and said to the third Hokage, "Hokage Grandpa, I'll learn this first and look at the rest later." The third Hokage was helpless, feeling this didn't fit Konoha's reward system, but both Tsunade and he thought it reasonable and nodded in agreement.
Kitagawa Kid then began flipping through the large scroll of Konoha ninjutsu, which contained thousands of ninjutsu with detailed names and descriptions.
He mainly chose lightning release and fire release, which are most suitable for Sasuke.
For lightning release, he wanted to develop more variations of Chidori by studying changes in chakra form and nature.
Choosing lightning release was just for reference. He hoped to gain inspiration from other ninjutsu.
False darkness, lightning ball, west pillar binding technique.
I'll learn these three first, too many to learn at once.
Then pick a few fire release techniques. Great fireball jutsu. Kitagawa Kid's eyes lit up. Isn't this the signature move Madara used against the Ninja Alliance? Must learn it.
Great fireball extinguishing, dragon flame song, all of Madara's fire release techniques. Since the powerful fire release techniques all come from the Uchiha, Kitagawa Kid, as the older brother of Najushi, decided to learn them all. Najushi had a rough time in Konoha, and aside from Chidori, he hadn't learned any good moves. 6 years at the Ninja Academy, repeatedly practicing a C-rank Great Fireball.
Kita River Maple wanted to reclaim the Uchiha inheritance for Airjuzi, which was very reasonable.
Soon, Kita River Maple returned home carrying a pile of scrolls. He first tidied up the long-neglected house briefly, then transformed into a workaholic and arrived at Kakashi's doorstep.
He unexpectedly ran into Sasuke. "Hey, are you also here to train specially with teacher Kakashi?" Sasuke responded with a hum. "Naruto runs too fast, I have to speed up to catch up." "You're here to learn lightning release too, right?"
Kita River Maple indeed planned to do so, aiming to break through to Jonin level by changing the form and nature of chakra.
Deep cultivation is necessary. Naruto also followed the currency during the Shippuden period. Asuma from the unit practiced wind release. Asuma merely infused wind release chakra into his chakra. The blade can easily pierce through large trees and rocks.
Naruto can cut through waterfalls with his bare hands.
If Kitagawa Kid wants to achieve the same effect, he must use ninjutsu. This is the power of chakra nature transformation.
When Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke knocked on the door, Kakashi was lying in bed reading a risque book. Hearing the sound, he turned his head, saw the two, and hurriedly covered his face with the book pretending to sleep.
"Teacher Kakashi, I'm here." Kitagawa Kid stepped in quickly, not caring whether Kakashi was asleep or not.
He lifted the book from Kakashi's face and touched his left eye. The Sharingan was still active, not rolled back, clearly not asleep.
Kitagawa Kid laughed. "Got caught, sensei. How can a ninja lie to his students? And so lazy too, it's time to get up and train."
Kakashi couldn't stand it. Every day on the way back to the village, he was pestered by Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke. On the first day back to the village, he wanted to rest well, but the students were in grind mode, even disturbing his sleep.
It was really tough. "You too, is it really necessary to spend so much time training every day?" Kakashi singled out Kitagawa Kid, "Especially you.
The most diligent in Team 7, who goes to bed at midnight and gets up at 6 in the morning."
Kitagawa Kid replied confidently, "I'm used to it.
Besides, it's you, Teacher Kakashi, who's too lazy.
How can students be more diligent than their teacher?" Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. "Teacher Kakashi, please forgive us, but we have to become stronger."
Kakashi sighed. For the sake of the students' progress, he still agreed. The three of them arrived under a big tree at the third training ground. Kakashi said, "On the way here, I briefly taught you about chakra nature transformation.
Next, let's talk about nature transformation. You all excel at lightning release, so I'll talk about lightning release.
Training lightning release chakra nature is divided into 3 stages.
The first stage is to use lightning release chakra to scorch the veins of a leaf without damaging the leaf itself. The second stage is to imbue a kunai with lightning release chakra so that it maintains an electric discharge state when thrown. The third stage is to attach chidori to a ninja sword to cut through lightning. Only then can chidori truly be called raikiri. Kitagawa Kid seriously pondered the secret to the training steps. Just as he was beginning to have an epiphany, Sasuke said, "I understand. Raiden chakra nature transformation involves diffusion and electric shock. The first stage mainly trains diffusion.
The second stage is to make the diffusion inward, maintaining
the electric shock effect, so that even in long-range attacks there is still great power.
The third stage is to strengthen the inward effect, making the electric shock stronger, reaching a power comparable to natural lightning strikes."
Kakashi said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be able to associate." "Let's start from here, Sasuke. You're right, the nature transformation of lightning release chakra is diffusion and electric shock.
But only by controlling the diffusion and making it inward can the electric shock effect be stronger." Kitagawa Kid looked up at the clear sky, blue sky, and white clouds, undoubtedly a good weather.
Sasuke on a sunny day was frighteningly strong. His comprehension far exceeded Kitagawa Kid's. Kitagawa Kid didn't think much. He had long accepted the fact that his talent couldn't match Sasuke's.
He picked up a leaf, held it in his palm, and began training. With strong chakra control, Kitagawa Kid could cut the leaf using only the power of chakra. Then slowly transform the non-natured chakra into lightning release chakra. This process seems simple, but it's even harder than performing ninjutsu.
Skipping the hand seal step, the way chakra transforms is completely different.
He habitually tried to form hand seals while guiding, and as soon as he did, he could perform chidori, instantly shattering the leaves. But once he thought about forming hand seals, the transformation of lightning release chakra would pause.
Kita River Kid realized he had to start over. The genius who invented hand seals is truly amazing.
He subconsciously glanced at Sasuke.
Sasuke closed his eyes and opened his palm.
Gray ash scattered along the leaf veins, leaving only broken leaf fragments.
First stage training, completed instantly. Being with these geniuses is really stressful. Kita River Kid smiled wryly. Since the weather isn't cooperating, he'll just use a little cheat. Shadow clone technique.
He split into 20 shadow clones, each picking up a leaf and repeating the motion.
Thanks to strong chakra control, the clones wasted very little chakra.
They could train continuously dozens of times. When the chakra was nearly depleted, Kitagawa Kid recalled the clones and cleared his mind. Long-term training allowed him to quickly recover the clones' memories without opening the 8 gates. Reviewing thousands of failed attempts, he closed his eyes and thought carefully. Opening his eyes, he once again guided the chakra nature transformation, outputting lightning-style chakra. The leaf in his palm split along the veins. "Although I don't have strong talent, I will cheat." First stage completed. Kitagawa Kid smiled slightly as he looked at the cracked leaf. But he saw that Sasuke had already begun the second stage of training, and had completed the chakra nature transformation coverage. When Kina saw this, his smile stiffened. Having completed the first stage, Kitagawa Kid deeply understood how difficult it was to convert lightning release chakra. Just to use lightning release chakra to shatter the leaf took several hours of repeated training. Only then could he transform enough lightning release chakra in a short time. To completely cover the kunai with lightning release chakra, the conversion speed must increase by at least 10 times. Sasuke alone can be 20 times faster than Kitagawa Kid, easily achieving lightning release chakra coverage on the kunai. Kitagawa Kid noticed that Kakashi-sensei kept staring at Sasuke, and his obvious favoritism towards the genius was almost written all over his face. Sasuke said softly, "Maintaining the transformation of lightning release chakra is simple, but containing it without diffusion is difficult." He explained, diffusion is the nature of lightning release chakra, almost the opposite of containment. Kitagawa Kid was helpless. He hated how Sasuke complained about the difficulty while progressing rapidly. This kind of unconscious showing off was the most annoying. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly interjected, "The first stage went pretty smoothly, right? It doesn't seem that difficult." Kitagawa Kid recalled that Kakashi was also a genius and felt somewhat unwilling. He then thought of Naruto, who, despite having less talent than himself, could open the 1000-fold speed and had a chakra battery his own speed was no match, which made him feel a bit inferior. Kitagawa Kid took a deep breath and drew Kusanagi from its sheath. This kunai was made from different materials than the training ones but could also guide chakra and be used for training.
He decided to try using Kusanagi to guide lightning release chakra to see what changes would occur. He began outputting chakra into Kusanagi. The blade immediately shone with lightning. Kusanagi helped him convert the chakra.
Even better, he could actually feel the process of the blade communicating with his mind. Learning was difficult, but imitation was simple.
Kitagawa Kid repeatedly felt the changes in the nature of lightning release chakra transformation through Kusanagi. Kusanagi guided him step by step like a master teacher, helping him progress. The essentials of chakra nature. Even though Kitagawa Kid's talent was poor, he still grasped the essentials of converting non-attribute chakra into lightning release. In one afternoon, he sheathed Kusanagi and asked Kakashi for a specially made kunai. In an instant, lightning spread all over the kunai, diffusing. The change in the nature of the lightning-style chakra from the electric shock was clearly visible. Kakashi was surprised to find that Kitagawa Kid, who had only completed the first stage of training, had actually caught up to Sasuke. Is that the Kusanagi sword? As an elite of the Anbu, Kakashi knows many secrets of the ninja world. Legend has it that there are only 11 Kusanagi swords in the world. Aim no Murakumo sword, 10-fist sword, cloth flow sword. Each sword master left a legend in the ninja world. The Aim no Murakumo sword can extend and retract freely, remaining sharp and hard even when stretched 100 meters. The 10-fist sword is a spiritual entity, without a physical form, yet it can seal all things. The cloth flow sword is rather ordinary. It can guide lightning like the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, but the Kusanagi no Tsurugi is stronger. In the land of hot water, Kakashi knew that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi already possessed intelligence. He didn't expect it could also assist in lightning release training. With this sword, Kid's training progress will definitely be fast. I wonder if he can catch up to Sasuke. Kakashi thought to himself. In the evening, Kakashi summarized the training issues of Kitagawa Kid and Sasuke, offering many suggestions. Kitagawa Kid couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Kakashi, I've tried many times, but no matter how I control it, I can't contain it. Lightning release chakra is essentially diffusion, how can it be contained?" Sasuke also felt confused. Diffusion and containment are almost antonyms. Whenever he tried to stop the lightning release chakra from diffusing, the chakra would always spread elsewhere. If he blocked it from all directions 360 degrees, the lightning release chakra would mysteriously disappear. Containment was simply impossible. Kakashi smiled. He had encountered this problem when practicing the first stage back then. Like Kid and Sasuke, his foundation in lightning release was also good. The diffusion training for the first and second stages was completed easily. But the internal circuit got stuck. Kakashi explained. Among the 5 nature types of lightning chakra, it is the most volatile, like explosives, detonating at the slightest spark. I don't know if you usually pay attention to thunderstorm weather, but observe it more often. When it thunders, some lightning twists and winds along the clouds, while others form rings. He paused for a moment, then continued. If we can guide the lightning release chakra to connect into one piece, that piece of chakra 1T be consumed. Only the branches that extend outward are consumed, which can greatly reduce chakra consumption. Then, Kakashi began explaining another physical phenomenon. Have you ever seen a rolling thunderball, a spherical lightning? A rolling thunderball can last for seconds, even minutes. In other words, this is the containment of lightning release chakra. We can completely guide the diffusion process, letting the fine lightning release chakra form a circle, thereby creating a sphere. Isn't the containment formed during diffusion? Remember, lightning is indeed fierce, but it can also be quiet. Listening to this set of scientific ninjutsu explanations, Kitagawa Kid was stunned. So there is science in the ninja world after all. Uncle Snake's pursuit was indeed right. Science can enhance ninjutsu. Kitagawa Kid suddenly recalled the lightning release ninjutsu he learned this morning from the third Hokage, remembering a technique called lightning release, lightning ball. I'll study it tonight and combine it with the observation of Take Manakata. Kid thought. When Take Manakata guided the lightning release chakra inward, he didn't feel the chakra forming a circle or sphere. He guessed that maybe it was formed so finely, only at the millimeter, micrometer, or even nanometer level. Like cells surrounded by a cell membrane, it would require a microscope to see. Who knows how precise Take Manakata's guidance of lightning release chakra could be? After training all afternoon, Kitagawa Kid was a bit tired. At Sasuke's invitation, he had a simple dinner. Before parting, he stuffed several scrolls into Sasuke's arms. These are fire release ninjutsu I got from the Hokage grandfather, all passed down in the Uchiha family. I glanced at them and figured you probably don't know them, so I'm lending them to you for a few days of study. Sasuke was stunned. He hadn't mentioned the family fire release techniques to Kid. How did he know? Kitagawa Kid seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. I see you practice the C-rank Great Fireball daily, and I'm tired of the Great Flame Bomb I gave you. Don't you know how many Uchiha family fire release techniques there are?
Seeing Sasuke trying to return the scrolls, Kid added, if you mind, just give them back in a few days.
I'm focusing on studying lightning release now. By the way, I'm your older brother.
Saying that, he left, leaving Sasuke bewildered. Sasuke looked down at the 3 scrolls: Great Fire Extinguishing, Great Fire Vanishing, Dragon Flame Soam, all B rank fire release.
And the B rank or higher fire release techniques he currently knew were few, only the Great Flame Bomb, which Kid had taught him.
Suddenly, he recalled the conversation with Kid in Hot Water Village and realized, so you've had this in mind all along. Equals 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 equals.
Night, home. Kitagawa Kid sat at the desk, turned on the desk lamp, and spread out. Carefully studied the ninjutsu scroll taken from the 3rd Hokage.
The Thunderball technique is a B-rank lightning release ninjutsu stored in Konoha.
It is similar to a landmine in nature.
Both are spherical, but the Thunderball can only be maintained for a few seconds, making it suitable for mid to close range.
Kitagawa Kid and nearly 20 shadow clones studied together and finally uncovered the truth about the Thunderball. I see.
It's pretty much what Kakashi-sensei said, using the diffusion of lightning compressed inside to achieve containment. The binding technique of the West Pillar also uses this principle, allowing lightning to form a square-like space to achieve the binding effect.
Ninjutsu is actually just a change in the form and nature of chakra. Hand seals simply make the process easier.
He placed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi on the table and slowly drew it out. As the blade was unsheathed, lightning erupted, shining brightly with excitement. Kita River Kid activated the Crimson Eye and closely observed the changes on the blade.
Dynamic vision and telepathy allowed him to discover a hidden electric grid structure within the blade.
Unlike what teacher Kakashi said, the weapon's power doesn't have to be spherical. As long as the electric grid envelopes the weapon, it can lock in the internal power. The spherical structure is a deeper level change in the nature of lightning release chakra. While he was thinking, the electric light of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi suddenly changed.
Chidori blue and white turned purple lightning.
The electric net wrapping the weapon changed accordingly. Under the gaze of the Crimson Eye, Kitagawa Kid still couldn't see through the mystery. The purple lightning gradually dissipated, the blade trembling slightly, as if reminding him that his guess was correct.
Purple lightning requires stronger restraint and a higher level of lightning release chakra transformation.
This might surpass the 3rd stage that teacher Kakashi mentioned.
The limit of lightning release chakra nature is far from reached. I understand now.
He took out the special kunai that teacher Kakashi had given him.
The lightning release chakra gradually wrapped around the kunai, forming a hidden electric net.
Lightning flashed around, like nature's fractured thunder, an overflow of energy. Beichuan Foam opened his eyes, and the electric grid immediately disappeared. He succeeded, but also failed.
Try again, tonight I will definitely succeed. My chakra control is fine.
As long as I continuously connect the changes in chakra nature and reach Sasuke's speed of converting lightning release chakra, I can succeed. He said this as he activated the curse seal, drawing chakra from it, and continued to create shadow clones. At that moment, a sharp pain struck, far exceeding any pain he had ever felt when activating the curse seal. This pain was completely uncontrollable for Beichuan Feng's body, causing him to fall to the ground, his body instinctively curling up.
On the ground. No! This is not State 1. The unexpected turn of events instead allowed Kitagawa Kid to grasp
clarity. He associated it with the description of the cursed seal. On the day the cursed seal's replicator used a drug called Awakening Pill. It forcibly activated the cursed seal State 2.
At this stage, the replicator would endure pain akin to death.
Kitagawa Kid's accident was likely because he activated the cursed seal almost daily, gradually becoming familiar with its power. Coupled with his talent for immortality techniques, he was already able to activate Cursed Seal State 2 without taking the Awakening Pill. The sudden change brought death-like pain, but it came quickly and passed quickly.
Having long practiced opening the 8 gates and the Cursed Seal, Kitagawa Kid soon adapted to the sensation.
In the mirror, he saw the image of a monster. The creature's skin was dark and sinister, its body enlarged, with a pair of wings growing from its back half gray, half white.
I'm really not even human anymore.
Kitagawa Kid felt the powerful chakra within him, and just sensing it made him feel twice as strong. He casually picked up a kunai from the ground, lightning flickering on the kunai, then threw it. The kunai pierced through the large tree in the yard like lightning, almost breaking through the wall. Kitagawa Kid only used a small amount of lightning release chakra, but with his understanding of the nature of lightning release chakra, he could achieve the effect of a ninjutsu. He shouted, "Chidori," without forming any hand seals, his voice echoing through the room as blue-white lightning enveloped the entire house. At that moment, he understood why Sasuke and Naruto didn't need to form hand seals when performing their signature ninjutsu, and also why the first Hokage could summon ninjutsu just by clapping his hands. When the understanding of chakra nature reaches a certain level, the step of forming hand seals can be omitted.
This is also why powerful ninjas can form seals with one hand or even completely skip forming seals to perform ninjutsu.
For example, the water dragon bullet technique originally required Zabuza to form 44 seals, Maraboshi Kosuka only needed 6 seals, and Tobarama only 4 seals. Later, Mei Terumi didn't need to form any seals and could release it directly.
The original work's portrayal also confirmed Kitagawa Kid's speculation. But when Curse Mark State 2 ended, the lightning of Chidori gradually faded. Kitagawa Kid tried again to manipulate lightning release chakra to achieve the same effect but failed. Curse Mark 2 was equivalent to an incomplete Sage mode. He lost the strong perception of chakra and couldn't replicate the previous actions. However, Beichuan Foam has already completed the second stage of training in the transformation of lightning release chakra nature. He believes that as long as he continues to work hard, sooner or later he will reach the level of white-clothed Sasuke. My progress with lightning release is going smoothly now, and the curse mark has naturally developed its second state. Next, I can fully develop Chidori through the 2 kinds of chakra transformations, then combine it with swordsmanship to follow Sasuke's old path. I have the 6 paths ninja tool, Aim no Murakumo, so it's impossible
for me not to practice swordsmanship.
I remember that Kakashi-sensei's family swordsmanship is quite powerful.
Well versed in the original work, Kitagawa Kid was very clear about Kakashi's father.
He was the renowned Konoha White Fang of the ninja world Hatake Sakumo.
Sakumo was famous in the ninja world for his swordsmanship, but Kakashi did not inherit this trait.
However, the legacy definitely remained.
Having seen Kakashi's swordsmanship, Kitagawa Kid knew there was a method to it. He thought to himself, I can't follow Sasuke's old path anymore, I have to create a new one. He believed that by steadily advancing, his physique would surely reach the level of the 6th gate, the gate of injury, and might even open the 5th gate, the gate of closing. The 8 gates technique was his trump card and must never be abandoned.
Kitagawa Kid understood that the 5th gate, the gate of closing, was the true gateway into the 8 gates realm.
Rock Lee had landed a fierce punch on Gaara using the gate of closing, but forcing the gates left him with insufficient stamina. The 5th gate should correspond to the strength level of a Jonin. He contemplated his training plan. Mastering the 5 nature transformations meant he had to be proficient in all of them. As for the other 5 natures, he was not in a hurry. Haste makes waste. Among the 5, only Genjutsu could immediately boost strength, but he couldn't find the right person nor the right opportunity. The next morning at 6, Kitagawa Kid got up on time, and after eating and washing up, he immediately waited at Kakashi's doorstep. To his surprise, Sasuke was also up early.
Up early today, huh? Kitagawa Kid greeted.
Sasuke showed a cold face with a smile. Morning.
Here to learn Kakashi-sensei's lightning style, Kid? Kitagawa Kid shook his head. I'm here to learn swordsmanship.
Swordsmanship?
Sasuke was surprised, thinking Kid might have given up on lightning style and wanted to break through using taijutsu.
He advised, Kid, your progress with lightning style chakra isn't worse than mine, no need to give up so early.
I believe you can do better than me.
He originally wanted to say, after all, you're my brothers, but swallowed the words back.
Kitagawa Kid smiled. I've already completed the 2nd stage of lightning style chakra training.
I want to combine Chidori with swordsmanship to make taijutsu stronger in actual combat.
Sasuke hadn't thought about the principles of the rolling lightning mind that Kakashi-sensei taught all night. Without the help of Takumi Kazuchi, he was unclear about these concepts and couldn't concretize them. Although Kitagawa Kid didn't know that Sasuke was stuck at the 2nd stage. He could tell from Sasuke's surprised look that the progress should not be going very smoothly.
When looking at Uchiha, you have to look at the eyes, not the mouth.
Kitagawa Kid demonstrated it on the spot. The inward flow of lightning release chakra can be compared to an electric grid connecting the lightning in a web-like structure. Sasuke, you can activate your Sharingan to see it more clearly. The kunai in Kitagawa Kid's hand flickered with lightning, but the truly powerful lightning energy was hidden inside the kunai.
Those bolts of thunder were just the natural diffusion of lightning release chakra.
Sasuke looked at the kunai thoughtfully.
The genius immediately understood the key, so that's how the electric grid works, I get it. He imitated Kitagawa Kida's movements on the spot, as if activating the three Tomo Sharingan.
Kitagawa Kid was stunned. He had spent the whole night researching with more than 20 shadow clones, yet Sasuke learned it at a glance? Sasuke's talent in lightning release was truly astonishing.
It seems that teacher Kakashi doesn't teach well, he's simply a mediocre teacher, unlike me.
Kitagawa Kid muttered softly. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Kitagawa Kid and asked with a smile, "What did you just say?"
"Nothing, I said teacher Kakashi's teaching skills are excellent. He taught Sasuke and me in just one day." Kitagawa Kid said without blushing or skipping a beat, skillfully changing the subject.
"Teacher Kakashi, I heard that your father is the famous white fang of Konoha in the ninja world?" Kitagawa Kid asked.
Hearing Konoha White Fang, Kakashi clearly paused for a moment.
"That's true, why do you bring this up?"
Kitagawa Kid knew that Kakashi's father had committed suicide due to public opinion, so he didn't say much and went straight to the point. "I want to learn swordsmanship, teacher Kakashi. I want to apply Chidori to sword techniques." Kakashi touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said seriously, "My father's swordsmanship is a hereditary skill of the Hatake clan, usually not passed on to outsiders." Changing the subject, he said solemnly, "However, the Hatake clan is small in number, and no matter how powerful the sword techniques and ninjutsu are, they need someone to inherit them.
You are my student, and I agree to teach you." Beichuan Feng was instantly happy.
He had long known that Kakashi favored Sasuke, but he was also good to other students. Kakashi was the one who taught Naruto the basics of wind release, and Naruto even developed an S-rank ninjutsu from it, the Raisin Shuriken. But Kakashi's next words made Beichuan Feng a bit nervous. "Don't be happy too soon, there's one more thing." He smiled as he looked at Beichuan Feng. "We have to set 3 rules.
First, don't bother me before 8 a.m., I have to visit someone.
Second, you have to be a good leader and not let Sasuke and Naruto cause trouble. Third, after Lord Jiraiya returns to the village, remember to remind me to update." Beichuan Feng hesitated for a moment and looked at Sasuke.
Sasuke, understanding his thoughts, said, "In the morning, I can practice fire release. You lent it to me yesterday, and I haven't had time to practice it yet." Kitagawa Kid thought of Naruto again.
After Naruto returned to the village, he was resting. Yesterday, he said he was going to visit Irika, but it was unknown whether he had gone to see Teacher Guy.
Kitagawa Kid said, "Teacher Kakashi, I told you in advance. I can't possibly stop my friends from progressing."
Kakashi's mouth curved into a slight smile.
14-7, as long as he ensured Kitagawa Kid wouldn't drag himself down, that was enough.
"This is the sword technique my father passed down to me. You study it yourself first.
I have something to do at the memorial monument in the morning. Come find me in the afternoon."
After saying this, he handed a scroll to Kitagawa Kid and then left.
After receiving the legacy of Konoha White Fang, Kitagawa Kid did not practice immediately but went to find Teacher Guy first.
Starting swordsmanship from scratch, no need to rush.
He has already mastered the first 3 gates of the 8 gates technique and is confident he can break through quickly.
Teacher Kai is very disciplined, either working on tasks or exercising, rarely at home.
Beichuan Feng searched for half an hour and finally met him at the village entrance. "Teacher Kai, long time no see." "Feng, I heard you went on a mission with Kakashi and just returned yesterday?" Kai stopped running.
"We came back yesterday and have been training ever since," Beichuan Feng said, looking a bit embarrassed. Whenever he returned to the village, he focused solely on getting stronger, without visiting old friends or elders. He felt he should socialize more and not let training distance his relationships. Kai heard that the 7th squad had returned to the village yesterday. Clutching his chest in pain, he shouted angrily, "Damn Kakashi! To avoid my challenge, he secretly went back to the village without telling me."
"Feng, where is the others?"
Baikawa Kid had just signed a contract with 3 rules and didn't dare to say much. "I don't know.
I went to find Kakashi-sensei this morning, but he wasn't there. By the way, Teacher Kai, how is Shaolia's training going?"
Kai said without hesitation, "His talent is much worse than yours, but he is quite hardworking and steady in his physical techniques."
Hearing steady, Baikawa Kid couldn't help but laugh.
Speaking of which, half of his current physique was also built through steady practice. But judging by Kai's tone, Shaoli hadn't even reached the threshold of the 8 gates technique. Meanwhile, Baikawa Kid had steadily broken through the 8 gates step by step and was now preparing to start training the 5th gate, the Gate of Wounds.
Baikawa Kid said, "Teacher Kai,
I've already mastered the first 3 gates and want to take my physical techniques further."
"HM?"
Kai looked at him in shock. He clearly remembered that Keat had only learned the first 2 gates a month ago. How had he mastered the 3rd gate so quickly and now wanted to start training the more difficult gates? The 5th gate? Kai knew that Beichuan Feng had exceptional talent, but strength needed. Talent to be transformed over time. Mastering the 3rd technique in just 1 month was already quite ridiculous. Kai said distrustfully, Feng, to be honest, have you been triggered? I heard something big happened over in Tangziguo. Hearing this, Beichuan Feng immediately understood that Teacher Kai had misunderstood, thinking he had been triggered like last time. Then let Teacher Kai see the progress I've made recently. Beichuan Feng opened 3 techniques in a row, without using any special strength, relying solely on physical power to slam forcefully into the ground. Equals 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 equals. The originally flat road surface instantly cracked like a spider web, dust flying, revealing a deep pit. Maple, you. Kai stared in surprise at the large pit on the ground. This power is definitely at the level of opening the true 8 gates, and it only took 1 month. You really are a genius. Kai couldn't help but sigh, involuntarily thinking of Kakashi, then cursed again, damn useless Kakashi. Someone with Maple's taijutsu talent should be trained by me. At this moment, 2 gate guarding ninjas walked over and handed out a fine. Hey, even if you're back in the village, don't get so excited. Look at the damage you've done to the road. Kitagawa Maple glanced at the fine, patted his pockets, found he hadn't brought much money, and awkwardly looked at Kai, forcing a laugh. Teacher Kai, cough cough, this matter is troublesome for you. Kai also gave an awkward smile. I usually don't carry money when I go out to train. Maple was helpless, took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and struck the ground, earth release earth flow wall technique. The rising earthen wall filled the pit. He drew Kusanagi, the blade flashing with Chidori's electric light as he quickly cut off the protruding dog's head. The gatekeeper ninja stared blankly at Kitagawa Kid's dashing departing figure. This guy is really handsome. Yuan Feng, what do you think? I think so too. Leaving the village entrance, they arrived at the training ground. Kai couldn't help but ask, that was a lightning release chakra nature in form transformation just now, right? I didn't expect you to be able to do it too. Kitagawa Kid looked at Kai in confusion. I heard from teacher Kakashi that you don't really understand ninjutsu. Kai smiled and interrupted, but I understand Kakashi. Kitagawa Kid was speechless. Is this the power of bonds? Teacher Kai, you really are. A look of regret mixed with relief appeared on Kai's face. Your talent for ninjutsu is even stronger than Kakashi's, it seems. Following him is indeed better for you. Kitagawa Kaido, Teacher Kai, your 8 gates. The Duinjia technique has potential and power that rival S-rank ninjutsu. The 8 gates Duinjia has helped me a lot, Teacher Kai. I also really want to become the Azure of Konoha just like you. Beast. My youth is not just about ninjutsu, it is what you taught me. The power of my youth. Suddenly filled with passion, Kai couldn't help but give Feng a thumbs up. Yo, that's right. I originally wanted to use a move to defeat Kakashi in the prime of my youth. Could it be Yekai? Beichuan Feng didn't want teacher Kakashi to get into trouble early, so he quickly changed the subject. You're right, teach me the moves after the 8 gates formation first. Kai is usually a bit mischievous but very serious about important matters. He began explaining the follow-up to the 8 gates formation. You have a good physique, able to reach the 5th gate. I'll first tell you about the last 3 gates. After the life gate come the injury gate, the closing gate, and the bright gate. Once the injury gate opens, speed and strength will greatly increase. The closing gate goes further, with speed fast enough to stir up the air on the ground. The Jing gate allows the 8 gates to be half opened, significantly reducing energy consumption and fatigue. These 3 gates are all located in the abdomen, close to the internal organs. Opening them each time causes irreversible damage to the body. Never open them casually. Kai didn't explain all 8 gates, not because he feared Beichuan Feng would side with Kakashi, but because he was afraid Feng would forcibly open the 7th gate and die prematurely. After the 6th gate is opened to its limit, bones will fracture severely, possibly making it impossible to be a ninja for life. Once the 7th gate is opened, death is certain. The 8 gates technique is forbidden. Kai personally demonstrated the harm gate and the closing gate, carefully explaining all his understanding. Beichuan Feng's medical ninjutsu has reached level 6, and he is very familiar with the locations of the 8 gates, making it much easier to find them. Upon touching the locations of the 8 gates, relying on his training of the first 3 gates and Kai's explanations, he actually opened 2 gates simultaneously. The 5th gate, the gate of injury, open. The 6th gate, the gate of closing, open. Thick green steam burst from his body, and Kai excitedly opened 2 gates to assist. That oppressive feeling was like an evil god descending. Kitagawa Kid blocked the blue steam with his arm and exclaimed, "Teacher Kai, didn't you say the 8 gates can't be opened casually? Can't hold back?" Kai excitedly maintained a half-open state and asked, "Kid, where is Kakashi? I want to settle the score with him." "Settle what score?" Kitagawa Kid feigned confusion. "Of course, the score for him stealing my proudest student," Kai said matter-of-factly. He originally thought Kid opening the gate of injury was the limit, but never in a million. "I never expected that the student stolen by that scumbag X would reach the level of Duman." This kind of genius among geniuses in martial arts made Kai extremely displeased. The friendship boat capsized just like that. Seeing this situation, Beichuan Feng naturally dared not tell Kai where Kakashi was. 7-gate Kai can suppress pressure Masun in battle, possessing power rivaling the shadow. Teacher Kakashi has kidney deficiency even with Kamui protecting his life, he is easily messed up. I can't just send Teacher Kai into the Shinwei space and let the villain take the brunt of it. Kitagawa Kid said, "Teacher Kai, I really don't know where Teacher Kakashi is. Practiced Renka in the morning to reinforce the 8 gates and taijutsu. In the afternoon, Kitagawa Kid was waiting punctually at Kakashi's doorstep. Kakashi lazily opened the door and was immediately met with Kai's iron fist. He instinctively caught it and looked at Kai in confusion. Even if it's a challenge, you can't just start fighting without a word." Kai angrily said, "Kakashi, do you know what I've lost?" "What?" Kakashi glanced at Kitagawa Kid, who was sneaking a smile, feeling something was wrong. Kitagawa Kid quickly distanced himself. "It's not my fault, Teacher Kakashi. Is being too outstanding my fault?" Kakashi silently mocked that you were showing off, but had no evidence. Quick to react, he immediately thought of that matter. "I'll treat you to a meal, enough to eat for a month." "Really? I'll choose the place?" Kai's expression changed instantly, his tone softening. "You choose." Kakashi replied simply and perfunctorily, leaving Beichuan Feng stunned.